Chapter 1. The Young Daoist of Taiping Temple. Young Daoist, do you possess the ability to discern feng shui? Young Daoist, you cannot possibly be a fraud, can you? Why is it that there are no 3 pure ones enshrined in your temple? In the rear courtyard of the temple, a young Daoist practicing swordplay suddenly paused, casting a bemused glare at the blonde lady beside him, who was giggling merrily. With a long sigh, he sheathed his sword. At that moment, the blonde lady seemed oblivious to the tension in the air, still beaming as she approached the young Daoist. Could it be that I have hit the nail on the head? Let me guess, you must be a fugitive, concealing your identity in the mountains, establishing a temple, and masquerading as a Daoist, thinking you could evade the law. However, she trailed off, lifting her chin, her hands clasped behind her back as she circled the young Daoist. Then, suddenly leaning in close, their foreheads nearly touching, she continued, "But alas, because you neglected your studies in school, you lack even the most basic knowledge of who should be revered in a temple, and instead have whimsically fashioned 3 clay figures inside. Am I correct?" The young Daoist rolled his eyes in exasperation and swiftly turned to leave the courtyard, his pace quickening in fear that he might falter in his composure. Seeing him about to depart, the blonde lady hurriedly followed, her chatter relentless. It's all right, everyone makes mistakes. I often find myself in military court as well. Young Daoist, heed my advice and turn yourself in. Serve your time, and in a few years, I shall come to collect you." Upon hearing this, the young Daoist stumbled, nearly toppling at the entrance of a grand hall. "Xia, Simeng." He spun around, gritting his teeth as he glared at the tall, blonde lady, whose only flaw was her incessant chatter. "I have told you countless times that I am a Daoist, the sole heir of the Taiping Tao and a great sage, a disciple of the heavenly general. Have you ever seen such a dashing fugitive?" After his outburst, Xia Simeng instantly morphed into a picture of obedience. Her attention was now entirely focused on the striking visage before her. It must be said, he was indeed quite handsome, with chiseled features that exuded a casual yet austere charm. What a calamity! Observing Xia Simeng's reaction, the young Daoist palmed his face in disbelief before swiftly retreating into the grand hall before him. His name was Cheng Xiao, an ordinary university student from Blue Star, who, in his leisure time, enjoyed reading novels and often fantasized about the prospect of traversing into another world. Then, on an otherwise unremarkable night, while venturing out for a late-night snack, Cheng Xiao fortuitously collided with destiny. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in this new world. Upon awakening, he was momentarily stunned. This was the world of the novel, Slaying the Gods. To make matters worse, although he had been aware of the book's immense popularity, he had never finished reading it, possessing only a vague understanding of its storyline. When he was compelled to confront reality, he discovered himself in a temple nestled within a mountain range not far from the capital. Although referred to as a temple, it deviated from the traditional layout, known as the Taiping Temple, which was divided into front and back courtyards. The rear courtyard served as the living quarters, lacking any distinctive features. The front courtyard housed 2 halls, one large and one small. The larger hall, named Huangtian Hall, contained 3 clay sculptures, which, unlike the revered 3 pure ones found in other temples, depicted the notorious trio from history Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang, the 3 brothers. Above the sculptures of the brothers, on a wooden beam, rested a small shrine, which enshrined a yellowish talisman inscribed with the divine position of the supreme Huangtian. The smaller hall in front of Huangtian Hall was known as the Chu Shui Hall, where the 36 leaders of the Yellow Turban Army, who commanded the main forces during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, were venerated. With deep respect, Cheng Xiao completed his incense offering and returned to the rear courtyard, adjusting his mindset. Incense offering was a daily ritual. Having spent 5 years here, he had never let the incense in Huangtian Hall extinguish, regardless of the weather. Ahem. Cheng Xiao, are you truly Zhang Jiao's disciple? Upon returning to the rear courtyard, he was once again confronted by Xia Simeng's incessant chatter. This marked the 3rd year of their acquaintance. 3 years prior, a spirited Xia Simeng had been relentlessly pursuing a mysterious figure, causing chaos in the entire forest. By chance, Cheng Xiao had descended the mountain that day to procure incense and candles, coinciding with Xia Simeng's pursuit route. Consequently, The mysterious figure, chased for an entire morning, was intercepted by Cheng Xiao, leading to a fierce confrontation and the commencement of their tumultuous relationship. Then who else could it be? Am I supposed to believe you're the one? Cheng Xiao shot a dubious glance at Simeng, harboring suspicions that she was a divine agent sent by fate to torment him. Simeng appeared unfazed by his skepticism, drawing closer to him, perilously within arm's reach. But Cheng Xiao has been dead for nearly 2 millennia, and the lineage of the Taiping Dao was lost with the fall of the Yellow Turban Army. How did you inherit this legacy? A great sage appeared in my dreams to teach me. If you don't believe me, you can inquire yourself. In response, Simeng delivered a heavy punch to Cheng Xiao. Are you performing a dramatization of Hongwu Emperor's debate with the Pope? Anticipating her strike, Cheng Xiao instinctively raised his palm to block the blow. Their hands collided with a muffled sound, after which they both resumed their composure as if nothing had occurred. What a peculiar individual! What level of mastery have you attained? Simeng, no longer fixated on whether he was truly Cheng Xiao's disciple, shifted her curiosity toward his capabilities. Despite her own strength at the Klein level, she felt an unfathomable depth when facing Cheng Xiao, as though he were shrouded in mist, embodying the essence of the unknown. I'm not sure we don't belong to the same system, Cheng Xiao replied expressionlessly, turning to walk toward his room. Hey! Just as he was about to step through the door, Simeng called out suddenly, I have to leave, there's a new mission now. Take care. Cheng Xiao did not turn around, his tone remained calm as he casually tossed a palm-sized pouch over his shoulder. Remember, when you encounter. When faced with danger, scatter the contents inside and take care of yourself. Do not be reckless. If you encounter an insurmountable mystery, crush the pendant around your neck. You have repeated this countless times, truly, more verbose than Granny Kong. Simeng reached out to catch the pouch, her tone laced with indifference, yet the slight smile tugging at her lips betrayed her conflicting emotions. Chapter 2. The Path Ahead. The backyard returned to its usual silence, a quietude tinged with desolation, as if only Simeng's presence could breathe life into this Daoist temple. Though she professed indifference, shortly after Simeng departed, Cheng Xiao too left the backyard, standing at the temple's entrance, looking down at the golden figure swiftly weaving through the forest. Born in this era, one might ponder whether to lament the misfortune of the times or of oneself. As night watchers, every separation could potentially be their final farewell. It was not until the golden figure vanished completely into the distant woods that Cheng Xiao secured the door and returned to the backyard. As Simeng had noted, the lineage of the Taiping Dao had utterly perished with the downfall of the Yellow Turbans at the end of the Han Dynasty. Nowadays, the only recognized orthodoxies of Taoism in people's hearts are the way of the Celestial Masters and the Zhengyi school. Had this been ancient times, someone like him, openly establishing a temple to honor the leaders of the Yellow Turbans and the 36 Channel Generals, would have been deemed a remnant of the Yellow Turbans, and the temple would have faced severe consequences. The obscurity of the Daoist lineage also contributed to the current lack of vitality in the Taiping Dao. Aside from the serendipitous visits from Simeng, no other guests had graced the temple, and its incense offerings depended solely on Cheng Xiao's daily rituals. Another reason for this was that both the temple and Cheng Xiao were sudden, undocumented arrivals in this world. Indeed, Cheng Xiao had awakened in a state of disarray after being whisked away by a dump truck, finding himself sprawled in the Huangtian Hall. As for the temple, although its architectural style closely resembled that of ancient times, the vibrant, pristine clay sculptures, spotless beams and roofs, and the tidy backyard suggested it had not existed for many years. The only distinction was that one morning, while casually gazing into a mirror, Cheng Xiao noticed he had become significantly fairer since his arrival, and he gradually realized that several minor ailments he had previously suffered from had vanished, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of clarity. As for the privileges typically afforded to other travelers, Cheng Xiao found none. The temple held nothing but a few ceremonial artifacts and an ancient tome titled Taiping Jing before the statue of Zhang Jiao. Confronted with a beginning reminiscent of Zhu Yuanzhang's rise, Cheng Xiao's silence was deafening. He had often contemplated abandoning this existence, yet ultimately, fear of pain compelled him to endure. From that moment onward, Cheng Xiao officially embarked on his path as a Daoist priest, utilizing his attire to descend the mountain occasionally to read fortunes and assess feng shui. Barely sustaining himself and his ancestral master's daily expenses one day, an unexpected thought struck him. If there exists a deity in this world, does it not imply that one can cultivate immortality? Embracing the notion that since he was already here, he might as well make the most of his time, Cheng Xiao finally opened the ancient text of the Taiping Sutra and began to practice the teachings within. To his astonishment, this endeavor truly yielded results within merely 2 years. He reached the stage of refining the spirit and transcending the void. Now, he had perfected the art of merging with the Tao, standing just a step away from the realm of true immortals. During the days when Simeng was absent, Cheng Xiao led a highly regimented life. Each day was filled with incense offerings, cleaning, and rigorous training, repeating this cycle day after day. Although monotonous, he found joy in the routine. As the daylight training concluded, dusk descended and the sun cast its golden rays through the doors and windows of the Huangtian Hall, illuminating the clay statue of Cheng Xiao in a resplendent glow, as if cloaked in a golden aura. After placing 3 incense sticks into the censer and bowing respectfully, Cheng Xiao closed the doors of the hall and stood quietly in the courtyard, gazing at the setting sun. Having inexplicably arrived in this world and inadvertently embarked on the path of immortality, everything had unfolded so seamlessly that he now felt utterly lost. He was uncertain about his future direction. Should he continue to guard this secluded temple in the mountains, refining himself daily in pursuit of transcendence? Or should he, like other transmigrators, become the protagonist of his own tale, moving freely and becoming singular in the universe? Cheng Xiao was engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his choices, and he even questioned the purpose of his existence in this world. You may find yourself perplexed, wondering why you are alive after having died, and why you have found yourself in such a place. A voice, filled with both weariness and authority, suddenly resonated in Cheng Xiao's mind, akin to a thunderclap that jolted his bewildered thoughts back to reality. "Who are you? Show yourself!" Cheng Xiao exclaimed, warily scanning his surroundings. His right hand gathered energy, faint purple arcs of electricity dancing within his palm, as dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, with thunder rumbling ominously. The sudden change in the heavens drew the attention of many. The people had grown accustomed to the presence of the mysterious, and such an unexpected event was inevitably linked to the arcane, causing panic to ripple through the capital. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Night Watch, a cold and stoic man, seated at his desk, observed the tumultuous sky outside, his brow furrowing with concern. He was none other than Yi Fan, the 5th commander of the Night Watch, revered as one of humanity's apex protectors. Is it Indra, with the power to alter the weather? What brings him to the capital? No, there is no trace of Indra's aura. Who could it be? Unbeknownst to Cheng Xiao, the turmoil in the capital had no bearing on him. He was like a fierce tiger on the hunt, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. He understood the dangers of this world, and he knew he must remain vigilant and give his all against the unknown. Ha 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 ha, the mysterious voice echoed once more in his mind. I have not misjudged you. While I merely mastered the art of transforming beings into soldiers, you have comprehensively integrated the 36 techniques of Tianyang in just 5 short years. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing the sound of beings turning into soldiers, Cheng Xiao had already formed a suspicion in his heart, yet he dared not let his guard down. You do not recognize me, despite claiming to hold the esteemed position of my direct disciple. You are Cheng Xiao. Indeed, it is I. But you have already dead? Though Cheng Xiao may have perished, as long as the heavens are unjust and the people suffer, the teachings of the way of peace shall endure. Now, do you understand why you have arrived in this world? This world needs peace. At the moment Cheng Xiao uttered these words, he suddenly felt a clarity in his mind, and the bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen. Indeed, the child can be taught, but you must remember to uphold your true self and act according to your heart. Uphold my true self. Act according to my heart. Cheng Xiao repeatedly murmured these 8 characters, and suddenly, the confusion in his heart dissipated. He found his path, his gaze clear and resolute. If that is the case, then let us proceed boldly. Let's begin with you, General Zhao. Chapter 3, Revive Might. As the clouds dispersed, the serene night sky emerged, adorned with twinkling stars that radiated tranquility. According to Simeng's words from the morning, 2 days prior in Songnan, the agent of the Seraphim Michael, designated as Sequencer 03, had made an appearance. Calculating the time, today should be the day Zhao Kongsheng encounters the Ghost-Face King. If the plot remains unchanged, what purpose is there in traversing time? With this thought in mind, Cheng Xiao stepped forward, his figure vanishing within the confines of Taiping-gu. Songnan. The old town, the younger Lin Chia bid farewell to General Zhao Kongsheng upon his triumphant return. The silhouette of the youth appeared somewhat forlorn amidst the rain, yet exuded an unwavering determination. Before him stood a woman cloaked in a dark crimson robe, silently emanating profound sorrow. The two converged, with the youth bearing a long sword and cradling the lifeless body of a man, his steps somewhat unsteady as they trudged through the rain. "Please halt." Hong Ying and Lin Chia turned simultaneously, drawing their swords and warily observing the figure approaching from behind, a shadow that advanced with an air of leisure. As it drew nearer, the figure became discernible, clad in a dusty yellow Daoist robe, wielding a 9-section staff and adorned with a yellow crown resembling a swan. Around him, it seemed as if a barrier existed, repelling the rain. Despite having emerged from the downpour, not a single droplet clung to his form. "Who are you? What do you seek?" Facing Hong Ying's inquiry, Cheng Xiao remained unperturbed, stepping before Lin Chia, gazing down at the blood-soaked Zhao Kongsheng. He raised his right hand, delicately pressing his index finger to Zhao Kongsheng's forehead. Subsequently, he glanced at a distant building, nodded slightly, and with another step, vanished from sight. All of this transpired in mere moments. Hong Ying and Lin Chia could only recall being hailed by Daoist, and then, it seemed he approached, touched Zhao Kongsheng's forehead, and disappeared. Cough, cough. A faint, weak cough roused the two from their stupor. Following the sound, they beheld Zhao Kongsheng, who had previously appeared pallid and devoid of life, now inexplicably opening his eyes, a hint of color returning to his ashen face. "Damn it, it hurts. It hurts like hell. Zhao Kongsheng, old Zhao, you're not dead." In that instant, their emotions transformed from shock to bewilderment, ultimately culminating in joy, all within the span of a second. The entire occurrence felt utterly surreal. Zhao Kongsheng's breathing and heartbeat had ceased, confirming his demise. That Daoist had merely touched him lightly and resurrected him. The orchestrator of this miraculous event, Cheng Xiao, adhered to the principle of leaving once matters were settled, concealing his achievements and fame. He had now returned to Taiping-gu, seated cross-legged in meditation, preparing to continue his cultivation in pursuit of breaking through his limitations. One might ponder why he did not remain to witness Zhao Kongsheng's revival firsthand. The resurrection he performed utilized the essence of life restoration, one of the 36 heavenly techniques, a supreme Taoist power. If he could not even revive an ordinary person who had overexerted himself to death, he might as well have taken his own life. The rain ceased, leaving an eerie stillness. Under the cleansing touch of the rain, everything seemed reset. A man and his dog waded through the puddles left in the wake of the storm. The bloodstains had long since vanished, with only the scars of battle etched into the ground, whispering tales of the fierce conflict that had transpired. "Do you think he saw us? But why did he leave?" The young man furrowed his brow, gazing perplexly at the knife marks on the ground. He was certain that the glance from Cheng Xiao had been directed at them. The black dog beside the youth shook its head and spoke. "I do not know, but he indeed exudes the aura of authentic Daoist magic. Moreover, the means by which he saved the person was through the supreme Daoist technique, the 36 heavenly ranks. And both his appearance and departure were facilitated by the unparalleled Daoist skill of shrinking the earth to an inch." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in Daoist robes appeared behind the duo, his hair tied with a long hairpin, dressed in coarse cloth and straw sandals, yet emanating an ethereal quality untouched by worldly affairs. "Heavenly Sovereign," the Daoist nodded slightly and continued, "this individual practices a pure Daoist heart method, undoubtedly a legitimate disciple of the Dao sect. Thus he is a friend rather than a foe to us. Heavenly Sovereign, though his aura is of the same origin as ours, why does it feel so foreign?" Yang Jin finally voiced his confusion. Upon first encountering Cheng Xiao, He had sensed something peculiar, yet he could not articulate what exactly felt amiss. Do you recall the yellow-horned immortal? Yang Jin was momentarily taken aback by the implication. Are you suggesting that he is? Not at all. The Daoist interjected. The yellow-horned immortal does not belong to this world, having no cycle of reincarnation. He merely departed to another realm. While he is not the reincarnation of the yellow-horned immortal, he bears an intricate connection to him. He is a disciple of the yellow-horned immortal, indeed the only true heir. In the Peace Affairs office, a conversation unfolded that drew little attention. You mean Zhao Kongcheng has already utilized the ghostly summoning and yet remains alive? Yes. And then, upon your return, a Daoist appeared, and with a mere gesture, he was restored? Yes. Do you comprehend the ramifications if this information is true? In the office, observing Zhao Kongcheng, who appeared to be in good health after the use of ghostly summoning, the entire 136 team fell into contemplation. Captain, could it be possible that I, old Zhao, am the chosen one, blessed with great fortune, and thus spared from death tonight, saved by a celestial being? Zhao Kongcheng's words plunged the office into silence once more. Do you think you are in a movie? What do you mean by being the chosen one? If you were truly that exceptional, would you have spent the preceding decades unable to awaken even of forbidden ruins? Zhao Kongcheng was momentarily at a loss for words, obediently falling silent and lying still, not because he wished to say more, but rather because he himself was bewildered by the situation. He had been certain of his demise, yet here he was undeniably resurrected, and the forbidden ruins from the ghostly summoning still loomed. This was indeed perplexing. Chunmai, observing his teammates staring blankly at one another, eventually sighed in resignation. Hong Ying, come with me and recount every detail of what just transpired. A figure clad in a yellow Daoist robe, wielding a 9-section staff rather than a feather duster, had appeared suddenly and vanished just as swiftly, appearing to be merely in their 20s. Indeed, Commander Yi, that was the situation at the time. The young Taoist merely gestured, and Zhao Kongcheng was revived, as witnessed by Hong Ying and Lin Xie. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan listened intently to Chunmai's report, his brow furrowing deeper. The events that transpired within just a few hours tonight had exceeded the comprehension of this pinnacle of humanity. First, there was the sudden change in weather during the evening, and now a mysterious young Taoist had emerged in Songnan, effortlessly resurrecting Zhao Kongcheng, who had succumbed to the aftereffects of malevolent spirits. No one knew from whence he came, nor why he chose to save Zhao Kongcheng, and whether he was friend or foe. Alas, what a tumultuous season it has become. Chapter 4. The Divine Might of the Yellow Turban's Master. What is your perspective? The first rays of morning sunlight pierce through the thin mist, and a gentle, cool breeze breathes life into this tranquil dawn. In stark contrast to the serenity outside, the headquarters of the night watchman is shrouded in a cloud of despair. Yifan's eyes are bloodshot, and he appears somewhat haggard. The tea on the table has long since cooled, untouched by his lips. Opposite him sits an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard white as snow, clad in a long robe, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Yet, like Yi Fan, a rare solemnity adorns his countenance. The elder does not respond to Yi Fan's inquiry immediately. Instead, he takes a measured sip of tea and lapses into deep contemplation. Seconds stretch into minutes, and the silence in the room becomes palpable until at last the elder breaks the stillness. Does the Taoist wield a 9-section staff? Indeed, as Chunmai has indicated, for his attire differs markedly from that of other Taoists, leaving a profound impression on his companions. Does he wear a yellow headscarf? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression falters. The lineage of the Taiping Dao has been extinguished for nearly 2 millennia. How could it possibly resurface? It is more likely that, akin to the White Lotus sect, they are masquerading under the guise of the Taiping Yellow Turbans to perpetrate their nefarious deeds. A grim hypothesis forms in Yi Fan's mind. When one spots a cockroach in a room, it signifies a full-blown infestation at home. In present-day Daxia, external threats loom from foreign deities, while internal disturbances arise from the ancient religious sects wreaking havoc. Even if the Taiping Dao were to genuinely resurface, It is conceivable that a new Yellow Turban rebellion could rekindle, echoing the glories of its past. Amidst such internal strife and external threats, Daxia cannot afford any further unrest. Notify the medium team to halt their pursuit of the murmurs and devote all efforts to tracking down the mysterious Taoist of Songnot. Yet, little does Yi Fan realize that the medium team, having scoured nearly 3 feet into the ground in Songnan without success, is currently seated beneath his very nose, leisurely practicing swordplay in deep meditation. In the northern expanse of Daxia lies an endless desert, a vast wasteland shrouded in yellow sands, embodying an unspeakable desolation. Beneath this bleak surface, however, currents of dark intrigue pulse, concealing boundless peril. Within a colossal cave deep in the desert, figures clad in golden cloaks engage in fierce combat with a group of gargantuan lizards, each as massive as a 100-ton behemoth, their bodies encased in rugged stone. Before them lie the lifeless forms of several giant lizards, yet an ominous throng of restless giants surrounds them, numbering in the dozens. Captain, this cannot continue. Their hides are too thick. If we do not eliminate them swiftly, we shall perish from exhaustion here. Kong Shang gasped for breath, fatigue etched upon his face. Encased in impenetrable rock, these giant lizards possess formidable defenses. Even his most powerful strikes merely fracture the outer layer. Kong Shang swears this is the most formidable adversary he has encountered since joining the elite squad. Moreover, the saliva and blood of these giant lizards are highly venomous. Currently, within the entire Phoenix squad, only the captain, Simeng, and the vice captain, Kong Shang, remain unscathed, while the rest of the members are all injured and poisoned, significantly diminishing the squad's combat efficacy. After slaying another giant lizard, Simeng retreated to her comrades, her breath coming in quick gasps, and her chest heaving violently. The prolonged battle had drained her stamina. Kong Shang was correct. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death in this place. Before them lay dozens of giant lizards, each an enigma of immeasurable realms, with several even belonging to the Klein realm. Yet, the true horror lurked deeper within the cave, where she could distinctly sense a presence surpassing Klein, albeit still in slumber. Captain, I will clear the way for you. You must flee, murmured a severely injured team member, clutching a medallion, her eyes filled with resolute determination. With that, she pressed the medallion's switch, and a needle sprang forth from its inner side, ready to pierce her own hand with her last ounce of strength. Wait, it's not yet time for that, Simeng exclaimed, seizing the injured member with one hand while retrieving a palm-sized pouch with the other, the very one previously given to her by Cheng Xiao. Each time, Cheng Xiao would reclaim the old pouch and provide her with a new one, repeatedly urging her to open it in times of peril and scatter its contents. Yet, she had never dared to do so, suspecting it contained forbidden objects. However, in a situation where lives hung in the balance, no matter how precious the forbidden item, it could not surpass the value of her comrades' lives. She opened the pouch and randomly reached inside, her fingers brushing against something round, akin to beads. When she spread her palm, she was astonished to find 10 plump, round soybeans. For a moment, Simeng doubted she had picked the right pouch, but upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed the one Cheng Xiao had entrusted to her. As she peered in closer, the pouch was brimming with exquisite soybeans, each one perfectly rounded and full. Watching their captain extract a handful of soybeans, Kong Shang and the others were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Simeng herself was momentarily dazed, grappling with her identity and purpose. Staring at the beans in her hand, her intuition assured her that Cheng Xiao would not deceive her. Gritting her teeth, she hurled the 10 soybeans towards the cave entrance. As the soybeans struck the ground, they emitted a faint golden glow. Moments latte. The original 10 soybeans transformed into 10 towering giants, each standing 3 meters tall, adorned with yellow scarves and clad in leather armor. Their exposed arms and legs bulging with muscle, resembling small mountains. Klein, Kong Shang stammered, astonished. What had he just witnessed? Their captain tossed a handful of beans casually, and they morphed into giants of the Klein realm. Was this possible? Equally flabbergasted was Simeng. She knew Cheng Xiao was formidable, but she had never anticipated that this robust figure could wield such extraordinary power. Each being was of Klein caliber. What realm had he attained? Demigod? Or perhaps, by the decree of General Feng Yanging, attack. 10 yellow turban warriors unleashed a furious roar as they charged towards the colossal lizards, their voices resonating through the cavern like the grand tones of a great bell. The nearest giant lizards were so thoroughly shaken by the sound that they fell dead on the spot. Their rocky exteriors shattered, their bodies slumped to the ground like puddles of mud, utterly lifeless. The formidable giant lizards that had posed a challenge to the Phoenix squad now appeared as feeble as geckos before the towering yellow turban warriors, each warrior effortlessly snapping them in half with a single hand. In but a moment, the majority of the surrounding lizards were vanquished, while the remaining creatures hastily retreated deeper into the cave. The path to the cave entrance had been cleared, strewn with the dismembered limbs of the lizards, and some, still not entirely dead, writhed in a desperate struggle, torn asunder. Chapter 5. The rise and fall of fleeting glory as the colossal lizards blocking their path were mercilessly slain by the yellow turban warriors. The cave resembled a hellish nightmare, where the ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood flowed freely. In that moment, Simeng and her companions had no time to dwell on the gruesome scene. They pressed forward at full speed towards the cave's entrance, eager to escape before the terrifying entity within awakened, which would spell disaster. However, as if fate conspired against them, a chilling roar reverberated from behind, just a few hundred meters from the cave's exit. Run! Simeng's heart raced in alarm. The creature had awakened. It was undoubtedly a demigod. Although there existed only a thin line between a demigod and Klein, the distinction was vast, akin to the insurmountable barrier of the Yangtze River. The only recourse was to flee swiftly, seeking the intervention of humanity's pinnacle to subdue the beast. Yet, contrary to their hopes, just as they glimpsed the light at the cave's mouth, so close to salvation, the cavern began to tremble violently, and a massive shadow erupted from the ground before them. As the dust settled, they beheld the true form of the shadow. It resembled the previous colossal lizards, yet its size was incomparably greater, dwarfing even the yellow turban warriors, which paled in comparison. Its rocky carapace was far thicker than that of the earlier lizards, faintly glimmering with a metallic sheen. Its enormous bulk completely blocked the passage, leaving them with no choice but to slay it to escape. With another thunderous roar, the rock-armored lizard king unleashed a wave of sound, accompanied by a putrid stench that assaulted the senses of the Phoenix team. Several already injured members succumbed to unconsciousness under the onslaught, leaving only Simeng and Kong Shang to struggle against the overwhelming odds. Kong Shang. With a bittersweet smile, Kong Shang turned to Simeng, a sense of despair rising within him. Though the transformed yellow turban warriors were formidable, they were merely at Klein's level. The chasm between Klein and a demigod could not be bridged by sheer numbers. With the rest of the team now unconscious, their only hope lay in a singular plan. One would need to unleash their latent potential to distract the rock-armored Lizard King, while the others seized the opportunity to lead the remaining members to safety. If they could escape the cave and reach the outside, they could leverage the terrain to outmaneuver the Lizard King and hold out until aid arrived. Simeng, fully aware of Kong Shang's intentions, grasped his arm firmly. Kong Momo, as the captain, it is not your place to play the hero. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the pouch in her hand. If given the choice, she wished to survive and to see every member of her team live as well. Gazing at the pouch, she recalled the pendant around her neck. Cheng Xiao had once told her that if she encountered an insurmountable mystery, she should shatter the pendant. After the recent events, her faith in Cheng Xiao's words was unwavering. She believed that if she broke the pendant, Cheng Xiao would know her whereabouts and come to her aid. Yet they were in the Northern Territory, hundreds of kilometers from the capital, and within her understanding, it seemed impossible for Cheng Xiao to arrive here in such a short time. Although the disparity between Klein and the demigods cannot be compensated for by sheer numbers, if the Klein were sufficiently numerous, could they momentarily restrain the rock-armored Lizard King, thereby granting the others a chance to escape? She had just caught a glimpse of the pouch given to her by Cheng Xiao, which contained no fewer than 100 beans. With over 100 clients simultaneously taking action, perhaps it could indeed be feasible. With this thought, Simeng cast aside her hesitation, opening the pouch and scattering the yellow beans across the ground, which transformed into formidable yellow turban warriors, a truly magnificent sight. Under the command of General Feng Yangang, they charged forth, forming a battle array that surged ahead with great momentum, exuding an aura of invincibility. The roar of the yellow turban warriors provoked the rock-armored lizard king into a furious response. It let out another deafening roar, swiftly turning and swinging its tail toward the foremost yellow turban warriors. Like a giant python, its tail crashed into the ranks of the yellow turban warriors, and in an instant, a third of them reverted back to their original form as beans scattered across the ground. Following this, another foul-smelling roar erupted as the rock-armored lizard king burrowed underground, causing the caverns to tremble violently once more. In the next moment, a massive black sphere shot forth from the center of the yellow turban warriors formation, landing with a sweeping attack. In a matter of seconds, all of the over 100 Klein yellow turban warriors were obliterated, leaving only a carpet of beans and shattered stones. Despair enveloped Simeng and Cheng Xiao. As they had anticipated, the yellow turban warriors would not last long, yet they did not expect such a swift defeat. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the rock-armored lizard king executed another sweeping attack. This time, Simeng was caught off guard and took a heavy blow to her chest, sending her flying against the cavern's stone wall. Coughing, she pushed aside the debris, pinning her down, and stood back up, appearing somewhat disheveled but miraculously unharmed. "Captain, are you all right?" Cheng Xiao stared in disbelief at Simeng, who remained unscathed, unable to count how many times he had been taken aback that day. Simeng, her heart racing, touched her chest, fully aware of her own strength. She knew she should have perished from that blow, yet here she was, not even a scratch on her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly grasped the pendant she had worn around her neck. As expected, the pendant had shattered, leaving only a tiny fragment suspended on the chain. For some inexplicable reason, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Simeng's heart. "Cheng Xiao, little Daoist, will you truly come?" Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Taiping Temple, Cheng Xiao paused, raising his head toward the north, murmuring to himself, "The northern realm, is it?" Without further delay, he set aside his broom and stepped forward, vanishing from Taiping Temple. In the cavern, witnessing Simeng withstand a blow without harm, the rock-armored lizard king roared once more and leaped, preparing to burrow underground again. A resounding thud echoed as its forehead met the ground, yet it could not advance even a fraction, as if the very rocks beneath had transformed into steel. At almost the same moment, a bud of the night-blooming cereus appeared atop the head of the rock-armored lizard king, its petals as pure and white as jade, standing out remarkably in the dim cavern. With a soft sound, the long, snow-white petals of the flower began to unfurl. Moments later, the blossom withered, having bloomed only to perish, an ephemeral beauty encapsulated in its fleeting existence. Thus is the nature of the night-blooming cereus, where eternity and transience lie but a step apart. As the flower faded, the massive form of the rock-armored lizard king collapsed with a thunderous crash, devoid of life. Chapter 6: Concealment. As the formidable rock-armored lizard king fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, Cheng Xiao and Simeng seemed to awaken from a dream. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, mere seconds passing. Yet soon Simeng's initial bewilderment was supplanted by joy as she beheld a familiar figure beside the lifeless body of the lizard. The little Taoist. Cheng Xiao's form flickered, and with a single step, he stood before Simeng, gently brushing the dust from her cloak. "Are you unscathed?" "No, you truly came." Simeng, driven by an inexplicable impulse, dove into Cheng Xiao's embrace, holding him tightly as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Taken aback by her unexpected hug, Cheng Xiao paused briefly, but soon a smile graced his usually stoic face as he tenderly caressed her golden hair, much like one would pet a cat. The two remained entwined in their embrace, oblivious to their surroundings, the moment seemingly frozen in time. Kong Shang, is anyone even watching? Am I really witnessing this? You two could at least consider my presence. I'm still here. After a few minutes, Simeng appeared to regain her composure, casually releasing Cheng Xiao, though her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Has that creature truly perished? She gazed at the colossal lizard's carcass, attempting to dismiss the thought she had yet to fully process. Yet she failed to notice that her voice was no longer as bold and carefree as before. It now carried a hint of softness and tenderness. Yes, it is dead. How did it meet its end? Upon hearing this, Kong Shang perked up, holding his breath in anticipation. Do you see that ephemerally blooming flower? Cheng Xiao pointed to the wilted flower atop the rock-armored lizard king's head. The essence that nourished its bloom was the very essence of its life. As the flower withers, so too does its vitality fade. He silently added a thought within. One of the 36 celestial techniques, the flower blooms and perishes in an instant. This was indeed a demigod. Yet it is dead. Simeng found herself momentarily speechless. But upon reflection, she realized that being a demigod was inconsequential. The enigmatic presence before her rendered any extraordinary event in his life entirely plausible. Cheng Xiao chose not to pursue further debate. Instead, he turned his attention to the few members of the Phoenix squad lying nearby. With a casual wave of his ample sleeves, a vibrant life force emanated from them. And within 3 breaths, their external injuries healed, their breathing gradually stabilizing. Observing the awakening individuals, Cheng Xiao nodded, then with a flick of his hand, the scattered soybeans on the ground began to levitate, swirling toward his palm to coalesce into a singular mass above his hand. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as the previously dull and cracked beans transformed into a plump, lustrous state. With a deft twist of his wrist, the beans returned to their pouch. Then, as his fingers gathered, a pale blue, droplet-shaped pendant gradually took form in his palm. After completing this task, Cheng Xiao gently placed the pendant back around Simeng's neck, tenderly ruffling her hair. I must take my leave now. Stay safe, and should you encounter any danger, call for me immediately. At this moment, Simeng bore little resemblance to the distinguished captain of a special team, instead appearing as a docile little wife standing before Cheng Xiao, allowing him to toy with her whims. As Cheng Xiao swiftly departed, only the members of the Phoenix team remained in the cavern, along with several slowly awakening team members, Simeng, who hung her head in contemplation, and the now numb Kong Shang. Indeed, Kong Shang had become desensitized, rendered somewhat dazed by the shocking events of the past few minutes. Kong Mama, are you all right? It was Simeng who first shattered the silence. The image of the obedient little wife had vanished, now replaced by the formidable persona of a fierce mother dragon. Kong Shang shook his head. I'm fine, Captain. Who was that earlier? A friend. Friend? Spare me. What kind of good friend behaves like that? With all the touching and embracing, the looks exchanged were nearly electric. You might as well say you're merely his sister. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken in Kong Shang's mind, for the title of Mother Dragon had been rightfully earned by Simeng, and a single blow from her could scatter him to the winds. Captain, regarding this incident, I will report to Commander Yi. Cheng Xiao's reclusive nature undoubtedly had its reasons. Perhaps there were plans afoot. If her actions jeopardized his schemes, she would be a loss on how to face him in the future. Kong Shang hesitated but ultimately nodded. He understood Simeng's concerns. Yet, the power displayed by Cheng Xiao was profoundly terrifying. Since the advent of the mist, there have been instances of demigod-level entities being subdued, but each such endeavor required considerable effort from humanity's apex. Yet Cheng Xiao had effortlessly slain a demigod with a mere flower, indicating that his power transcended the limits of humanity, or perhaps he was a deity. Kong Shang was acutely aware of the tumult that would ensue should an unknown deity manifest in Daxia. Based on Simeng's demeanor, it appeared this deity bore no ill will. Of course, with such strength, even if malice existed, what could anyone do? A demigod would falter under his gaze. What could he, a mere mortal, achieve? It was best to let things unfold naturally. In the capital, at the Night Watch headquarters, The autopsy results of the rock-armored lizard king indicated no external or internal injuries, and even the neural tissue remained intact. No bleeding was found in the internal organs. Zhuo Qing, observing Yi Fan's increasingly dark expression, hesitated to continue speaking. Ordinarily, one would expect Yi Fan to be pleased at the slaying of a demigod-level entity. Was there perhaps more to the story? Take a look at the report submitted by the Phoenix team. Yi Fan's face was grim as he handed Zhuo Qing a document from the table. Our entire Phoenix team, after a fierce battle, successfully collaborated to slay a demigod entity. Over a dozen Klein-level entities and numerous Wu Liang-level entities. In fact, far too many to count. As for rewards, there's no need. Commander Yi, just remember to grant us some time off. Time off. Upon perusing this report, a slight furrow formed on Zhuo Qing's brow. He had been present throughout the dissection of the rock-armored Lizard King's corpse. The cave bore the unmistakable signs of conflict involving the Phoenix squad. However, the demise of the rock-armored Lizard King was not consistent with the report's assertion of a fierce battle leading to its downfall. Could it be a special forbidden object? Among all the forbidden items we have documented, is there one capable of easily vanquishing a demigod? Yi Fan's retort plunged Zhuo Qing into silence once more. He too felt as though he had lost his senses. It was utterly improbable for a squad, whose strongest member was merely Klein, to slay a demigod. And yet he had harbored a glimmer of hope. Chapter 7. It turns out she is so important in her heart, Yi Fan sighed. Acknowledging that it was evident Simeng was concealing something. Direct inquiries would yield no results. Perhaps Cheng Xiao, one of the involved parties, might possess some insights. Half an hour later, Cheng Xiao and Zhuo Qing departed, leaving Yi Fan alone in the office. A single flower had caused the demise of the rock-armored Lizard King, and Simeng held within her grasp the beings capable of transforming into the colossal Klein. Although Cheng Xiao was one of the two individuals in the team who had not succumbed to unconsciousness, his knowledge was limited. The truth behind this matter perhaps resided solely with Simeng. Was she truly hiding? Yellow beans, giants, yellow headscarves, yellow banners summoned soldiers with beans. According to Cheng Xiao, all those giants uttered the same phrase before battle. By the decree of General Tiangong, Zhang Jiao. This was it. Yi Fan tirelessly sifted through the scant clues, and suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck him. The Taoist who vanquished the rock-armored Lizard King and the one who resurrected Zhao, Kong, Cheng, and Song Nan were likely the same individual. If this were the case, the master's conjecture was entirely accurate. This Taoist was most probably a disciple of the Taiping Dao, and those giants adorned with yellow headscarves must be the legendary Yellow Turban Warriors. Yi Fan felt a sense of uncertainty. Was the Taiping Dao in this world benevolent or malevolent? What were their true intentions? Taiping Temple, Cuff. Cheng Xiao, what are you carving those jades for? Are you making mahjong? I am setting up a formation outside the temple. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you later. With a newfound clarity regarding his own state of mind, Cheng Xiao could distinctly sense the barriers in his cultivation gradually breaking. Given the current circumstances, within 3 to 5 days at most, or at least within a day, he would take that crucial step. The transition from refining the void and merging with the Tao to becoming a true immortal is a qualitative leap. Yet there remained one final trial before this, the Thunder Tribulation. Cultivators at the stage of refining the void and merging with the Tao must endure the cleansing of heavenly lightning to achieve the elevation of their essence and return to their true nature, stepping into the realm of true immortals. Cheng Xiao was now preparing for this tribulation, intending to set up a barrier formation outside the temple, not to shield himself from the heavenly thunder, but to deter intruders. The commotion of the Thunder Tribulation would undoubtedly be significant, and he was situated in the capital, right beneath the watchful eyes of the Night Watch headquarters. He did not wish to be interrupted midway through his tribulation. Should he fail, the consequences could range from meridian damage and regression in cultivation to complete obliteration beneath the heavenly lightning. Excellent. This looks intriguing. I want to learn. Initially, Cheng Xiao had anticipated that Simeng would respond with a declaration of being busy with a mission, but her unexpected reply genuinely surprised him. It was at this moment that he glanced up at Simeng, noticing that she was not clad in her usual golden cloak. but rather donned a more casual attire, a deep gray denim jacket paired with form-fitting black jeans, complemented by black Martin boots, and topped off with a white baseball cap, exuding an aura of cool elegance. As Cheng Xiao gazed at her, Simeng exhibited no hint of shyness. She twirled a strand of her cascading hair and playfully winked at Cheng Xiao. "Oh, have you been without tasks lately?" she inquired. "Of course not," Simeng replied, reclining on a lounge chair, her long legs encased in black denim on full display. "I've been suspended, nowhere to go. I can only hope the Daoist will kindly take me in for a few days." Cheng Xiao paused momentarily, taken aback by the news of her suspension. However, he quickly grasped the underlying significance of her situation. It had been quite some time since their escapade in the northern underground caverns. During this interval, neither Yi Fan nor any other high-ranking members of the Night Watch, nor any of the other patrol teams had made an appearance. The truth was evident. Simeng had concealed her existence, a grave transgression that led to her suspension by Yi Fan. Was it worth it? Cheng Xiao inquired calmly. Simeng understood his implications and responded nonchalantly. "There is no question of worth. Your identity is a sensitive matter. Since you chose to remain hidden, there must be your own reasons and plans, and I certainly wouldn't disrupt them. Being suspended is merely a break for me. Yi Fan has never allowed me to take leave, so I'll consider this a well-deserved vacation to enjoy life for a few days." A vacation. Cheng Xiao's mind erupted with realization. He recalled a saying, "Special teams cannot take vacations, let alone enjoy a seaside retreat." The Phoenix team vacationed at the shore, and the captain was lost. The mass team visited a fishing village, leaving only the captain behind. Could this be the plot devised by carbon-based life forms? Time and again, the narrative thrusts a dagger into the reader's heart, with the Tsongshan Mountains as a witness, the Arai Lake as a medium. Today I, and Qingyu, take Zhang Air as my spouse in life and death. Our hearts shall remain united. I shall consider you as accepted, Zhang Air. Run, Captain, run. As long as you can outrun the river of time, one day we shall all return to your side. Today, I shall show these ignorant outer beings what it means to be the indomitable great Xia, what it means for the phoenix to endure. He, Lin Bapi. Just now, did I not transform into a grand phoenix? These familiar lines surged like a tide in Cheng Xiao's mind. Concurrently, an unsettling voice echoed within him. This is not a novel. This is a tangible world. Zhang Air will perish, the mass team will perish, and Simeng will perish. Cheng Xiao's heart became tumultuous. He suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, akin to a drowning soul in the depths of the ocean, forever lost. At that moment, a shadowy mist enveloped his eyes, swirling violently around his pupils like crashing waves. The voice persisted. The phoenix should soar majestically, surveying all beneath it, rather than weep in blood, fleeting like a blooming flower. She must not perish. Those who deserve death are Poseidon, Hades, the mist, Azathoth, Cthulhu, in this virtual realm that should never have existed. Bang! Cheng Xiao's pupils turned blood red. The surroundings plunged into darkness. His hands clenched tightly. The jade, token, and carving knife in his grip disintegrating into powder under the immense force. Cheng Xiao, what troubles you? Simeng sensed something amiss with Cheng Xiao. In a fleeting moment, his aura transformed from gentle to exceedingly violent. Upon hearing Simeng's call, Cheng Xiao's mind stirred, and the dark mist and crimson hue in his eyes dissipated instantaneously, clarity returning to his gaze. Gazing at the jade talisman in his hand, now reduced to mere powder, Cheng Xiao felt a sense of disorientation. That was the heart's demon. Lifting his head once more, he quietly observed Simeng, noting the concern in her eyes. A complex array of emotions welled within him. It dawned on him that she had become so significant in his heart. Chapter 8. The Thunder Tribulation. Cheng Xiao never anticipated that the woman he often regarded as his nemesis would unknowingly occupy such a significant place in his heart. Now, even his inner demons have arisen because of her. The emergence of these inner demons is not necessarily a negative occurrence. On the contrary, it could be a fortuitous sign. Some cultivators undergo a trial of the heart before facing the Thunder Tribulation. This so-called trial of the heart serves to test one's true nature, during which inner demons manifest. If one fails to resist the encroachment of these demons, they may lose their true self and succumb to the path of darkness, perishing beneath the heavenly tribulation. Conversely, if one withstands the inner demons, they may turn misfortune into fortune, solidifying their resolve. Should they successfully dispel the inner demons, they could find opportunities to ascend to the highest realms. Cheng Xiao, are you all right? I am fine. As he heard Simeng's calls, Cheng Xiao finally regained his senses, his gaze toward her now filled with tenderness. He gently ruffled her hair through her hat with a warm smile. Hey, you've become addicted to patting my head, haven't you? Simeng playfully swatted at him, casting a mock glare in his direction. You wanted to learn formations, right? Perfect. We shall begin with the most fundamental formation foundation. Upon hearing that Cheng Xiao would teach her about formations, Simeng sat up straight, behaving as obediently as a schoolgirl in class. The formation foundation serves as the essence and vessel of a formation. Aside from a few unique formations, most are depicted on jade plaques, which are then combined and arranged in specific ways. The act of sketching formation patterns is the initial step in setting up a formation, requiring utmost focus with no moments of distraction. Is that so? Simeng handed Cheng Xiao a jade plaque that had already been inscribed with formation patterns. While you're learning so quickly, Simeng proudly lifted her chin, declaring, of course, this young lady is exceptionally gifted. Actually, Cheng Xiao, besides formations, I also wish to learn that technique. What technique? The one that makes flowers bloom. If I master that, dealing with the mysterious will become child's play. At that point, I wonder what reason Poppy would have to deny me a break. Her words sparked a sudden thought in Cheng Xiao's mind. Poseidon and Hades were the culprits behind Simeng's use of the ghostly invocation, leading to her tragic demise. If he were to eliminate them, would Simeng then be spared from death? The answer is uncertain. Even without Poseidon and Hades, other deities with similar intentions might emerge, and tragedy could still unfold. Placing hope in the mercy of one's enemies is a foolish endeavor. Simeng's words awakened him. Perhaps this truly was a viable course of action. Do you truly wish to learn? Absolutely. Be aware that pursuing this knowledge may cause you to lose your identity as a guardian and a divine agent. Are you implying that I could be like you? Roughly speaking, everyone's affinity varies. You may not reach my level, or you might even surpass me. Then I shall learn. Simeng did not hesitate for a moment, showing no signs of reconsideration. Will you not think it over? What a trivial consideration. The title of divine agent may sound glamorous, but in reality, it merely designates one as a puppet of the divine. How different it is from your own freedom. After all, it is a deity we speak of. Are you not one as well? While your approach may yield gradual growth, once you attain that growth, you shall become a deity in your own right, far superior to merely serving as an agent reliant on others' whims. Previously, one had no choice. Becoming a divine agent was the only means to acquire greater strength to protect the great Xia. Now, however, a more favorable option has arisen. Why should I continue to seek approval from others? Very well, once I conclude my tasks in the next couple of days, I shall instruct you. You continue with your endeavors. I currently have ample time, so I shall take my time. The two engaged in light conversation, their hands maintaining a steady rhythm. Yet, a sense of urgency began to dawn upon Cheng Xiao. The emergence of inner demons signified that the thunder tribulation was imminent. Preparation for the formation must be completed before its arrival. As evening fell, with Simeng's assistance, the final jade tablet was buried in the earth, and Cheng Xiao finally exhaled in relief. The task was accomplished, but it seemed there was no noticeable change. Simeng, curiously surveying her surroundings, found nothing amiss. The formation was merely set. It had not yet been activated, hence no alterations were to be expected. With that, Cheng Xiao formed a hand seal, a glimmer of light coalescing at his fingertips before being directed into the ground. At the moment the light penetrated the earth, the soil beneath began to emanate a silvery glow. Hundreds of meters away in front of the Daoist temple, a luminous barrier swiftly converged, vanishing as it closed, restoring the ground to its normal state. Observing her hand suspended in midair, Unable to advance even a fraction, Simeng was filled with astonishment. She had just attempted to strike, and although nothing was visible, she could distinctly feel an indomitable force obstructing her. You should return to your room and come out later. Upon entering the temple, Cheng Xiao halted in a clearing before the Hall of Yellow Heaven, permitting only Simeng to retreat. What troubles you? Cheng Xiao calmly raised his gaze to the sky, where dark clouds gradually consumed the last vestiges of twilight. The thunder tribulation is upon us. The thunder tribulation, Simeng exclaimed, looking up as the sky became shrouded in thick clouds, flashes of lightning dancing within them. Are you going to undergo the tribulation? Yes. Is it dangerous? Unless disturbed, it is unlikely to pose a threat. I will stand guard at the entrance for you. Please be cautious. As she spoke, Simeng dashed toward the door. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, she was not unfamiliar with the tales. Cultivators were at their most vulnerable during the tribulation, and any interference could lead to dire consequences. Watching her retreating figure, Cheng Xiao smiled faintly. Though unspoken, both were acutely aware of each other's sentiments. As the oppressive thunderclouds loomed overhead, Cheng Xiao reined in his thoughts, seated himself in a meditative posture, palms facing heavenward, and awaited the impending descent of the celestial thunder. Layer upon layer, ominous clouds amassed in the sky, intermittently illuminated by flashes of violet and white lightning. At last, the clouds ceased their tumultuous churn, coalescing into a luminous thundercloud directly above Cheng Xiao. The thunder was imminent. Boom! Crick! The first bolt of lightning struck directly at Cheng Xiao's crown, unleashing a terrifying energy that even caused Simeng, standing at the entrance of the Daoist temple, to feel a twinge of trepidation. Watching Cheng Xiao being struck, her heart clenched, yet she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, stifling any sound that might escape. Boom! Without granting Cheng Xiao a moment to recover, the second bolt of lightning followed swiftly, its power eclipsing that of the first. In stark contrast, Cheng Xiao remained seated in a meditative posture, his heart directed skyward, his breath steady. Despite enduring 2 strikes of lightning, his body remained utterly unmoved, epitomizing the essence of unwavering composure amidst the tempest. Chapter 9. It was you, in the capital, at the headquarters of the Night Watchmen. An unusual thunderstorm had once again emerged. Gazing at the densely clouded night sky, Yi Fan felt an unexpected weariness. The situation in the Great Xia was exceedingly complex. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the night sky, and amidst that radiance, lightning struck repeatedly. Was this a lightning tribulation? Could something be undergoing tribulation? That direction. Damn, how could it be so close to the capital? Even with Yi Fan's current composure, witnessing a true lightning tribulation was enough to leave him astounded. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Fan donned a dark red cloak, grasped a long knife, and departed from his office. Meanwhile, within the calamity clouds, 53 bolts of lightning had already descended in succession. Following the 53rd strike, an eerie silence enveloped the dark clouds, yet they remained undispersed. Cheng Xiao opened his eyes, gazing up at the ominous clouds with a fierce determination. This was the 6-9 lightning tribulation, comprising a total of 54 heavenly bolts. The first 53 were merely an appetizer, while the true tribulation lay in the long-awaited 54th strike. As Cheng Xiao gradually rose to his feet, the calamity clouds began to stir. He glanced at Simeng, who stood at the entrance with her hands clenched tightly against her chest, and nodded reassuringly to her. Then he lifted his foot, ascending step by step into the air like climbing a staircase. The atmosphere within the calamity clouds grew increasingly terrifying, and as Cheng Xiao's steps ascended, the clouds were tinged with a faint purple hue from the surrounding dancing arcs of electricity. Unperturbed, Cheng Xiao continued to climb steadily until he reached the 81st step, at which moment a thick purple lightning bolt surged from the clouds like a roaring python. Cheng Xiao did not flinch. Instead, he spread his arms wide, allowing the massive arc of purple lightning to collide with his chest. In that instant, as the tribulation lightning coursed through his body, he felt as though every fiber of his being was on the verge of being torn apart. From a distance, He appeared to be enveloped in arcs of electricity, with sparks emanating from his eyes and ears. Ah! Cheng Xiao let out a pained roar as his robe was shredded, exposing charred skin beneath. The torrent of lightning lasted nearly a full minute before ceasing. Simultaneously, the calamity clouds suddenly shattered, transforming into countless white specks of light that surged into Cheng Xiao's body. As the dark clouds dissipated, a sky filled with stars emerged, serene as if reborn from the tribulation. Cheng Xiao gently descended to the ground. The charred markings on his skin had vanished, leaving him as radiant as white jade, seemingly glowing in the night. His aura had deepened, becoming richer and more profound. Cheng Xiao, a fragrant breeze, accompanied a figure who suddenly collided heavily into his embrace. "You did it! You truly succeeded!" Simeng exclaimed, tightly wrapping her arms around him as if she herself had just triumphed over the tribulation. Cheng Xiao smiled softly, wrapping his arm around her slender waist beneath her jacket, the two of them embracing tightly in silence. After a few minutes, he released her waist, looking into her eyes filled with tenderness. "Simeng, please brew a pot of tea. Guests are about to arrive." "Ah. Sangnan, mother, what troubles you?" On the rooftop of a tall building, Lin Xie, alongside Nix, gazed at the enchanting nightscape of Sangnan and sensed an unusual shift in his mother-esque demeanor. Nix calmly directed his gaze northward. "Dionysus, a new deity has been born into this world. A new god?" Lin Xie's eyes glazed over in disbelief. "Is it truly possible for new deities to emerge? Dionysus, I must meet this nascent divinity." "Very well, mother." At Taiping Temple, the gates swung wide open this night. Cheng Xiao had already set up a low table before the Huangtian Hall, where incense was lit, sending wisps of fragrant smoke spiraling into the darkness. Seated upon the main cushion, he appeared contemplative, as if awaiting something. At last, a dark crimson figure appeared at the entrance of Taiping Temple, striding confidently inside. "You've arrived." Cheng Xiao opened his eyes, maintaining his tranquil composure as he regarded the newcomer. "You knew I would come?" "Of course. Please have a seat. The tea will be ready shortly." Yi Fan, unperturbed, settled cross-legged on the cushion opposite Cheng Xiao, placing his long blade beside him. "May I smoke?" "Please do." Yi Fan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it leisurely while scrutinizing the remarkably youthful Daoist before him. Despite sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy from him, his aura akin to that of an ordinary person, when Cheng Xiao opened his eyes, a flicker of divinity revealed his true nature. "How should I address you, Daoist?" "Cheng Xiao, that thunder tribulation earlier. Was I witnessing your tribulation?" The two engaged in a slow, tentative dialogue, each question leading to the next. "Tea is served." "Commander Yi, is it appropriate for a monk to visit a Daoist temple at such an hour?" Simeng remarked as she poured a cup of tea for Yi Fan, then for Cheng Xiao and herself, effortlessly seating herself beside Cheng Xiao, exuding an air of obedience. "So it is you." Upon seeing Simeng, Yi Fan realized that the one responsible for reviving Zhao Kongsheng and slaying the demigod-level Yin Jia, Lizard King, stood before him. Yet he sought confirmation. "It was you who resurrected Zhao Kongsheng in Sangnan?" "Indeed. And you were the one who saved the Phoenix Squad in the north and vanquished the mysterious demigod?" "Yes." "Why?" Cheng Xiao, understanding the implications behind the question, lifted his cup and took a sip, responding with a tranquil air, "There is no why. The Daoist philosophy emphasizes acting according to one's heart. If one wishes to do something, one simply does it. Do you not know that acting on one's whims is akin to being a demon? The so-called indulgence in one's desires, at its core, is merely the manifestation of obsessive thoughts." "Obsessive thoughts." Cheng Xiao caressed his teacup, contemplating. "As you say, or as the teachings of Buddhism suggest, every individual harbors the original sins of greed, anger, and ignorance. Thus, every person in this world is a demon. If one could effortlessly suppress the desires, anger, and ignorance within, would that not also be a manifestation of those very same desires, anger, and ignorance? What constitutes a demon? What defines a Buddha? What embodies the way?" In response to Cheng Xiao's probing inquiry, Yi Fan remained silent, merely lifting his teacup to savor the tea slowly. If it were possible, he would prefer not to engage in conflict with a deity. However, considering Cheng Xiao's erratic actions on several occasions, it was evident that her conduct lacked coherence. Such a deity lingering in the Great Xia would undoubtedly represent a precarious element. Xia Simeng observed the tense atmosphere, feeling a surge of anxiety. Although Yi Fan's demeanor was somewhat rigid, his every action was driven by a desire to protect the Great Xia. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao, despite her inability to fully grasp his intentions, recognized that her own actions were also aimed at safeguarding the realm. She hoped that these two individuals would not clash due to their different perspectives. Chapter 10. Answer me. Look into my eyes. In this present age of the Taiping Tao, what do you wish to accomplish? You openly worship the traitors and rebels. What is your intent? Yi Fan did not respond to Cheng Xiao's inquiry, as such a debate transcended the realm of reason and bore no significance in the current context. Cheng Xiao remained unhurried. The actions of the Taiping Tao are solely for the sake of peace, and furthermore, he is not a rebel. Peace. What peace? Is it the peace wrought by arson, murder, and plunder, perpetrated by the most vile of individuals? To engulf millions across the 6 continents of the Han in flames of war. This is the peace you speak of? Do you intend to claim that the Yellow Turban Army's original purpose was to plead for the people, to rescue the common folk from peril? A farce. Al safe ishal safe, al bendit ishal bendit. The notion of a righteous theft to aid the impoverished is merely an excuse to soothe one's own conscience. Yes, the Yellow Turban Army is a mixed bag, harboring individuals with ulterior motives who seize the opportunity to commit nefarious acts. Yet one cannot dismiss their achievements in light of their transgressions. So, I ask you, why did they rise in rebellion? How did the Taiping Tao expand so swiftly? How did it amass hundreds of thousands of followers within a mere few years? Were they unaware that their forthcoming actions would be a blatant defiance against the imperial court and the law, a plunge into an irretrievable abyss? Zhang Jiao's deceptive words misled the masses, using talismans as a guise to rally their hearts, a fact beyond dispute. Yi Fan remained impassive. From the moment he first heard the term Taiping Tao, he regarded Cheng Xiao as the next Zhang Jiao. Should history repeat itself under the watchful gaze of external deities and the chaos within, the Great Xia would inevitably fracture. He must quash any potential unrest before it could blossom. If I were to offer you a bowl of talisman water now, and after consuming it, you were to follow my lead, would you be willing? As Cheng Xiao spoke, he produced a handful of beans, letting them fall one by one onto the table, each producing a crisp sound upon impact. Without employing any special means, how could one transform these beings into soldiers who would heed his command? Yi Fan remained silent. His talisman water may not cure ailments, yet it can save lives. When you are on the brink of starvation, and I offer you a handful of beans, urging you to consume them and join my cause, this is akin to turning beings into soldiers. Instead of examining your own shortcomings when food is scarce, instead of reflecting on whether your lack of effort has led to your household's famine, do you then use this as a pretext to disrupt the world? Seeking fault within oneself, what a notion. When it doesn't rain, you find fault within yourself when locusts ravage your crops. Is it not due to your own lack of diligence? Should you also seek blame within yourself? When plague ravages the land, do you not dare to confront your own failings? When the aristocracy imposes heavy taxes, should you not question your own circumstances? Pray tell me, what should they do? Should they devise a way to persuade the heavens to rain? Should they implore the aristocrats to grant them mercy, to spare them a chance at survival? Or should they simply do nothing and await their demise? You tell me, if your parents and children were to perish from sickness or hunger, and you were left with but a breath, what would you think of a stranger who suddenly appeared, offering you a bowl of hot soup? After you finish your soup, he invites you to join him in a rebellion against this cannibalistic world. How will you choose? Will you continue to languish, waiting for death by disease or starvation? Or will you rise alongside him, even if it leads to your demise, yet at least enjoy a few hearty meals before your end? What will your choice be? Look into my eyes. Tell me why. Do you still have a choice? Do you believe that inaction will spare you from those who feast upon the people's substance? They can watch you all perish, gazing indifferently as countless innocents meet their end, as long as they themselves are well fed and cared for. What concern have they for your survival? Yifan fell into a profound silence. Cheng Xiao spoke the truth. Throughout history, every peasant uprising has been ignited by the cruel exploitation and oppression of the rulers. When the common folk can no longer endure, they risk everything to secure a chance at survival. If everyone were well-fed, warmly clothed, and living in peace, who would willingly don the mantle of a rebel? How could a few passionate souls incite them to revolt? The one you awaited has arrived. What do you plan to do? Will you banish me from the great Xia, imprison me in a fasting house, or execute me? Just as Cheng Xiao finished speaking, the sound of galloping hooves echoed outside the temple, and a carriage, like a specter, halted at the entrance. An elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow and exuding an air of scholarly elegance, descended from the carriage and strode directly into the temple. Observing the 3 empty cushions before the table, Master Chen understood. He had long anticipated what was to transpire. Even upon seeing Simeng, he felt a flicker of surprise within, yet he concealed it. The moment he entered the temple, he knew his previous conjectures were entirely correct, and without further thought, he quietly seated himself on the cushion beside Yifan. Master, please enjoy some tea. Simeng, like a dutiful little wife, sat beside Cheng Xiao, pouring tea with an air of grace, a stark contrast to her usual boisterous demeanor. Thank you. Master Chen accepted the teacup and took a delicate sip. It was neither too hot nor too cold, and the rich flavor revealed it to be fine tea. Observing the scene before him, Cheng Xiao found it somewhat amusing that he had inadvertently facilitated a meeting of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. After a long silence, Yifan spoke gravely. This is the Great Xia. Within its borders, divine beings are prohibited from acting. Master Chen sat upright, an aura of righteousness beginning to swell around him, its implications unmistakable. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Simeng hesitated to speak, and Cheng Xiao gently clasped her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Divine prohibition. How exhilarating it sounds. Cheng Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted to a figure at the side. Yifan and the others followed his gaze. Noticing a woman clad in a black gauzy gown, resplendent and dignified, standing quietly in the open space, exuding an air of grace even without any discernible divine power. The newly manifested deity, please forgive my uninvited presence. I am simply curious as to how new divinities can emerge at such a time. Cheng Xiao also rose to greet her, saying, Goddess of the night, you honor us with your presence. Please, take a seat. Clang. The starry blade was drawn, and Yifan, with his right hand gripping the sword, pointed it directly at Nyx. Goddess of the night, Nyx, what brings you to the great Xia? I have come in search of my child, Nyx replied, and without further acknowledgement of Yifan, she gracefully knelt upon a mat beside a low table. Please, enjoy some tea. Thank you. A child? Yifan cast a suspicious glance at Cheng Xiao. Their earlier conversation did not suggest such a matter. His gaze then shifted to Simeng, who was pouring tea for Nyx. Could it be? Chapter 11. Sword comes. Lin Xie. As Lin Xie observed Yifan preparing to lead Simeng to become Nyx's child, Cheng Xiao spoke calmly. Lin Xie? Both Yifan and Master Chen were taken aback, and even Simeng widened her eyes in astonishment at Cheng Xiao, her gaze betraying a yearning for worldly desires. Indeed, Captain Xia remained unchanged, fixated on 2 matters, vacations and capturing Lin Xie. Now, upon hearing that Lin Xie was Nyx's child, her excitement surged even higher. Cheng Xiao continued, Lin Xie's identity extends beyond merely being the agent of the Seraphim Michael. It is intricate, and perhaps he himself is still unaware of its full extent. Besides Michael and Nyx, there are several other deities occupying his mind, not to mention the myriad of inconsequential titles. He bears an even more formidable identity, the embodiment of the cosmic will. However, Cheng Xiao was not preoccupied with this revelation. When Nyx had appeared earlier, although she had not unleashed her divine power, he could sense the aura she emanated, rivaling his own. In simpler terms, she possessed the capability to kill. Indeed, bolstered by the 36 techniques of Tiangang, he could now slay Nyx. As one of the primordial deities of Olympus, Nyx's status here was supreme. Although she had not fully regained her strength, she could still vanquish all beneath her. This meant that Cheng Xiao now stood on equal footing with her. He could slay lesser gods at will. Yet, Cheng Xiao did not allow himself to become complacent. In this world, the supreme deities were mere trifles, hardly worthy of concern. The true adversaries lay in the realms of the exalted and the primordial ancestors, the three pillars of the K-series, and the root cause of it all, Azathoth. Of course, there was a genuine puppet master behind the scenes, the true architect of this chaos, yet he was beyond the reach of mortal retribution. In this world, supreme deities were as common as cabbages. Numerous supreme gods had already made their appearances in the narrative, including Odin, Zeus, Michael, and Lucifer, among others. Moreover, there were others like Cal's, Tartarus, Eros, and Erebus, who, alongside Nyx as primordial deities of Olympus, had yet to appear in the story. However, that did not imply they would not manifest in this world. Soon, Cheng Xiao became acutely aware of a rather alarming realization. The combat prowess of the deities in this world seemed woefully inadequate. Take, for instance, the great battle a decade prior, where Gaia, the mother of Earth and a supreme deity, merely shattered Yi Fan with a single punch, only to require the cursed object of Shiva to erase an entire city. Furthermore, as he currently stood at the level of a true immortal, he could indiscriminately slay those beneath the supreme tier. A true immortal could kill a supreme deity. What then of a profound immortal capable of decimating a supreme being? A golden immortal could subdue the three pillars of the K-series, while a great Luo could directly challenge Azathoth. Was this reasonable? It was far from reasonable. The disparity in combat prowess was utterly absurd. Although he understood that his cultivation did not align with the mainstream standards of this world's combat system, he had not anticipated such a vast chasm. Moreover, it appears that in this world there are numerous absurdities. The Battle of the Southern Seas, Yang Jin's ascension to divinity in 3 steps, swiftly vanquishing the god-level Indra, followed by Zhou's elevation to godhood, directly confronting the 3 pillars of the Cthulhu pantheon. Yet, the 3 pure ones, the supreme deities of Taoism, seem to lack any remarkable display of prowess, as if they had been coasting from the very beginning. This thought brings forth another query. From whence did he obtain this Taoist scripture, the Taiping Jing? The intensity of his cultivation is evidently uncharacteristic of this realm. Consequently, he recalls a father-daughter pair. In lower dimensional worlds, higher beings exist as projections of higher dimensional entities. As the dimensionality of a world increases, the variety of life diminishes. At that moment, a phrase suddenly flashed through Cheng Xiao's mind. Perhaps these deities in this world are merely projections from a higher dimension, or even projections of projections. Indeed, this is a virtual world constructed from a novel, yet due to his arrival or other factors, it is transformed from a mere illusion into what he perceives as reality. Nevertheless, its essence remains a 2-dimensional realm built by 3-dimensional beings. The origin of it all stems from the great Old One, Azathoth, who seeks to shatter the barriers separating dimensions, thus beginning to voraciously consume cosmic energy. The barrier Azathoth wishes to breach is none other than that between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional spaces, ultimately ascending to the 3rd dimension and becoming the sole sovereign of the entire 2-dimensional universe. Hence, this world is, in fact, a 2-dimensional realm. As this thought emerged in Cheng Xiao's mind, he suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a warning emanating from the depths of his soul. In that moment, he seemed to find himself enveloped in an infinite darkness. Deep within that obscurity, he glimpsed an eye, a gaze imbued with oppression and suffocation, rendering one hesitant to meet it. Just a single glance sent a bone-chilling cold surging from his feet to the entirety of his being, as if to convey that should he not cease this line of thought, he would vanish forever in the next moment. Cheng Xiao broke into a cold sweat, yet simultaneously solidified his earlier conviction. This was a warning from Azathoth. He had glimpsed the ultimate truth of this world. He buried this notion deep within his heart, vowing to share it with no one and to prevent its reemergence. What troubles you? Why are your hands so cold? A gentle touch on his hand and a soft whisper pulled him back to reality. It's nothing, just a sudden thought. Nyx cast him a meaningful glance before shifting her gaze elsewhere. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others had recovered from their astonishment regarding Lin Chie's identity, redirecting their focus towards Cheng Xiao. We can offer you a choice. Join the Night Watchers and protect Daoist with us. Not interested, those three seemingly light words reignited the tension in the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease. Nix sat nearby, visibly entertained, as if savoring a grand performance. Is this your choice? Yi Fan's tone turned frigid, a glow of Buddhist light beginning to coalesce around him. I shall protect Daoist in my own way. The Night Watcher bears the weight of his own mission, and I too possess my own obligations. As Cheng Xiao spoke, he gradually rose, casting a glance at the empty mat beside him. It seems that this confrontation was unavoidable before your arrival. With that, he glanced at Simeng and then turned towards Nix, who was poised to observe the spectacle. Goddess Nix, I beseech your assistance. Understanding Cheng Xiao's intent, Nix enveloped Simeng in an aura of darkness, and in the blink of an eye, the two had traversed to a distance of 10 meters. Yi Fan and Chen Fuzi also rose, one radiating a luminous aura akin to a wrathful Vajra, while the other was surrounded by a vibrant life force, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Is this truly your final decision? Very well. Allow me to witness the pinnacle of human prowess today. I apologize for the offense. Here comes the sword. Chapter 12. Like you, I say. Cheng Xiao, with his right hand gently grasped, summoned a silvery stream of light that shot forth from the backyard, landing precisely in the palm of his hand. It was a long sword, 3 feet in length and 1 inch in width, its blade a deep black adorned with silver, featuring 7 irregularly spaced holes. When these holes were connected, they mirrored the arrangement of the Big Dipper in the night sky. Yi Fan and Master Chen exchanged a furtive glance, both displaying a hint of confusion. Wasn't he this fellow supposed to be a mage? Why was he wielding a sword? He am perplexed. Yet, it seems that ancient Daoists, aside from their elixirs and talismans, also practiced swordsmanship. You could have mentioned that earlier. I would have invited Zhou Ping along. You didn't ask. I assumed you knew. Enough chatter. Let us get to the fighting. Unbeknownst to Cheng Xiao, the two were silently communicating through their gazes. Out of respect for them, he refrained from employing his most lethal techniques, such as the and, but this did not imply that he intended to hold back. The celestial bodies shifted, drawing on the power of the 7 stars. Cheng Xiao uttered a low command, swiftly forming a seal with his left hand before pointing towards the night sky. In an instant, the stars twinkled as if influenced by an unseen force, altering their positions. In the blink of an eye, the Big Dipper, once situated in the north, now hovered directly above Taipingguan, countless star energies cascading downward, enveloping the sword in Cheng Xiao's hand in a radiant silvery glow. Witnessing the dramatic relocation of countless stars, astonishment washed over everyone's faces. Even a usually composed Nikes found his breath quickening. Amidst the surprise, Yi Fan's eyes reflected a mixture of resignation, it appeared. But he could not prevail. He sensed a power within the sword, one that had never before manifested in this world. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated as Cheng Xiao's sword energy shattered Master Chen's mental landscape. Master Chen staggered backward, retreating a dozen steps before barely regaining his balance. Blood surging within him, a crimson hue spilling from the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, Yi Fan seized the moment, darting forward like a specter, and swung his blade with all his might, targeting Cheng Xiao's vital points. Clang! Cheng Xiao swiftly raised his sword to parry, the clash of blade against blade resonating like a crisp bell, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward, sweeping through the front yard like a tempest. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Yi Fan swiftly altered his approach, raising his blade vertically like a colossal axe, aiming to cleave Cheng Xiao in two. Cheng Xiao matched his move, parrying with his sword. The sound of their strikes echoed through the tranquil night, each impact clear and resonant, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, seemingly evenly matched. Yi Fan struck, slashed, thrust, and pierced with a myriad of techniques, each blow more ferocious than the last, accompanied by the whistling of slicing air. Yet, without exception, Cheng Xiao effortlessly deflected them with a mere flick of his hand. As time wore on, Yi Fan began to tire, the radiant aura surrounding him dimming. Cheng Xiao, with a reverse flick of his sword, sent Yi Fan's weapon soaring through the air, his gaze remaining indifferent and serene, observing him from a position of superiority. Do you concede? Yi Fan knelt on the ground, propped up by his long blade, his breath heavy from the immense exertion. Cheng Xiao remained unhurried, silently observing him, awaiting his response. After a few moments, Yi Fan steadied his breath and lifted his head, his blood-red eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Impossible. The Night Watchman shall never concede defeat. With a fierce roar, Yi Fan leapt to his feet, his entire being radiating a resplendent Buddhist light, enveloping the mountain in a golden aura akin to a miniature sun. Under the blessing of this divine glow, the star blade transformed into a formidable weapon, its edge slicing through the air with a piercing sonic boom. Cheng Xiao deftly turned his wrist, and the light of the Big Dipper above him blazed forth, showering down an abundance of stellar power. At this moment, the sword became translucent, seemingly forged entirely from light. The clash of Yi Fan's descending long knife against Cheng Xiao's sword erupted with a force that swept through the courtyard like a whirlwind. Following Yi Fan's strike, Cheng Xiao retaliated with a precise thrust, his sword meeting the edge of the star blade directly, causing Yi Fan's radiant aura to dissipate entirely. The star blade was now riddled with web-like fissures, and moments later, it shattered completely in Yi Fan's grasp, leaving only the hilt and a scattering of shards. The courtyard fell into a silence so profound it was unsettling. Apart from Nikes, who maintained a composed demeanor, Yi Fan, Chun Fuzi, and Xia Simeng stood in stunned disbelief at the fragments strewn across the ground. The star blade, shattered? Xia Simeng gazed at the remnants, her voice laced with incredulity. Just moments ago, she had been unable to discern Cheng Xiao's movements, only catching a fleeting glimpse of his sword light before witnessing the current scene. This was the Star Blade, a weapon forged at the behest of Nie Jinshan, the former commander of the Night Watchmen, by the Queen Mother of the West. Although not a divine weapon, it had fought alongside the Night Watchmen for countless years, never once breaking even in the face of deities. Yet now it lay in ruins. As the hilt fell to the ground, Yi Fan felt a tremor in his right hand, his expression eerily calm. Others, standing at a distance, might not have grasped the full extent of what had transpired, but as a direct participant, he understood all too well. When Cheng Xiao's sword had thrust toward him, he had felt as though 7 colossal ancient stars were colliding with him. The force emanating from the Star Blade was even more terrifying than Gaia's punch a decade ago. Had Cheng Xiao harbored any intent to kill, Yi Fan might have ended up as mere fragments on the ground, or perhaps not even that. Observing the now subdued Yi Fan and Chun Fuzi, Cheng Xiao dissipated the starlight from his sword. As the light faded, the stars in the night sky began to shift again, eventually returning to their original positions. The sword slipped from his hand, darting joyfully to the backyard like a playful child. With a casual gesture of his right hand, the hilt and the scattered shards of the Star Blade all floated before Cheng Xiao. A mysterious aura enveloped his right hand, and as it gently glided above the fragments, the once shattered Star Blade began to coalesce once more, culminating in a flash of cold light as a complete Star Blade was reborn into the world. The Starry Blade is not merely the standard weapon of the Night Watchmen. It embodies their spiritual essence. The unbreakable Starry Blade reflects their unwavering dedication to expelling the mysterious and safeguarding the Great Xia. A fractured Starry Blade serves as a reminder of Cheng Xiao's intimidation towards Yi Fan, yet it only serves to sow discord among the ranks of the Night Watchmen. For their resolve to protect the Great Xia must not be compromised. Cheng Xiao tossed the restored Starry Blade to Yi Fan, gazing at him with the same serene demeanor. The Night Watchmen shall not betray the Great Xia. I stand with you all. Chapter 13. The Lost Land as the Night Descends. I shall stand before countless souls, brandishing my sword towards the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Cheng Xiao slowly recited this oath of the Night Watchers, one that did not originally belong to him, yet he now shared a similar aspiration with them. The Night Watchers safeguard the flickering lights of countless homes, while he, emerging from the Taiping Dao, seeks to restore peace to the people of the Great Xia. This is your oath, night watchers. I hope you do not forget it, nor regard it merely as a declaration. It is both an oath and a mission. Yi Fan proclaimed, raising his left fist. Cheng Xiao understood, raising his own fist in unison, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. At the moment when Cheng Xiao reforged the Starblade, all of Yi Fan's prior suspicions and biases against him vanished without a trace. The group returned to the table, where the tea still radiated warmth. Finally, a figure that Cheng Xiao had long awaited made its entrance, dressed in simple white cloth, hair held up by a humble wooden pin, and wearing straw sandals. Though his attire was modest, even meager, he emanated a distinct aura of clarity. Watching this figure approach the Daoist temple, Cheng Xiao rose to greet him. I pay my respects to the celestial master. Young friend, you are most courteous. The Yuan Shi Tianzun paid no heed to Cheng Xiao's lack of decorum. It was not that Cheng Xiao was disrespectful, rather, as a member of the Daoist sect, he acknowledged that the supreme deity of Taiping Dao is the central yellow heaven, not the three pure ones embodied by the eastern sky. Please, celestial master. As Yuan Shi Tianzun noticed the unoccupied mat by the low table, he chuckled lightly. It seems that you anticipated my arrival. It is only natural, given that you possess the supreme Daoist skill of the 36 heavenly gangs and have insight into the future. Is it truly you, the Yuan Shi Tianzun? Chun Fuzi inquired tentatively. Indeed, Yuan Shi Tianzun confirmed with a nod, revealing no concealment. Upon learning that the visitor was indeed the Yuan Shi Tianzun, Chun Fuzi and Yi Fan could no longer remain seated. This unassuming Daoist temple had already astonished them many times that evening. May I ask, Celestial Master, have the deities of the Great Xiao returned? Chun Fuzi's voice trembled. Ever since the mist descended a century ago, with foreign gods and various mysteries emerging, the deities of the Great Xia had vanished overnight. Although the absence of deities in the Great Xia had become an acknowledged reality, many still believed that the gods had not truly disappeared. They had merely departed temporarily and would one day return. Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded soon. They shall return. Ah, splendid. Ha ha, splendid. The deities of the Great Xia are finally coming back. Who would dare to claim that the Great Xia is without gods? Who would dare to mock the Great Xia's divine absence? Chun Fuzi laughed, his mirth bordering on madness. The graceful scholar he once was faded away, and in that moment, he could no longer contain his emotions, laughing uproariously until tears streamed down his face, tears for the hardships and struggles of the Great Xia Night Watchers over the years. The group conversed like long-lost friends for quite some time, sharing many stories, until the moon reached its zenith and the chirping of insects outside the temple gradually subsided. Today, I had the privilege of encountering a nascent deity, as well as the long-vanished supreme god of the Great Xia. This fills me with joy. Yet it is time for me to return, for Daoist awaits my presence at home. With these words, Nyx rose to take her leave. Farewell, goddess of night. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Nyx nodded, then turned to gaze at Simeng beside Cheng Xiao. Child, within you lies a formidable power. While being a divine agent is a blessing, it can also be a form of constraint. Nyx's figure gradually melded with the night, until her essence was no longer perceptible. Yi Fan and Master Chen also stood to bid farewell. They had come tonight for Cheng Xiao, and with the misunderstandings resolved and another exhilarating revelation in hand, they felt greatly content. As the few departed, the Taiping Temple once again fell into tranquility, leaving only Cheng Xiao, Simeng, and the primordial heavenly sovereign. Would you, my young friend, care to join the heavenly court? The primordial heavenly sovereign suddenly extended an invitation to Cheng Xiao. I am deeply grateful for your kind offer, esteemed sovereign, but I regret to inform you that I must decline. Cheng Xiao's refusal was unequivocal. Had it been before dusk, he might have acquiesced, but now he had discerned the truths of this world and conceived a bolder ambition. Cheng Xiao's reaction seemed to align with the primordial heavenly sovereign's expectations. No matter. Though our paths may differ, our hearts resonate alike. Should you require assistance, the heavenly court shall undoubtedly extend its utmost support. Thank you, Sovereign. I take my leave now. Sovereign, please hold. Suddenly recalling something, Cheng Xiao hastily called out to the departing primordial heavenly sovereign. Have you heard of the annihilation of all directions? As Cheng Xiao grasped the truths of the world, a hazy phantom materialized within his consciousness. The phantom bore a cruciform shape, with its ends resembling horse hooves, beneath which were inscribed enigmatic symbols that bore a resemblance to the hexagrams of the I Ching. At the center of the cross lay a Taiji yin-yang symbol. Without any hints or clues, Cheng Xiao felt a sense of familiarity, a vague intuition that this entity was of significant importance to his future endeavors. Through persistent recollection, this phantom within his consciousness ultimately aligned closely with a memory deep within him: the annihilation of all directions. The annihilation of all directions? The primordial heavenly sovereign pondered these four characters, sensing that their essence might hold the key to the future of this world. Yet, he ultimately shook his head. I have not encountered this before. If it pertains to something that truly exists in this world but has yet to manifest, you might consider exploring the endless chaotic sea. Sovereign, what is the endless chaotic sea? This was the first time Cheng Xiao had heard this name. The endless chaotic sea, also known as the Lost Realm, is an unknown expanse located deep within the cosmos. Millennia ago, we ventured to its periphery. Here, time and space are profoundly distorted, and each entry reveals an entirely new dimension. It does not feel like something that should exist in this world, akin to being forsaken by it. Hence the name Lost Realm. In the depths of the cosmos, after bidding farewell to the primordial supreme being, Cheng Xiao lifted his gaze, piercing through the boundless starry expanse. At the horizon of his sight lay an area entirely shrouded in a dense, swirling black mist, akin to tumultuous waves, impenetrable and filled with the essence of the unknown. This realm was likely the endless chaos sea spoken of by the primordial supreme being. With only a year remaining before the divine war of Tsangnan, it seemed prudent for him to embark on a journey to this enigmatic place, though the true purpose of the obliteration of all directions remained elusive. An instinct within him urged that discovering this entity would catalyze a profound transformation in his power. Chapter 14. Farewell to Lin Xie in the days that followed. Tranquility seemed to envelop everything once more. Cheng Xiao spent his days in leisurely solitude, dedicating himself to personal cultivation while occasionally guiding Xia Simeng in her training. Observing the phoenix apparition manifesting from Xia Simeng, he conceived a rather audacious notion. During her final battle, she had awakened her latent potential through the invocation of a divine spirit, transforming into a phoenix. What if, through gentle and consistent means, he could enhance the concentration of her phoenix bloodline within her? Ultimately, would she not metamorphose into a true phoenix? Previously, Nikes had also mentioned that a formidable power lay dormant within her, which might very well pertain to her phoenix lineage. The Phoenix Squad's bloodline is a legacy. Each captain, before their sacrifice, bestows their organs and bloodline upon their successor. Each transition of leadership signifies a rebirth of the bloodline, growing ever more potent with every renewal. Perhaps, in due course, they could cultivate an immortal phoenix through this continuous inheritance. Yet, that lay far in the future, and perhaps he would not live to witness it. Cheng Xiao was resolute in his determination to prevent Xia Simeng from meeting her demise. He intended to alter the course of fate. He aspired to grant the people of Daxia a lasting peace, a populace that included Xia Simeng, Zhao Kongcheng, Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, the mass team, the spirit medium team, the soon-to-be-vanished Tsangnan, and many others who would never witness the tranquil era a decade hence. Days later, Xia Simeng departed as well. Upon Yi Fan's return, he rescinded her punishment, and with new mysterious forces emerging from beyond Daxia, as captain, she could not afford to be absent. The once warm and inviting temple returned to its desolate state. Gazing at the now empty courtyard, Cheng Xiao felt as if he were in a different realm altogether. Yet, he understood that this was not the time to dwell on familial affections. His journey was still far from over. Master Ancestor, it seems the incense must extinguish. I too must depart for a while. He placed 3 sticks of incense into the burner, glancing at the 3 clay statues in the hall, jesting with them as if they were old friends. Since that day, when Cheng Xiao had illuminated his path, he seemed to have vanished completely. No matter how fervently Cheng Xiao called out, there was no response. He pondered why he felt such a longing to see Cheng Xiao. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his dependence. Cheng Xiao's absence may not be a misfortune. After all, the path must be traversed alone. He was set to embark for the infinite chaos sea, and if fortune favored him, he could return before the Tsungnan Divine War, a pivotal reason for his current departure. The two-dimensional world, though merely a weak energy field of lower dimensions, possessed a bug-like ability, narrative correction. His presence had ensured that Zhao Kongcheng survived, and Sangnan's Team 136 had gained an additional stronghold. Simeng, too, had significantly enhanced her abilities due to the Taiping Canon and the 36 Laws of Tiangang. Both the Phoenix Squad and Team 136 were key players in the Tsangnan Divine War. The quantitative changes in Simeng and Zhao Kongcheng might indeed catalyze a qualitative transformation in the impending conflict. He set off early in search of the 10 Directions Annihilation, primarily to counteract the so-called narrative corrections. Should any deviation in the plot arise, with the presence of the highest powers, he could leverage the 10 Directions Annihilation to repel those supreme deities and safeguard Sangnan. However, before embarking on this journey, he had one more destination to visit. Sangnan, new recruit training camp. Standing atop the dormitory building, observing the new recruits of the Night Watch engaged in their training, Cheng Xiao found himself reminiscing about his military training during university. Though the intensity of the current training was not comparable, it stirred a multitude of memories. Once upon a time, he too was a spirited youth. Who are you? What brings you to the new recruit training camp? Suddenly, a serious and composed voice resonated from behind Cheng Xiao. Turning around, he beheld a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance, a long scar gracing his face, which, rather than appearing menacing, lent him an air of gravity. Yuan Gong. Upon hearing Cheng Xiao utter his name, Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback. As his star blade slowly slid from its sheath, he felt a sense of weariness. Today's training session for the new recruits had been fraught with complications. Among the recruits were divine agents and individuals from extremely hazardous realms, just as he believed he had successfully trained them and set them on the right path. A sudden appearance of a night goddess Nyx disrupted everything. The matter concerning Nyx had only recently concluded, and now another Taoist had arrived. Although the aura surrounding him was obscure, the divinity reflected in his eyes confirmed that this Taoist was indeed a genuine deity. As for the audacity to draw a blade against the deity, it was hardly a novelty. He had done so against Nyx, one of the supreme gods. So what was there to fear from an unfamiliar divine presence? Who exactly are you? In the capital, at Taipingguan, Cheng Xiao replied, I am here to seek Lin Xie. At the mention of Lin Xie, Yuan Gang's wariness intensified. The deities of the Great Xia had long since vanished, and he found it hard to believe that this enigmatic Taoist was the long-lost deity of the Great Xia. Moreover, Lin Xie was now the only known dual deity agent and had become a focal point of concern for the headquarters. Until he matured, it was imperative that he did not fall into the hands of foreign gods. You may call Yi Fan to verify my identity. Cheng Xiao did not wish to impose on Yuan Gang. The night watchmen who perished to protect the Great Xia were the most admirable souls. Seemingly reassured by the absence of malevolence from Cheng Xiao, Yuan Gang hesitated for a moment before stepping back and dialing a number on his phone. Yes, understood. I comprehend. Yuan Gang spoke in a whisper, his eyes still fixed intently on Cheng Xiao. Only when the call ended did the vigilance in his gaze dissipate, replaced by respect. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan did not explicitly reveal Cheng Xiao's identity, but he concluded with a significant statement. He is one of us, like the night watchman. Daoist, please follow me. Cheng Xiao nodded slightly and descended the dormitory building alongside Yuan Gang. Report. As Lin Xie entered Yuan Gang's office, he soon realized that another individual was present within. Clad in a yellow Daoist robe, the figure appeared strikingly familiar. It was him, the Daoist. Upon recognizing Cheng Xiao, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts drifting back to that rainy night months prior, when the Daoist had appeared abruptly and vanished just as swiftly. effortlessly resurrecting Zhao Kongsheng, who had previously employed the ghostly invocation. The astonishment he felt then surpassed even the wonder of witnessing the six-winged angel on the moon during his childhood, rivaling the surreal experience of first entering that mental asylum within his mind. It has been a long time, Lin Xie. Chapter 15, Curiosity. Daozhong. Whether it pertains to the cosmic will or the future commander of the Night Watch, at this moment, Lin Xie is merely a 17-year-old youth, his mind far from the maturity that time will bestow upon him. Lin Xie, this Daozhong has matters to discuss with you. Please cooperate. Yuan Gang stated before rising and departing the office, leaving only Cheng Xiao and Lin Xie behind. How is Zhao Kongqing? He is quite well. Before I enter the training camp, he had already broken through to the pool realm. I reckon he is currently vying with Sister Hong Ying to determine who constitutes the primary combat strength of Team 136. As Lin Xie mentioned Zhao Kongsheng, Hong Ying, and Team 136, the tension in his heart gradually dissipated. Does the Daozhong have something urgent to discuss with me? I came to find your mother. In an instant, Lin Xie sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Xiao, observing the sudden surge of excitement in Lin Xie. Cheng Xiao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the boy had undoubtedly misunderstood. He quickly clarified, the goddess of night, Nyx. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Xie's eyes. He had hoped that Cheng Xiao would perform some ritual akin to those depicted in films to summon his mother back to him. Instead, he learned that it was not that mother, but another. No, something felt amiss, profoundly so. How could he possibly know to seek Nyx by first coming to me? Cheng Xiao noted every shift in Lin Xie's expression. This young lad was still rather naive, with his concerns written plainly upon his face. Do not be astonished. I possess knowledge that surpasses your imagination, including the thoughts swirling within that head of yours. Cheng Xiao remarked, lightly gesturing towards Lin Xie's mind. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Lin Xie transitioned from anxiety to sheer terror. The notion of the divine psychiatric hospital occupied the deepest recesses of his secrets, yet this enigmatic Daoist had effortlessly pierced through that veil. Aren't you curious why they do not allow you to leave Sangnan? Not curious. Aren't you intrigued by what transpired a decade ago? And not curious. Are you not at all curious about why you were blind for 10 years? Not curious. Are you not curious about the origins of that psychiatric hospital and why it resides within your mind? Not curious. I am not curious about anything. No, you are curious. I am not curious. I have stated I am not curious. Who are you? Who are you? Before I respond to that inquiry, allow me to pose a question to you. Who are you? Who am I? Lin Xie fell silent, perplexed by Cheng Xiao's sudden question. Am I not Lin Xie? Cheng Xiao continued, you are Lin Xie, but you are not merely Lin Xie. He then ceased speaking, merely observing him in silence. At that moment, Lin Xie found himself consumed by a singular query. Besides being Lin Xie, who else am I? Newly arisen deity, please do not torment my child. Suddenly, the voice of Nyx resonated from behind Lin Xie. Cheng Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a child being caught in the act by their mother. Nonetheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had done nothing amiss. Simultaneously, Yuan Gang, standing like a sentinel downstairs, abruptly lifted his gaze. It was the presence of Nyx. Why had this deity appeared once more? Goddess Nyx, simply call me Cheng Xiao, he said. Nyx nodded slightly in response. Yet her attention was occupied with soothing the agitated Lin Xie. Dionysus, you are you, my Dionysus, my child. Eventually, under Nyx's comforting words, Lin Xie gradually regained his composure, though his gaze towards Cheng Xiao was rife with hostility. It was only then that Nyx redirected her focus to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao, this is not the place for conversation. Your aura bears a striking resemblance to another. You should be able to enter Dionysus's hospital. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. Who was this other person Nyx referred to? Yin? In what way were they alike? They did not even inhabit the same dimension. Mother, this. Lin Xie became anxious at the thought of allowing Cheng Xiao into the divine psychiatric hospital. You see, you're becoming agitated, Nyx remarked with a gentle smile, patting his head. Dionysus, He means no harm. It was merely a jest. But, Dionysus, are you disregarding your mother's words? Nyx's tone shifted to one of sternness. Very well, but I cannot guarantee he will be permitted entry. Fear not. Relax your mind and do not reject him, Nyx advised, giving a subtle nod towards Cheng Xiao, understanding her intent. Cheng Xiao offered no resistance as her dark aura enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself transformed from Yuan Gang's office into a hospital room. Without pleasantries, Nyx cut to the chase. Are you prepared to venture to that place? Cheng Xiao understood that she referred to the endless chaotic sea and nodded in affirmation. Yet a new question emerged. How did she know of his destination? I know what you are pondering and the purpose of your journey there. This revelation startled Cheng Xiao. How did she possess such knowledge? Who truly was the one who had traversed dimensions? Disregarding Cheng Xiao's astonishment, she continued, that night, did he come? But he referred to none other than Azathoth, the embodiment of blind madness in the Cthulhu mythos. Cheng Xiao finally grasped the meaning behind Nyx's earlier gaze. She had sensed Azathoth's presence. Indeed, at that moment, I may have learned things we were not meant to know. He issued a warning to me. Do you understand why he only warned you? This sudden question evoked a moment of clarity for Cheng Xiao. Why, indeed, had Azathoth merely issued a warning? According to the usual demeanor of Cthulhu deities, one would expect him to act decisively when confronted with the notion of cosmic dimensions. It is noteworthy that a fellow patient of Nyx, merely having scratched the surface of the world's profound truths, caused the supreme deity to succumb to madness. Yet this time, the occurrence was strikingly atypical. It was merely a tepid warning before the entity hastily departed. Could it be that the presence accompanying it bore the essence of that enigmatic object? It symbolized ignorance and blindness, while that object represented omniscience and guidance. Thus, it becomes clear, Nyx too sensed the aura of the complete annihilation of the 10 directions. If we assert that Azathoth refrains from acting out of fear of this total obliteration, it becomes comprehensible. Indeed, the essence of the complete annihilation of the 10 directions perfectly counteracts Azathoth's nature, further solidifying Cheng Xiao's resolve to seek out this ultimate force. Chapter 16, SpongeBob. Let us chase the jellyfish. The revelation that the 10 directions of annihilation can restrain Azathoth is indeed a piece of good news. Albeit the ultimate cost of Azathoth being assimilated by Lin Xie into the 5th universe is exorbitantly high. However, questions linger. From whence did the 10 directions of annihilation originate? How did Nyx come to possess such knowledge? Is the primordial heavenly sovereign truly ignorant, or is there something being concealed? Cheng Xiao suddenly felt a headache. This world is far more intricate than the narratives derived from the texts. Nyx, too, exudes an aura that belies her seemingly simple exterior. The 10 directions of annihilation appear to have manifested in other two-dimensional realms, yet it remains true that projections from higher dimensions represent the authentic existence in lower dimensions. Perhaps the 10 directions are entities of the 3rd or even 4th dimension, appearing here solely to suppress Azathoth. As for Nyx, Cheng Xiao harbored a bolder conjecture. She may not be merely a high-dimensional projection. There exists a significant possibility that she carries a fragment of her own consciousness. The rationale behind this thought is straightforward. Her knowledge is profoundly extensive. She can sense the essence of Azathoth, comprehend the attributes of the 10 directions of annihilation, and is aware that they lie within the boundless sea of chaos. Her demeanor is decidedly uncharacteristic of a native deity. Cheng Xiao felt a tinge of gratitude. Had she not approached Nyx with a spirit of inquiry, she might have remained oblivious to these revelations. Speaking of which, she had not forgotten the primary purpose of her visit. Goddess Nyx, I have matters I wish to consult with you. Please proceed. What lies within the boundless sea of chaos? A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Nyx's gaze, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke. That place is known as the lost realm of the universe, where time and space are in disarray, seemingly hosting numerous disparate spaces, all compressed and stacked together. These realms appear to exist entirely beyond the confines of this universe, unbound by its laws. The phenomena occurring within each space defy the operational principles of our universe, and each entrance reveals an entirely new dimension. What have you witnessed therein? Cheng Xiao's mind began to whirl with possibilities. The independent spaces Nix spoke of could very well be fragments of a higher dimensional world. The greater the dimension, the more complex the energy dynamics. The rules of lower dimensions cannot constrain the energy of higher realms. Perhaps this is why an illusion arises that contradicts the laws of universal operation. Nix hesitated for a moment, a fleeting flicker of terror passing through her eyes, quickly masked but not unnoticed by Cheng Xiao, who grew increasingly curious about what Nix had encountered that could instill such fear in a primordial deity. I have ventured there numerous times, witnessing many creatures and phenomena that have never graced our universe. Glimpses of chaos before the birth of the cosmos, the void following its destruction, and my father and brother. Regarding the myth of Olympus, Cheng Xiao has acquired some understanding. At the dawn of the universe, there existed a state of utter void and chaos, devoid of space, time, or laws. From this abyss, the first deity of Olympus emerged, the primordial god of chaos. Subsequently, from within chaos, the primordial deities were birthed: Gaia, the mother of earth; Tartarus, the god of the abyss; Eros, the god of desire; Nyx, the goddess of night; and Erebus, the god of darkness. Under the influence of Eros, these 5 primordial gods commenced the most elemental of unions, giving rise to the deities of space, ether; the goddess of day, Hemera; Charon, the ferryman of the underworld; Uranus, the god of the sky; Pontus, the god of the ocean; and Ariel, the god of mountains. Subsequently, Uranus and Gaia bore the 12 titans. Following a series of turbulent events characterized by familial strife, the divine hierarchy of Olympus gradually stabilized, culminating in the present structure dominated by Zeus, the king of the gods; Hera, the queen of the heavens; and the 12 principal deities. The father Nyx referred to as undoubtedly the primordial god Chaos, while her mention of a brother raises the question, could it be Eros or Tartarus? They seem to be imprisoned in that realm, invisible bindings holding them captive yet unable to escape. Moreover, as Nyx continued, a flicker of fear returned to her eyes, her hands clutching her skirt tightly. They do not recognize me. I have never existed in their memories. Was it her primordial form? Or had some force erased Nyx's existence from memory? This question surfaced in Cheng Xiao's mind. However, such thoughts seemingly could not evoke fear in a primordial deity. What else lay within? After a long moment of calm, Nyx resumed, "Since then I have not set foot in that place again. Once I was lost within it, and a beam of light guided me to freedom. That light bore an almost identical essence to that object. The light emanated from the depths of that realm, where an even more terrifying presence resided." Cheng Xiao recognized the significance of Nyx's words. She had never uttered the name of the endless sea of chaos, always referring to it as that place. The guiding light had emerged from the depths of the endless sea of chaos, identical in essence to the annihilation of all things. Cheng Xiao was certain that the annihilation of all things lay deep within the endless sea of chaos. As for that even more fearsome entity, could it be? Upon this reflection, Cheng Xiao hastily curtailed his speculation. He recalled the warning from Azathoth and realized that in this world, certain matters must remain unspoken, even as fleeting thoughts. Regarding that place, there exists someone who has delved deeper than I. Perhaps they can provide you with further assistance. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Nyx spoke, a series of knocks echoed from outside the hospital room, upholding the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Lin Xie rose to open the door, his curiosity piqued by Li Yifei's odd behavior. Upon opening the door, Lin Xie was struck as if turned to stone by Medusa, his eyes wide with terror and his mind blank. Standing outside the door is a figure whose features remain obscured, adorned in a long black and blue robe, topped with a pointed wizard's hat, and holding a tome of magic. What is the meaning of this? Another visitor? Wasn't this supposed to be my asylum? It seems as though it has transformed into a public restroom, allowing anyone to enter. Is this the individual spoken of by the goddess Nyx? Cheng Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the silhouette outside, already aware of the identity of a newcomer. Lin Xie's second patient, the great magician, Merlin. Indeed, Merlin has long been devoted to the pursuit of the world's truths and the boundless, enigmatic sea of chaos is certainly a realm he frequents. Yet at this moment, only a singular thought echoed in Cheng Xiao's mind. SpongeBob, let us catch jellyfish. Chapter 17. Team 136. Daoist at the call of Nyx, Lin Xie, whose resolve was nearly shattered, finally regained his composure. Daoist, Mr. Merlin is our friend. We must not be disrespectful to him. Lin Xie cast a doubtful glance at Nyx, as if he wished to voice something, but ultimately refrained, stepping aside to allow Merlin to enter. Greetings, Goddess Nyx, and to this unfamiliar deity. I am Merlin, the Grand Sorcerer from England. Merlin removed his hat and executed a quintessentially British gentleman's bow to Cheng Xiao and Nyx. Merlin, have you managed to suppress your second personality? Merlin shook his head. Regrettably, Goddess Nyx, I have attempted numerous methods, but I can only briefly suppress my second personality with my dominant self. However, I overheard your discussion about the Lost Realm. Perhaps this artifact may assist you. As he spoke, Merlin retrieved an antiquated leather-bound notebook from the voluminous folds of his robe, its cover imbued with a sense of age and mystery. This contains some of my findings from my previous quest for truth, including discoveries from the Lost Realm. That place is enigmatic and fraught with the unknown. As Merlin continued, his body suddenly began to convulse and twist, collapsing to the ground in a writhing motion. Cheng Xiao's eyes lit up. He knew what was coming. After a violent spasm, Merlin transformed into a pink starfish, reaching out to seize the chair beside Nyx, which morphed into a net. Let us go catch jellyfish, SpongeBob, he exclaimed, racing around Lin Xie while brandishing the net. Even Nyx, with her composure, was taken aback by the abrupt spectacle. This, Merlin's second personality. Cheng Xiao suppressed a chuckle and approached Lin Xie, patting his shoulder. Stop staring. Return him to his ward. This is your second patient. If you wish to avoid drawing extraordinary attention, I suggest you treat him properly. Lin Xie pondered Cheng Xiao's words. The Daoist seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge, even about how he could harness divine abilities based on treatment progress. It was only when Lin Xie and Li Yifei worked together to escort the incessantly shouting starfish back to the ward that the farce came to an end. Merlin's sudden appearance was indeed unexpected. According to the text, the rooms behind the psychiatric hospital could only be accessed once Lin Xie attained a certain level of strength. Originally, Merlin was to appear only when they were on break from training, but it seemed that his arrival had been hastened due to Lin Xie's presence, and he had emerged from the ward of his own accord. Daoist, do you know who resides in those rooms? After settling Merlin, Lin Xie noticed Cheng Xiao standing in the corridor, staring vacantly at the back, and could not help but inquire. Cheng Xiao glanced at Lin Xie. I know, but I cannot disclose that information, not at least for now. The deity of poetry and music, Bragi, the victorious Buddha of battle, Sun Wukong, the king of Uruk, Gilgamesh. Cheng Xiao silently recited these three names in his heart, his eyes narrowing with keen interest as he gazed at the sixth door. Behind that door lay Nyarlathotep, disguised as Yolanda, one of the chaotic entities in the latter part of the narrative, known as the Crawling Chaos. Unlike the lackadaisical door key or the indifferent black goat, Nyarlathotep undoubtedly represented a formidable adversary in the latter stages. To reclaim control over his own body, Lin Xie had paid a considerable price. Just wait. I shall return to collect what is owed. The Peace Bureau, observing the peace wedding on the left and the peace funeral service on the right. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but marvel at Chun Mai's talent for finding such peculiar establishments. Ding dong. Welcome, as the electronic voice echoed in his ears. Cheng Xiao felt an almost surreal sense of dislocation. It had been 5 years, and during that time, he had spent most of it in seclusion on the mountain. The mundane hustle and bustle of the human world seemed to have faded from his memory. Welcome to the Peace Bureau. How may I assist you? Daoist? A girl with black-framed glasses and her hair styled in 2 buns emerged from behind, ready to attend to Cheng Xiao. However, she paused when she beheld his attire. Having been a part of Team 136 for quite some time, she had encountered numerous visitors to the Peace Bureau, yet this was her first encounter with a Daoist. After scrutinizing him more closely, his earth-toned robe, yellow crown, and youthful appearance, she thought, could this be the Daoist who revived old Zhao? Yes, it is I. Cheng Xiao understood the question that lingered in her mind. I am looking for your captain. At that moment, a faint glimmer shot from the tip of Cheng Xiao's fingers, disappearing into Si Xiaonan's brow. Oh, Daoist, please wait. Si Xiaonan instinctively prepared to head to the basement to summon Chun Mai, but suddenly realized he had referred to the captain. Could he also be a night watchman? Yet, she had never heard of a Daoist among their ranks. You can have Chun Mai call Yi Fan before coming to see me. Cheng Xiao spoke in a monotone, calculating how to procure something from Yi Fan during their next encounter to avoid having to call each time he sought out the night watchman. While Si Xiaonan went to find Chun Mai, Cheng Xiao sat alone on the sofa outside, sipping tea that, while inferior to that of the temple, was acceptable, albeit somewhat bitter. However, considering Chun Mai's stingy nature, well, having something to drink was better than nothing. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind, and before Cheng Xiao could raise his gaze, a large shadow skidded to a halt before him like a giant black rat. Thank you, Daoist, for saving my life. I, old Zhao, have nothing to offer, but should you ever need, I would gladly lay down my life for you. Live well. Having died once, do you still wish to die? Cheng Xiao rose and patted Zhao Kongcheng on the shoulder, redirecting his attention to the figures hastening toward him from behind. At the center stands a man with a serious demeanor, exuding an aura reminiscent of the depths of the infernal abyss. To his left is a man in his early 30s, equally stern and composed, sporting glasses and bandaged hands. Beside him is a youth of no remarkable distinction, his tousled hair lending him an air of aloofness. On the right, a slender young man dons a cap, his sharp gaze piercing through the atmosphere. Most striking, however, are the long legs of Si Xiaonan, prompting Cheng Xiao to remark upon the impressive length of her shoes. No, rather the extraordinary whiteness of the ground beneath them. Aside from Lin Xie, who remains at the training camp, all members of Team 136 are present. Once, he believed in the allure of ensemble casts. Little did he fathom that the outcome would be fraught with demise, one after another. Chapter 18. Miracles will reappear. The 136 squad, the second strike from the Godslayer, had once left many hearts in turmoil. The originally warm team, after the Battle of Songnan, was reduced overnight to just Hongying and Wenqimo. They remained in Songnan, hoping to welcome back their former comrades, yet none ever returned. Observing the 136 squad before him, Cheng Xiao nodded discreetly. With his presence, he vowed that tragedy would not repeat itself. Greetings, Daoist Cheng. I am Chun Mai, the captain of the Songnan Night Watch 136 squad. Commander Yi has instructed us to fully cooperate with your actions. Hello, Captain Chun. Cheng Xiao extended his hand, gently shaking Chun Mai's. As he surveyed the eager squad members, ready for departure, Cheng Xiao calmly reassured them. There is no need for such tension. There are no mysterious appearances this time. I have come specifically to seek you out. Seek me out? Chun Mai was momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing as if he had begun to fathom something. Similarly, Wu Xiangnan shot a surprised glance at Chun Mai, clearly sharing the same suspicion. Sister Hongying, what do you think the Daoist wants with the captain? Unable to contain her curiosity, Si Xiaonan inquired as she watched the three enter the basement, her wide eyes brimming with intrigue. I'm not certain, but my intuition tells me it cannot be trivial, Hongying remarked, chewing on bubble gum, dramatically observing the retreating figures of the three. Is it possible the captain is being reassigned? Then who will cook for us won't we be unable to see the captain anymore? Not that there aren't any benefits. Judging by the situation, perhaps both the captain and vice captain will be reassigned, which means my old Zhao might have a chance. Just you. You think you can become captain? Don't kid yourself. At that moment, had Chun Mai and the others walked a bit slower, they might have overheard these humorous yet audacious exchanges. In the dimly lit conference room, illuminated by a pale white fluorescent light, only three individuals convened. The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan had a rough idea of Cheng Xiao's purpose for visiting. Nevertheless, the matter was of great significance, even though Yi Fan had urged them to cooperate fully. I have suppressed this entity within the Forbidden Ruins for 10 years. Throughout this decade, I have dared not allow even a hint of its presence to leak. Should its aura manifest, Songnan, I understand. This is the place you have protected for a decade, and you wish to see it endure. Cheng Xiao silently added in his heart. Yet, it will not be long before you, along with the place you have guarded for 10 years, vanish. My purpose for coming here is to take away the grudge of Shiva. I will transport it to a location where no one can find it, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of the outer gods. Upon entering Songnan, Cheng Xiao had contemplated reshaping the area with the power of creation. However, as Songnan still lay under the shadow of the mortal realm, any rash attempt at reconstruction could backfire and potentially alert those outer gods. To minimize risk, he resolved to wait until the Battle of Songnan to emerge, officially presenting himself before the powers of Olympus, Asgard, the Celestial Palace, and the Sun Temple. The Daoist, I do not question your intentions. Is it truly possible for you to take away the Shiwa grievance? Cheng Xiao nodded. Although his decision to retrieve the Shiwa grievance was spontaneous, he was not entirely unprepared. Though the Taiping Dao primarily focuses on magical arts, it also encompasses alchemy and talismans. By employing sealing talismans in conjunction with barrier formations, he could ensure that the essence of the Shiwa grievance would not leak out, allowing him to discreetly transport this forbidden object. The chaotic sea of endless chaos was indeed an excellent locale for his research. The thought of Poseidon and his companions confidently attempting to seize the Shiwa grievance, only to find themselves ensnared in a trap of his own making, filled Cheng Xiao with anticipation. After much inner turmoil, Cheng Mai finally resolved to return, bearing a rolled-up parchment in his hand. The parchment, yellowed with age, was inscribed with tales of desolation and silence. Encasing it was a sinister black chain. Exudigno Irioha. Daoist, we have merely 30 seconds. Once the suppression by the Black Wu Chang is undone, the essence of the Shiwa grievance will surge uncontrollably after 30 seconds, Cheng Mai urged. Cheng Xiao remained silent, nodding in agreement, his hand now holding a purple golden talisman, adorned with intricate crimson golden runes that exuded an incomprehensible power, imposing a sense of inevitable suppression upon those who gazed upon it. Release it. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Mai retracted the black chain from the parchment, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure donning a dark hat merging back into his being. Daoist, quickly! Cheng Xiao pressed the talisman against the parchment, and a purple-golden luminescence emanated from it, enveloping the entire scroll in mere moments. As the radiance flickered and faded, the Shiwa grievance appeared considerably dimmer, resembling nothing more than an ordinary piece of parchment. Is this sufficient? Cheng Mai stared incredulously at the now inert Shiwa grievance that had entirely lost its destructive aura. Was it truly this simple? A single talisman could seal it, rendering the past decade of his efforts and sacrifices to suppress his own realm meaningless. Captain Cheng, from the depths of despair, boundless miracles and hopes may arise. Cheng Xiao vanished, leaving behind those words, along with the specters of himself and the Shiwa grievance in the conference room. Despair and miracles. Would miracles truly manifest again? Cheng Mai smiled wryly, though he remained unaware of the seed of hope that had been planted within his heart. My hand! Wu Xiangnan suddenly exclaimed. That sensation has returned. Observing the despondency vanish from Wu Xiangnan's face, replaced by joy and excitement, Cheng Mai cautiously inquired, Can you wield your sword again? Indeed, Wu Xiangnan sprinted back to his bedroom, emerging with a long sword firmly clasped in his hand, the very weapon he once wielded. Witnessing Wu Xiangnan reclaim his sword, a voice within Cheng Mai whispered, Perhaps miracles may indeed occur once more. After departing from the peace office, Cheng Xiao did not wander far. He manifested on a street nearby, yearning to savor the long-lost essence of human existence. His next destination was not the boundless chaos sea, as one might expect, but rather the moon. On the night when Azathoth had issued his warning, he had perceived, alongside Nyx, another gaze directed towards him. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, he distinctly sensed that this gaze emanated from a moon. Chapter 19. Notes of Merlin, the Archangel Michael, Seraphim of the Divine Sequence 003, is the third deity observed by humanity, the Grand Archangel of Heaven, and the mightiest under the divine authority of Yelland. He stands as one of the supreme gods of this realm, with Yelland having quelled the elder gods of the Cthulhu mythos upon the moon, under Michael's vigilant guardianship of their seals. The towering golden angel gazes impassively at the diminutive shadow that suddenly materializes before him. In the presence of Michael's formidable stature, Cheng Xiao appears as a feeble ant. Before him stands an angel, towering at over 10 meters, wielding a holy sword and adorned with 3 pairs of immense, pristine wings. Cheng Xiao cannot help but acknowledge the undeniable prowess of this being, who has been conferred the title of one too powerful for his own good. Just his mere presence exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, he is someone capable of pursuing Odin for months on end. No, it is more accurate to say that Odin is a noteworthy figure, one who could endure Michael's relentless pursuit without succumbing. You have caught his attention. Michael's eyes open, his golden orbs radiating an infinite divine majesty and purity. Cheng Xiao remains unfazed, stating nonchalantly, "This day was inevitable. From the very beginning, it was destined that we would be locked in this eternal struggle." From the moment he comprehended his purpose, he and Azathoth became 2 opposing extremes. Only one could survive, and that individual must be himself. Are you not afraid? Why should I be? He is indeed powerful and terrifying, yet not insurmountable. This, Cheng Xiao gestures towards the seal behind Michael, which confines all Cthulhu deities aside from the 3 pillars of the Cthulhu pantheon. You are indeed just like them. Michael's form gradually diminishes until he resembles an ordinary human in stature, then takes 2 steps forward, extending his right hand for an introduction. "I am Michael, the Grand Archangel of Heaven." Cheng Xiao likewise extends his hand, their grips firm and resolute. "I am Cheng Xiao, a deity of the Great Xia." You seem to possess a unique perspective regarding that miracle. Indeed, Cheng Xiao does not deny it. The miracles that cling to life will inevitably fade, and only rebirth constitutes a true miracle. What are your intentions? Cheng Xiao shakes his head. "You will know in due time. You Great Xia deities always retain an air of mystery." Michael shrugs helplessly. "It is not that we are mysterious. Rather, there are certain matters that cannot be disclosed until the time is right." As Cheng Xiao reflects on that disquieting gaze, he muses that, had it not been for the emergence of an all-consuming aura, he might have ceased to exist entirely. "Well, I must concede that you are correct. Of course, I shall take my leave now, until we meet again." "Wait a moment." Cheng Xiao regards Michael with a puzzled expression. "I wish to ask a favor of you. When you enter the Lost Lands, please seek out the whereabouts of Gabriel." Cheng Xiao nods discreetly, yet his curiosity deepens. The endless sea of chaos surely harbors some significance. Who is Gabriel? Though the accounts concerning him are scarce, existing records indicate that he, like Michael, is one of the archangels of the celestial realm, perhaps only slightly inferior to Michael, or even on par with him. While not explicitly stated, it can be inferred from Cheng Xiao's situation that Gabriel may be lost in the boundless sea of chaos, for even Nyx had once found herself adrift within it. Had it not been for the guidance of the annihilation of all things, she too might have been eternally trapped, much like Gabriel. What a peculiar deity. Observing the already vanished Cheng Xiao, Michael could not help but sigh. There's so much enigma surrounding Cheng Xiao, enveloped in a mist that renders him utterly inscrutable. After bidding farewell to Michael, Cheng Xiao did not linger, traversing countless starry skies to arrive at the most mysterious location in this realm, the endless sea of chaos. This place resembles a vacuum within the universe, stretching for billions of kilometers devoid of any stars, with only an endless expanse of black mist stretching as far as the eye can see. The mist is imbued with an aura of mystery and the unknown, akin to a ferocious beast poised to consume everything within its sight. From a distance, this vast and immeasurable black fog churns like the waves of the sea, perhaps lending credence to its name, the endless sea of chaos, a realm as enigmatic as the ocean, vast and tumultuous, concealing innumerable perils beneath its surface. Cheng Xiao refrained from entering directly. According to Nyx, Merlin, and Michael, the endless sea of chaos is fraught with danger, where a moment's carelessness could lead to being lost and ultimately trapped forever. He sought a relatively tranquil spot and retrieve the notebook that Merlin had gifted him. He resolved to examine it first, for as the art of war states, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Upon opening the notebook, the yellowed parchment exuded a sense of antiquity. Cheng Xiao initially expected it to be a diary, chronicling Merlin's explorations. Instead, he discovered it resembled the notes he had taken during his school days, meticulously categorizing all the places he had visited, with detailed descriptions of each. As he sifted through the pages, Cheng Xiao perceived that this great sorcerer was more akin to a scholar. Having ventured deep into the earth and beyond to other star systems, even reaching the very edges of the universe in pursuit of truth. Soon, he located a passage in the middle of the notebook concerning the endless sea of chaos. This is a wondrous place. Its dimensions may seem trivial to the universe, yet to us, it is boundlessly vast. Within, time and space are profoundly distorted, seemingly belonging to no known cosmos. It appears to simultaneously harbor many distinct realms, these spaces overlapping and intermingling. I have entered this domain countless times, yet each occasion unveils a brand new space never before encountered. One can never predict where one might find oneself in the next moment, perhaps behind a door, or even inside a pot. The sole means of escaping this realm is to locate its periphery and forcefully breach the barrier that encircles it. However, the consequences of breaking through remain uncertain. You may find yourself entering another realm, which could represent the most dire outcome, potentially leading you into an endless cycle of traversing, with no hope of retracing your steps. Of course, you might also materialize in any location within this enigmatic expanse, yet this does not guarantee your safety, for within it lies every conceivable possibility. I have begun to enumerate these realms, starting from number 1, in hopes of discerning a pattern among them. Upon entering the first realm, I felt as though I had returned to the human world. Yet this world is devoid of magic. Instead, its inhabitants wield a force known as science, which endows them with abilities that rival those of magic. Chapter 20. The Undying Volcano in Space 5. I encountered the most peculiar realm I have ever faced, a void devoid of any signs of life. Shortly after my entrance, this space began to collapse upon itself. Space 6 revealed a realm strikingly similar to the first space, a grand kingdom of the Great Xia. However, it lacked the extraordinary technology that could rival magic found in the first space. This place proved to be the most terrifying I had yet experienced. Devoid of magic and divine power, an unknown force exerted a formidable suppression upon me, rendering me akin to the ordinary inhabitants of this realm. No, not quite like them. Each individual here emanated an aura capable of effortlessly extinguishing my existence, just as I resigned myself to the fate of being trapped in this place. A cross-shaped beam of light appeared, whisking me away. In Space 7, I found myself in a landscape reminiscent of the Great Xia from a millennium past. Here, I encountered numerous creatures, referred to as divine beasts by the locals, possessing extraordinary abilities yet coexisting harmoniously with humans. One winged horse bore an essence akin to the cross-shaped light that had liberated me from Space 6. Space 18 felt akin to a prison, evoking the same sensation of oppression as Space 6, where my magic was completely subdued by an overpowering rule. Within this realm, I encountered an individual, or perhaps a deity, imprisoned here. I knew not their identity, yet they exuded an aura reminiscent of the night goddess Nyx. Space 36 presented an even greater suppression than both Space 6 and 18. Upon entry, I felt as if I were on the verge of being torn asunder. The interior was filled with countless entities, yet I could discern nothing clearly. After merely a few seconds, a voice proclaimed that this was not a place meant for me, and I subsequently lost consciousness. When I awoke, I discovered I had returned to my own world. In Space 732, I was astonished to find a congregation of sentient, ambulatory fruits. Space 733 revealed a magical academy, albeit one with woefully inadequate magical prowess, and featured a villain seemingly named Voldemort. In Space 1864, I appeared to have revisited a bygone era of the Great Xia, where many individuals could scale walls and traverse rooftops. Could this be the true essence of great Xiao martial arts? Yet, I soon made another discovery. A farmer whose fists were engulfed in flames. Was this a form of dimensional martial arts? In space 128,940. What did I behold? A sponge residing within a pineapple, an octopus with a penchant for playing the flute, and a pink starfish fond of capturing jellyfish? Why did I feel an inexplicable connection to this place? Merlin's records of the endless chaotic sea encompassed hundreds of thousands of spaces, all meticulously reviewed by Cheng Xiao. At this moment, he had confirmed that Nick's conjecture was indeed accurate. This place is likely a confluence of fragments from various distinct worlds. Within it, aside from a multitude of two-dimensional realms, there exists the fifth space, a void that collapses upon itself, which must represent an even more primitive one-dimensional world. The sixth and 36 spaces can exert pressure on Merlin, the supreme deity of the two-dimensional realm, rendering him devoid of all magical capabilities. These are presumably the three-dimensional world of reality and perhaps even a higher four-dimensional realm. As for the 18th space, it likely serves as the confinement for chaos, which should also be a three-dimensional world or a more advanced four-dimensional existence. Cheng Xiao speculates that Gabriel may, like chaos and his progeny, be imprisoned in some higher dimensional world. However, the identity of the captor and the motives behind their suppression remain unclear to him. The cruciform radiance that transported Merlin from the sixth space is expectedly akin to the light described by Nyx, emanating from the annihilation of all directions. As for that horse, Cheng Xiao continues to peruse the notes, and in comparison to the boundless sea of chaos, he is more eager to discover what Merlin unearthed that led to his descent into madness at the hands of Azathoth. The subsequent content encapsulates Merlin's explorations across various locales, rife with information yet devoid of what he truly seeks, until he flips to a particular page. This world appears to be more intricate than I had previously conceived. To be candid, I find it difficult to accept this reality. If one day someone were to assert that you, along with the world you inhabit, are mere fabrications, how would you react? Indeed, I was initially incredulous. Yet the revelations I have encountered compel me to concede that our world is truly just. The notes abruptly cease at this point. With less than a third of the page filled, the paper seemingly scorched, leaving behind only a fragment of text. Cheng Xiao closes the notebook and pinches his slightly swollen brow. Although the subsequent writings of Merlin have vanished, he can surmise their content. The truth discovered by Merlin mirrors his own findings. Even if he cannot escape, he must prevent Azathoth from consuming sufficient cosmic essence to ascend to a higher dimension. For should he succeed, it would spell disaster across all dimensions. This is why he confided to Michael that he and Azathoth are locked in a perpetual struggle, not merely due to Azathoth's threats, but primarily because their paths converge, and only one may traverse this path. Rising to stretch his limbs, Cheng Xiao returns to the edge of the boundless sea of chaos, gazing at the swirling black mist, undeniably anxious. Calming his thoughts, he raises his hand. The moment he touches the black mist, it envelopes him entirely, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. After being consumed by the mist, Cheng Xiao experiences a fleeting disorientation, but soon a wave of warmth rouses him. Upon discerning his surroundings, he can only exclaim, "What have I stumbled upon?" Before him lies an overwhelming expanse of crimson. The sky is blood red, the ground barren, and the ashen earth is riddled with flowing lava. In the distance looms a colossal volcano, towering majestically, the very architect of this infernal realm. Countless streams of molten lava cascade from its summit, leaving desolation in their wake, turning everything they touch into ash. At this moment, Cheng Xiao experiences an unusual sensation. It seems as though every pore in his body has been opened, greedily absorbing the rich, searing essence that permeates the air. This is spiritual energy. Cheng Xiao is taken aback by the sheer intensity of the spirit energy here, which far surpasses that of the Godslaying world by countless magnitudes. As he revels in the richness of this energy and gazes upon the immense volcano before him, a name suddenly flashes through his mind. The immortal volcano. Chapter 21. The phoenix shadow of the Wutong divine tree. The land was scorched and desolate, with magma raging uncontrollably. Cheng Xiao meticulously recalled the notes of Merlin, which seemed to contain no records regarding this space, nor even any conditions that bore resemblance. As he absorbed the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, he instinctively began to operate the Taiping Sutra. In no time, he completed a full cycle, and upon abruptly opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminated his gaze. In this realm, the operation of the Taiping Sutra was exceptionally smooth, devoid of any obstructions or interruptions, and felt far more transparent than before. Completing a single cycle here was equivalent to several months of arduous practice in the Taiping Pavilion. At this moment, he harbored some suspicions. It was highly likely that this space was one of those recorded by Merlin, where one could see nothing upon entry and was swiftly expelled. It could very well be a four-dimensional world, surpassing the constraints of our three-dimensional reality. Contemplating this, Cheng Xiao increasingly felt that the origins of his Taiping Sutra were extraordinary, undoubtedly not a product of the two-dimensional realm. Even Merlin, with his supreme divine power, would be entirely suppressed upon entering the three-dimensional world, let alone the four-dimensional realm. Yet, he could not only enter this four-dimensional space, but also remain unaffected by its rules. This comparison further accentuated the marvels of the Taiping Sutra. Embracing the principle of making the most of his circumstances, Cheng Xiao found a relatively elevated spot, safe from the encroaching magma, and sat cross-legged. With the enhancement of his divine powers, he operated the Taiping Sutra at full throttle. In a matter of moments, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy manifested above his head, voraciously absorbing the surrounding essence like a dry sponge. This space was devoid of sun, moon, or stars, the sky perpetually bathed in a crimson hue, where time seemed to have vanished. After an indeterminate span, a pained cry jolted Cheng Xiao from his trance-like state of cultivation. Sensing the vast ocean of mana within his purple palace, a rare excitement flickered across his face. He had unexpectedly broken into the Xianxian realm, with a foundation so solid that it bore no signs of instability. At this juncture, he finally comprehended why the cultivators in those novels were so fervently eager to ascend to the celestial realm, battling fiercely over a mere spiritual vein. Once again, that sound echoed, weak yet unmistakably distinctive, akin to a mournful cry of a bird. The source of the sound seemed to emanate from. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The sound was coming from within the volcano. Could there possibly be a phoenix inside? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. According to cultivation novels, an immortal volcano coupled with the ancestral land of phoenixes was a standard trope. With this in mind, Cheng Xiao resolved to venture inside, for he had never encountered a genuine phoenix in his life, and to claim indifference would be disingenuous. As he entered the volcano, he was immediately enveloped by an even more intense and searing heat. The interior was awash in a vivid crimson, with boiling magma continuously rising to form colossal red mushroom clouds. From the outside, the volcano seemed vast, yet aside from its sheer size, it was difficult to discern any other notable characteristics. Upon entering, it felt as though one had stepped into a realm forged from flames, an expanse dominated by an endless sea of molten lava. The mournful cries grew ever closer as Cheng Xiao traversed the tumultuous magma, oblivious to how long he had been walking, until a colossal phoenix tree, reminiscent of a heavenly pillar, came into view. Its trunk, a resplendent hue of gold and crimson, was adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns, exuding an aura of mystery from afar. A cluster of fiery, golden light gradually materialized on one of the branches beneath the phoenix tree, radiating brilliance akin to that of the sun, within which faint traces of feather-like patterns could be discerned. "Fellow cultivator, please save me." A voice, frail and indistinct, emerged from the flames, its gender indeterminate, each word seemingly sapping immense energy. Cheng Xiao realized that the mournful cries he had heard outside originated from this very flame, likely belonging to a phoenix on the verge of rebirth or failure thereof. "How may I assist you?" he inquired. "Fellow cultivator, I have failed my rebirth and am destined to fall, but I have an unborn child. Please take it away from this place." The voice faltered intermittently, reminiscent of a mother on the brink of demise, entrusting her offspring to another. Very well, I promise to take it away, Cheng Xiao replied. Thank you. The child is in my nest behind me. There are also 5 immortal crystal essences. As a token of gratitude for you. Cheng Xiao lifted his gaze and indeed spotted a vast nest behind the flames, where the unhatched egg presumably lay. With a gentle push of his toes against the molten lava, he leapt gracefully into the enormous nest, his human form appearing diminutive in comparison to the towering egg. Thank you, fellow cultivator. I will gladly accept the innate body, he expressed. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The flames dispersed, revealing a magnificent spectral phoenix of radiant gold. The apparition swiftly diminished in size, transforming into something akin to a sparrow, darting towards Cheng Xiao with rapidity. Cheng Xiao stood resolute, unflinching as the phantom approached. Just as the spectral phoenix prepared to revel in its perceived triumph, it was taken aback to find itself passing directly through Cheng Xiao's form. The phoenix apparition turned, its golden eyes aflame with fury and disbelief, fixated on the smiling Cheng Xiao. I concede, I initially believed your words. However, an elder once told me that in the path of cultivation, sincerity is scarce and deception abounds. You seek your own demise. The phoenix's cry echoed harshly as its form expanded back to its original size, wings thrumming vigorously, conjuring fiery tornadoes from the lava, hurtling towards Cheng Xiao with an overwhelming force intent on tearing him asunder. Yet in the next instant, Cheng Xiao vanished without a trace, his presence obliterated. A rare flicker of human confusion appeared in the flame-filled gaze of the phoenix apparition. Are you searching for me? The voice of Cheng Xiao suddenly emerged. Yet his figure remained elusive, though his presence permeated every corner of the volcanic interior. As his words echoed, dozens of fire dragons, forged from solidified magma, soared upwards from the molten depths. In an instant, these fiery serpents intertwined to form an immense conflagration cage, ensnaring the ethereal image of the phoenix within. The tides of offense and defense shifted in the blink of an eye, as Cheng Xiao's form coalesced anew amidst the magma. Gazing with an expression of indifference at the phoenix trapped within the confines of the fiery prison, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Chapter 22. You plead? Yet I shall not spare you at this moment. Cheng Xiao's gaze was frigid and indifferent, tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent. Were it not for his vigilant nature, he might have already fallen prey to this individual. The phoenix's ethereal form, ensnared by flames, continued to struggle, incessantly battering against the surrounding walls of fire. Observing this, Cheng Xiao let out a cold snort, his right hand descending to conjure forth a multitude of fire dragons that surged into the fiery prison. The phantom persisted in its futile attempts to escape, yet the fiery cage remained unyielding. In contrast, the flames enveloping its form had begun to extinguish, leaving it in a state of disarray. Impossible. You are but a recently ascended Xianxian. How could you possibly confine me? What trickery have you employed? The phoenix's apparition roared defiantly, unwilling to accept the prospect of defeat at the hands of a mere Xianxian. Cheng Xiao merely cast a disinterested glance in its direction. Indeed, he had only recently attained the rank of Xianxian, while the magical fluctuations emanating from the phoenix indicated it had reached the golden immortal realm. Were the true form of this phoenix to manifest, Cheng Xiao would have no choice but to flee for his life. However, before him stood merely a remnant soul, its supposed prowess a mere fade, its strength diminished to a fraction of its former self. Furthermore, Cheng Xiao possessed the formidable Tiangang 36 methods as a safeguard. First, he executed the shadowless stance to evade the most lethal strike, then employed the 5 elements' great escape, merging with the surrounding lava and gaining complete control over it. Sensing the lethal intent glimmering in Cheng Xiao's eyes, the phoenix's apparition, which had been roaring moments before, abruptly fell silent. Trembling as it began to plead for mercy, fellow Daoist. No, esteemed immortal, spare my life. I was wrong. I should not have offended you. Cheng Xiao, uninterested in its incessant prattle, casually unleashed another fire dragon that sent the apparition crashing against the distant firewall. After this blow, the phoenix's ethereal presence waned further, its earlier arrogance and disdain replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. What place is this, and how did you arrive here? Answer me. I say, this is a fragment that has fallen from the ancestral grounds of our Phoenix clan. Due to the sparse spiritual energy, it has become a place of exile for our kin. Cheng Xiao grimaced upon hearing these words. Is this truly how you refer to it? Sparse spiritual energy? What then are the hardships I endured in the past? Do you mean to say that this place leads to your ancestral grounds? It does not. The phoenix's apparition continued, observing Cheng Xiao's clenched fist. This is merely one of many fragments that have detached from the ancestral land, specifically designated for the punishment of our most heinous kin. The elders employ secret methods to open this space, confining us within before casting us into the abyss of chaos, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Have you attempted to break this space from within? I have tried countless times, yet to no avail, even. My physical form has been destroyed. At this juncture, Cheng Xiao was assured that this was undoubtedly a fragment of a four-dimensional world. However, he also became acutely aware of a grave concern. How would he find his way out? The physical form of the phoenix in the golden immortal realm has been destroyed, preventing its escape. As a mere profound immortal, my hopes are exceedingly dim. Yet, why do you seek to seize my body? A trivial, profound, immortal seems of little allure to you. Cheng Xiao regarded it with a scrutinizing gaze. I can sense your aura is unfamiliar, likely hailing from another world. Since you are capable of entering here, you must possess a means to exit. Therefore, if I were to usurp you, I could uncover the path to freedom. The phoenix's ethereal form bowed its head lower with each word, no longer daring to meet Cheng Xiao's eyes. Cheng Xiao cast one final glance at it, then waved his hand gently, causing the flames within the cage to surge violently, with dozens of fire dragons rampaging and relentlessly assaulting the illusion. Spare me. I beseech the immortal to grant me mercy. I was wrong. I should not have provoked the immortal. Listening to the cries for mercy and wails emanating from within, Cheng Xiao felt no ripple of emotion. Are you pleading with me? Yes. I beg you. I was mistaken. Please spare my life. Hearing the panicked words amidst the flames, a cold smile crept onto Cheng Xiao's face. You should not plead for my mercy, for even if you do, I shall not spare you. Moreover, it is not that you have recognized your fault. Rather, you merely realize that your demise is imminent. With that, Cheng Xiao disregarded it entirely, intensifying the flames with the intent to annihilate it once and for all. As the final, harrowing scream echoed, the vitality within the flames dissipated completely. Simultaneously, the colossal nest and the egg erupted, transforming into a burst of fire and vanishing from sight. When the flames subsided, a fist-sized mass of crimson golden fire remained, at the center of which lay a nascent phoenix embryo. Sensing the familiar aura within, Cheng Xiao pointed, causing the phoenix embryo to explode, transforming the flame into a diamond-shaped crimson golden crystal. Satisfied with his acquisition, he stored the crystal away. From a moment he first beheld the phoenix's ethereal form, Cheng Xiao had envisioned turning it into a source to present to Simeng. In the ensuing hours, he scoured every corner of the volcano, but apart from the molten lava, there was no sign of the so-called immortal crystallization that the deceiver had mentioned. Clearly, this was nothing but a fabrication. And Cheng Xiao cursed the old trickster before departing the volcano. Gazing at the still crimson sky, uncertainty gnawed at him. If he could not escape, trouble would ensue. Furthermore, Mei Lin had been sent out immediately upon entering the four-dimensional realm, leaving him oblivious to the nature of this place, let alone locating its boundaries. It was a gamble. At worst, he would suffer a blow. With no other choice, he decided to take the risk. Gritting his teeth, his body transformed into a beam of golden light. Soaring into the sky, throughout the journey, Cheng Xiao kept his eyes closed, fearing that any sight might instill fear, causing him to slow down and ultimately lack the force to break free. Lacking a sense of time, he could not tell how long he had flown until the searing heat around him vanished, prompting him to open his eyes. The scene before him was no longer the desolate wasteland it once was. It had transformed into a vast expanse of white. Here, he felt no flow of natural elements and sensed no passage of time. Cheng Xiao was certain he had departed from that previous realm, for he could perceive not a trace of spiritual energy in his surroundings. What purpose has this place served for me? Though the previous environment was harsh, at least it was rich in spiritual energy, allowing one to discern directions clearly. Yet here, devoid of spiritual essence and time, he found himself unable to identify any bearings. No matter where he wandered, it was merely an endless stretch of white. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with confusion, emerged from behind him. "Who are you?" Chapter 23. You have done well. Child, who are you? Upon hearing this voice, filled with confusion, Cheng Xiao turned around, only to find a shadowy figure had appeared behind him without his notice. Gazing at the indistinct silhouette, he could vaguely discern it was a female form, with what seemed like a multitude of blades or wings behind her. As he drew nearer, he finally beheld the true visage of this figure, an angel, adorned with flowing golden hair and clad in silver-white armor reminiscent of medieval European knights, her back adorned with over 100 pairs of wings. Yet, her situation was dire. Her body was pierced by chains as thick as 9 arms, with one end embedded within her, while the other extended outward, disappearing into a surrounding expanse of white. A female angel, possessing 100 wings, this image. Suddenly he recalled the words spoken by Michael during their last encounter on the moon, urging him to assist in locating the presence of another archangel, Gabriel, in the heavenly realm. Was it not the seraph Gabriel described in the scriptures that resembled this figure? With this thought, Cheng Xiao tentatively inquired, "Are you Gabriel?" To his surprise, the angel's expression revealed only a flicker of confusion upon hearing the name Gabriel, devoid of any further recognition. Not Gabriel? Then who could it be? He, she? No, she has silver hair. Lianbin, oh, that aura does not match. Kesha fits the bill, yet she does not possess such an abundance of wings. Yan, observing the angel's lack of response, Cheng Xiao found himself murmuring, mentally sifting through the names of all the female angels he could conjure. I do not know who this Gabriel is, but the name seems familiar. Just as Cheng Xiao was lost in his own musings, the female angel finally spoke. Upon hearing her words, a wave of unexpected delight washed over him. Perhaps she truly was an angel of the heavenly realm. However, the next statement from the angel nearly caused Cheng Xiao to double over in shock. I remember nothing. I have forgotten who I am. I only feel that the name Gabriel is familiar. Do you recall how you arrived here? I do not remember. It feels as though I have awoken from a long dream, and now I find myself here. Do you recall the contents of that dream? The angel shook her head. Do you have any recollection of Michael? The angel paused momentarily before shaking her head once more. All knowledge of her identity, her origins, her journey, and her purpose had vanished. Yet the bewilderment in her eyes was undeniably genuine, pointing to one clear conclusion. She had indeed lost her memory. At that moment, Cheng Xiao recalled Nix's words in the Asylum of the Gods, where she spoke of the endless sea of chaos and mentioned encountering her father and brother within it. Though they did not recognize Nix, if one were to weave these threads together, Cheng Xiao formed a hypothesis. This female angel before him must indeed be Gabriel, the very embodiment of the Archangel Gabriel in this world. Whether it was chaos or Gabriel, their fates appeared to mirror one another, both imprisoned in these fragmented shards of higher dimensional space, stripped of their memories. Do you wish to leave this place? Cheng Xiao continued to inquire. Can you take me away? Gabriel's eyes finally reflected a glimmer of varied emotions. Cheng Xiao nodded slightly, his right hand forming an imaginary grip as a long sword gradually materialized in his grasp, its blade shimmering with a faint silver luminescence. With a swift motion, he swung the sword toward the chains ahead. Just as the blade was about to make contact with the chains, an inexplicable force emerged, obstructing its path. The blade hovered mere millimeters from the chains. Unable to advance further, Cheng Xiao's face registered a hint of confusion, yet he dismissed it and swung the sword once more, only to halt again, just as before, a hair's breadth from the chains. Frustration mounted after 2 consecutive thwarted attempts, prompting Cheng Xiao to unleash a flurry of strikes. Yet each one was similarly blocked without exception. The relentless failures began to temper his agitation, leading him to sheath the sword and approach, grasping one of the chains firmly. This time, he encountered no barriers and smoothly seized it in his hand. The sensation was cold, imbued with the unique chill and weight of iron, yet nothing extraordinary revealed itself. It resembled the ordinary chains he had encountered prior to his journey. What was it about these unremarkable iron chains that rendered them different in this unique space? Was it a matter of the space itself, or was there a hidden force at play? As this realization dawned upon him, Cheng Xiao awakened to the truth. Indeed, setting aside Gabriel, there was chaos, the primordial deity born of Olympus, from whom the subsequent 5 original gods had emerged. Even if this world's chaos were diminished, he would still be a being of the highest caliber. How could he have lost his memory and been confined to such a place without external interference? Gabriel, standing before him, was no different. Cheng Xiao boldly speculated that they might have encountered something in the cosmos or stumbled upon knowledge that should remain hidden, leading to their entrapment by a mysterious entity or force. "You have done well, child." The words suddenly echoed in his ears, causing every hair on Cheng Xiao's body to stand on end. Although he had not finished the original narrative, he was aware of certain significant plot points. Such a statement was not to be taken lightly. At this juncture, he was not afraid of someone behind him calling out fellow cultivator, "Please wait," but rather of an unexpected elder addressing him with "You have done well, child," until he ascended to the golden immortal stage and obtained the 10 directions obliteration. He had no confidence in his ability to confront the chaotic being of the Voidwalker. "You seem quite afraid?" The voice resounded again, this time nearer. "Afraid? Why would I be afraid?" Cheng Xiao maintained a facade of composure, while internally he was a whirlwind of anxiety. Yet he steeled himself to appear unyielding. A soft chuckle emanated from behind him. "Since you are unafraid, why not turn around and take a glance at me? Simeng, remember never to visit the seaside during your breaks." Upon hearing such a provocative remark, Cheng Xiao realized he was unlikely to escape today's predicament and could not help but sigh inwardly. Resolutely preparing for his demise, he resolved that upon turning, he would self-destruct, ensuring that chaos would not taint his essence. With everything prepared, Cheng Xiao abruptly turned around. Just as he was about to reverse his meridians and initiate self-detonation, a hand pressed firmly against the crown of his head, instantly calming the raging energy within him. Am I not destined to die? A flicker of despair crossed Cheng Xiao's mind. How could this accursed chaos possess such formidable strength? What would become of him after being tainted? Would he, like Odin, turn into a puppet of Cthulhu? If he truly transformed into such a being, would Simeng feel a profound disappointment upon seeing him? Chapter 24. Do not move. Robbery, there is no escape, nor is there death. This must be the most desperate moment for Cheng Xiao, a time when he let his guard down. No, that cannot be right. At this moment, chaos should still be masquerading as Yolanda within the confines of the psychiatric hospital, waiting for the first 5 patients to be discharged before revealing its true identity to Lin Xie. This implies that it remains trapped within the hospital. So, who stand before me now? Fearless? A shadow had appeared before Cheng Xiao, clad in a gray Daoist robe, its face obscured by a veil of mystic light, rendering its features indistinguishable, exuding an aura of ancient and profound mystery. One hand gently pressed upon the crown of his head, applying no force, merely resting lightly upon it. Yet the hand radiated an overwhelming power, firmly suppressing the magic within him. "And yet, I am more curious to know who you are." Unable to resist, Cheng Xiao had no choice but to concede. It was now evident that this figure was not chaos, and it seemed to harbor no ill intent towards him. The robed figure removed its hand from Cheng Xiao's head. "You will come to know who I am in due time, but for now, such knowledge would serve you no purpose. As for her, rescuing her at this moment would actually harm her, as well as endanger everyone in this world. Why? She has been tainted." Tainted? The familiar term made Cheng Xiao's eyes widen in disbelief. Could it be that Gabriel had fallen under the control of Azathoth or other outer gods? "So you brought her here?" "In a sense, yes." "Is it so? If it is, then what does that make it?" Yet, Cheng Xiao could hardly muster the energy to dwell on these complexities and pressed on. What about her memories? I have sealed them. Only by completely sealing her divine power and memories can she truly be herself. But now she does not even remember who she is. Only by forgetting her past can she attain rebirth. Cheng Xiao suddenly found himself at a loss for words, confronted by this enigmatic figure. Nevertheless, the previous exchange had delivered a significant amount of information. This mysterious entity could suppress or even eradicate the pollution inflicted on indigenous gods by the outer gods. Have you ever faced that being? No. It fled. The shadow responded with an unwavering clarity, even displaying a hint of pride. Then why not pursue it more vigorously for a confrontation? The figure remained silent, its features concealed, yet Cheng Xiao could sense its gaze upon him. Without uttering a word, it seemed to communicate everything. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. How vulgar. Very well, another question. Do you know what I intend to do? No. Then why did you say I was doing well? I was merely jesting with you. Cheng Xiao was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Jest with me? I have early classes. Am I a fool to be trifled with? A fool is not human. Can you toy with a fool at your whim? Observing Cheng Xiao's prolonged silence, the shadow suddenly inquired, Are you cursing me in your heart? I'm not just cursing you. If I were not at a disadvantage, I would have already wanted to strike you down. Cheng Xiao maintained an outward calm, but internally, he had long since begun to hurl insults. Are you not curious about who I am? The shadow inquired. Not curious. Cheng Xiao rolled his eyes, finding this individual exceedingly whimsical. Earlier, he had even entertained the notion that this might be a projection or incarnation of some celestial being. However, he soon dismissed that thought. Those divine entities were neither so childish nor possessed such a morbid sense of humor. You, never mind, allow me to escort you from this place. For time is running short. Just as the shadow seemed poised to elaborate, it suddenly shifted the topic, leaving behind a disjointed remark. Cheng Xiao barely had time to inquire about the nature of this time when, in a flash, he found himself back at the Taiping Temple. He did not doubt that he was still within the vast expanse of the chaotic sea, for the spiritual essence here was familiar, a place he had inhabited for 5 years. Gazing at the immaculate twin halls, it appeared he had not been away for long. Yet, upon noticing the differently positioned incense and the tree in the backyard, whose leaves had just begun to turn yellow, he realized that he hadn't merely departed for a brief moment. Rather, someone had been tending to the temple during his absence. As for who that individual might be, it hardly required speculation. It had been almost a year. Observing the yellowing leaves, Cheng Xiao couldn't help but reflect when he had left. The leaves had merely begun to fall. Pushing open the wooden door to his chamber, he was greeted by the fresh scent of laundry detergent, reminiscent of freshly washed clothes and bedding. The room was immaculate, indicating that Simeng often came to tidy up. Yet, amidst the chemical fragrance that contrasted with the ancient ambience of the temple, Cheng Xiao detected a hint of warmth. Upon stepping closer, he noticed a piece of paper on the table, more precisely, a letter which bore a light layer of dust, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Dear little Daoist, I have splendid news. My sister has broken through and has now attained the realm of refining spirit and counteracting void. I recall you mentioning it took you 5 years to reach the transcendent stage. I am determined to surpass you. I shall strive to catch up in 3 years. No, 2 years. In 2 years, I shall reach your level, and then you will willingly call me sister. So much has transpired recently, and the mysteries have only intensified. I have a premonition that something significant will soon occur. I wonder how much longer it will be until you return. I miss you dearly. If you see this letter upon your return, you must stay put in the temple and not wander off. Please wait for me. Oh, your most beloved sister, Simeng. Simeng's letter detailed many events that had transpired in the Great Xia over the past year, aligning closely with the original narrative, all remaining within a controllable scope. What surprised him most was Simeng's remarkable progress in cultivation, achieving 3 breakthroughs in under a year. Such talent far exceeded his own, perhaps linked to the phoenix bloodline within her. Don't move. A robbery. Pray tell, what does the lady intend to rob? I see you, little Daoist, are quite tender and fair. How about allowing your sister to steal a glance at you? Are you certain you are not refraining from robbing my wealth simply because you know I am penniless? Cheng Xiao turned around, smiling at the golden-haired beauty before him, whose countenance was suffused with mirth. How uninteresting. I knew I couldn't frighten you. Simeng playfully stuck out her tongue, withdrawing her hand that had been resting against Cheng Xiao's waist. Before he could react, she dove into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. When did you return? Nestled in Cheng Xiao's arms, her voice was somewhat muffled, yet brimming with charm and tenderness. Cheng Xiao, unpretentious, held Simeng closely, his right hand gently caressing her flowing golden locks. I just arrived. You've tidied this place so well that I almost believed I had been away for only a few days. Chapter 25. The Awakening in just 2 months. You will have been here for an entire year. Commander Yi has inquired about you numerous times, mentioning that Lin Xie has matters to discuss with you. Simeng nestled comfortably in Cheng Xiao's embrace, appearing as a stark contrast to the legendary humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, exuding nothing but innocence and tenderness. As she recounted the events of the past months, Cheng Xiao silently marveled at how fortunate he was. Had it not been for the phoenix he had refined into its essence, he might still be engrossed in his cultivation. To avoid disrupting the narrative and causing subsequent developments to diverge dramatically, he had left behind certain elements in Songnan that could only be preserved for 1 year. Once that year elapsed, the seals would naturally break, and the fabricated aura of Shiva would manifest, allowing the divine battle in Songnan to commence on its original timeline. He understood clearly that he was not the protagonist of this world. For Lin Xie to grow, he must depart from Songnan, and it would be he who continued this miracle. At times, he pondered whether he was being overly altruistic, yet was that not the very purpose of his presence here? To eradicate the regrets that ought not to exist in this world. Do you seem troubled by something? Your heartbeat just changed unexpectedly. Simeng suddenly raised her head, looking at him with curiosity. Cheng Xiao nodded. There are indeed some concerns, but I just recalled them. It is too early to worry about such matters now. Upon hearing this, Simeng chose not to press further, instead resting her head against Cheng Xiao's chest, listening to his heartbeat, as if it could alleviate the yearning she had endured over the past year. By the way, I brought you a gift, Cheng Xiao said, reluctantly releasing his hold on her waist. The allure of her form was undeniable, yet pressing matters took precedence. Upon hearing of a gift, Simeng's fatigue vanished, her large eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on Cheng Xiao. He gently pinched her nose, then lifted his palm, revealing a surge of intense heat as a fiery golden diamond crystal gradually levitated above his hand. As she beheld the crystal, Simeng felt a surge of warmth coursing through her, the phoenix blood within her becoming agitated, a thrilling restlessness overtaking her. What is this? She asked, struggling to suppress the tumultuous phoenix blood inside her, a voice deep within urging her to consume it. The essence of a phoenix. Cheng Xiao did not conceal the truth, recounting the events that had transpired within the volcano to Simeng. Do you think that phoenix is male or female? This sudden question caught Cheng Xiao off guard. Indeed, what was the gender of that phoenix? If it happened to be male and Simeng assimilated its essence, he shuddered at the thought. No, this is nonsensical, he chided lightly, tapping Simeng on the forehead. Innate beings do not possess gender, and this is merely an essence. There is no male or female involved. Oh! Simeng rubbed her forehead and scrunched her nose at him. The crisp, melodious cries of a phoenix resonated throughout the mountains, and as the shimmering silhouette of a crimson gold phoenix emerged behind Simeng, Cheng Xiao felt a twinge of surprise at how seamlessly this essence had fused with her. Simeng opened her eyes, a flicker of flame igniting within them, as a red fiery mark gradually manifested upon her brow. At the moment the flame mark fully materialized, she transformed into a blazing streak of red, soaring into the heavens. A resplendent red phoenix, enveloped in flames, circled above Taipingguan, and with each powerful flap of its wings, Cheng Xiao felt a wave of intense heat wash over him. At the night watchman headquarters, the phoenix's cry reverberated through the capital, a commotion too significant to escape the attention of Yifan. That direction was Taipingguan. Could it be Simeng? As he gazed at the distant red glow in the sky, Yifan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Feeling a sudden unfamiliarity with Simeng's image in his mind. The aura emanating from that phoenix had surpassed the pinnacle of humanity. If it truly was Simeng, then it must mean that Cheng Xiao had returned, as Qing added. Yi Fan nodded, as he seemed to have grown accustomed to Cheng Xiao's style of action. It was no surprise for him to create such a spectacle. Shall we go take a look? He pondered aloud. Perhaps later, he decided, retracting the leg he had just stepped forward with, his expression slightly peculiar. Zhuo Qing appeared to have had a similar thought, and they exchanged knowing smiles. In the ensuing days, Cheng Xiao met with Michael and Nikes. During this period, Merlin briefly awakened, and they discussed much regarding the endless chaos sea. Subsequently, he returned to Taiping Guan, shutting himself in, performing daily rituals and meditations, nurturing his bond with Simeng. Life was tranquil yet fulfilling, as if everything had returned to a state of calm, until 2 months later, in Sangnan, a shrill cacophony of crows erupted in the living room of the Peace Affairs office. Chun Mai stood before the cage, observing the black crow, its feathers shedding incessantly, blood seeping from its eyes and beak, his expression gravely serious. "Were you plotting, Daozhong?" As the crow emitted its anguished cries, he felt a familiar presence once more in Sangnan, the vengeful spirit of Shiva he had suppressed for a decade. In that instant, he even doubted whether Cheng Xiao had deceived him, along with Yi Fan and the entire upper echelon of the Night Watchers. Yet upon deeper reflection, he found that notion flawed. If Cheng Xiao intended to lure away the vengeful spirit, wouldn't he have departed long ago? Why then did it resurface in Sangnan now? "Captain, what has happened?" Due to Cheng Xiao's prior extraction of the vengeful spirit, Chen Mai did not, this time, arrange for all team members except Lin Xie to be dispatched to the capital as per the original storyline. Upon hearing the chilling caw of the crow, everyone gathered in the living room, preparing for battle, for a fierce confrontation awaited. Yes, no one asked further questions. They silently returned to the basement, donned their cloaks, and grasped their weapons, wordlessly trailing behind Chen Mai, each sensing an unusual fragrance in the air. At this moment, Sangnan was under full lockdown, shrouded in a pall of grayish-white hues cast by the ominous clouds and turbulent waves. Along the seafront, a young man, clutching a sword sheath, traversed the desolate streets. As fierce winds lashed against him, accompanied by a relentless downpour of icy rain that struck his face with abandon. Even as the rain obscured his vision, he remained unfazed, resolutely advancing step by step towards the shoreline. The sea roared with tumultuous waves, each crashing surge sending forth a spray that was swiftly obliterated by the subsequent swell. The thunderous cacophony echoing like the ocean's own wrathful roar. Standing at the water's edge, the young man felt the increasingly potent aura drawing near. He bowed his head and murmured softly, as if confiding in himself, "Ahead lies the great Xia, where divine beings are forbidden to tread." Chapter 26. A friend on the path. Please stay, sensing the presence of Sangnan. Cheng Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented determination. He rose from his chamber and made his way to the Huangtian Hall. At that moment, upon the 3 mats before the clay sculpture of Zhang Jiao, were a long banner, a sword, and a yellow pouch. The banner, towering over an individual, retained the earthy hue inherited from the Taiping Dao, emblazoned with the 2 characters for Taiping. Between these characters lay an innate 8 trigrams diagram, flanked by 8 smaller inscriptions, Jiazi Dongxing, Tianxia Taiping. With reverence, he placed 3 sticks of incense into the incense burner, watching as the delicate wisps of blue smoke ascended. Cheng Xiao's gaze momentarily drifted, lost in thought. After a few seconds, clarity returned to his eyes as he exhaled a deep breath, securing the pouch over his shoulder before taking up the banner and sword, setting forth. In a northern realm, an encroaching darkness advanced from the north, leaving behind a haunting silence. The northern expanse lay blanketed in pristine snow, starkly contrasting the black and white, as if night and day coexisted in a sacred yet eerie harmony. The dark presence, tinged with the scent of death, spread relentlessly until a glimmer of golden Buddhist light pierced through, crashing into the vast abyss of darkness like a dawn breaking the night. The light dissipated, halting the advance of darkness. while the resonant sounds of sacred chants echoed through the heavens and earth. I am Yi Fan, the supreme commander of the Night Watch of Daxia, and this place does not welcome you. Clad in a dark red cloak, with the starry blade planted in the snow at his side, Yi Fan lit the cigarette held in his mouth, gazing unflinchingly into the encroaching darkness. Honored Yi Fan, I know you. A figure gradually coalesced from shadows. In the divine war a decade ago, Gaia shattered your body, yet here you stand alive. Yi Fan remained unfazed. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Surviving is my destiny. But you, after 10 years, still harbor a grudge against Shiva? This was a perplexing matter for Yi Fan. Had not Shiva's grudge been taken away by Cheng Xiao a year prior? How could it resurface in Songnan? And he was certain that the aura was indeed Shiva's grudge. That artifact is exceedingly perilous. Only Olympus is worthy of safeguarding it. At this, Yi Fan chuckled coldly indeed. Since the mist descended, it is only your gods of Olympus that have remained intact. To preserve your lives, you have sacrificed not only all your citizens, but also many deities haven to you, the god of death, Thanatos, the goddess of daylight, Hemera, and the offspring of Nyx are nearly all extinguished by your hand over Shiva's grudge. Otherwise, I shall transform this realm into a desolate underworld. This time, you shall not be as fortunate as a decade ago. Hades fixed a steely gaze upon Yi Fan, the weight of the underworld pressing down, the aura of death thickening, turning the surroundings into a barren wasteland. But you seem not as powerful as you were 10 years ago. Yi Fan remarqued nonchalantly, as the Buddhist light emanated from him, continuously countering Hades' deathly presence and oppressive force. Hades' blood-red eyes fixated intently on Yi Fan, the deathly aura surrounding him gradually eroding his divine light. Foolish mortal, a god remains a god forever. You are merely a larger insect, incapable of obstructing me. Fellow Daoist, please halt. A chilling voice emanated from their side. Who? Hades sensed the pressure within that voice, when had another god appeared here. In the fleeting moment of Hades turning his head, he was met only with a piercing sword light, as a long sword pierced his brow. In an instant, his body erupted from the head, transforming into a plume of black mist that merged with the surrounding darkness. Cheng Xiao did not choose to rush to Songnan immediately. His elaborate machinations were aimed at Hades and Poseidon, for they were his inner demons. The possibility of ascending to the great Luo depended on these two. In contrast to Poseidon, who was perpetually submerged in the sea, his mind filled with water, Hades, the elder brother of Zeus and the second-generation king of Olympus, who governed death and plague, was undoubtedly more profound and formidable. Should he perceive Poseidon's demise in Songnan, Hades would likely retreat unhesitatingly back to Olympus or even to his own underworld, thereby jeopardizing Cheng Xiao's plan by half. He is dead. Before Yi Fan could finish his thought, the darkness ahead rapidly constricted, and a figure reformed within. Who else but Hades? At that moment, Cheng Xiao recalled the legends of the new generation of Olympian gods, led by Zeus, who had ventured into the abyss at Hera's behest to rescue the one-eyed giant and the hundred-handed giant, imprisoned by the Titan king Cronus. The one-eyed giant had crafted for them 3 artifacts: Zeus's lightning, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. Realizing this, Cheng Xiao silently cursed his negligence. He should have aimed directly for the heart. However, Hades was not faring well either. His aura was significantly diminished. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hades turned to flee. Isn't the great Xia a nation of propriety? Was this? On their first encounter, a sword was thrust toward his forehead. Had it not been for his artifact protecting him, he would have perished instantly. Although he was unaware if the suddenly appearing Daoist was a long-lost deity of great Xia, he could not mistake the murderous intent directed at him. The darkness continued to constrict until it coalesced into an ancient stone door emanating a terrifying aura. The gateway to his underworld. At the moment the door to the underworld formed, a colossal shadow erupted from within, positioning itself between Hades and Cheng Xiao. Stop them! Hades, without looking back, uttered this command and exerted all his strength to flee toward the underworld gate. As long as he could touch that door, he could survive. With a roar, the shadow landed, causing the earth to tremble violently upon its descent. Cheng Xiao and Yi Fan suddenly perceived the emergence of a colossal mountain before them, its immense silhouette piercing the heavens. Gazing upward, they were met with the sight of countless crimson eyes, their bodies entwined with dark flames. In an instant, the snow-clad expanse of a northern realm melted away at the presence of this monstrous entity. Yet, what arrived was not the gentle embrace of spring, but rather an endless desolation and silence. Detain that beast. I shall confront Hades. Cheng Xiao recognized this creature at once. It was Typhon, imprisoned in the depths of hell by Zeus. His greatest fears had materialized. He was certain that this creature had not graced the pages of the original tale of the divine war of Sangnan, nor had it been mentioned throughout the narrative. Simultaneously, he understood that there was no time to delay. Should he tarry any longer, Hades might retreat back to the underworld, making the prospect of vanquishing him a matter of battling within the very realm of the dead. Chapter 27. The Slaying of the Divine Cheng Xiao. Unconcerned with whether Yi Fan could defeat Typhon, unleashed the golden light of earth, pursuing Hades as he neared the gate to the underworld. As Hades beheld the gate within arm's reach, a flicker of tension in his heart began to ease. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated from the heavens, a violent explosion propelling him several steps back. As the dust settled, the once looming gate to the underworld had vanished, replaced by shattered boulders and scorched earth. "Friend, please halt," he began, but before he could turn, a searing pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he found a long sword had impaled his heart, dark golden blood dripping from the blade. The land, once rendered lifeless by the aura of death, revitalized the moment the divine blood touched the ground, sprouting tender green shoots despite the chilling winter. Yet, as the verdant hue flourished beneath him, Hades sensed his vitality waning. A groan of agony escaped his lips as Cheng Xiao, appearing behind him unbeknownst, twisted the sword's hilt, thoroughly shattering his heart. A flash of silver light crossed his vision, and he felt himself spiraling downward, his gaze lowering until he comprehended that his head had rolled away. Observing his severed head tumble aside, Cheng Xiao felt a sense of liberation, akin to chains being shattered. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, raising his hand to summon more bolts of divine thunder, obliterating the head completely and reducing the body to charred remnants. Gazing upon the carbonized form of Hades, whose divine power continued to dissipate and meld with the earth, Cheng Xiao finally felt a sense of relief. He appeared to be utterly dead, unless he were Xingtian, who could revive without a head or heart. "Help!" A furious roar erupted from behind Cheng Xiao, startling him. In his focus on Hades, he had momentarily forgotten that Yi Fan was being relentlessly pursued and assaulted by Typhon. Yi Fan, now in a precarious state, bore a disheveled hairstyle, his face smeared with soot, presenting a comical patchwork of black and white, and his cloak was tattered. Typhon, despite his colossal size, moved with remarkable agility, unleashing a barrage of black fireballs from the myriad dragon heads obscured in the clouds, each radiating hatred and an abyssal aura. Yi Fan dodged the descending fireballs with great effort, remaining wary of the sudden gusts of razor winds that accompanied them. Typhon's sheer size rendered his own assaults ineffectual. Witnessing this, Cheng Xiao extended his hand, causing the ground beneath Typhon to collapse into a fathomless pit, momentarily immobilizing him as one of his feet sank within. Thunder roared once more, and bolts of lightning descended like a net, severing Typhon's numerous heads in an instant, the crimson heads plummeting like meteors, while black blood rained down like a torrential downpour. The excruciating pain rendered Typhon frenzied as he roared incessantly, his anguished and bloodthirsty cries resonating throughout the vast expanse of the Daoist. Purple lightning crashed relentlessly upon him, and at this moment Typhon's form had become utterly charred, the aroma of roasted flesh wafting through the air. Yet he was immense, and these injuries were mere superficial wounds to him. Swiftly, the long sword traversed the clouds, continuously severing Typhon's heads, and with the final one cleaved from his body, that bone-chilling roar abruptly ceased, leaving behind only an enormous, headless carcass thrashing in place. Cheng Xiao recalled the long sword, leaping into the air, suspended in the space above. The lightning now grew tranquil, coalescing rapidly around the sword he had raised. The last bolt of lightning fused with the blade, which radiated a brilliant silver-purple glow, pulsating with a resonant hum in his grasp. With a mighty swing, a thunder dragon erupted from the sword, plunging into Typhon's body with the power to rend all asunder. In that instant, as the dragon entered, arcs of silver-purple lightning began to flicker across Typhon's surface. A breath later, his form began to shatter and petrify, ultimately transforming into a mountain of rubble. "Who is this?" Yi Fan inquired curiously, gazing at the mountain before him. "Typhon, the god of storms, the uncle of Hades, an unfamiliar deity to you. In terms of lineage, Typhon is the offspring of Tartarus and Gaia, making him a peer of Uranus, the grandfather of the first-generation god-king, Zeus. Thus, referring to him as an uncle is not unfounded. His power rivals that of Hades. He is indeed a major deity." Yi Fan posed, grappling with the notion that two major gods had perished so easily. He found it hard to believe his own eyes. These were gods. And since the arrival of the mist, humanity had never witnessed a divine fall. Yet today he had witnessed the demise of two in one fell swoop. Previously, he had known Cheng Xiao was formidable, but his understanding of that strength had been limited to Cheng Xiao's ability to annihilate demigods, where even two of humanity's pinnacle warriors could not withstand a single strike. In merely a year, he had grown powerful enough to vanquish major gods. Or perhaps he had always possessed such power, merely choosing not to exert his full strength during their previous encounter. Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled a significant matter and hastily turned to Cheng Xiao. "What of the vengeful Shiva? Wasn't he taken by you?" "Indeed." Cheng Xiao responded with a gentle nod, continuing, "The true vengeful Shiva is in my possession, Sangnan. It is part of a scheme I devised." "A scheme? What do you intend to accomplish?" Yi Fan found Cheng Xiao inscrutable, unable to fathom the purpose behind such elaborate machinations. "To slay gods," Cheng Xiao stated nonchalantly, as if it were as mundane as eating or drinking. Yet, to Yi Fan's ears, those words struck like thunder from a clear sky. Observing Yi Fan's shock, Cheng Xiao smiled lightly. "Surprised, are you? This has already come to fruition. Indeed, the two principal deities of Olympus have already met their demise here, in a most gruesome manner. Do you harbor animosity towards Hades?" Yi Fan recalled Cheng Xiao's reckless pursuit of Hades moments ago. "At present, there is no animosity, but it shall arise in the future. Besides him, there is Poseidon. This scheme is devised for the two brothers. To slay Hades and Poseidon is the ultimate aspiration of Cheng Xiao. As for the other deity, Indra, who emerged during the Sangnan Divine War, he holds little regard for him. It suffices that Hades and Poseidon perish." Were these words spoken by anyone else, Yi Fan would deem them insane. However, they were uttered by Cheng Xiao. While he believes in this, he cannot help but mourn for the unfortunate brothers who, of all adversaries, have chosen to provoke this harbinger of death. Chapter 28. A call to death indeed, aside from slaying the divine. I must also provide a glimmer of hope for Sangnan and Lin Xie. At this juncture, even without the eruption of the Sangnan Divine War, Sangnan is destined to vanish within half a month. The mortal realm of Michael can sustain Sangnan for merely a decade. What is your level of assurance? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet a lingering doubt resided within him. Could a miracle truly manifest that surpasses the mortal realm? I cannot claim absolute certainty, but I am confident to a degree of 90%. A year prior, I would have only dared to claim a mere 60% assurance. However, since my breakthrough amidst the boundless chaos sea, with my elevated transcendent abilities and the manipulation of the 36 heavenly laws, I possess unwavering confidence that Sangnan can be reborn. In stark contrast to the tranquil northern borders, Sangnan finds itself engulfed in chaos. Although Sangnan has gathered 3 pinnacle human warriors, along with the Phoenix Squad and the 136 Squad, Their defenses appear strained against the onslaught of two major deities and numerous enigmatic creatures. Lu Wei relentlessly pursues the avatar of Loki, while Zhou Ping and Master Chen engage in fierce combat with Poseidon and Indra. Meanwhile, the other members of the Phoenix Squad and the 136 Squad are jointly combating the Frost Giants. On another front, Simeng, transformed into a phoenix, fiercely battles the Hellhound Garm and the Kraken, both of which have brushed against the threshold of demigod status. Awaken! You can never escape my grasp. You are the chosen one, possessing the power to overturn everything. You have slumbered long enough. Return, my agent, the inheritor of schemes and deceptions. Seek Xiaonan. In the midst of the turmoil, all were preoccupied with battle, oblivious to see Xiaonan's distress. Loki's voice echoed incessantly in her mind, reverberating like the resonant chimes of a temple, relentlessly assailing her spirit. The immense agony rendered her unable to stand, forcing her to helplessly clutch her head, curled upon the ground. As the cycle of time unfolds, the world enters an era of tranquility, just as Xiaonan teetered on the brink of collapse. Tormented by Loki's voice, a divine chant resounded, instantly dispelling the dreadful curse cast by Loki. A surge of Klein realm pressure erupted from behind the 136 Squad, causing a collective tightening of hearts. They feared the emergence of yet another Klein realm enigma. However, upon turning to investigate, they found no mystery behind them, only Xiaonan, standing in a daze, emanating the very pressure of the Klein realm. Xiaonan, you! How could this be? Ong Ying exclaimed, withdrawing a bloodied spear from atop a giant, gasping in disbelief at Xiaonan. Xiaonan! Wu Xiaonan gazed at her, words caught at her throat. As the one directly involved, Xiaonan felt somewhat dazed. It seemed she had just been under Loki's control. No, it was not control. Rather, she had deceived her former self through cunning. She was not merely Xiaonan. She was the agent of the god of trickery, Loki, and her purpose in Songnan was singular, revenge for Shiva. Yet, for reasons unknown, she harbored a distaste for this identity. Her sole desire was to be Xiaonan. She yearned to escape Loki's control and remain with Team 136, reluctant to part with Hong Ying, the captain, the vice-captain, Old Zhao, Wen Shima, Lin Xia, and Lung Xian. Captain, Ong Ying. As Xiaonan reminisced about everything, she found herself unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Uncertain of what to say. Crack! A shattering sound echoed from above her, and upon looking up, she beheld a semi-transparent chain's ethereal form severed by an enigmatic force, a faint silhouette wielding a long sword coming into view. Daozhong, with keen eyes. Hong Ying instantly recognized the figure as Cheng Xiao, someone they had encountered before. Upon hearing the term Daozhong, Chun Mai's brow furrowed even deeper. Merely moments ago, he had sensed the aura of the Chihuahua in a sewer in Songnan, only to discover that what he had retrieved was nothing more than an ordinary piece of pigskin, albeit artificially cloaked in the essence of Chihuahua. At this point, he could no longer fathom that today's divine battle had been orchestrated entirely by Cheng Xiao. His only meeting with Xiaonan had been on the day he came to collect the Chihuahua, and it was likely that the anomalies surrounding Xiaonan were also his doing. The more he pondered, the less he comprehended the sudden emergence of this young Daoist. What could possibly be his ultimate objective? Xiaonan's peculiarities were merely a minor interlude on this battlefield, and with Gam and Bracken slain by Simeng, the pressure within the city had markedly diminished. By the sea, Zhou Ping cleaved through the waves before him with a single stroke of his sword, breathing slightly heavily as he faced Poseidon. I told you, you shall not pass today. Poseidon regarded this young man, capable of matching him, with a hint of trepidation. Yet his aim was the Chihuahua. Though Zhou Ping could currently stand against him, he was still immortal and would eventually tire. With this thought, Poseidon raised his trident, summoning a dark water wall that surged toward Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping swung his sword with force, shattering the water wall, which erupted into mist. Before he could catch his breath, a trident imbued with tremendous divine might pierced through the fog, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Friend, please hold. A resonant voice resonated across the vast sea, echoing through the heavens. Poseidon felt a chill and the sound of air being sliced behind him, instinctively retracting his trident and swinging it backward. Clang! A crisp sound of impact resonated, as Poseidon felt an earth-shattering force in his grip. His trident began to splinter under this immense power, disintegrating into a multitude of fragments that fell into the sea. Poseidon turned. Astonishment etched across his features as he beheld his trembling hand. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a yellow figure striding over the waves from afar. Wherever he stepped, the tumultuous sea transformed into tranquility, with each stride seemingly spanning thousands of miles. In mere 3 steps, he arrived before Poseidon. Clad in a soil-colored Daoist robe, holding a long banner, and carrying a satchel, it was none other than Cheng Xiao. Poseidon no longer paid attention to Zhou Ping, as he sensed an even greater oppressive aura emanating from the suddenly appearing Eastern Taoist. "Was it you just now?" Cheng Xiao merely nodded gently, remaining silent. "Youngster, you owe me an explanation for your earlier actions. Should you wish to join Olympus, I might overlook your previous offense." Observing Poseidon's haughty demeanor, Cheng Xiao maintained his calm composure and replied coolly, "I find no inclination to explain myself, nor do you possess the right to hear it. I am here today for one purpose only. I invite you to your demise." Chapter 29. Do you wish to become a god? Poseidon found this to be the most absurd and comical statement he had ever encountered since his inception. He acknowledged that the sudden appearance of the Eastern Taoist before him wielded a touch of mystique, yet what did it matter? Who was he? One of the 12 Olympian gods, the second son of the Titan king Cronus, and the deity presiding over the oceans, Poseidon. Now, a presumptuous little wretch, who had utilized some peculiar means to destroy his own trident, fancied he could contend with him, even audaciously demanding his demise. It was, without a doubt, the most laughable jest in the world. Ha ha! As this thought crossed his mind, Poseidon could not suppress a booming laugh that resonated like a tsunami, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Unbeknownst to him, a rain of petals began to fall over the sea where he and the Taoist stood. Vibrant petals slowly drifting down, soon blanketing the surface of the water. Witnessing this, Poseidon's laughter grew even more boisterous. "Ha ha ha, you, of all people, think you can kill me? With what? That sword of yours? Or perhaps these petals? Foolish mortal, you know nothing of the divine power." Poseidon's haughty voice abruptly ceased as his massive form began to topple, crashing into the sea and sending countless waves surging forth. Upon his chest, a blood-red spider lily bloomed with astonishing vigor. An invisible divine force flowed from his body, gradually merging with the ocean, bestowing an air of solemnity upon this already enigmatic realm. Observing the divine energy waning from Poseidon, Cheng Xiao realized that he was indeed beyond saving, barring unforeseen circumstances. This brute would be the only one to remain intact today, a stroke of fortune for him. To avert a scenario akin to Hades, who could withstand a fatal blow? Cheng Xiao had destroyed his divine artifact upon arrival. Without that protective talisman, he had lost his last vestige of survival. Triple kill. At this moment, the expanse of Tsangnan fell into a profound silence. Zhou Ping stared in a daze at the lifeless body adrift on the sea. Poseidon was dead. It seemed as though the Taoist had done nothing, yet Poseidon had succumbed abruptly. "Captain!" An urgent call shattered the silence brought forth by Poseidon's demise. It was Hong Ying's voice. Chen Mai's form began to fade, starting from his fingertips, then his palm, his arm, transforming into countless golden motes of light, eventually drifting away, dissipating into the vastness. Behind him, Tsangnan mirrored his fate as innumerable specks of light emerged from the city. The streets, the buildings, and the bewildered populace, all rapidly vanishing. "Captain!" Hong Ying dashed to Chen Mai's side, reaching out to grasp the dissipating motes, as if holding on to them could prevent his disappearance. Chen Mai extended the hand that had yet to fade, gently wiping away the tears from Hong Ying's face. His expression one of profound relief. He gazed at his team members, offering a serene smile. "I have awaited this day for 10 years. I am weary. Tsangnan, I entrust you with this. And little Nan, she will forever be our little Nan." I am uncertain of what has transpired with her, but you may inquire with the Taoist in due course. As he contemplated this, a figure clad in a Daoist robe emerged in his mind, and his smile transformed into a bitter grimace. Master Dao, this time you have miscalculated. Miracles do not repeatedly manifest in the same locale. You have made me anticipate in vain for an entire year. Oh, are you ready to relinquish hope and accept reality? This does not seem to be the demeanor befitting a sentinel. Master Dao, for reasons unknown, Team 136 felt an unexpected surge of hope upon laying eyes on Cheng Xiao. I have stated before, from the depths of despair springs forth the most extraordinary miracles, as the art of war suggests. Only when one is placed in dire straits can rebirth occur. The preceding miracle was one of continuity. Today's miracle is termed rebirth. With that, Cheng Xiao gently thrust the long banner into the ground, and a glimmer of green light erupted from beneath his feet, rapidly spreading forth. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of Tsangnan was enveloped in this verdant glow, infused with boundless vitality and vigor. Master, look, the city has returned. They're all still here. The scholar pointed toward the city below, his words faltering under the striking contrast before him. If it ought not to exist, then let it vanish entirely. Indra's voice seethed with fury as he summoned countless bolts of lightning to strike Tsangnan. Witnessing this, Cheng Xiao merely raised his hand and waved dismissively. The impending lightning that threatened to descend upon Tsangnan coalesced into a dark purple lightning dragon, which then turned to charge at Indra. Caught off guard, Indra was pierced through by the lightning dragon, his body shattering upon contact, utterly obliterated by the electric force. Reduced to countless specks of dust. Quadra-kill. Indra is no more. Yet, Indra was merely a minor interlude. Cheng Xiao was far more concerned with Tsangnan, a miracle he had personally orchestrated and yearned to witness. The streets and buildings that had previously vanished were gradually restored, innumerable golden particles cascading from the heavens, returning to their former glory. The barren trees lining the streets blossomed with life anew. Despite it being deep autumn, tender green leaves sprouted forth from their branches. In stark contrast to the collective elation surrounding Tsangnan's revival, Loki, situated outside the city, wore a countenance so dark it seemed to drip with despair. Just moments ago, everything had proceeded smoothly. How could the situation have reversed so dramatically? First, Gam and Bracken fell to that phoenix, and then his agent, Si Xiaonan, severed their connection, signifying that Si Xiaonan would no longer serve as his representative. Now, with both Poseidon and Indra dead, and the previously vanished Tsangnan re-emerging, he too was eager to uncover the truth of what had transpired. At this juncture, it could be declared that their endeavor to seize Shiva's vengeance had utterly failed. Was there anything worse? Certainly, for he was now ensnared by Lin Xie. From within Tsangnan, one could distinctly observe a colossal Godzilla engaged in battle with a peculiar serpentine creature outside the city. Cheng Xiao had no intention of intervening at this moment. This was a conflict between Lin Xie and Loki. However, should he discover that today's clash had been instigated by himself, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. He turned to face the timid Si Xiaonan, who had been shrinking in the background with her head lowered. Xiaonan, do you wish to become a deity? Upon hearing her name called, Si Xiaonan helplessly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with bewilderment and despair. Do you wish to become a deity? To usurp Loki and become the new god of mischief? Cheng Xiao repeated the question. Is it possible for me? Cheng Xiao nodded slightly. Yes, there is no one more suitable than you. Tell me, do you desire this? Though Si Xiaonan's tone lacked conviction, the confusion that had previously enveloped her had dissipated. Chapter 30. The god of the abyss, once the divine power of the seraphim is depleted. You are but an insignificant insect. I shall return to seek you out. Loki clutched his chest in agony, the divine energy of Michael having seared his very blood. Lin Xie raised another blade, poised to pierce his heart, aware of his inability to resist. Loki's green eyes brimmed with resentment and unwillingness as he watched the blade approach him. Suddenly, a hand seized Lin Xie, the blade having already breached Loki's chest. Mere moments from his heart. Dao Zhang Yu. Lin Xie looked at Cheng Xiao in confusion, unable to comprehend why he would impede him. There remained something within him. To slay him now seemed a waste. Cheng Xiao spoke gently, his other hand resting upon Loki's crown, as if grasping something unseen. As Cheng Xiao lifted his hand, Loki's already anguished visage contorted into a grimace, as if he were enduring some unimaginable torment. "Ah, release me. I shall kill you." "Kill you? Release me. You are desecrating the divine. I will not let you go. I want you dead, ah." Loki's cries echoed, rendered hoarse by suffering, akin to the roar of a beast. This scene, even for the wrathful Lin Xie, evoked a twinge of compassion. He never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Dao Zhang would unleash such ruthless violence. "Indra, is this what you deem cruel? Why did you not comment on his cruelty when he scattered my ashes?" Loki's wails gradually diminished, and in Cheng Xiao's grasp emerged a swirling mass of dark green light, resembling the head of a venomous serpent, exuding an aura of danger and cunning. "Send him on his way." "Oh, Asgard!" A piercing scream resonated throughout every corner of Asgard, as Loki's true form repeatedly struck his head against the pillars, seeking respite from the agonizing torment of his soul being torn asunder. "Si Xiaonan, you traitor, I shall not spare you, and Lin Xie, along with that dead Daoist, await your reckoning." Loki continued to batter the pillars, his heart more pained than his head, to successfully obtain the wrath of Shiva. He had not only brought along Garm and Bracken, but had also manipulated Indra into action. His original scheme was to awaken Si Xiaonan, compelling her to retrieve the wrath of Shiva, after which he would deceitfully lure Lin Xie out of Songnan, ensuring the city's complete obliteration. However, the outcome was unforeseen. Si Xiaonan was indeed awakened, yet severed all ties with him upon her awakening, even revoking her status as the agent of the god of trickery. Following this, events spiraled out of control. Garm and Bracken were slain, Poseidon suddenly perished, and Indra fell victim to his own lightning, leaving no trace behind. In the end, Songnan, once obliterated, re-emerged, and he himself was forcibly stripped of half his laws from the Avatar sent to Songnan. This not only inflicted severe damage upon his soul, but also caused his realm to plummet rapidly, akin to a bungee jump. Now, his power likely positioned him as the weakest among the principal deities of Asgard. "Ah!" The wailing of Loki echoed eerily, sending ripples of unease throughout Asgard. Curiosity gripped the hearts of the onlookers, yet upon witnessing his frenzied demeanor, they opted for silence. The happenings in Asgard were of no concern to Cheng Xiao. His focus lay in assisting Si Xiao and in merging with a fragment of the god of trickery's essence. The deep green divine essence was gradually infused into Si Xiaonan's brow, and as it permeated her being, her aura underwent a profound transformation. The once lively and adorable girl now exuded a somber depth, laced with an undercurrent of enigma. Her mental prowess surged alongside the integration of the divine essence, swiftly propelling her past the pinnacle of Klein and into an entirely new realm. Once her energy stabilized, Si Xiaonan opened her eyes, revealing a fleeting shadow of a green serpent within her pupils, her gaze imbued with calculation and suspicion, though it was soon veiled by her inherent innocence and vivacity. "Daoist." Si Xiaonan blinked her large eyes playfully at Cheng Xiao. "I almost touched that door. Why couldn't I pass through?" The door she referred to was the door of laws, a necessary threshold for ascension to godhood in this realm, requiring the mastery of an entire law. This was merely a fragment of Loki's divine essence, thus possessing only a fraction of the trickery's law. Once they located Loki's true form and extracted the other half of the essence, she would ascend as the new god of trickery. Cheng Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that such a fragment would only elevate Si Xiaonan to the pinnacle of Klein, yet she had surprisingly surpassed expectations, breaking through to the demigod realm in one fell swoop. The only distinction between the demigod realm and true divinity lay in the completeness of the law. As long as the remaining trickery law was gathered in the future, Si Xiaonan's ascension was assured. With Lin Xie and now a demigod Si Xiaonan. This was mine. Beside them, Simeng gazed at Si Xiaonan with gleaming eyes, akin to a lonely bachelor beholding Louis Fei. I should also be considered beyond the demigod realm now. With a bit more effort, I could transcend like my little Daoist and become an immortal. At that time, with an immortal leader, a dual god agent, and a demigod aide, I, Xia Simeng, declare that the Phoenix Squad shall be the mightiest special team in the Great Xia. Is it over already? A slightly breathless voice jolted Simeng from a reverie. She turned, casting an irate glare at the source of the sound. Yifan, now in a rather poor state, lamented Cheng Xiao's lack of chivalry for abandoning him. He had hurriedly arrived in Songnan, only to discover that the battle had concluded, and to his dismay, he was met with Xia Simeng's accusatory stare. Alas, my heart aches, yet I shan't voice it. Observing the tardy Yifan, Cheng Xiao suddenly recalled a classic line. Diao Chan is on her way riding a horse. Suddenly, Cheng Xiao's expression changed, and he gazed solemnly at the sky. Indeed, it is this individual. He has truly followed me here. Everyone present, aside from Cheng Xiao, felt the ancient aura and terrifying pressure emanating from the heavens. Ever since he had slain Typhon in the northern realm, he sensed a presence descending, but at that time, he was too anxious to return and collect Poseidon, dismissing it as merely other Olympian deities wishing to intervene. Yet now, having pursued him to the southern seas, he was certain this presence was directed at him and Yifan. Do you know who has come? Observing Cheng Xiao's serious demeanor, Yifan surmised that he might recognize the source of this unfamiliar aura. Cheng Xiao nodded. It must be him, Abysmal. Ah, no. One of the 5 primordial gods of Olympus, the god of the abyss, Tartarus. Chapter 31. The Descent of the Gods Tartarus. At the mere mention of this name, a tremor coursed through everyone present. In their tireless efforts to protect the Great Xia, the Night Watchers had spent years collecting and organizing mythological accounts from around the world, uncovering numerous deities that existed within myths but had never been observed. Tartarus was one of these entities. Yifan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. This primordial deity belonged to the same era as the previously encountered Gaia and Nyx, possessing power that was at least supreme, if not surpassing that level. He could not help but recall the punch delivered by Gaia a decade ago. Even after he had reformed his body, the impact of that blow lingered in his psyche. Given the current strength of Great Xia, if a chief deity were to appear, the collective efforts of several human paragons might yield a chance of victory. However, if a supreme deity were to descend, their power would be akin to that of an ant attempting to shake a tree. No human strength could contend with that of a supreme god. Is he here for Shiva's vengeance? Is he akin to Gaia? Yifan cast a resigned glance at Cheng Xiao. Probably not. It seems more likely that he is targeting us, Cheng Xiao replied, his gaze fixed intently on the intensifying abyssal aura overhead. His own sense of helplessness mirrored Yifan's. His greatest fears had come to fruition. Initially, he had speculated that even if a supreme god were to intervene, it would most likely be Gaia. 10 years prior, she had eliminated Songnan using Shiva's wrath, and her divine power had been significantly diminished since then. For years, she had remained dormant on Olympus, recuperating. If it were her, he would not claim victory, but he would at least have confidence in driving her back. The reality, however, had taken an unexpected turn. Tartarus had arrived. This god of the abyss, who had remained dormant since the dawn of time, had never revealed his might, leaving no one aware of the extent of his power. Targeting us? Yifan queried, perplexed, as he could not recall any transgressions against this elusive deity. His son met his demise at our hands. Cheng Xiao provided, his tone indifferent. Huh? Yifan stammered. You mean him, the sole progeny of Hades, Typhon, the only scion of Tartarus? Among the 5 primordial gods of Olympus, with the exception of the solitary god of desire, Eros, Gaia, Nyx, and Erebus were all blessed with numerous descendants. Only Tartarus remained barren until Gaia bore Typhon, a vessel of her hatred and wrath, after her grandson ascended as the god king. After finally having a child in his later years, Typhon met his end at the hands of Cheng Xiao in the northern realms. Wait, you. This. Yifan stuttered, struggling to form a coherent response, clearly flustered. Had it not been for his position as the commander of the Night Watchers, he might have already succumbed to a fit of rage. Moreover, a sudden exclamation from Master Chun shattered the intense moment shared by the 2 men. In addition to the abyssal aura of Tartarus, they detected 5 other distinctly different divine presences. It is sequence 078, the god of war Ares, along with 077, the sun god Apollo. As Chun Fuzi's voice faded, a golden sun chariot raced forth, its 2 wheels ablaze like twin suns, radiating an intense glare. At the helm sat a handsome youth with golden hair and eyes, clad in resplendent solar armor, wielding a golden longbow and exuding a searing aura. Accompanying him was another figure, garbed in dark red ancient Roman armor, gripping a spear in his right hand and a round shield in his left, emanating a fierce and menacing energy. These 2 were indeed the sun god Apollo and the god of war Ares, as mentioned by Chun Fuzi. Suddenly, before the crowd could collect themselves, the distant cries of birds and the sound of sticks slicing through the air echoed. The skies seemed to darken, and upon looking up, a colossal monstrous bird approached from the west, its size akin to a vast tapestry that obscured the heavens. Sequence 053, the Indian deity Garuda. Beneath Garuda, a massive yellow figure raced through the sea, resembling a gigantic ape with yellow fur, possessing 8 arms and a crimson visage, its tail thrashing like a giant serpent against the surface of the water, shattering the tranquil sea. Another unobserved deity with 8 arms, reminiscent of the divine monkey Hanuman from Indian mythology. Simultaneously, Tartarus made its formal entrance, devoid of a distinct form, revealing only a vast, bottomless abyss floating upon the sea, where a pair of red eyes flickered ominously, filled with darkness and a chilling aura of slaughter. The 5 deities descended almost simultaneously, their terrifying presence enveloping the entire maritime expanse, instilling feelings of dread and despair. Everyone sensed the dire situation. A supreme deity accompanied by 4 major gods. Such a formidable assembly had not been seen even a decade ago. Cheng Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. Events had spiraled beyond control. One could only hope that Simeng and Yi Fan could hold their ground until he could repel Tartarus, as that might offer a glimmer of hope. As for reinforcements, he sensed the presence of 2 opposing factions of deities in the southwestern highlands, while in the north, he detected the aura of the primordial celestial master, along with another equally formidable presence. The awakened gods of the great Xia would not be coming. They had to rely on themselves. Kong Shang, lead the Phoenix squad into Sangnan City and exert all efforts to eliminate the mysterious entities within. Understood. Chamai. Assemble Team 136 to evacuate the populace, urging them to distance themselves from the coastline. If necessary, facilitate their departure from Sangnan. Yes. Watching as Team 136 and the Phoenix squad entered Sangnan City, Cheng Xiao planted his long banner into the sand behind him, and an invisible barrier unfurled, completely isolating the sea from Sangnan. Be cautious. Indeed, you too. Cheng Xiao and Simeng exchanged a glance of mutual concern before resolutely nodding to each other. In days of yore, I observed that on a single day of adherence to the precepts, I offered sustenance to the Pratyabhuta, believing in the existence of truth. I am aware of this, as are you, who speak of yourself, who shall testify to this knowledge. Just as Cheng Xiao and the others were poised to take action, a resonant chant reverberated from the clouds, followed by an ethereal cascade of blossoms and the emergence of golden lotuses from the earth. Countless golden lotuses descended from the heavens, forming a series of steps. A figure clad in simple monk-esque robes, with a benevolent countenance, the Buddha, clasped his hands in reverence, reciting sacred verses as he gracefully descended from the clouds upon the golden lotuses. Thus have I heard, with ears unprejudiced, uttering my name, one may attain great transformation and freedom, fulfilling desires at will, in accordance with one's heart, with both heart and eloquence in harmony, extolling the divine freedom of the celestial realm. The Buddha recited the enigmatic scriptures, yet no aura of enlightenment emanated from him. Instead, he was surrounded by the insatiable horrors of greed, bloodlust, brutality, and sloth, an endless torrent of terrifying desires. Chapter 32. The Phoenix's blood-curdling cry, could it truly be the Buddha, radiating an insatiable desire? At this moment, Cheng Xiao felt a profound numbness. What was merely a minor climax in the original narrative, the Battle of Shenzhen in Songnan, had escalated dramatically due to his interference. The divine energy emanating from this Buddha surpassed even Apollo and his companions, second only to Tartarus, indicating that he was yet another supreme deity, at the very least a half step beyond the realm of the principal god. Everyone, be cautious. This entity is the sworn enemy of the Buddha, the demon king Poseidon, and we must not allow his surrounding desires to sway us. Yifan, as a disciple of Jin Shanzi, immediately recognized the formidable Poseidon, who was depicted in numerous Buddhist scriptures as the greatest obstacle on the path to enlightenment for Shakyamuni Buddha. With Poseidon's arrival, the slender numerical advantage on Cheng Xiao's side dissipated entirely. Apart from Cheng Xiao, there were only Xia Simeng, Yi Fan, Chen Fuzi, Zhou Ping, and Lu Wei, totaling 6 individuals. Conversely, the opposing side also boasted 6 formidable beings: Tartarus, Apollo, Ares, Garuda, Hanuman, and Poseidon. The scene resembled a so-called fair competition in a MOBA game, where opponents of equal strength were matched against one another. Shall I count to 3, and we all charge together? Xia Siming's comment slightly alleviated the oppressive atmosphere. Yet no one found humor in the situation. The chance of victory appeared dismally slim. Leave Poseidon to me. My Buddhist teachings may hold the power to contend with him. I shall take this on. His desires shall not sway me. Zhou Ping declined Yi Fan's proposal, advancing slowly with his sword drawn, its blade aimed directly at Poseidon. His heart, akin to the purest crystal, allowed his mind and spirit to remain eternally untainted, devoted to a singular purpose. Impervious to external influences, he was indeed the only one present who would remain unaffected by Poseidon's allure. Then let us proceed, and let these unworldly gods witness the might of our great Xia. Leave that fellow in the heavens to me. Xia Simeng, too, was eager for battle, shedding her cloak and soaring into the air, the fiery mark on her brow igniting as she transformed into a blazing red phoenix. Undaunted, even in the face of Garuda's colossal form, Cheng Xiao hesitated not. He formed a hand seal towards the heavens, and darkness enveloped the scene as the night sky shimmered with stars. Simultaneously, his body morphed into a mist of water, merging with the sea. At that very moment, countless stars cascaded from the night sky, coalescing into a towering giant that rose slowly from the depths of the ocean, its skin a blend of flowing seawater and twinkling starlight. Come, to me, sword, the giant roared, as a long sword soared through the air, stirring up waves that enveloped it. By the time it reached the giant formed from Cheng Xiao's essence, it had transformed into a colossal sword of seawater, equally adorned with shimmering stars. With a mighty swing of the giant's sword, a water dragon surged forth, carrying the power of 7 stars straight towards Tartarus. Just as the water dragon was about to plunge into the abyss, a black chain, exuding the essence of the chasm, shot forth and ensnared the creature tightly. The chain constricted further, ultimately shattering the water dragon into countless droplets that returned to the sea. After vanquishing the water dragon, the chain continued towards Cheng Xiao, who felt as if an oppressive mountain was hurtling towards him, intent on subjugating him. The battle between Cheng Xiao and Tartarus found itself in a stalemate, with the two incorporeal beings unable to gain the upper hand over one another. The situation for others was far less favorable. They were beset and battered. Master Chun continuously unleashed his mental constructs in an attempt to ensnare Ares, only to have them shattered repeatedly. Yi Fan and Lu Wu Wei found themselves in a similar predicament, dodging the assaults of Hanuman and Apollo, and though they managed a few counterattacks, none proved substantial. Meanwhile, Xia Simeng faced an even graver challenge, though she inflicted considerable damage on Garuda with the flames of the phoenix. The overwhelming disparity in size kept her in a precarious position. Clang! Garuda's vicious claws raked across Xia Simeng's back, tearing away a significant swath of flesh, and blood rained down from the heavens as the phoenix emitted a mournful cry. Countless blood-soaked feathers drifted through the air. Yet, Xia Simeng appeared impervious to pain. growing ever more valiant in battle, even managing to strike Garuda in a daring dive. Feathers and flesh cascading around them as the two divine birds clashed in a gruesome aerial duel. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air suddenly pierced the chaos, followed by a woman's anguished scream. Simeng. Cheng Xiao turned toward the sound, only to witness a heart-wrenching scene. A golden arrow, ablaze with the flames of the sun god, pierced through Simeng's heart. And Garuda seized the opportunity to strike again, sending her plummeting into the sea. The ensuing splash felt like a heavy blow to Cheng Xiao's heart. Apollo, I will see you dead. Cheng Xiao descended into madness. Though he was a giant formed of sea water, flames now erupted from his body. He summoned his sword, aiming it directly at Apollo. But to his dismay, the sword was deflected by Tartarus' chain, disappearing into the depths of the ocean. Once more, two chains emerged from the abyss, binding Cheng Xiao's limbs and preventing his advance. He struggled relentlessly, but the chains multiplied, tightening their grip the more he fought, dragging him inexorably toward the abyss. Boom! Another explosion echoed as the giant formed of sea water detonated, transforming into a torrential rain as he reverted to his original form on the surface of the sea. Gazing at the abyss before him, he realized that without defeating Tartarus, he could not escape this place. Simeng's grave injuries had already unsettled him. As for the forthcoming battle, he could no longer afford to be cautious. Not far away on the beach, a bloodied Simeng trembled as she rose unsteadily to her feet. Her clothing lay in tatters, revealing skin marred by deep claw marks that showed the bone beneath. A gaping hole had been torn through the position of her heart, as Apollo's arrow pierced her chest, utterly shattering her heart. Cultivating immortality has its merits. Even without a heart, I can still survive. Simeng, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, gritted her teeth and rose to her feet. She produced a circular emblem, her dazed eyes brimming with resolve. Click! A slender needle sprang forth from the inner side of the emblem. She cast one last glance at her comrades engaged in fierce combat, and then at that. Young Taoist, take note. Sister is about to perform quite splendidly. Chapter 33. The Phoenix soars to the heavens. Overlooking all beings, the decree of the Hongwu Emperor star commands. Celestial bodies of the universe. He might call. Cheng Xiao raised his sword high, aligning it with his brow, his right hand's index and middle fingers converging as he pointed at his forehead. A strand of pure yang energy gradually separated from his brow, guided by his fingertip. Upon this strand's departure, Cheng Xiao's visage turned ashen, his throat convulsed violently, and the sword's body blazed crimson the moment the pure yang energy fused into it. As he chanted, a violet star in the night sky radiated with brilliance, resembling a luminous moon against the clear backdrop. The purple starlight, imbued with an exalted essence, descended into Cheng Xiao's being, enveloping him in a violet halo. Yet, he suffered immensely. The power of the Hongwu Emperor star was overwhelmingly potent, and the forced amalgamation of its might resulted in numerous purple fissures appearing upon his face, his breath growing labored. The 28 constellations, he my command. The four symbols demon-suppressing formation arise as Cheng Xiao's voice resonated. Distinct hues illuminated the four corners of the night sky. The azure-green azure dragon, the platinum-white white tiger, the golden-red vermilion bird, and the purple-black black tortoise. The ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts began to coalesce amidst the radiance. Roar, howl, cry, hiss. With four resounding divine roars, the spectral forms of the sacred beasts descended upon the ocean's surface, securing the battlefield entirely. Howl! Upon the white tiger's arrival, it unleashed another roar, its claws slashing forth to instantaneously rend the divine monkey Hanuman into fragments. Hanuman was unable to emit even a cry of anguish before being dismembered, reduced to a heap of floating flesh upon the sea. As the formation solidified, all present felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, instilling an instinctive desire to bow in reverence. With the blessing of the Hongwu Emperor star and the four symbols demon-suppressing formation, Cheng Xiao finally began to subdue Tartarus. the abyssal essence surrounding Tartarus being gradually eroded under the onslaught of Cheng Xiao and the spectral forms of the sacred beasts. Little Taoist, I knew you were withholding secrets. Such a formidable formation, yet you did not teach me. I shall impose a punishment upon you, observing the ethereal forms of the sacred beasts upon the ocean. Simeng's pallid countenance darkened with indignation, only to swiftly fade into despondency. Forget it. Your punishment shall be to bring me delicacies each year. With no repetition allowed with that, she hesitated no longer, thrusting her badge in her fingertip, a jolt of agony coursing through her entire being. At the moment the spectral essence entered her body, the fiery mark upon her brow blazed with golden light, commencing its transformation into a golden hue, simultaneously imbued with a touch of sanctity. The blood from her wound ignited into flames, enveloping her entirely within moments. The fire transitioned through an array of colors: crimson, dark red, deep purple, violet, gold, and finally, to a radiant crimson gold. It ceased its transformation only when it reached the hue of crimson gold. The flames expanding and rising, as a phoenix embryo began to unfurl its wings at the center. The flames erupted suddenly, transforming into a rain of fire that cascaded across the sky before swiftly converging. A colossal figure of resplendent golden red gradually solidified amidst the flames, taking form. The melodious cries of a phoenix echoed through the cosmos, resonating from the highest heavens to the deepest abysses, momentarily halting all of creation as if to herald her rebirth. As the flames dissipated, a magnificent golden-red phoenix hovered serenely in midair, its size now magnified several-fold, rivaling that of Garuda. Its golden feathers shimmered with fiery light, while its five-colored tail feathers radiated the purest elemental energies. The phoenix opened its eyes, and a beam of golden light sliced through the night sky, bathing the world in a golden hue. The firelight trickling from the corners of its eyes resembled a striking eyeshadow, imparting a unique allure to its gaze, noble, sacred, and imbued with a haughty disdain for all things. Garuda exchanged a brief glance with the phoenix, only to emit a wretched cry the next moment, its massive form plummeting into the sea, creating towering waves that soared thousands of meters high. Garuda met its demise with but a single glance. The once mighty Garuda was terrified to death, the terror of all avian beings. Simeng cast a casual glance at the enormous bird carcass drifting upon the sea, akin to an abandoned piece of refuse, dismissing it without a second thought. With a resounding cry, the phoenix soared into the sky, its wings unfurling as numerous feathered arrows enveloped in golden flames coalesced around her. With a gentle flap of her wings, these arrows transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Apollo. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed in succession as the arrows penetrated Apollo's body without exception, shattering his solar battle armor and leaving him riddled with gaping wounds like a honeycomb, golden blood cascading into the sea and igniting fierce flames. With a resounding splash, Apollo, his face etched with disbelief and reluctance, fell into the ocean, vitality dissipating. Thus, the god of the sun, one of the 12 Olympian deities, met his end. Having accomplished this, Simeng did not pause. She flapped her wings once more, releasing a stream of multicolored light that sped towards Ares. The radiant light gently brushed past Ares, causing his armor, spear, and shield to vanish in an instant, his very form dissolving into particles of light. Triple kill. Ares, the god of war and one of the 12 Olympian deities, is dead. In mere moments, Garuda, Apollo, and Ares fell one after another, all felled by Simeng's singular strike, excluding the one that succumbed to fright, adding to the earlier demise of Hanuman, who was torn apart by the spectral white tiger. Only Tartarus and Poseidon remained in the fray, marking a dramatic turn of events. Observing the situation, Poseidon ceased his struggle with Zhou Ping, transforming into a golden lotus to escape. At this juncture, only Cheng Xiao and Tartarus remained locked in fierce battle, empowered by the might of the Hongwu Emperor star. Every strike from Cheng Xiao carried the unparalleled strength of this ancient celestial body, further aided by the illusions of the four holy beasts. as Tartarus found its abyssal form significantly diminished. Once again, a radiant spectrum of 5 colors enveloped Tartarus, shattering the black chains that bound him. Gazing upward at the resplendent golden phoenix, Cheng Xiao relinquished the violet light of the Emperor star that adorned her, transforming it into a flicker of flame that melded seamlessly into Simeng's essence. A fierce inferno reignited upon Simeng's form, her wings unfurling and tail straightening, as a bowstring crafted from pure fire bound the tips of her wings. Her body became the bow, her head the arrowhead, and her tail the fletching, culminating in a colossal bow and arrow. With a resounding cry, another phoenix emerged, formed entirely of flame, matching the size of her true self. Like a sharpened arrow, it soared forth, vaporizing the sea beneath it, revealing the jagged ocean floor. Chapter 34. Tranquility. The fiery phoenix cleaved a chasm across the sea, ultimately plunging into the abyss. A resounding explosion echoed, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. As the dust settled, the essence of Tartarus had entirely vanished, leaving only remnants of its presence in the depths of the ocean below. Cheng Xiao separated from Simeng, gesturing as the ethereal forms of the 4 sacred beasts and the starry cosmos gradually dissipated, heralding the dawn. Was Tartarus truly vanquished? Gazing at the serene surface of the sea, Yi Fan felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Mere moments ago, they had been embroiled in a fierce battle, and now it seemed to have concluded. If not for the burning sun god fire and the lifeless bodies of Poseidon and Garuda still smoldering upon the water, one might scarcely believe a divine conflict had just unfolded here. Indeed, it had perished. Little did we anticipate witnessing the fall of a supreme deity today. Yet, how lamentable. Master Chun regarded the magnificent and sacred phoenix hovering over the waters, his elation at victory abruptly stifled. He had witnessed clearly that Simeng's heart had been pierced by Apollo's arrow, and with the invocation of the demonic spirit's call, time was running short. Simeng soared back to the beach with Cheng Xiao, returning to her human form upon landing. Her garments lay in tatters, and the blood seeping from her wounds had congealed into dark scabs. "We have triumphed," Cheng Xiao declared, his voice laden with exhaustion. Having just withdrawn the pure yang essence, he had forcibly manipulated the energies of the purple tenuity star, inflicting considerable harm upon himself. His vital energy surged chaotically, and the flow of his magical power was disordered. Simeng nodded gently, acknowledging his words, but in the next heartbeat, her body slumped, collapsing into Cheng Xiao's embrace. "Simeng, wake up!" Panic surged within Cheng Xiao as the last flicker of hope extinguished. He had clung to the belief that the phoenix's power of rebirth might counteract the adverse effects of the demonic spirit's call. Yet now Simeng lay motionless, devoid of any signs of resurrection. "Simeng, you madwoman, please awaken," Cheng Xiao called out fervently, striving to suppress the turmoil within him. He gritted his teeth and attempted to invoke the spell of resurrection again, but the anticipated outcome eluded him. It seemed as if something within Simeng repelled his magic. The resurrection had proven futile. Cheng Xiao refused to accept this fate. He could not fathom why Zhao Kongsheng could be revived while Simeng could not. With the resurrection spell failing, he resolved to try a different approach. Vigor surged in his hands, flowing ceaselessly into Simeng's body, yet the result remained unchanged. The life force was met with fierce rejection the moment it entered her form, rendering it ineffective. After numerous futile attempts, despair enveloped Cheng Xiao. He began to loathe himself for his inadequacy, for daring to provoke this divine conflict. Had he not sought to orchestrate the demise of Hades and Poseidon, Tartarus would not have emerged, and Simeng would not have perished. Was it truly impossible to alter fate? A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He had undertaken so much in hopes of changing the tragic outcomes of the original tale. Yet what had he truly altered in the end? Simeng has indeed passed away, and much sooner than depicted in the original narrative. Why must you exert yourself so, dear lady? If you cannot prevail, it would be wisest to flee. They were summoned by me, and if they take my life, I am merely reaping what I have sown. It is I who truly deserves this fate. Cheng Xiao tightly embraced the lifeless form of Simeng, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, falling upon her countenance. Who are these deathly sorcerers who dare to seize what belongs to me? Ah, little sorcerer, if you call me sister, I shall grant you a wondrous gift. Little sorcerer, are you truly a sorcerer? How can you not even recite a spell? Cheng Xiao, do you believe we will one day witness the mist dissipate? I long for the end of this turmoil, so I may enjoy a well-deserved respite, wandering the world with my little sorcerer. Look closely, little sorcerer, for I shall perform magnificently. Memories of the past surged through Cheng Xiao's mind, yet his thoughts remained void. He had exhausted all means, manipulating fate, seeking resurrection, reversing the forces of yin and yang, but all were met with rejection. He understood that the golden-haired enchantress, who delighted in being called sister and referred to him as little sorcerer, would never return. Yi Fan, Master Chun, Lu Wuwei, and Zhou Ping stood quietly at a distance, observing the forlorn silhouette of Cheng Xiao, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Despite their victory, there was no joy to be found. This battle had revealed the profound chasm between mortals and deities. Though 9 deities had fallen today, including one of the highest ranked, the 4 of them, the pinnacle of humanity, had not distinguished themselves, with only Zhou Ping managing to hold his ground against Poseidon and Bosun. Without Cheng Xiao and Simeng, they were uncertain how they would have triumphed. If only Simeng. Sighing deeply, Master Chen struggled to articulate his sentiments, but ultimately fell silent, releasing only a prolonged sigh. Suddenly, Yi Fan chuckled, urging, "Do not lament just yet, Master. Let us take our leave." Master Chun and Lu Wuwei exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Yi Fan seemed to find amusement in such a moment. Yet, their understanding of him suggested he would not indulge in such schadenfreude. Then, lowering his voice, Yi Fan discreetly pointed towards Cheng Xiao. "Look there." Even Zhou Ping, who had been gazing downward, lifted his head to follow Yi Fan's gesture. The 3 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. The deceased Simeng was extending a finger beside Cheng Xiao, inscribing something in a blind spot he could not perceive, her movements vigorous and rapid, defying her state of death. After a moment of scrutiny, they finally discerned her message. "Hurry away. I am merely toying with him. Do not linger here as a third wheel." Cheng Xiao, still enveloped in sorrow, remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him. "The young Taoist, have you wept?" "No." "Who is crying?" Cheng Xiao instinctively retorted, but as the words left his lips, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Was that the voice of Simeng? Lowering his gaze, he found Simeng gazing at him with a radiant smile, her complexion flushed, showing no signs of the grievous injury she had sustained. "Quickly tell me, were you crying for me just now?" He hesitated. Cheng Xiao still could not articulate a complete response. Just as he began to speak, Simeng playfully wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. The dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the setting sun bathed the sea in a golden hue. A breeze, laden with the scent of salt and the ocean, rustled the edges of Cheng Xiao's garments and tousled Simeng's flowing hair. Behind them, a tall banner swayed gently in the sea breeze, the 2 bold characters emblazoned upon it gleaming brilliantly in the twilight. Peace. Chapter 35. My learning is a bit eclectic. The evening glow over the sea resembled a youthful painting, as the setting sun elongated the shadows of a young couple on the beach. "Did you cry because of me? Be honest." "Yes." Cheng Xiao responded succinctly. The indescribable joy of reunion enveloped him. He held Simeng tightly around the waist, fearing she might slip away again at any moment. Simeng slightly lowered her head, her eyes brimming with sweetness and affection. She adjusted to a more comfortable position, leaning against Cheng Xiao, allowing her gaze to fall upon his profile. The boy's silhouette was bathed in a golden hue by the sunset, the fine hairs on his cheeks adding a touch of ethereal beauty. Though not conventionally stunning, his features were well-defined, embodying a blend of maturity and youthful innocence. "So handsome," Simeng whispered. Cheng Xiao looked down at her charming face, realizing he had caught a glimpse of her words. Simeng playfully pressed his head down to kiss him, asking, "What would you do if I had really died just now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xiao replied, "I would storm Olympus and slay those gods. And if you couldn't defeat them, then we would perish together. It would be worth it." Despite the chilling intent in his tone, Simeng felt no discomfort. Rather, she found him to be quite dashing and formidable. Truly, he was the man she had chosen, possessing unyielding spirit. "Am I really that important to you?" Cheng Xiao paused at this question. Was he important? It seemed he truly was. His life had been devoid of meaning until Simeng's arrival brought him joy. Thanks to her, the coldness of his existence had been warmed by the essence of home. Reflecting on this, he nodded earnestly and gently kissed her forehead. "You are very important, exceptionally important." "How important?" Simeng asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You are my entire world." Wow, how cheesy. Is this really the same little Daoist I know? Has he been possessed by Tartarus? No, I must investigate thoroughly. With that, Simeng flipped over and pinned Cheng Xiao down, casting a mischievous glance at him. "Wait, what did you say the name of your sword was?" A sudden scream erupted from the underground chamber of the Peace Affairs office. Simeng held Cheng Xiao's sword, her expression reflecting disbelief at what she thought she had misheard. "Friend, please hold your step." What a ridiculous name. Cheng Xiao's response caused everyone present to wince. Even Zhou Ping, who had been silent, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yet Cheng Xiao remained unfazed, as if discussing an ordinary matter. The sword vibrated in response to his call, emitting a humming sound, as though acknowledging him. Simeng poked the sword with exasperation, lamenting, He too has never tasted fine delicacies. What a wretched name he has chosen. If I were to retaliate, it would serve as a lasting lesson for him." The sword vibrated more violently than before, seemingly expressing its discontent. Yi Fan stifled a laugh. "When you vanquished Hades, I thought you Taoists were quite courteous, only for you to reveal that you were addressing your sword. This, is a clever jab by the cunning Simeng. Is there an issue? Just tell me whether it is effective. If someone suddenly calls out fellow cultivator, please halt from behind you while you are walking, wouldn't you instinctively turn around?" Although the crowd was reluctant to admit it, the truth of his words was undeniable. Anyone would turn upon hearing such a call from behind. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Cheng Xiao continued, "The art of war teaches that warfare is a path of deception. Regardless of the tactic, if it leads to victory, it is a commendable strategy. Once conditions permit, I shall forge another blade, even when engaged in one-on-one combat. If I were to shout 'hold on' just as my opponent prepares to strike, they would surely think I was addressing them. That moment of hesitation would grant me the opportunity to strike." The crowd remained speechless. Simeng, in frustration, delivered a punch to Cheng Xiao, mockingly scolding him. "Have you ever seen a cultivator like you, resorting to underhanded tactics in combat and naming your spirit sword with such treachery?" Cheng Xiao shrugged in resignation. There's nothing to be done. Whether divine beings or demonic cultivators, they studied the classics. My background is different. I have learned a diverse array of subjects, as implied by my tuition fees. The basement fell silent once more, as if sensing that there was something amiss in Cheng Xiao's words, yet unable to pinpoint the discrepancy. If this were in the past, he would surely be deemed a malevolent practitioner. Cough. Let's return to serious matters. Teacher Chen cleared his throat, resembling a schoolteacher from our youth. Upon hearing this, the group immediately composed their expressions, becoming solemn. All eyes, except for Cheng Xiao S. and the unconscious Lin Xia S., turned towards the timid Si Xiaonan, who was huddled at the back. Nervously, Si Xiaonan stuck out her tongue, casting a pleading glance at Cheng Xiao. To be honest, she herself was still somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. Yi Fan, Teacher Chun, and the others noticed her distress and turned their gazes back to Cheng Xiao. Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, Cheng Xiao slowly approached Si Xiaonan from behind, gently patting her shoulder. "This matter is actually quite simple. Si Xiaonan, as you have surmised, was once the agent of the god of trickery, Loki. She deceived herself into believing she was Si Xiaonan, joining the Night Watchers, and then came to Tsangnan, becoming part of Team 136. All with the intention of seizing the wrath of Shiva that Captain Chun has suppressed. What? Si Xiaonan is indeed Loki's agent. Her target is the wrath of Shiva. The basement was suddenly filled with a cacophony of voices, many faces exhibiting shock. Yet Summer Simeng and Cheng Xiao remained composed. One was privy to all that had transpired, while the other had not given it much thought, focusing solely on how to recruit Si Xiaonan rather, to entice her into their Phoenix team. Look at you all, so anxious. At last, Cheng Xiao could no longer bear it and raised a hand to silence the murmurs. Listen, I am referring to the past. Do you comprehend? She is simply herself now, not some agent of the god of deception, but merely Si Xiaonan of Team 136. The acquisition of the Shiva's wrath was a task to be completed by the agent. But my connection with Loki has been severed, hence, the concerns you harbor will not materialize. Chapter 36. The Award Ceremony. Ultimately, after a thorough elucidation by Cheng Xiao, the matter concerning Si Xiaonan was finally clarified, albeit with some omissions, such as Loki's attempt to awaken her. In the days that followed, tranquility seemed to return. Perhaps the recent divine conflict in Songnan, which resulted in the downfall of numerous deities and a supreme being, had instilled a sense of trepidation, as no mysterious entities had emerged within the boundaries of the Great Xia for several consecutive days. Xia Simeng had eagerly awaited the arrival of her long-desired holiday, and Cheng Xiao had no pressing need to return to Taiping Temple, since the incense had long ceased to burn. An additional 10 or 8 days of absence would bear no consequence. Hand in hand, they ambled through the streets and alleys of Songnan, savoring the vibrant atmosphere of urban life. Cheng Xiao felt an expansive sense of contentment, realizing that he had safeguarded the myriad lights of the city. Xia Simeng slightly turned her head, gazing at Cheng Xiao's smiling profile, her face betraying a trace of joy and pride. Look, this is my man. He has saved the entire city. In the Battle of Songnan, to counter the Frost Giant, the Night Watch's upper echelons, after thorough deliberation, resolved to bestow the Starlight Medal upon all members of the Phoenix Squad and Songnan Team 136. The captain of Songnan Team 136, Chun Mai, who had suppressed the forbidden entity known as the Vengeful Shiva for a decade, took the lead in the battle against the Frost Giant. The Night Watch's leadership, after careful consideration, decided to award Chun Mai the Stardust Medal. Xia Simeng, captain of the Phoenix Squad, had successively vanquished the mythological creature, the Hellhound Garm, the North Sea Leviathan Bracken, and subsequently defeated entities classified as Sequence 053. The Indian deity Garuda, Sequence 077, the Greek god Apollo, and Sequence 078, the Greek god Ares. She later collaborated with the master of Taiping Temple, Cheng Xiao, to slay the Greek supreme deity Tartaros, and was thus awarded the Sea of Stars Medal. As Yifan's words concluded, the audience erupted in astonishment. The Sea of Stars Medal represented the pinnacle of honor among the Night Watch. The last recipient had been Wang Mian 5 years prior. Yet, merely 5 years later, it had been awarded to Xia Simeng. However, upon reflection, while the Sea of Stars Medal marked the zenith of recognition, it did not encapsulate the full extent of Xia Simeng's martial prowess. Her single battle against 4 deities was unparalleled on a global scale, with the exception of a certain Taoist priest. Xia Simeng could hardly contain her excitement as she leapt off the podium, diving into Cheng Xiao's embrace like a playful kitten, eagerly flaunting her medal. Look, the Sea of Stars Medal. Am I impressive or what? Xia Simeng nearly clung to Cheng Xiao, her face alight with anticipation and exhilaration, as if she were about to inscribe the words, "Praise me," upon her countenance. The fury she had felt earlier, stemming from Yifan's phone call that interrupted her holiday, had vanished without a trace upon receiving the medal. Among the witnesses, none were more astonished than the members of the Phoenix Squad. Gongshang, having encountered Xia Simeng's boldness previously in the northern caves, was somewhat prepared, though he was still taken aback by her audacity. The other members, however, were quite different. Cao Sha swallowed hard, staring blankly at Kong Shang and asking, "Deputy Captain Kong, is this really our captain? Are you certain she hasn't been possessed by some foul entity?" Not only she, but all the other team members shared the same bewilderment. Gazing at the petite Summer Simeng nestled in Cheng Xiao's embrace, they all wondered, is this truly the same humanoid mother dragon? When did she become so gentle? However, the two protagonists remained oblivious to their surroundings, their eyes solely focused on one another. Cheng Xiao tenderly caressed Summer Simeng's hair, his smile radiating warmth. Remarkable, truly impressive. His gaze also fell upon the deep blue metal adorning her chest, embodying the weight of the ocean and the brilliance of the starry sky. Isn't it beautiful? Of course. It is. It was earned at the cost of one's life. Had it not been for the divine intervention that awakened the phoenix's primordial powers, allowing Summer Simeng to fully integrate with that essence and ultimately achieve rebirth, all that Cheng Xiao would be holding now would be a medal and an urn. Reflecting on this, Cheng Xiao's touch grew even gentler. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed an addiction to stroking Summer Simeng's hair like one would a cat. Whenever he saw her head lean towards him, he instinctively rubbed it affectionately. Summer Simeng, once feisty, had transformed into a compliant companion, even nuzzling her head against his palm at times. Just when everyone expected the awarding ceremony to conclude, Yi Fan produced another wooden box, identical to the one that housed Summer Simeng's Star Sea medal. This was the second Star Sea medal. A collective gasp arose from the attendees. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Curiosity sparked within them about the ferocity of the battle in Songnan that could yield 2 Star Sea medals from a single conflict. Cheng Xiao, the abbot of the Taiping Temple in the capital. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao looked up in astonishment. Hadn't he come as a family member accompanying Summer Simeng to the ceremony? How was this related to him? Yi Fan, sensing Cheng Xiao's gaze, smiled and nodded at him before continuing to read. Cheng Xiao, the abbot of the Taiping Temple, utilized his secret arts to revive Zhao Kongsheng, a member of Team 136 who perished in battle due to the divine summons, and subsequently vanquished the semi-divine entity, the Rock Armor Lizard King, in the underground caverns of the northern region. He then journeyed to the north to slay the Greek deities Hades, the god of the underworld, and Typhon, the god of storms. Returning to Songnan, he succeeded in defeating Poseidon, the god of the sea, Indra, the god of thunder and rain, Hanuman, the Indian monkey god, and Tartaros, the god of the abyss. In Songnan's moment of despair, he restored its vitality, saving millions of its citizens. The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Initially, they thought Summer Simeng's feat of slaying 4 gods rendered her invincible. Yet, who was this man that surpassed her valor? However, upon seeing Summer Simeng leaning against Cheng Xiao like a cherished wife, they conceded. Indeed, he was a man capable of taming that fierce mother dragon. So it was no surprise that he could take down several deities. After deliberation among the higher echelons of the Night Watchers, it was decided to confer upon Cheng Xiao the honorary title of Guest Elder of the Night Watchers, granting him the authority to mobilize the entire Night Watch of the Great Xia without cause, and to award him a Star Sea medal. The command reverberated like a firecracker tossed into a blazing furnace. The Star Sea medal, having already been foreshadowed by Xia Simeng's prior actions, elicited little astonishment. What truly left them in awe was the identity of the guest elder. The indiscriminate mobilization of all Night Watchers was a privilege reserved solely for the commander of the Night Watch. No, it transcended even that authority, for this mobilization included the commander himself. This meant that although Cheng Xiao bore no official title as commander, he wielded the practical power of one, potentially ascending to the highest command of the Night Watch when necessary. Curiosity blossomed among them regarding Cheng Xiao's identity. Could it be that, apart from the formidable figures of a knight, a sword, a statue, a sage, and the void, there now existed another entity that surpassed these 5? Chapter 37. The invitation from Kronos had Cheng Xiao been privy to their thoughts. He would have informed them of their misconception. Beyond the 5 pinnacle of humanity lies a phoenix. Indeed, that phoenix is Xia Simeng. Upon achieving a complete fusion with the essence of the phoenix, transcended 2 realms in her rebirth, effortlessly bypassing the tribulations of the heavens to attain the status of a Xianxin, rivaling Cheng Xiao himself. Furthermore, through her affinity with the primordial essence of the 5 elements, she successfully comprehended a supreme divine art, the 5-color divine light. In the Battle of Songnan, the emergence of this divine light obliterated Ares in a single strike, followed by a devastating blow to Tartaros. Even Cheng Xiao, whose cultivation speed was akin to a cheat, could not help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the divine beast's bloodline. After much diligence, he had only just perfected the 36 techniques of heavenly adjustment, enabling him to manipulate the primordial essence of the 5 elements at will, while Simeng, relying solely on the instinct of her bloodline, could effortlessly command the essence of the 5 elements. As he gazed at the medal and token presented by Yi Fan, Cheng Xiao hesitated, instinctively inclined to decline. Both the Night Watchman and the Celestial Court represented constraints for him. Yi Fan seemed to perceive Cheng Xiao's apprehension and continued, "Rest assured, this is merely a title. We will not impose any obligations upon you. When the need arises, the Night Watchman can offer you any assistance." The notion of receiving benefits without labor seemed too good to be true to Cheng Xiao, who firmly believed in the adage that nothing comes free. "You might as well state what you require of me. Without any demands, I cannot possibly accept." Yi Fan, seeing no reason to withhold, replied, "I have but one request. Should the Night Watchman ever face annihilation, I hope you will step in to preserve a flicker of hope for us." Cheng Xiao refrained from an immediate response, recognizing the need for contemplation. The most harrowing battle faced by the Night Watchman was undoubtedly at the midway of Chen Impasse, where they suffered devastating losses, compounded by the sacrifices of commanders Yi Fan and Zuiqing. However, preventing such calamities seemed to align with his intentions, and he recalled clearly that there were traitors among the upper echelons of the Night Watchman. The Faceless Squad. In addition to them, there were the Spirit Squad and the Demon Squad. Nearly all the special units ultimately met with grim fates. With these thoughts in mind, Cheng Xiao ultimately accepted the token, believing it might enable all special units to avert a tragic end. Seeing Cheng Xiao's eventual acquiescence, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. From the outset, he had not anticipated commanding Cheng Xiao, but as long as Cheng Xiao was willing to safeguard a glimmer of hope, that was sufficient. The awarding ceremony concluded, and the daxia remained tranquil. Cheng Xiao relished a rare few days of leisure, spending his time with Simeng, rising with the sun and resting at dusk in Taiping Temple. While these idyllic days were delightful, Cheng Xiao was acutely aware that the current serenity was merely ephemeral. The battle at Songnan had inflicted severe losses upon Greece's Olympus and India's Temple of the Celestial Gods, with Olympus suffering the most grievously, having lost a third of its 12 principal deities and a supreme god. Having suffered such a significant loss, it is evident that enduring in silence is not in Zeus's character. Their current concealment serves merely as a prelude to a far more terrifying scheme, one that targets not only the Great Xia, but also the Night Watchers and Cheng Xiao. Gazing up at the pristine night sky, Cheng Xiao's eyes traversed the vast cosmos once more, catching sight of that enigmatic black mist. The endless sea of chaos calls to him again. Even if he cannot locate its center this time, discovering a fragment of a higher dimensional world would suffice. His strength remains insufficient, or rather, still quite feeble. Though he managed to vanquish Tartarus, it came at a considerable personal cost. Had he not witnessed Simeng being struck by Apollo, and in a fit of rage, recklessly invoked the pure yang true qi to forcibly channel the power of the Hongwu Emperor star, ultimately establishing a grand formation with the strength of the 28 constellations. He might have already been imprisoned in the abyss by Tartarus. If defeating Tartarus exacted such a hefty toll, what would happen if Zeus, Odin Brahma, or even the Black Goat and the Key of the Door were to arrive next? Seeking the annihilation of all directions and enhancing his own power are the two most crucial tasks at hand. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks disrupted Cheng Xiao's reverie. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? With curiosity, he approached the front yard and opened the door. Finding only a solitary figure standing quietly at the threshold, the moonlight casting a long shadow that accentuated the loneliness. The individual wore a white cloak and a white mask, upon which a character for king was inscribed at the center of the forehead. "King Face, I have encountered you," Cheng Xiao Daoist, the figure stated. Cheng Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, intrigued by the purpose of King Face's late-night visit. Was he searching for Simeng? That seemed improbable, as each special team has its own missions, and the differing natures of these tasks preclude any interaction among the captains of different teams. When Yi Fan handed him the guest token and the Star Sea medal, he had also mentioned that he would not command Cheng Xiao to undertake any specific tasks, thus ruling out the possibility of King Face arriving on official business. As for seeking his assistance, that seemed even more unlikely. Prior to this, they had never even met, and he himself would not approach a stranger for aid. Cheng Xiao Daoist, Kronos wishes to meet with you. Noticing Cheng Xiao's silence, King Face directly stated his purpose. Kronos. Cheng Xiao furrowed his brow, recalling the former Titan King. What would he want from him? Was it to discuss the fact that he had slain his superiors? No, that's incorrect. The Titan King is Cronus, while King Face refers to Kronos, presumably a deity represented by him, known as the god of time. He is also an alternate version of the creator god in Greek mythology, a primordial entity existing before all else, symbolizing time and the ultimate first cause. In terms of lineage and deeds, he transcends chaos as a creator god. What could he possibly want from me? Wang Mian shook his head, expressing uncertainty. He merely stated that he would adhere to the rules and refrain from stepping into the Great Xia. Currently, he resides on the moon alongside Michael, hoping to have an audience with you. At this point, Cheng Xiao finally recalled that during the period when Michael departed from the moon, it was indeed this deity of time who took his place in guarding the seal. Throughout the narrative, although his ultimate intentions remain unclear, it is evident that he and Michael are allies, at least united in their opposition against the deities of the K system. Chapter 38. No one can control Time the Moon, as desolate and silent as it was during my previous visit. Yet amidst this barren expanse, a towering figure stood out conspicuously, perhaps one of the few living beings on this celestial body. Greetings, new deity of the Great Xia. I am Kronos, the god of time. Hello. Cheng Xiao replied with a slight nod, scrutinizing the enigmatic elder. His hair and beard were completely white, adorned in a voluminous European robe, radiating an ethereal aura. His eyes seemed to glimpse an illusory river flowing within them. We had agreed not to set foot within the realm of Great Xia, so I apologize for this unconventional meeting. Not at all. Cheng Xiao dismissed the formality, recognizing it as a gesture of respect, though whether it was directed towards him or the primordial celestial venerable, only Kronos could discern. You seemed eager to meet me. It must be of great significance. Kronos nodded slightly, acknowledging Cheng Xiao's observation. With a gentle wave of his hand, an endless river, imbued with profound mysteries, materialized before the three of them. This river appeared ethereal, much like a projection, flowing not with water, but with countless images. Is this the river of time? Indeed. Kronos's fingers glided over the river's surface. The reason for my sudden visit is that I have discovered the future segments of the river of time have become utterly chaotic. As Kronos's finger traced along the flow, Cheng Xiao beheld numerous scenes of events that had already transpired. The battle of the southern gods, the ceremony of conferral, until finally, the river's surface fragmented, shrouded in mist, rendering everything beyond it indistinct and obscured. This was not how it was meant to be. Although the future remains elusive, it was never chaotic. Ever since the fall of Hades and his companions, the future has been irrevocably disrupted. Moreover, today, I discovered that Wang Mian's future has also begun to waver. In this, I detected a singular anomaly. Could it be me? A sudden thought flared in Cheng Xiao's mind. Moments ago, he had seen Simeng, Yi Fan, Lin Qiye in the river of time, but he found no trace of himself. Kronos abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Cheng Xiao. That singular anomaly. Is you? Indeed, it is I. Having prepared himself mentally, Cheng Xiao did not exhibit excessive astonishment. This conclusion had long been anticipated. As an outsider from another dimension, perhaps from the moment he traversed into this realm, he no longer belonged to any dimension. From an objective standpoint, he had ceased to exist. I have scoured every corner of the river of time and found no trace of your past. Here, your past is absent, and your future remains elusive. Your presence has altered the river of time. Initially, it was merely the futures of many that became inscrutable, but only a few days ago. The entirety of the river's future began to descend into chaos. Can even you, the creator and master of time, not untangle the future? Upon hearing this, Kronos smiled helplessly. No one can create time, nor can anyone control it. For time does not exist. Time does not exist. Now, it was Cheng Xiao's turn to be perplexed. If time does not exist, then what is the river of time? How is the four-dimensional world delineated? Just as he was grappling with this confusion, Michael, who had been quietly sitting in silence, suddenly spoke. Time indeed does not exist, or rather, the concept of time is absent within the laws of the universe. What we refer to as time is not a law of the universe, but rather a rule that leans towards an objective formation. It is merely an abstraction of the changes of a particular object established as a standard rule. At this moment, a bitter smile appeared on Cheng Xiao's face. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. From an objective perspective, he no longer existed. If time does not exist, then why is there still a river of time? Why is there a future? As he posed this question, Cheng Xiao suddenly found the scene somewhat absurd. A being from a three-dimensional world, along with two projections from four or five-dimensional realms, discussing the authenticity of the four-dimensional world in a two-dimensional space felt almost ludicrous. The river of time. Perhaps it was never meant to be called the river of time. It is merely an entity that encompasses all traces of the world. However, due to the coherence of these traces, which appear to flow continuously, we refer to it as the river of time. It is a collective embodiment of the cosmic laws, and I am merely its steward, not its possessor. As for the future, it is merely the pre-manifestation of fate, which we subjectively link to a rule called time. At this moment, as he looked at Kronos, the enigmatic aura surrounding him seemed to dissipate, replaced by a weightier sensation. Could it be that this old man sought him out in the dead of night merely to convey this? Cheng Xiao found it unlikely, even if time truly did not exist. As the steward of the rules, he could not possibly be so idle as to entertain himself with such musings. Ha ha! Observing Cheng Xiao's perceptiveness, both Kronos and Michael laughed. Truly, he is an outsider and a disruptor of the status quo. Listening to the laughter of these two ancient beings, Cheng Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. So they had indeed come to amuse themselves at his expense, conjuring up matters beyond the earthly realm in the late hours. Speak, what is it that you truly want from me? Finally addressing the matter at hand, Kronos became serious. I know you are in search of something, a quest I have pursued for countless years. However, seeing your arrival, I realize that this matter is beyond my reach, and I wish to enlist your assistance. What assistance? Cheng Xiao was at a loss for words. His pursuit of the 10 directions obliteration had nearly become a cosmic headline. Thankfully, it was not a top-secret mission. Otherwise, with such a lack of discretion, it would be better to return home and cease these games. The chaos of the future may very well alter the course of destiny. Should the river of time completely collapse one day, I hope you can utilize that object to meticulously reorganize the flow of time, to untangle the river of time. As Kronos has stated, the river of time is intrinsically linked to fate and the obliteration of all directions, north, south, east, and west, as well as the realms of existence and demise. The past and the future embodies the very essence of destiny. It indeed appears that this can be employed to refine the river of time. Chapter 39. Destruction and Rebirth. I have scoured every corner of the river of time, yet found no trace of you left behind. Here, I cannot uncover your past, nor can I glimpse your future. Gazing up at the luminous moon in the night sky, Kronos' words echoed incessantly in Cheng Xiao's mind. Just as he had surmised, from the moment he traversed into this realm, he no longer belonged to any dimension. The reality of the third dimension, the one to which Cheng Xiao had belonged, was now a distant memory. In this two-dimensional world, he was but a fleeting visitor. Even if one day he were to miraculously breach the dimensional barrier and step into the fourth dimension or higher, he would still be regarded as an outsider. For he was neither a projection of a higher dimensional being nor a two-dimensional life formed by their creation. He belonged solely to the third dimension. The third-dimensional version of him had perished. From an objective standpoint, he indeed no longer existed. Perhaps this was the very reason Kronos could not locate him within the river of time. How could something that never existed leave behind a trace? Simeng, unbeknownst to him, had quietly taken a seat beside him in the courtyard, secretly observing the boy's profile illuminated by moonlight. Suddenly, a passage came to her mind. I do not gaze at the moon, nor do I speak of missing you. Thus, both the moon and you remain oblivious. Yet while I watch the moon, I secretly watch you. Only the moon knows that I am professing my love for you. There is no need for the moon to remind you. You know my love. Simeng continued to add in her heart, her face gracing a gentle smile as she softly grasped Cheng Xiao's hand. The warmth radiating from her palm drew Cheng Xiao's thoughts back to the present. He tenderly enveloped Simeng in his embrace, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair, and to his surprise, his previously tumultuous thoughts began to calm. Has something happened? You return with such a heavy heart, she inquired, leaning against him, sensing the tranquil shift from his earlier turmoil. I just met with Kronos. Cheng Xiao felt no need for concealment. If there was anyone in this world he could trust unconditionally, it was Simeng. If asked for a reason, he could not articulate it. Perhaps it was merely intuition. Kronos? The god of time, represented by Wang Mian? Yes, that is him. From him, I learned a truth that is difficult for me to accept. Simeng remained silent, raising her gaze, her curious eyes blinking at him. I do not exist, him? Simeng's brow furrowed slightly. Do not exist? Then what is this entity holding me? Cheng Xiao discerned her confusion and gently smoothed her furrowed brow, speaking slowly. This is a complicated explanation. To put it simply, I have not left a single trace of my existence in this world. Scanning the river of time, one cannot find even a hint of my presence. I do not know where I came from, nor do I know where I am destined to go at this point. Cheng Xiao abruptly halted. Indeed, what lay ahead for him going home? Yet he has departed, and that home belongs solely to his past self. Should one remain here? After all, I am but an outsider, not truly a part of this realm. To traverse to other dimensions? What difference would it make? For I would still be a mere outsider. It seems I truly have nowhere to go. Observing the renewed sorrow etched upon Cheng Xiao's face, Simeng gently pinched his cheek, saying, Fool, where else do you wish to go? Though I know not whence you came. As long as I am by your side, isn't this home? Hearing her words, Cheng Xiao smiled, not only at his own foolishness but also at his fortune. You are right. As long as you are with me, wherever we go becomes our home. How foolish, Simeng teased, yet her arms tightened around him, as she closed her eyes and listened quietly to the rhythm of his heartbeat. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Simeng's vacation came to an end. As she gazed at the empty Taiping Guan, Cheng Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The realm of Great Xia was currently tranquil, and Cheng Xiao knew it was time for him to plunge once more into the boundless sea of chaos. The uncertainties surrounding the Tsang Nan Divine War were too numerous. Perhaps a butterfly effect would truly occur, and he needed to find the 10 directions of annihilation without delay. Returning to the edge of the endless sea of chaos, he was once again greeted by the vast, impenetrable black mist. As Nikusi and Mei Lin had said, to reach the center of the endless sea of chaos, one must find a way to traverse the tumultuous space and enter its depths. Cheng Xiao ceased to ponder further and boldly plunged into the black mist, leaving his fate to the whims of destiny. The haze before him dissipated, and Cheng Xiao found himself seemingly untouched. Before him lay a universe identical to the one outside, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned instability. This universe was rapidly expanding towards a critical point. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar. As the light faded, the universe that had just been there vanished, its stars dissolving into nothingness, leaving only a black hole that continually collapsed until it reduced to a single point. Just as Cheng Xiao thought everything had concluded, that point began to expand, mirroring the earlier universe as it approached its own critical limit. Boom! This time, he clearly heard the sound of a tremendous explosion, akin to the first roar emerging from the vast chaos. The point's explosion birthed a similarly void and chaotic space, filled with countless fragments, each moving and weaving together in intricate patterns, perpetually intersecting and generating explosions. Alongside these eruptions, more surfaces fused and expanded. The space continued to swell, with points, lines, and planes colliding, the explosions never ceasing. Ultimately, amidst the relentless collisions and detonations of points, lines, and planes, a relatively stable new space was born. Subsequently, a second, third, and an ever-growing multitude of spaces emerged. These nascent realms continuously merged, gradually assimilating the surrounding void until, ultimately, a stable space was fully formed. The fragments dislodged from earlier collisions began to coalesce under the influence of a force, giving birth to the first star. Thereafter, this star repeated the actions characteristic of the newly formed space, expanding and exploding, leading to the emergence of an increasing number of stars, followed by planets and moons. As the celestial bodies proliferated, a complete universe re-emerged. Chapter 40. The essence of the world, Cheng Xiao, remained still, without moving, quietly observing the universe before him as it perpetually faced destruction and rebirth, an endless cycle of life. This spectacle reminded him of the fifth dimension recorded by Merlin in his notes, a realm devoid of any signs of life that had completely perished shortly after his entry. That dimension had presumably vanished entirely, and what lay before him now was a new space, significantly divergent from the fifth dimension chronicled by Merlin. This realm appeared to be in a continuous cycle of destruction and renewal, or perhaps a form of reincarnation, life giving way to death, and death transitioning back to life, embodying the essence of cyclical existence. Moreover, it seemed to represent the process of forming a three-dimensional space. The motion of points generates length, giving birth to a one-dimensional space, which is characterized by its boundlessness and inherent instability. It can extend infinitely, yet may collapse in an instant. Countless one-dimensional spaces, infinitely extending, collide and merge, producing width on the foundation of length, thus forming a relatively stable plane. This is two-dimensional space. In contrast to one-dimensional space, two-dimensional space exhibits greater stability and is concurrently more scarce. As we ascend to three-dimensional space, the dimensional elevation no longer adheres to a simple derivational relationship of one becoming two and two becoming three. Instead, it resembles a complex layering and compatibility. By building upon the two-dimensional plane and introducing a one-dimensional line, a new height is added, thus establishing the nature of three-dimensional space, which harmoniously combines the extensibility of one-dimensional space with the stability of two-dimensional space. Further elevation leads us into the realm of rules and causality. The more conditions that overlap, the higher the dimensionality of the resulting space. At this moment, Cheng Xiao conceived a bold notion. If one could artificially control the release of energy within the universe while it remained in a singular state, guiding its internal forces to gradually release in a specific direction, might it be possible to construct a universe entirely under one as control? This thought ignited a thrill within him. If this hypothesis could be realized, he would possess the power to create worlds. However, he hesitated to ponder further, as dwelling on such dreams without the means to actualize them felt futile. Instead of simply contemplating, he resolved to take action. Without delay, upon witnessing the universe reaching its critical point of explosion once more, he seized the singularity formed by the collapse of a black hole. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying energy within, expanding relentlessly. Just as it was about to unleash its fury, Cheng Xiao intervened, gently infusing his magical energy into the singularity, soothing the chaotic force within. Under his guidance, this energy began to release gently into the surroundings. This was not a form of creation he had invented, but rather a transformation of the instantaneous explosion into a gradual emergence of the universe's primordial state. Subsequently, the space gradually layered and formed. Stars appeared and perished, and more stars and planets were born. The process of the universe's formation was once again reenacted in his hands, yet this time it unfolded with remarkable gentleness. The universe continues to expand, only to abruptly halt upon reaching a critical point, refraining from the cataclysmic destruction of the past. Instead, it begins to merge with him, This universe is now entirely under his dominion, with both annihilation and rebirth resting solely within his thoughts. He has become the architect and sole sovereign of this cosmos. At this moment, Cheng Xiao finds himself enriched with a deeper understanding of space. He has succeeded. What began as a mere experiment has unexpectedly led him to create a three-dimensional realm. The benefits of this fabricated universe extend beyond mere creation. He can sense an exquisitely pure force gently flowing from the cosmos, nourishing him in return. As he gazes upon the universe of his own design, Cheng Xiao gradually transitions from initial exhilaration to profound contemplation. This universe seems to lack something essential. At last, he uncovers a subtle clue. This universe is static, possessing the form of three-dimensional space, yet devoid of its corresponding inner and outer dimensions. The cosmos is eerily silent, with all stars remaining motionless, save for the self-replenishing energy. Could it be that his theory is flawed? Or perhaps his understanding of the characteristics of various dimensional spaces is still insufficiently comprehensive? Surely, he must have overlooked something crucial. He strives to recall all the worlds he has encountered, realizing that regardless of their size or dimensionality, they share a commonality. Though he struggles to pinpoint the key, logically, irrespective of how dimensions ascend, the fundamental units constituting them should be one-dimensional points and lines. Cheng Xiao stands alone in the void, lost in a trance, repeatedly muttering that all entities within these worlds are in motion. Yes, they are indeed in motion. Since there is movement, even the most chaotic motions must adhere to certain constraints, or rather, a law. As this notion crystallizes, Cheng Xiao experiences an epiphany. He had previously erred in his thinking. He focused solely on the differences and characteristics among various dimensional spaces, neglecting their commonalities. Whether it be the extensibility of one-dimensional space, the stability of two-dimensional space, or the spatiality of three-dimensionality, these attributes are not exclusive, but merely the most pronounced within their respective dimensions. There exists a fundamental principle that traverses all dimensions: rules. The characteristic of four-dimensional space is the addition of a temporal concept upon the foundation of three-dimensionality. Yet, as previously stated, time is merely a rule. Four-dimensional space is merely more conspicuous due to a certain rule. This rule could be time or any other principle. It is not exclusive to four-dimensional space, but highlighted by its uniqueness. Rules, the cardinal directions, life and death, past and future, direction, rules, causality, fate. Could it be that the annihilation of all things possesses the capability to delineate the dimensions of the world? Cheng Xiao is startled by this sudden revelation, for it is indeed a radical notion. Yet upon deeper reflection, it holds a semblance of truth. Suddenly, the space before him begins to shatter, akin to a piece of glass fracturing into countless shards, ultimately descending into the vast, nebulous void. Here lies the interior of the infinite chaotic sea. Gazing upon the undulating black mist before him and the utterly void space surrounding him, Cheng Xiao realized he had succeeded this time. He had finally penetrated the depths of the infinite chaotic sea. Congratulations, young one, on unraveling the essence of the world, spoke a mysterious Taoist whom Cheng Xiao had encountered previously at Gabriel's place, now reappearing by his side. As before, his visage was shrouded in mist, obscuring his features. Follow me, someone wishes to meet you. Chapter 41. The elusive grasp. This time, the enigmatic Taoist did not toy with Cheng Xiao. After leaving a cryptic remark, he ambled forward, lost in his thoughts. Cheng Xiao hesitated momentarily, yet recalling the Taoist's previous demeanor, he sensed no malice directed at him. Moreover, the mention of others wishing to meet him was a revelation of monumental significance. There were indeed beings amidst the boundless chaos sea, and perhaps numerous ones at that. The Taoist's pace was unhurried, allowing Cheng Xiao to keep up, albeit unable to overtake him. They traversed an indeterminate distance, during which Cheng Xiao began to perceive a formidable and terrifying pressure. This weighty force bore no aggression, nor was it aimed at him. It felt instinctual. As they moved forward, the surroundings grew increasingly luminous, the light taking on a soft violet hue with remarkable penetration. reminiscent of a certain artificial light source he had once encountered. The deeper they ventured, the more intense the illumination became, until ultimately, Cheng Xiao found himself enveloped in a blinding white radiance, obscuring all else. In a daze, he could discern only a figure ahead. No matter how loudly he called out, the mysterious Taoist remained oblivious, continuing his solitary march. Cheng Xiao, relying on instinct and sensation, managed to barely keep pace. At long last, the Taoist came to a halt, and the blinding light before them began to gradually subside, dispersing at last. Cheng Xiao rubbed his eyes, which had begun to sting, and it took him a while to regain his composure. What lay before him was no longer an endless expanse of black mist, but rather a small world imbued with an aura of mystery. As he surveyed the scene, countless flora and fauna came into view, accompanied by a gentle breeze that caressed him, all exuding a sense of tranquility and harmony. The only stark contrast was the immense cross suspended in the sky, surrounded by a soft violet glow that illuminated this miniature realm like the sun. Cheng Xiao squinted upward at the grand cross, noting that the light surrounding it was akin to the earlier radiance, yet representing two extremes, one gentle, the other fierce. Once he fully acclimated to the brilliance, he finally discerned the true form of the cross. With 4 wings, 3 short and 1 long, it bore a shape reminiscent of a horse's hoof, its edges appearing dull, yet emanating an unmistakable sharpness capable of slicing through anything. At its center lay a yin-yang taiji fish, seemingly in motion, yet still, containing within it an infinite array of mysteries. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Xiao's breath began to quicken. This grand cross was none other than the elusive Shifeng Jume he had relentlessly sought. Quickly, seize it, grasping it would grant him profound insight into the truth of this world. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. No, it was his own voice, the most authentic reflection of his inner thoughts. The Shifeng Jume was of paramount importance to him at this juncture, perfecting the world within him to transform it into a genuine 3-dimensional space, untangling the river of time, and preparing for the eventual confrontation with Azathoth. All of these endeavors necessitated the aid of the Shifeng Jume. Obtain it, grasp it, and you shall liberate yourself entirely, transforming from a mere pawn into a master of the game. Under the incessant temptation of that voice, Cheng Xiao now resembled Belial before a plasma spark tower, irresistibly drawn closer by the allure of desire. He could already feel the warmth of light upon his hand. It is near. Merely a final stretch remains. 10 steps, 7 steps, 5 steps, 1 step. Now seize it. It shall wholly belong to you. Cheng Xiao's gaze had morphed into a chaotic abyss, his face adorned with a peculiar smile brimming with longing, akin to a soulless husk reaching out stiffly towards the elusive Shifeng Jume. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, just as Cheng Xiao's hand was about to penetrate the radiant exterior and touch the true essence of Shifeng Jume, a plain wooden ruler unexpectedly soared from the side, striking his hand with a resounding thud. The sharp crack and agonizing pain jolted Cheng Xiao back to reality, and as he gazed at the Shifeng Jume tantalizingly close, he felt the relentless throb of pain on the back of his hand, leaving him bewildered. What had just transpired? Young man, if you wish to avoid another strike, I suggest you descend promptly. Peering downward, he beheld a mysterious Taoist brandishing a dark yellow wooden ruler, gazing up at him. Although the face was obscured, Cheng Xiao could sense the delight in his expression. Still not coming down? The enigmatic Taoist remarked, raising the ruler and gesturing towards Cheng Xiao's posterior. A shiver ran down Cheng Xiao's spine. To endure a strike from that instrument would not be severely injurious. It would be profoundly humiliating. How could he show his face again after such a disgrace? That ruler is rather intriguing. Allow me a closer look. Returning to solid ground, Cheng Xiao's gaze fixated on the ruler in the Taoist's possession. The wooden ruler, arranged in an L shape with overlapping horizontal and vertical lines, was entirely dark yellow, adorned with various markings. If he was not mistaken, this must be the ruler, capable of manifesting alongside Shifeng Jume. Ah, what a treasure! As he observed the ruler in the Taoist's grasp, Cheng Xiao's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to the primal desire of a creature hearing the call of freedom. This is not something you can behold now. Do not covet everything. Let go of my hand. Do not snatch it away. Release it. Why should I relinquish what is rightfully mine? The tranquil little world erupted into chaos as the two Taoists simultaneously tugged at the ruler, devoid of any semblance of sage-like composure. In the midst of their relentless struggle, the ruler unexpectedly broke free from their grasp, soaring away. Following the trajectory of the flying ruler, Cheng Xiao then noticed a quaint bamboo cottage not far from him. A middle-aged Taoist clad in a simple gray robe emerged from the cottage, extending his hand with a gentle beckon, and the ruler obediently returned to his grasp. The previously animated Taoist, now flushed and breathless from their earlier contention, instantly transformed into a figure of solemnity, dutifully positioning himself beside the middle-aged Taoist. At this moment, Cheng Xiao regarded the suddenly appearing middle-aged Taoist with a hint of curiosity. How should one describe him? This middle-aged man exuded an aura of ordinariness, akin to the fortune tellers one might encounter on the bustling streets before his journey through time. Unremarkable, he seemed devoid of any distinctive features. However, Cheng Xiao firmly believed that in this extraordinary realm, the more commonplace something appeared, the more extraordinary it truly was. For instance, this middle-aged Taoist, despite his seemingly mundane presence, emanated an ever-present, ancient, and imposing force that was both majestic and archaic. This pressure was not directed at anyone in particular, but was instead an intangible essence that permeated the air. They gazed at each other, and in that moment, Cheng Xiao felt as though he were looking into the vastness of the sky, within the depths of the Taoist's eyes. He perceived the boundless expanse of the heavens and the profound mysteries of the universe. Chapter 42, he is ancient, vast, and mysterious. This is the sole impression that Cheng Xiao has of the Taoist who has suddenly appeared before him. The figure stands there quietly, yet it seems as though he embodies the rotation of the cosmos, resembling a continuously swirling yin-yang taiji fish. All directions extinguished, the primordial ruler and the primordial 8 trigrams embroidered on his Daoist robe. Could it be that this Taoist before me? You arrived a tad earlier than my initial calculation suggested. Cheng Xiao suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of being completely seen through. He appeared utterly transparent in the eyes of this middle-aged Taoist, as if the Taoist knew more about him than he did himself. May I inquire your esteemed title? Taihao Fushi. Indeed, it is he. A tremor coursed through Cheng Xiao's heart, although he had suspected from the very beginning that this Taoist might be Fushi. Hearing it confirmed in person still left him somewhat astounded, for he spoke of Taihao Fushi, the primordial ancestor of humanity, the earliest creator deity recorded in texts, not the Fushi trapped in the fire cloud cave, devoid of freedom, as depicted in novels. I have met the great deity Fushi. At this moment, Cheng Xiao could almost ascertain that the terrifying presence he felt at the center of the endless chaotic sea, as previously mentioned by Nyx, must indeed be Fushi. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I am merely a fragment of divine consciousness inadvertently stained during the creation of the all-encompassing void. Fushi's words, spoken with an air of nonchalance, delivered yet another profound blow to Cheng Xiao. Merely a fragment of divine consciousness. Yet it exudes such formidable pressure that even a supreme deity of this world dares not utter his name directly. How powerful must the original entity be? Has the great deity Fushi known of my arrival here for long? Yes, 6 years ago, when you first came to this world. Thus, the great deity Fushi is aware of my intentions and understands why this world has transformed in such a manner. Fushi's divine consciousness nodded gently, his tone measured. I know what you wish to ask. If I were to intervene, in but a moment he would be reduced to ashes, yet I cannot intervene. What Fushi articulated was precisely what Cheng Xiao yearned to inquire. Since the all-encompassing void purposely remains here, and his consciousness fortuitously resides in this space, would it not be more prudent to directly eliminate the unstable element of Azathoth that disrupts dimensional balance? This is the rule. Higher dimensional beings must not act upon lower dimensional realms. Then, am I also? You are different. You currently embody the void. You can manifest in any dimension while belonging to none. Only you possess the ability to disregard the rules. So I become a bug, transcending the river of time, unbound by dimensional constraints. Very well. Cheng Xiao's tone bore a hint of resignation. Great deity Fuxi, I have one more question. What kind of restraining relationship does the all-encompassing void have with him? This is something you must comprehend on your own. Once you discern the reasons behind it, you'll have found your own path. It seemed that Fuxi had revealed much to him, yet simultaneously, nothing at all. Then, Cheng Xiao looked up at the all-encompassing void suspended in the air, his heart stirring with excitement once more, only to be thoroughly chilled by Fuxi's next words. The 10 directions of annihilation cannot be taken away by you just yet. Why? Cheng Xiao suddenly recalled that upon his first encounter with the 10 directions of annihilation, it felt as though he had abruptly lost control over his body and consciousness. Had he not been jolted awake by a slap, he might have succumbed to becoming Belial. Could it be that was your desire? Though the heart demon has perished, its influence upon you is everlasting. Your heart demon arose from infatuation, and your desires will be infinitely magnified by such infatuation. When your strength is insufficient to suppress your ambitions, you will be governed by them. Fuxi's words were already quite gentle. To put it bluntly, you are too inexperienced, and you lack the capacity to handle the 10 directions of annihilation. Cheng Xiao could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. His arrival here was indeed a stroke of luck, and should he return next time, it might be akin to Merlin, traversing through various realms. It was as though he were merely a step away from success, yet this final step resembled a fateful cut from certain conscience-stricken software, seemingly just a fraction away, yet as insurmountable as the Yangtze River. Fuxi seemed to notice Cheng Xiao's despondency and continued to offer words of comfort. To take the 10 directions of annihilation now would bring you threefold harm. First, the 10 directions of annihilation embodies omniscience and omnipotence. While it acknowledges you as its master, everything about you would be laid bare before it, revealing your past and future, as well as the vulnerabilities within your heart. When your power is inadequate to contain it, your inner weaknesses will be magnified, just as you experienced moments ago. Second, the 10 directions of annihilation possesses the ability to perceive the heavenly mysteries and foresee the future. However, to glimpse such secrets comes at a cost. If you cannot afford the corresponding price, all that awaits you is backlash. At best, you would be subjected to its countermeasures, reduced to a mere puppet. At worst, you could be utterly annihilated by the heavenly decree. As Fuxi spoke eloquently, Cheng Xiao found his brow furrowing, realizing that Fuxi was not merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. There was no reason for him to concoct such a lie to deceive him. In this world, all transactions must adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. To peer into the heavenly mysteries is no trivial matter and demands a significant price. Having come to this understanding, Cheng Xiao enlightened himself. Indeed, he had been overly hasty. From the very beginning, he had simplistically regarded the 10 directions of annihilation as merely a tool, neglecting the causality entangled within. Just as Fuxi had stated, should he take the 10 directions of annihilation now, he would likely become Belial, completely falling victim to his own ambitions and becoming a puppet of the 10 directions of annihilation. It seems you have grasped the crux of the matter. Such insight is truly rare. Since you have come to this realization, the third harm may be spoken of or left unsaid. Fuxi's serene countenance revealed a hint of satisfaction. Cheng Xiao's ability to discern the truth from just a few words was indeed beyond Fuxi's expectations. As for the third harm that Fuxi had mentioned, although it held little relevance to him now, he still wished to hear it. Perhaps it could unravel a long-standing dilemma that troubled him. Please, great Fuxi, enlighten me. Fuxi nodded in satisfaction, as it seemed that he had just put Cheng Xiao through yet another trial. Yet, it was quite commendable that he had passed this test. The third detriment was that in this vast world, he was not the sole seeker of the elusive 10 directions obliteration. Apart from himself, there were others also in pursuit of this enigmatic entity. Although few in this realm understood its significance, there were those who shared his fervent urgency in uncovering its mysteries. Suddenly, as this realization struck him, Cheng Xiao lifted his gaze in a moment of trepidation towards Fuxi, who merely acknowledged him with a gentle nod. Indeed, it was he. Chapter 43. The Hidden Power of Universal Annihilation. Azathoth, I must depart at 8. This was the singular thought consuming Cheng Xiao's mind at that moment. The two were locked in a fierce confrontation, each yearning to escape this place while harboring a desire for the other's demise. Remarkably, their objectives aligned perfectly. Why would the god Fuxi wish to wield the power of universal annihilation when its very essence poses a formidable challenge to him? This was the one aspect Cheng Xiao could not fathom. Azathoth epitomizes blind folly, whereas universal annihilation symbolizes omniscience and omnipotence. Understanding all that has transpired and foreseeing all that is to come. The juxtaposition of these two fundamentally opposing attributes creates a scenario where, in a direct confrontation, there could be no victor, nor could one conquer the other. You may grasp but a fragment of the truth, yet remain oblivious to the whole. Omniscience and omnipotence merely represent the surface of universal annihilation. It harbors a concealed power that transcends all restrictions, enabling it to traverse any dimension without facing rejection. In the vernacular of your former world, universal annihilation resembles an extraordinary pass, granting access to realms beyond your imagination. Cheng Xiao inhaled sharply, initially believing this to be merely a formidable rule technique, only to discover it surpassed even that, revealing itself as a conceptual technique. Should Azathoth acquire universal annihilation, the entirety of the two-dimensional worlds would likely succumb to becoming mere sustenance for him. Moreover, compounded by the rule that higher dimensions cannot strike down upon lower ones, Azathoth, endowed with conceptual techniques, would undoubtedly unleash unprecedented turmoil across all dimensions. However, if Fuxi mentioned that Azathoth was also in pursuit of universal annihilation, did that imply he had traversed the endless sea of chaos? How did he gain entry into this universe? Until he thoroughly assimilates and engulfs the will of this universe, his true form cannot penetrate this realm. Fuxi's words provided a modicum of solace to his tumultuous emotions. He had long lost count of how many times he had displayed such uncharacteristic behavior. It was hardly his fault for feeling this way, as the events that unfolded within such a brief span had sent his emotions on a roller coaster ride, an experience daunting for anyone. Yet, the subsequent statement left him utterly stunned. He has controlled many deities of this world, compelling them to assist him in the search for universal annihilation. A sudden clarity dawned upon Cheng Xiao. So, Chaos, Eros, and Gabriel were all manipulated by that being to enter this realm in search of universal annihilation, only to be sealed by the god Fuxi, their divine powers and memories suppressed in disparate spaces? Yes and no, Fuxi replied, raising his hand with a gentle flourish, revealing a dozen distinct images before them. These visualizations depicted a chaotic universe, idyllic paradises akin to this one. Yet each contained a deity imprisoned within. Amongst them, he recognized a familiar face, Gabriel. However, unlike the other gods, these two were not restrained by iron chains. They bore no shackles, and the space they occupied exerted no oppression upon them. The two distinct deities before him emanated an aura akin to that of Nyx and Tartarus. Cheng Xiao could surmise their identities. They were Chaos, the primordial god of Olympus, and Eros, the god of desire. Fuxi, what is the meaning of their presence? Cheng Xiao inquired, gesturing towards the images of Chaos and Eros. This is precisely what I was referring to, Fuxi replied. Upon sensing the essence of total annihilation, their consciousness began to awaken, yet they found themselves unable to break free from the external deity's control. Consequently, they opted for self-sealing, locking away all their divine power and memories. Although this would render them oblivious to their identities, it was the most effective means of escaping the grip of their captor. So, aside from the two of them, everyone else has been sealed by you, Fuxi? Cheng Xiao questioned. Fuxi shook his head. It was Xiaoshi. The self-sealing of Chaos and Eros greatly inspired Xiaoshi. Since then, anyone controlled by Azathoth who entered here seeking to seize total annihilation has had their abilities and memories bound by Xiaoshi with chains, confining them within an independent three-dimensional space. He cast a glance at the Taoist, standing obediently behind him. Xiaoshi? Cheng Xiao found the name rather peculiar. No, wait. Total annihilation. Xiao, is this abstract being the embodiment of total annihilation? Or perhaps the spirit of its artifact? Cheng Xiao looked at Fuxi with a questioning gaze, to which Fuxi nodded slightly. This revelation was somewhat anticipated by Cheng Xiao, yet remained difficult for him to accept. After all, Xiao had always exhibited a certain eccentricity, lacking the composure one would expect from a divine artifact spirit. However, Xiao caught the fleeting glimmer of doubt in Cheng Xiao's eyes and, sensing his dissatisfaction, retorted indignantly. From the moment I gained sentience, I have dwelled alone within total annihilation. It was only upon arriving here that I could venture beyond its confines to witness the outside world. That day, seeing you as unlike any other deity who had entered before, I thought to amuse myself, only to find you ready to self-destruct. Cheng Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a toddler learning to walk who inadvertently pushes another child while playing. This was hardly his fault. Suddenly, Xiao's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Another deity from this world has arrived." Before Cheng Xiao could articulate his thoughts, Xiao abruptly lifted his head and pointed. The previously fragmented images converged into a singular vision, revealing the interior of an endless sea of chaos. In the scene, a colossal serpent, adorned with feathers and an array of wings, swiftly traversed the boundless black mist, its form entwined with pure elemental winds. The image of the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, materialized in Cheng Xiao's mind, and he murmured, "The feathered serpent Kukulkan." Though he spoke softly, both Fuxi and Xiao heard him. Xiao looked at him with mild surprise. "You recognize this being?" "I have some knowledge," Cheng Xiao replied. "He is the wind god from Maya mythology, one of the 9 deities in the Maya pantheon, and yet another newly emerged supreme god." At this moment, Cheng Xiao belatedly realized that all the deities imprisoned and suppressed by Xiao were, without exception, supreme gods. This implies that the number of deities in this world far exceeds what was mentioned in the original narrative. Indeed, any deity with a mythological legacy could manifest. The mere dozens currently captured are but a fraction of those under the dominion of Azathoth. It now appears that Azathoth has likely exerted control over numerous lesser-known deities from various mythologies, which, if true, is rather unsettling news. Chapter 44. Equivalent Exchange. Understanding cause and effect. The emergence of the feathered serpent is an ominous sign, as all mythologies adhere to a rather absurd premise. The more obscure and lesser-known the myth, the more powerful the deities that manifest. Obscurity signifies primitivity, and the more primitive the mythology, the more it adheres to pantheism, wherein all things are deemed divine. Flowers, trees, animals, and even celestial bodies each possess their corresponding gods. Above these deities resides the Creator, the god of Genesis, or the ancient god who obliterated the previous epoch. From the pantheon encountered thus far, the potency of these gods seems to derive from their status within their respective mythologies, regardless of the age of the myth. If it records that a deity is of foundational or sovereign caliber, that entity undoubtedly embodies the supreme god. The appearance of the feathered serpent signifies the tangible existence of the pantheon, suggesting that the other 8 deities of the Maya ninefold god will inevitably reveal themselves in due course. The Maya ninefold gods represent the most revered deities in Maya mythology, including the supreme god Samna, the corn god Yum Cox, the god of death Alpuk, the feathered serpent, also known as the wind god Kukulkan, the god of war Kakum, the North Star god Saman Ek, the goddess of weaving and childbirth Ixchel, and the god of suicide Itzpapalotl. Not all ninefold gods can be deemed supreme. However, based on their respective statuses and the beliefs of the Maya, apart from the confirmed feathered serpent, at least it's Samna, Yum Cox, Alpuk, and Nineshell are also considered supreme. Currently, Cheng Xiao finds himself struggling against such top-tier deities, and with the sudden emergence of so many gods, he begins to feel overwhelmed. Ultimately, he realizes that his own strength is insufficient. As Cheng Xiao delves into the mysteries of the pantheon, Xiao takes action. 9 chains, resembling ordinary iron links, materialize out of thin air to obstruct Kukulkan's path. Without further ado, these chains strike like venomous serpents, piercing through Kukulkan's clavicles, scapulae, hip bones, patellae, and heart, effectively sealing away his divine powers and dragging him toward the vast chaotic sea, aiming to imprison him within the confines of three-dimensional space like other gods. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Kukulkan shatters the 9 chains that had pierced his body, completely freeing himself from their constraints, and his sealed divine powers are restored. Master, what is happening? Although Xiao Shi's expression remains unseen, his confusion is palpable as he turns to Fu Shi for assistance. That fellow has already discovered a method of counteraction. We strive to seek a glimmer of hope for the beings of this world, yet he seeks to condemn them to death for his own selfish gain. Recklessly sacrificing so many innocent lives, this fiend must be punished. Fu Shi's tone is calm, yet the chilling intent behind his words is unmistakable. Hearing Fu Shi's remarks, Cheng Xiao is taken aback. Is it true that the feathered serpent can no longer suppress the situation with previous tactics, leaving only the option of execution? Their origins have been tainted by that ominous aura, and the seals meant to suppress them can only temporarily maintain their self-awareness. Once their seals are broken and they're allowed to leave that space, they will inevitably repeat their previous mistakes, their consciousness once again falling under the control of that mysterious essence. Cheng Xiao seemed to grasp why, in that fleeting moment, Fu Shi had harbored such intense hostility towards Azathoth. However, the gods afflicted by this corruption are destined for one of 3 fates. Either they become eternal puppets of Azathoth, forever under his command, or, like Gabriel and others, they are imprisoned indefinitely within a 3-dimensional space, never to escape, or they face direct annihilation, vanishing into oblivion. That's up to you, Xiao Shi said, abruptly shifting the conversation. His gaze fixed on Cheng Xiao. Fu Shi quietly regarded him, nodding as their eyes met. Xiao Shi continued, previously, I managed to suppress them by exploiting a loophole in the rules. Although I have arrived in this world, I fundamentally belong to a higher dimension, much like my master. If I were to strike him down, I would be rejected by this realm, rendered incapable of leaving this place henceforth. Cheng Xiao finally recognized that his seemingly flawed, ethereal existence was not without merit. At the very least, he could act freely in this world without reservation. As he once again attuned himself to the aura of the feathered serpent, he acknowledged that, despite being a supreme deity, he paled in comparison to Tartaros. If he summoned the powers from within that space, a single bolt of divine lightning could severely wound him. At most, 3 would suffice to slay him. However, a more intriguing idea struck him: the wrath of Shiva. Upon his last entry into the endless sea of chaos, he had intended to explore this phenomenon in depth, curious about its unique properties capable of obliterating an entire city. Yet, amidst the turmoil of phoenixes and Gabriel, he had completely forgotten about it. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiao retrieved the sheepskin scroll. Under the influence of his talisman, the wrath of Shiva appeared as an ordinary piece of sheepskin. However, when he removed the talisman, a terrifying aura of destruction surged forth, emanating from the now vacant sheepskin with an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Using his hand as a quill and his magical essence as ink, he inscribed the name Kukulkan upon the scroll. As he completed the final stroke, he felt an overwhelming drain, as if a significant portion of his magical power had been siphoned away. Simultaneously, within the swirling black mist, the form of Kukulkan, which had been darting about, suddenly disintegrated into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing entirely in mere seconds. The feathered serpent is no more. A grand supreme deity, one of the 9 divine beings in the Mayan pantheon, met an exceedingly ignoble demise. Fu Shi was indifferent to the fall of the feathered serpent. Yet he harbored a curiosity regarding the wrath of Shiva that Cheng Xiao had just unveiled. This artifact does not belong to this dimension. Fu Shi paused momentarily before continuing with a grave tone. In that fleeting moment, I sensed the power of causality emanating from it. Causality? Yes. He wished for the feathered serpent's demise, which serves as the cause. The feathered serpent's death is the effect. If there were a link connecting the cause and effect, a complete causal relationship would emerge. The essence of causality lies in exchange, or rather, the transaction between entities. The substantial portion of his magical power, recently siphoned away by Shiva's curse, serves as the very link constituting this causal relationship, akin to the currency employed in a transaction. Where there is an effect, there must be a cause, yet a cause does not invariably yield an effect. Each complete causality is accompanied by a transfer of some form, intertwining cause and effect, thereby creating a cohesive bond. This epitomizes a complete causal framework. The words of Fuxi, akin to a sudden enlightenment, instantaneously awakened Cheng Xiao. In that moment, he closed his eyes, enveloped by an aura reminiscent of Shiva's curse, yet more enigmatic and profound. Chapter 45, Conspiracy. Mount Olympus, towering and majestic, serves as a sacred site within Greek mythology. However, it does not possess the solemnity one might envision of a divine realm. The mountain is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, and one can only gaze upward to witness the relentless flashes of lightning and the overwhelming pressure that renders one unable to stand tall. Deep within the mountain lies a colossal palace forged of gold, its shadow flickering in and out of sight beneath the illumination of the lightning, exuding an aura of authority intertwined with an unsettling darkness. In the innermost chamber of this palace, a dimly flickering candle casts uncertain shadows, under which three figures stand silently, resembling statues. The chamber is devoid of any presence, with not a single guard patrolling the surrounding floor, enshrouded in darkness. The solitary candle within this chamber appears to be the sole beacon of light in this world. Only a round table occupies the chamber, around which sit three individuals, each positioned with mathematical precision at equidistant points, forming a shape reminiscent of the emblem of a speeding automobile. Directly opposite the entrance is a bare-chested elder, his muscular physique marred by numerous scars, emanating an air of supreme dominance. He is none other than Zeus, the master of this golden palace and the third chief deity of Mount Olympus, revered as the king of the Olympian gods. To Zeus's left stands an elder with white hair and a single eye, his distinctly European visage conveying an overwhelming sense of authority and gravity. On the right is a middle-aged man with dark skin, enveloped in an aura of terrifying destruction, his countenance reflecting only rage and annihilation. These two are Odin, the chief god of Asgard, and one of the founders of the ancient deity church, known as the Lord of Destruction. It has been a year since that mysterious Taoist from the Great Summer has vanished. What have you accomplished during this time? Zeus's voice breaks the silence, his gaze scrutinizing Odin and the Lord of Destruction, revealing his dissatisfaction. The Lord of Destruction, embodying chaos and known for his volatile temperament, flares up at Zeus's piercing stare. Humph. Old man, cease your lofty demeanor. Within this mountain, you may be the king of gods, but beyond its confines, you are nothing. Do not regard me with that condescending gaze reserved for subordinates. The Taoist may be absent, yet the Night Watchers have significantly enhanced their strength. Are you aware? This past year, many followers of the ancient deity church have been captured or slain by the Night Watchers of Great Summer. We also dispatched deities to infiltrate Great Summer, but they were ultimately thwarted by that meddlesome woman. The meddlesome woman referred to by the Lord of Destruction is none other than Simeng. Following the Battle of Sangnan, while Simeng has yet to relinquish her role as the captain of the Phoenix Squad, she no longer takes the initiative to lead the charge against foreign divine threats. Currently, as the true pinnacle of combat power in Great Summer, aside from the deities of the Heavenly Court, she spends much of her time stationed at headquarters, ensuring that no deities from the opposing side infiltrate Great Summer, with the promise that Simeng will not be deployed in such instances. Even so, throughout this year, she has slain numerous deities who stealthily infiltrated the Great Xia, most of whom originated from the Celestial Temple. The Indian gods, such as Brahma and Shiva, have long harbored an intense hatred for her. Upon hearing the accusation from the world-destroying Brahma, the inherently domineering Zeus also let out a cold snort. Is it truly unbearable to accept the death of a few minor gods? A year ago, during the battle in Sangnan, Olympus suffered immense losses. Did I ever voice a single complaint against you? These are merely insignificant deities. Let's not forget, in Sangnan, I lost 4 major gods and a supreme primordial deity among my ranks. Did you summon us today merely to witness your quarrel? If that is the case, then our collaboration seems unnecessary. Odin, who had been sitting quietly like a transparent figure, now lightly tapped his fingers on the table, exuding a presence that rivaled even Zeus's. As Zeus and the world-destroying Brahma ceased their sharp exchanges, Odin continued, "What purpose does revisiting these old grievances serve? Does the great Xia not have an ancient saying, 'Debts should be settled with their rightful owners'? Are we not here today to discuss making them pay the price? The ancient God Church is soon planning a grand operation. This presents a splendid opportunity." Brahma's face still bore impatience towards Zeus and Odin. He despised their condescending demeanor. Zeus nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with Brahma's assertion. "Odin, I have heard that you have placed undercover agents within the ranks of the Night Watchers of Great Xia. In our last agreement of cooperation, it was you from Asgard who suffered the least losses. Should you not exert more effort this time?" Odin remained expressionless, his fingers continuing to lightly tap the table, his remaining eye slightly narrowed, as if in deep contemplation. A few minutes later, Odin opened his eye, and for a fleeting moment, a terrifying black mist flickered within its depths. He spoke slowly, "Very well. I will contact him and have him transfer all 3 of Great Xia's special teams here. We shall capture them all at once. Without these 3 special teams, the Night Watcher's strength will be significantly weakened, thus facilitating our future endeavors." Remarkably, Zeus and Brahma found common ground for once. It was evident that their initial intention had always been to diminish the Night Watcher's power. 3 special teams are not sufficient. They are but a swarm of ants. It matters not if that Taoist does not emerge. We shall deal with him later. This time, I demand that wretched girl perish. I shall suppress her soul in the depths of hell, subjecting her to endless torment. Brahma's eyes were blood-red, and the aura of destruction emanating from him reverberated throughout the dim chamber. This time, I shall unleash the 300-armed giants imprisoned in the abyss and have Hermes and Hephaestus lead the charge. I hope you will demonstrate your sincerity." As Zeus uttered this statement, his gaze remained fixed on Odin, his intent unmistakable. Odin must dispatch deities of significant stature this time, or he shall find no accord. The battle in the south has instilled within him considerable dissatisfaction towards Odin. Although Loki may have acted independently, the fact remains that, despite having dispatched Apollo and Ares, and with the celestial temple sending Garuda, Hanuman, and Varuna into the realm of the Great Xia, Asgard has yet to take any action. I shall devise a means to compel Yin Mo and Veluna from the celestial temple to intervene, and I will also seek the assistance of the great sun Tathagata. However, I have one stipulation: the surrender of her soul to me. On the surface, Brahma appears to be deliberating over the fate of Simeng's soul. Yet, much like Zeus, his gaze is rife with murderous intent, fixated intently upon Odin. Chapter 46. What Yellow Sparrow. I am a phoenix confronted by the aggressive demeanor of Zeus and the world-destroying Brahma. Odin remained unperturbed, his singular eye reflecting only tranquility and profundity, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Baldur had Tyr along with my steed, the 8-legged horse Sleipnir. Odin's tone remained calm, as if the 3 deities and 1 beast he had just mentioned were mere chess pieces in a game of gold shovel, lifeless tokens to be discarded at will. Zeus did not respond immediately. The presence of the god of light, Baldur, the god of darkness, Had, the god of war, Tyr, and his steed Sleipnir constituted a lineup that, while not extravagant, was certainly respectable. This old fellow seeks to reap rewards without exerting any effort. Such was Zeus's inner reflection as he dispatched even the suppressed 100-armed giant, laying his cards on the table. Although Brahma was equally ill-tempered and miserly, sending forth only a water god and a death god, he had at least managed to persuade the supreme deity of the esoteric Buddhism, the great sun Tathagata, to intervene. In contrast, Odin's meager offering of 3 main gods appeared as if he had bestowed upon them a monumental favor. Hermes, Hephaestus, 300-armed giants, Yama, Vu, the great sun Tathagata, Sleipnir, Baldur, Had, Tyr, 12 deities in total. Among them were 1 supreme and 4 demi-supreme beings, a formidable assembly indeed. Yet this entire force was ostensibly gathered merely to eliminate the captain of a special team of night watchmen. Such a revelation seemed rather absurd. Yet, a twinge of uncertainty lingered within him, for he had witnessed the demise of Hades, Poseidon, Ares, Apollo, and the fallen Typhon and Tartarus. He had even scrutinized the imagery of Garuda multiple times, as this deity met an ignominious end during the Southern War of the Gods. Succumbing to a mere glance from Simeng, the prowess of Simeng and Cheng Xiao was rather terrifying. Aside from the fright-induced demise of Garuda and the dismemberment of Hanuman by a spectral white tiger, even amain gods like Poseidon and Apollo were but a single move away from defeat in their hands. Poseidon and Hades were peculiar cases, one perishing at the gates of his own underworld, while the other met his end in the depths of the sea. As for his two illustrious sons, Apollo was struck down by a fiery feathered arrow, while Ares met an even more ludicrous fate, obliterated in an instant by a radiant beam of 5 colors, a light potent enough to severely injure Tartarus. As Zeus pondered these memories, a pressing question arose within him. Did the gods they had assembled possess the capability to withstand even 2 strikes from Simeng? Odin seemed to perceive Zeus's hesitation and mockingly remarked, "Zeus, the illustrious king of Olympus, reduced to fear by a mere golden-haired girl? If you are afraid, feel free to withdraw now. Henceforth, Asgard shall have no dealings with Olympus. Or do you think our numbers are insufficient? Asgard is not as vast as Olympus, capable of sacrificing deities to the mists." Listening to the unabashed scorn and derision in Odin's words, Zeus narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce murderous intent flickering within them. At that moment, the lightning above Olympus began to rage in tandem with Zeus's fury, casting a grim pallor over Mount Olympus with its silvery flashes. Ultimately, Zeus managed to suppress his desire to annihilate Odin, recognizing that they still shared a common goal. The dissolution of their alliance would only allow certain opportunistic forces to exploit the situation. Observing Zeus's restraint, Odin ceased his provocations. He understood that, much like a playful dog, pushing too far could result in a bite. He then posed a question that plunged the atmosphere back into silence. Now that the deities of the Great Xia heavenly court have begun to return, you are well aware of the strength you faced a year ago during your confrontation with them. He paused, the unspoken conclusion hanging in the air. Zeus fell silent, and even the typically calculating annihilation Brahma was deep in thought. A year prior, when Poseidon and Indra had perished, they had contemplated a full-scale invasion to obliterate the Great Xia, yet they had not even breached its borders, thwarted by the vigilant deities of Great Xia. Fortunately, they had refrained from initiating conflict, merely engaging in a battle of wills before seizing the opportunity to secretly send Apollo and a few others into the fray. This time, although the ancient cult's operations would occur at sea, they remained within the territory of Great Xia. Should the deities of Great Xia intervene, not only would Simeng be unable to secure a victory, but it was likely that even the 3 specialized teams would be wholly compromised, leaving their members stranded. Observing the silent Zeus and the nearly overwhelmed annihilation Brahma, Odin spoke with a measured tone. Given the immense cost incurred, success must be assured. No one should harbor any illusions of concealment. Olympus, the temple of the gods, and my Asgard must all mobilize, just as we did last time, to restrain the deities of Great Xia at the borders. He paused, raising his gaze to meet the eyes of Zeus and annihilation Brahma, lingering for a moment before continuing. Deep within the ocean lie 2 magnificent beings, whom I shall summon when the time comes. Together, the 3 of us will hold back the 3 exalted ones of Great Xia. This time, I shall turn Great Xia into a desolate wasteland. With the final details of their collaboration settled, Odin and annihilation Brahma departed from Zeus's palace, leaving him to sit alone in the chamber for an extended period, his thoughts inscrutable to all. As the candlelight flickered and extinguished, Zeus rose and walked slowly towards his chamber, the only sound in the dark corridor being the steady rhythm of his footsteps, until his figure vanished at the corridor's end. An unnoticed corner revealed a face, slowly materializing in the shadows. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, casting a purplish mane over one side of her face. The interplay of light and darkness revealing a visage imbued with mystery and depth. At the entrance of Taiping Temple, two young and beautiful girls stand side by side, their eyes seemingly fixated on the undulating mountains in the distance. Captain, could this be directed at you? If it is aimed at me, that would be splendid. I initially believed that after the battle in Songnan, they would return shortly. They certainly possess remarkable patience. An entire year has passed. Should we prepare ourselves? Absolutely. Regardless of their intentions, if they dare to threaten the great Xia, we shall ensure they do not return. All right, Captain. This time we shall play the role of the Yellow Sparrow. Yellow Sparrow? What Yellow Sparrow? I am a phoenix. Before me, these ignorant foreign deities have but one path, to kneel in supplication, and then perish. Chapter 47. Terrifying Speculations, Captain Cheng Xiao. Let this matter remain known only to the three of us. And regarding your new role as the agent of Athena. Indeed, the transition of the Athena agent has occurred quietly. It took place the moment Simeng successfully underwent her rebirth in the Southern War of the Gods. At that moment, her bond with Athena was severed, for she too had ascended to divinity. It is inconceivable for a deity to serve as the proxy for another. For reasons undisclosed, Athena chose another member of the Phoenix Squad, Cheng Xiao, to assume this role. However, apart from the three directly involved, no one else is privy to this information. The general populace, save for Yi Fan and a select few who are aware of the truth, believes that Simeng's ascension is solely attributable to her innate Phoenix bloodline and the divine power of Athena. Simeng has chosen not to clarify this misconception, which serves as a beneficial guise, concealing her true capabilities. Moreover, after a prolonged silence, just as Cheng Xiao was about to depart, Simeng called her back. Upon returning, maintain the status quo. Do not allow anyone to perceive any discrepancies. Understood, Captain. It was only after Cheng Xiao's figure vanished into the forest that Simeng turned to re-enter the courtyard. Observing the fallen, withered leaves scattered on the ground, she bent down to pick up two, her fingers gently caressing them, as if conversing with the leaves or perhaps engaging in self-reflection. Another conflict is imminent. You, my dear, have been gone for a year. I wonder how you fare now. Rest assured, I will not allow those outer gods to step foot on the land of the Xia. Alongside me are Commander Yi, Master Chun, Deputy Commander Zhua, Wang Mian, and Grandmother Kong. We are all striving for a peaceful era. A helicopter swiftly skimmed across the tranquil sea, its powerful gusts creating countless ripples on the surface below. Not far ahead, another identical helicopter raced forward with the same fervor, seemingly bound for a shared destination. Captain, that appears to be the aircraft of the masked squad. All eyes in the cabin followed Cheng Xiao's pointed direction. Simeng merely cast a casual glance, her mind already attuned to the situation. The masked, the phoenix, and the recently arrived mediators. Three special teams converging to quell a riot instigated by the ancient god cult? What a farce! She exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Xiao, both nodding in unison. Subsequently, she removed her cloak and handed it to Cheng Xiao, discreetly providing her with a handful of beans. Shortly after the conclusion of the award ceremony, Simeng's cloak underwent a transformation, shifting from the Phoenix Squad standard gold to a regal gold with red trim, adorned with a golden-red phoenix totem on the back. Compared to the Phoenix Squad's cloak, it appeared even more luxurious and striking, symbolizing not only status but also strength. After all, Simeng is no longer merely the captain of a special squad. She resembles a revered elder who emerges only in times of profound crisis within the sect. Stay safe, Simeng observed as Cheng Xiao donned her cloak, a rare moment of tenderness gracing her demeanor in front of the team. She gently ruffled Cheng Xiao's hair. With a smile and a playful blink, Cheng Xiao reassured. Fear not, Captain. Everything is well within our control. Moreover, if danger truly arises, I trust you will take action. The other members of the squad exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of Cheng Xiao in Simeng's exclusive cloak. What clandestine mischief had these two engaged in without their knowledge? Turning to Kong Shang, Simeng instructed Kong Momo, ensure that little Cheng Xiao is well guarded. If she sustains even a scratch, I shall personally flay your skin upon our return. Kong Shang clicked his tongue, finding relief in her familiar tone. This was the Simeng he recognized, The earlier version had been perplexing. Yet, he sensed an air of unusual tension. This mission was likely anything but simple. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, the masked team spotted another helicopter trailing closely behind them. It was presumably the Phoenix team's craft. What calamity had befallen the sanctuary that even the medium team could not handle? As he observed the helicopter not far from his own, Wang Mian furrowed his brow beneath his mask, acutely aware of the peculiar nature of the situation. First, the four human paragons, Yi Fan, Chun Fuzi, Zhou Ping, and Lu Wuwei, had been dispatched to different areas, and shortly after their departure, the Night Watch's upper echelon issued a command for them to provide support at the sanctuary. Now, encountering the Phoenix team en route, it seemed they too were headed for the same destination. Such coincidences accumulated into a tapestry of unsettling intrigue. At the sanctuary, the battle had concluded, leaving a scene of carnage. A river of blood flowed, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. A few bloodied youths stood there, their expressions devoid of emotion. Nearby, the slightly soiled medium team and a disheveled man clad in a blue patient gown were present. Suddenly, the roar of helicopter blades filled the air, prompting everyone to look up. They beheld two groups, one clad in white and the other in gold, plummeting from the helicopter. As the figures became clearer, Bai Li's expression turned vacant. The masked team, and the other appears to be the Phoenix team. Could it be that our prison break has been discovered, and they are coming to apprehend us? Upon landing, the two teams exchanged merely a brief look at the youths who resembled harbingers of death before hastening towards the medium team's position. Wang Miao, Gong Shang. It has been far too long. Bully approached, raising her right hand to fist bump Wang Mian and Kong Shang in turn, followed by an embrace. What brings you here so suddenly? And, Bully pointed at Qiao Sha. Why is she wearing your captain's attire? Wang Mian noticed Qiao Sha's unusual appearance as well. Surely, they lacked the audacity and necessity to surreptitiously don Xia Simeng's clothing. Did this madwoman also arrive? Where had she hidden? His unease intensified. We received orders stating there was a riot at the sanctuary and detected the murmurs of the ancient god church along with other foreign entities, prompting us to come to your aid. Upon our arrival, the murmurs had already fled. Had you arrived a few minutes earlier, you might have encountered that individual. The expression on Bu Li's face grew solemn, a sentiment echoed by Wang Mian and Kong Shang. So, it was the presence of the murmurs that compelled you to pursue this path. Bu Li nodded gravely, a foreboding sense of dread settling within him. Thus, someone must have anticipated the arrival of the murmurs from the very beginning and orchestrated this entire affair. At this revelation, the countenances of Bu Li, Wang Mian, and Kong Shang shifted dramatically, as a chilling suspicion simultaneously dawned upon them. There are traitors among the upper echelons of the Night Watch. Chapter 48. The Trap. A traitor among the Night Watchmen. Bu Li, Wang Mian, and Kong Shang exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared horror. If their suspicions were indeed correct, this sanctuary would likely become the tomb for their three specialized teams. We must leave at once, Wang Mian urged, the urgency of the moment weighing heavily upon him. With each passing second, their chances of survival diminished by 10%. They needed to board a helicopter and escape this place while there was still a glimmer of hope. However, when he looked up, all he saw was a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds. There were no aircraft in sight. What had once been mere conjecture was now a grim certainty. They had fallen into a trap. After a fleeting moment of panic, he regained his composure. Years of combat experience had taught him that frantic thoughts often clouded judgment. Ha 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 ha. Where do you think you can run? Just as Wang Mian and the others were contemplating their escape, a cacophony of raucous, arrogant laughter echoed around the sanctuary. Following this dissonance was an overwhelming divine pressure. The silhouettes of numerous deities gradually coming into view, their sheer numbers staggering. Vader, Hodder, Tyr, and Odin's steed, Sleipnir. But wait, there were more. Hermes, the god of commerce from Olympus, along with Hephaestus, the god of fire, and three others. Damn, yet another presence surpassing the main gods. In the rear, there were Yin Mo and Fa Luna, along with a Buddha-like aura reminiscent of the great sun Tathagata from esoteric Buddhism. As the names of these deities echoed in his mind, Bewley removed the hood of his cloak, his expression devoid of anxiety, replaced instead with serene acceptance. He gazed steadily at the ocean before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you think our mere dozen souls have violated divine law to warrant such an assembly of gods to hunt us down? Meanwhile, Lin Xie and the others were also processing the names of these deities. Lin Xie remained unfazed. A year ago, during the battle at Songnan, he had faced a similar assembly. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. He believed that today's peril would culminate in resolution. Anqingyu exhibited no reaction either. Adjusting her glasses with a gentle push, her expression tranquil. Bai Li, lost in thought, lowered his gaze. Only Chao Yuan displayed signs of anxiety. Huchia, we're merely attempting a prison break. Surely this doesn't warrant such a response from him? Kong Shang recalled the peculiar behaviors of Xia Simeng and Chao Sha on the plane earlier, and suddenly, a light of realization sparked in his eyes as he looked at Chao Sha with excitement. Chao Sha, do you and the captain know something? At this remark, all eyes turned to Chao Sha, making her the focal point of attention. The anxious and inquisitive gazes from her companions rendered her somewhat apprehensive, and she could only nod weakly. The captain suspected something was amiss from the very beginning, so suddenly, Chao Sha felt an intense gaze from above. She looked up, locking eyes with Yan Mo. You are not Xia Simeng. Where is Xia Simeng? Yan Mo demanded, extending a massive hand toward Chao Sha, his fury palpable. For he felt he had been deceived. Upon witnessing the scene, Kong Shang swiftly grasped Chao Sha's hand and urged her to retreat. Xia Simeng, that madwoman, would not jest with him. Should anything befall Chao Sha, he would surely face dire consequences upon his return. Budi, Wang Mian, and the other team members promptly activated their forbidden realms. Although they were aware of their inability to prevail, it was not in the Night Watcher's nature to await death passively. Are you searching for me? A voice, laced with a hint of playfulness, suddenly emerged from behind Yan Mo. Before he could turn around, a sharp sound pierced the air. The unmistakable sound of a blade slicing through flesh, followed by a searing pain that radiated from his back to his chest. Upon glancing down, he discovered a sword had penetrated his torso, dark red blood cascading down the blade, staining the sea beneath him. You ah! Another agonizing cry escaped Yan Mo's lips as Xia Simeng brutally shattered his heart. His massive form plummeted into the ocean, eyes wide open, filled with anguish and disbelief. You seek. F.A. Liu barely managed to utter 2 words when a radiant flash of multicolored light swept past him, and he fell into unconsciousness. To the eyes of the others, F.A. Liu had just been swept away by a burst of multicolored light that Xia Simeng had unleashed, his entire being vanishing without a trace. This divine radiance, having extinguished F.A. Liu, continued its relentless path towards Hephaestus, who, like F.A. Liu, was merely brushed by the light, and subsequently disappeared entirely. From Xia Simeng's sudden entrance to the demise of Yan Mo, F.A. Liu, and Hephaestus, all transpired in less than 2 seconds. The abrupt turn of events astonished everyone present. The specialized team members within the abstinence chamber, who had released their forbidden realms, ceased their actions, gazing in a daze at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure suspended in the air. With a flick of her wrist, Xia Simeng elegantly wiped the blood from her sword and stood poised in midair, her right hand gripping the weapon, golden locks billowing gently in the ocean breeze. She remained there, gazing indifferently at the terrifying outer gods before her, exuding an aura of pressure that matched the might of the deities surrounding her. Evan Budi, often hailed as the strongest beneath the heavens and accustomed to grand spectacles, could not suppress a gulp as he turned to Wang Mian, asking, "Is this Xia Simeng? When did she become so formidable?" About a year ago, during the events in Songnan, she similarly vanquished Ares, Wang Mian replied, maintaining a semblance of composure. Having witnessed her terrifying achievements during their conferment ceremony, what are you all standing around for? Attack her together. Kill her. Hermes, gritting his teeth, shouted at Badur and the others, who had just been momentarily stunned by Xia Simeng's ruthless decisiveness. However, with Hermes' command, they regained their focus. recalling the purpose of their presence that day. Roaring forth, the three colossal giants with 100 arms initiated their assault. Their towering forms, akin to mountains, unleashed a torrent of sharp spears that rained down upon Simeng like a deluge. Undeterred, she remained steadfast, summoning a radiant burst of five-colored divine light that obliterated both the giants and the celestial barrage in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Swiftly advancing, she swung her sword, and in that fleeting moment, blood splattered across the sky as Hermes was cleaved in two, emitting a wretched cry before his severed half sank into the sea, vitality extinguished. In the blink of an eye, for more deities had fallen, and at that moment, Simeng appeared as a harbinger of death, her exquisite beauty seen by Balder and the others as a visage of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 49. The Old Ones. The situation began to take an intriguing turn. The fall of Polona, Yama, Hermes, Hephaestus, and the 300-armed giants shattered the once impenetrable encirclement surrounding the retreat. The previously formidable outer gods now comprised only the shaken quartet from Asgard and the ever-unmoved Sun Buddha. Observing the hesitance of these outer deities, Simeng scoffed. "Do you truly believe that this ragtag bunch can defeat me? Did you think I spent the past year merely resting? A year ago, I vanquished Apollo and Ares. Today, I can do the same to you." In response to Simeng's provocation and derision, Balder and the others refrained from making any rash moves. While her strength may not be the pinnacle, the enigmatic five-colored radiance she emanated was enough to thwart even the three semi-ultimate giants. "Sun Buddha, we beseech you to join us in subduing her." In contrast to Hermes' commanding demeanor, Balder exhibited a notable humility. From a hierarchical perspective, the Sun Buddha held a position equal to Odin, being the supreme deity of esoteric Buddhism. Having reached this juncture, the only recourse was to implore this exalted being to restrain Simeng, allowing them to awaken the two transcendent entities from the depths of the ocean. Perhaps then there existed a chance of victory. Upon hearing Balder's plea, the Sun Buddha remained unresponsive, his expression inscrutable, standing as still as a statue with his eyes closed. Simeng paid little heed to the monk's contemplations. She channeled her magical power into her sword, which glimmered with a brilliance akin to a shooting star, ultimately piercing Tr's heart. Like Yama, his heart was instantly shattered, and he perished without uttering a single cry, his lifeless form plummeting into the sea. At that very moment, as Tr's body sank into the depths, the Sun Buddha seemed to have reached an epiphany or perhaps struck a pact with someone, abruptly opening his eyes. A dazzling, searing radiance erupted from him, and the Buddha's form began to manifest amidst the luminous glow. 4 faces, 2 arms, adorned with a jeweled crown and draped in countless agate ornaments, shimmering under the divine light. Simultaneously, he assumed a seated posture, legs crossed, soles facing the heavens, with his left hand resting in front of his abdomen, index finger extended skyward, while his right hand clasped the left index finger, forming an unusual mudra. The moment the Buddha's form fully materialized, an overwhelming pressure swept through the surroundings. Simeng distinctly felt this oppressive force rivaling that of Tartarus from a year prior. The individuals within the retreat were momentarily entranced by this formidable aura, gazing at the Buddha, whose brilliance rivaled that of the sun, and were struck with an impulse to kneel in reverence. Simeng recognized that it was time to take decisive action. Her demeanor shifted, and the golden mark upon her brow shimmered, releasing a pressure that matched the Sun Buddha's. With a resounding cry that echoed throughout the cosmos, a magnificent crimson golden phoenix descended upon the retreat. To the onlookers, it seemed as if 3 suns had risen in the sky, in stark contrast to the oppressive solemnity of the Sun Buddha's form. Simeng's phoenix form radiated sanctity and nobility, evoking the sense of witnessing the most exquisite sight in existence. With a gentle flutter of her wings, Simeng enveloped the fasting sanctuary in a radiant light infused with the essence of the 5 elements. Those like Bali, who struggled against the oppressive force of the great sun Tathagata, felt a sudden lightness wash over them, their minds regaining clarity. A resonant roar, imbued with Buddhist essence, erupted from the great sun Tathagata as he conjured a golden handprint entwined with countless scriptures aimed directly at Simeng. Yet, she remained unperturbed, her wings beating powerfully as a cascade of multicolored divine light burst forth from her tail feathers, colliding with the handprint. The impact unleashed a colossal wave, reminiscent of a cataclysmic end of days. As the six-syllable mantra was intoned repeatedly, the ferocity of the great sun Tathagata's assault intensified, and within the handprint, shadows of other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas flickered. Unyielding, Simeng unleashed torrents of five-colored divine light, accompanied by a relentless rain of fiery projectiles, the explosions echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, Balder and Hoder, witnessing Simeng's fierce battle with the great sun Tathagata, exchanged knowing glances before kneeling in an oddly peculiar manner upon the ocean surface. As for Sleipnir, he was the true trickster, having stealthily fled when Tyr was slain, and by now, he had likely reached Asgard. Oblivious to the splashes erupting around them, the brothers maintained their strange posture upon the sea, seemingly reciting incantations. Hear my call, heed my humble voice, O sacred king in yellow, O divine lord of Lalai. Your faithful are summoning you. Your devotees have prepared the most exquisite offerings to welcome the arrival of the great Lord of Faith. As the final syllable resonated, Balder and Hoder's forms suddenly exploded into two clouds of crimson mist, drawn by a mysterious force into the depths of the ocean. Upon their descent, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, shrouded in an endless black mist that soon engulfed the entire sea. A massive whirlpool emerged, consuming the bodies of Yen-Mo, Hermes, and others who had fallen into the waters, drawn by the terrifying gravitational pull. A voice emanated from the depths of the whirlpool, ethereal, horrifying, and indescribable. The sound crescendoed as tentacle-like appendages emerged from the vortex. First one, then another, and another, until a colossal octopus, adorned with countless tentacles and a grotesque visage, emerged, instilling a sense of madness and despair. The immense creature continued to rise, revealing beneath it a hunched humanoid form, vast as a mountain, yet emaciated in an unsettling manner. From its back sprouted tattered, bat-like wings, emanating a nauseating stench that could be detected from afar. A chilling and eerie laughter echoed once more, this time emanating from the direction of the fasting sanctuary. As the sanctuary trembled violently, a colossal yellow figure gradually emerged from beneath it. Stooped in stature and draped in a tattered yellow robe, its face obscured by a white mask. Upon its emergence, the yellow figure turned its gaze toward the immense and peculiar octopus upon the ocean's surface, uttering an indescribable sound from beneath its robe. My foolish brother, you remain as gluttonous as ever, having consumed all the offerings intended for us by the faithful. Chapter 50. Out of this universe, as two enigmatic deities manifested, Michael on the moon abruptly opened his eyes, piercing through the Earth's atmosphere to witness the unfolding events upon the ocean surface. The king in yellow, Hastur, and the lord of R'lyeh, Cthulhu. How could these entities possibly be present on Earth? Michael, momentarily bewildered, cast a glance at the seal behind him, which remained unbroken. Thus, only one possibility lingered, an oversight from the past. Contemplating this, Michael raised his colossal sword and struck downwards. A golden beam, imbued with an aura of annihilation, erupted from the moon, hurtling towards Earth, or more precisely, towards Cthulhu and Hastur. Cthulhu lifted its head, its contorted visage fixated upon the radiant beam, a tentacle extending and striking the beam with tremendous force, shattering it instantly, causing no harm to Hastur. Ha ha ha. Michael, you seem to have weakened considerably compared to a century ago. Northern border at the moment Cthulhu and Hastur appeared, the primordial celestial and the moral celestial, along with Zeus, directed their attention towards Odin. Though they stood in confrontation, their focus remained on the events transpiring at the sanctuary, where they witnessed Balder and Hoder sacrifice themselves to awaken the two Cthulhu deities. Odin, what are you planning? Are you not aware that the root of all this chaos lies with these obscure extraterrestrial beings? In response to the primordial celestial's inquiry, Odin displayed a peculiar smile. Yet they possess supreme power, capable of bestowing upon me greater strength, of leading me to a world far mightier than this. You madman! Observing Odin's increasingly deranged demeanor, the primordial celestial shook his head in resignation. Return to your Asgard. Impossible. Everything I have done has been for this moment. Will you let me leave? Absolutely not. Ha ha! You won't depart either? The moral celestial cast a cold gaze at Zeus. By now, he had formed a rough hypothesis. Today's events were likely orchestrated by Odin to unleash those two entities, manipulating Zeus and the annihilation of the universe. A flicker of hesitation passed through Zeus's eyes, yet he ultimately shook his head. You had best hope to slay me before those beings bring ruin upon your realm. The moon, upon sensing the presence of Cthulhu and Hastur, Kronos' immediate reaction was that the seal on the moon had been compromised. However, upon his urgent arrival, he found everything as it should be. What were those two entities up to? As one of the few remaining witnesses of the monumental battle a century prior, he understood the Cthulhu deities all too well. Michael's golden eyes brimmed with gravity as he solemnly remarked, "The oversight from a century ago. I had believed they had escaped this universe, yet it seems they were hiding in the deep seas of Earth." Suddenly, they heard a sound emanating from the depths of the cosmos, sharp and piercing, reminiscent of an alarm bell from Earth. That fellow has arrived as well. Michael, with a hint of resignation, cast a glance at the seal behind him. In that moment, he felt an urge to seek out Yolanda and inquire about what exactly had been sealed away all those years ago. Why is Cthulhu, Hastur, and Geros emerging now? In the vast cosmos, a peculiar planet, crimson in hue and adorned with a single eye, emitted a continuous wailing alarm as it careened through space, drawing ever closer to the solar system that harbors Earth. Every celestial body in its path, be it a planet, a star, or a black hole, was shattered into fragments as it passed, only to be absorbed into its form and transformed into energy. Geros advanced with the velocity of cannonball, annihilating star systems in its wake to an incalculable extent. Eventually, after demolishing yet another star system, its speed began to wane, gradually coming to a halt as a vast net, pulsating with the essence of the river of time, materialized around it. Begone, leave this universe, for you are not welcome here, Kronos proclaimed, standing upon the river of time, his form shimmering with its radiant light. The wailing persisted as Geros, in a state of turmoil, struggled against the net that began to fray under the strain. Kronos raised his hand, summoning a colossal clock behind him. With another wave, the grand timepiece soared toward Geros, drastically decelerating its momentum. Meanwhile, at the fasting sanctuary, Simeng found herself embroiled in a fierce battle. Earlier, she had managed to exert pressure on the supreme deity of the sun, but with the arrival of the ancient entities Cthulhu and Hastur, she had begun to falter, becoming increasingly reactive with each strike. The tattered yellow robe of Hastur emitted a series of eerie laughs. Seizing the moment while Simeng engaged with the sun deity and Cthulhu, a yellow seal shot forth from its sleeve, striking her squarely on the back. Simeng let out a piercing cry of agony, feeling an excruciating pain radiating from her back, spreading swiftly throughout her body. The great sun's 1,000 hands. The supreme deity of the sun took advantage of Simeng's moment of vulnerability, landing a powerful palm strike to her chest. Cthulhu, not to be outdone, unleashed a thick tentacle that struck her neck with force. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Simeng could no longer withstand the onslaught. Her phoenix form shattered, reverting her back to her human guise, and she plummeted heavily to the ground of the fasting sanctuary. Captain Simeng, Captain Xia. Bu Li and the others rushed forward to assist the fallen Simeng. As she looked up at the concerned faces surrounding her, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her finger and managed a smile. I am unperturbed. You shall remain here, awaiting my return after I have dealt with those 3 individuals. Without regard for the expressions on the faces around me, I transformed once more into a streak of crimson light and ascended. Bang! Observing the re-emerging Simeng, Bully shattered the wall beside him with a punch. He was filled with fervor and rage, yet found himself unable to unleash it. He loathed his own weakness, resenting the fact that in this life-and-death crisis, he could only watch helplessly as a woman battled fiercely outside, while he remained powerless. Wang Mian, standing nearby, felt similarly. Although he understood that such a divine-level conflict was beyond their participation, he and Buli shared an identity akin to Simeng's. They were captains of the Night Watch Special Squad. Yet now, alas, Chapter 51. The radiance pierces the clouds with 9 breaths of regulated breathing. Simeng swiftly adjusted her state of being. The recent blows she endured were undeniably severe, particularly the strike from the great sun Tathagata, which was aimed with lethal intent. Fortunately, the formidable physique of her phoenix true form granted her remarkable resilience. Enduring those 3 attacks merely left her with a few bruises and slight internal injuries, none of which were fatal. Great Sun Tathagata, as one of the esteemed 5 Buddhas of esoteric Buddhism, how have you fallen to consort with these unearthly beings? Do you not feel shame? Amitabha. The visage of the great Sun Tathagata emitted a long, resonant chant of the Buddha's name, and then he slowly opened his eyes. The Buddha spoke. The Buddha and demons are formless. If the heart possesses the Buddha, then one is the Buddha. Though you bear the appearance of a bodhisattva, your heart harbors that of a demon king. It would be wiser to lay down your weapons and embrace the path of the Buddha, ceasing the creation of further bloodshed. Hearing the great Sun Tathagata's words laden with temptation, Simeng erupted in fury, exclaiming, "I swear allegiance to your grandfather. You shameless beings sought to deceive our 3 special teams into a slaughter, yet you were outmatched and met your own demise, only to turn around and accuse me of harboring murderous intent. How absurd! Your hypocritical facade and twisted logic are truly remarkable. You wish to kill me? Come fort. For today, I shall grant you the opportunity to attempt it. If you cannot slay me, I will consider you my sustainer. I'll be damned." At that moment, Simeng seemed possessed by an icy spirit, her words becoming increasingly profane. The solemn countenance of the great Sun Tathagata twisted in rage, his eyes bulging, veins protruding ominously. While Simeng was unleashing her vitriol, Michael was not idle. Though he could not leave the moon, his sword could. A series of over a dozen beams of light emanated from a moon, yet all were shattered by Cthulhu and Hastur, none reaching their destination. Although no substantial harm was inflicted upon them, it alleviated some of the pressure on Simeng, having nearly destabilized the Buddha's heart with her insults. The 2 resumed their battle, with the great Sun Tathagata now striking with even greater ferocity. Various hand seals and swastika symbols rained down upon her, and even a Vajra pestle and bowl were hurled into the fray. Facing only the supreme deity of the great Sun Tathagata, Simeng found her burden significantly lighter, as she deftly neutralized each assault. Suddenly sensing a threat behind her, she transformed into a streak of light and evaded just in time, as a yellow seal and a tentacle struck where she had just stood. Thanks to her timely retreat, these 2 attacks struck the great Sun Tathagata squarely in the chest. In an instant, the Buddha's radiance shattered, his aura significantly diminished. Simeng did not retreat far. Instead, she hovered above them, gazing down upon the 3 divine beings locked in mutual destruction. Unbeknownst to her, a pouch and a 9-section staff had appeared in her hands. Without allowing Cthulhu and Hastur, who were still reeling from the shock of their misfire, any chance to recover, she swiftly opened the pouch and cast its contents downward. Inside were 36 yellow beans, noticeably larger than those she had previously used against the rock-armored lizards in the Northern Territories, each adorned with distinct dark yellow patterns. The fallen yellow beans did not plunge directly into the sea. Instead, they descended a certain distance before suspending themselves in a peculiar formation above Hastur and the others. The 36 arrays of the yellow sky. Activate! With a delicate exclamation, Simeng flipped her wrist, gathering her right thumb, index, and middle fingers together, while her left hand grasped her right pinky and ring finger. At the same time, a glimmer of yellow light appeared at the tip of her middle finger. As she gently pointed downwards, a golden beam connected the 36 beans, forming a mysterious array diagram. Concurrently, 36 beams of starlight pierced through the dark fog, descending from the heavens. Had the sky above not been shrouded in black mist and clouds, one could have gazed upward to behold 36 twinkling stars in the night sky. Empowered by the starlight, the 36 yellow beings transformed into warriors adorned with yellow turbans, clad in iron armor and brandishing banners. At that moment, the Taiping Temple in the capital radiated a brilliant glow, and the clay sculptures within the Hall of Generals began to shimmer, echoing the brilliance of the stars above. The 36 generals of Taiping Dao have received their command. The thunderous voices of the 36 generals reverberated through the cosmos, each complementing one another while simultaneously maintaining their distinct formations, ultimately resulting in a remarkable arrangement where arrays supported arrays, and within each array lay others. As a multitude of intricate and ever-changing formations rose from the ground, they swiftly dispelled a considerable amount of the black mist above the sea. Relying on the mysteries of these formations, the three deities, Cthulhu, Hastur, and the great sun Buddha, found themselves momentarily ensnared, yet Simeng was not one to relent easily. These entities had previously attacked with unrestrained ferocity, intent on her demise. Raising her 9-section staff above her head, she wielded it as a brush, inscribing something in the air. With swift precision, she completed the final stroke, and an ethereal talisman materialized before her. As she rotated the 9-section staff, the talisman's phantom began to move in tandem with her motions. Finally, she pointed southward, and the talisman detached from the staff, soaring into the southern sky. By the decree of the central yellow sky, I summoned forth the sovereign of the vermilion bird of the southern pole. With a cry, Simeng's words were met with a resounding call from the south. The black mist began to dissipate, revealing a sky tinted crimson, within which a colossal bird engulfed in flames could be discerned, spreading its wings. Another cry echoed as the divine bird's form began to detach from the sky. Though it remained ethereal, akin to the 4 sacred beasts summoned by Cheng Xiao earlier in Songnan, merely a shadow. Yet, even as a mere apparition, it emanated an unprecedented pressure and an overwhelming sensation of heat. With a clang, flames ignited around Simeng, revealing her true phoenix form. Resonating harmoniously with the shadow of the vermilion bird, the divine bird perceived her call, and with a gentle flap of its wings, it traversed thousands of miles to stand before her. At this moment, 2 flaming divine birds descended upon the altar, causing the sea beneath to boil. The vermilion bird and the phoenix joined forces, supplemented by the 36 formations of the yellow heaven, ultimately establishing a semblance of dominance over the 3 deities below. Yet, this dominance was merely superficial. Both sides maintained an equilibrium of power. Hastur and his companions found themselves unable to breach the grand formation, while Simeng's assaults failed to inflict any fatal damage upon their foes. Just as the stalemate threatened to persist, a resounding chime of a sword echoed forth. The sword previously wielded by Simeng had taken flight, now suspended high in the air. The sound of the sword reverberated through the heavens, as rays of sunlight pierced the thick clouds above. A single beam of light cascaded through the sky, and as it touched the dark mist enveloping the sea, it dissipated without a trace. The heavens had brightened. Chapter 52. This sword shall sever. Decapitating the hordes of darkness, the sun dispelled the shadows, and the oppressive gloom that had accompanied the appearance of the Cthulhu and Hastur, 2 deities of the Lovecraftian pantheon, was utterly eradicated. The sea regained its tranquility, reflecting the azure sky and white clouds. Simultaneously, a more formidable pressure began to emanate beneath the sunlight, causing even the once mighty Hastur, Cthulhu, and the Buddha-like figure of the sun to slightly bow under its weight. The space behind the 7-star sword began to fracture, shattering like glass and revealing the dark chaos of the void beyond. A figure emerged from this void, clad in a familiar earth-toned robe. As he stepped forth, the previously shattered space restored itself to its original state. Bathed in sunlight, Cheng Xiao appeared to radiate an ethereal glow akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. His gaze was cold and indifferent, observing the trapped Lovecraftian deities and the Buddha with the disdain one might reserve for mere ants. A low hum reverberated as Cheng Xiao gently grasped the 7-star sword, which emitted joyful vibrations, reminiscent of a child being picked up from kindergarten. The blade trembled slightly, as if confiding secrets to its wielder. Once Cheng Xiao tightened his grip on the hilt, his aura shifted dramatically. The previously divine detachment was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The air thickened with a chilling intent to kill, and despite the clear skies, an ominous, apocalyptic atmosphere loomed. With a delicate sweep of his sword, a terrifying energy infused with the essence of destruction began to coalesce around the blade, causing the surrounding space to fracture once more. This sword shall sever, decapitating the hordes of darkness. Cheng Xiao's voice thundered like a celestial storm, the words reverberating as if pronouncing judgment upon the sins of the world. Countless beings, plagued by this proclamation, bled from their orifices, succumbing to terror. The blade twirled, unleashing a wave of sword energy imbued with the power to cleave mountains, shatter seas, and obliterate stars, directed toward the array below. As the sword energy traversed, the space it passed through instantaneously collapsed, leaving behind a scar-like void. Upon encountering Hastur and the others, the sword energy came to an abrupt halt, pressing down upon them like an insurmountable mountain. The avatar of the Buddha was shattered, bloodied, and lay gasping for breath upon the surface of the sea. Hastur and Cthulhu, once hunched figures, found themselves further diminished under the weight of the sword energy, their knees bending gradually until they ultimately knelt. Their forms disintegrated under the relentless onslaught of the sword energy, transforming into a mist of blood that dissipated into the ether. Each fragment of flesh accompanied by horrifically piercing screams. As the final wail faded, the corporeal forms of the three deities were utterly obliterated by the sword energy, transmuted into the purest essence that nourished the world, leaving no trace behind as though they had never existed. This sword shall render judgment, and the gods shall atone. Cheng Xiao swung his sword once more, and this time, the sword energy split into three. One surged upward with the most formidable intensity, piercing deep into the cosmos. The other two veered southward and northwest, each pursuing its own path. The sword energy, soaring towards the north, swiftly reached the northern borders. This time not dissipating slowly as before, but instead, it descended with the force of a tempest. In an instant, the northern land was engulfed in a cloud of dust. As it settled, Zeus and Odin found themselves utterly alone, their entourage of minor deities from Olympus and Asgard obliterated by this singular strike, leaving only a desolate expanse of debris. Both Zeus and Odin suffered the loss of an arm, their wounds shrouded in an enigmatic power that rendered all attempts at healing futile. Blood trickled down, and the scarred northern terrain began to rejuvenate. The primordial celestial and the virtuous celestial exchanged a glance, astonished by what they beheld in each other's eyes. That was causality and the essence of fate. They had not anticipated that he had progressed this far. Zeus and Odin dared not linger further. The two one-armed elders, in a state of disarray, fled in haste. Meanwhile, in a dense forest to the southwest, Loki appeared as a helpless maiden, surrounded by 5 imposing figures. Alongside Yi Fan, Zhou Ping, Lu Wu Wei, and Master Chun, there stood an additional figure, a bespectacled programmer clad in a checkered shirt, the most enigmatic of the human elite, known as the Void of the Void. Earlier, the 5 had been ensnared by Loki's cunning trickery, trapped within this woodland. However, at the moment when Cheng Xiao proclaimed the god's penance, Loki's mental fortitude faltered, allowing Yi Fan and the others to exploit the opening and shatter Loki's ruse. Seeing the situation, Loki attempted to flee. But after Cheng Xiao forcibly extracted half of his power, his strength plummeted, rendering him among the weakest of the main gods. He was unlikely to defeat Zhou Ping or Yi Fan in a one-on-one confrontation, let alone withstand the onslaught of the 5. Yet, the 5, humiliated by such disgrace, would not grant him the satisfaction of escape, sealing off all avenues of retreat while casting menacing glances at the ensnared Loki. Let's cease hostilities. Allow me to return to Asgard. I swear by my divine essence that I shall never again set foot in the Great Xia. Furthermore, I will ensure that the ancient God's Church withdraws from the Great Xia and will no longer instigate turmoil within its borders. Ah! Yi Fan regarded him with a cold smile, producing a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Do you take the Great Xia for a mere playground? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Moreover, Si Xiao Nin awaits your ascension to divinity. You are but a demigod on the verge of falling from grace. Your promises are insignificant compared to those of a true deity. Are you truly intent on pursuing a vendetta against me? Even in my weakened state, I'm still a god, and the might of a god is beyond the comprehension of mere insects like you. A gleam of malice flickered in Loki's emerald eyes. He knew he could not match the five before him in a direct confrontation, but he was the god of trickery. Swish! As soon as Loki's words fell, Cheng Xiao's sword energy sliced through the air, striking Loki without a hint of restraint. In an instant, his form was vaporized, leaving not even a shred of fabric behind. By the time Yi Fan and the others regained their composure, Loki had completely vanished, leaving behind only a dark green luminescence. In the depths of the cosmos, having witnessed the annihilation of Hastur and Cthulhu, Garros attempted to flee, yet was firmly ensnared by Kronos' great clock, his movements excruciatingly sluggish. Suddenly, a blade of energy soared from the distance, reducing everything in its path, be it meteorites or stars, to mere powder. After shattering countless celestial bodies, the force of the blade remained undiminished, ultimately striking Garros with tremendous impact. In the midst of his struggle to escape, Garros' actions froze. A fissure appeared on the surface of his planetary form, rapidly expanding and becoming riddled with cracks. Finally, along these fractures, he erupted violently, transforming into a myriad of starlight. Thus, one of the outer gods, the grand clock Garros, met his demise. Chapter 53. The Traitor with a Resounding Cry. The ethereal figure of the vermilion bird soared into the sky before vanishing from sight. Simeng transformed back into her human form and dismantled the formation, collecting the 36 commanders, which reverted to 36 beings, into her possession. After completing these tasks, Simeng stood gracefully, tilting her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Cheng Xiao. Descending slowly from the heights, Cheng Xiao approached Simeng, gently caressing her head. They exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Have you broken through? Simeng inquired softly, her voice laced with affection and sweetness as she sensed the distinctly different aura emanating from Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao nodded lightly. Indeed, our esteemed Daoist Cheng had once again transcended, achieving the remarkable feat of unifying the three flowers atop the five qi, elevating himself from the realm of Xianxian to that of Jingxian amidst the boundless chaos of the sea. The term gold signifies eternity and immortality. Thus, a Jingxian represents an existence beyond death, transcending the three paths, free from the cycle of reincarnation, and blessed with boundless longevity. Meanwhile, the four special teams in the fasting hall, Phoenix, Medium, Mask, and the quasi-preparatory Nightfall, were still enraptured by the awe of Cheng Xiao's two sword strikes. Was this truly the power of the divine? Lin Jie watched the celestial couple embracing in the sky, his heart filled with both blessings and astonishment. As a witness to the divine war of Songnan, he had been profoundly impacted a year prior when Cheng Xiao and Simeng had joined forces to slay the supreme deity Tartarus. Only a year had passed, yet their strength had remarkably increased. Simeng could single-handedly confront three supreme beings, dispatching the Lord deity as effortlessly as one would a chicken. As for Cheng Xiao, the enigmatic Daoist who had captured Lin Jie's intrigue from the very beginning, he had now slain three supreme deities with a single sword strike. It was evident to all that Cheng Xiao's first strike was an act of brutal retribution against those three deities, a consequence of their earlier ambush that had injured Simeng. However, unbeknownst to Lin Jie, Cheng Xiao's second strike had vanquished a being even more terrifying than a supreme deity, the cosmic horror Cthulhu, while simultaneously rendering Zeus and Odin powerless, casually eliminating Loki in the process. Among all present, none bore more complex feelings than Bu Li and Wang Mian. Bu Li, though surprised by Simeng's current prowess, felt relatively untroubled. The true complexity lay with Wang Mian, who realized that the mass team he led had become the weakest among the special teams. Budi, the leader of the medium team, was recognized as the strongest beneath the ceiling of humanity, while Simeng, the leader of the Phoenix team, was a deity. The number of outer gods fallen to her hand was nearly a legion. In contrast, his own mass team seemed devoid of any remarkable qualities. Had he known that soon, a member of Team 136 would ascend to godhood, he could only imagine the turmoil that would stir within him. Of course, these were merely Wang Mian's reflections. He bore no ill thoughts as a result. For the present-day Daxia, the greater the strength of the Night Watchman, the more secure Daxia would be. At this moment, the two, having indulged in their affection long enough, finally returned to the ground. Yet their fingers remained intertwined, their gazes sweet enough to weave threads of silk. Beyond the familiarity with Simeng, this was the first time the spirit medium team had encountered her in such a manner. However, for the Mask and Phoenix, this was no novelty. Today, they had even restrained themselves somewhat. Cheng Xiao surveyed the surroundings. Phoenix, Mask, and the spirit mediums were all present, alongside Lin Xie and Xing Yu, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang. The foundational framework of the future Nightfall team was already taking shape. Once the swaggering brother concluded his undercover assignment and returned, alongside the immortal Wang Su and the prodigious Jiang Er, the Nightfall team would be complete. Contemplating Jiang Er, Cheng Xiao couldn't help but sigh softly within. Perhaps the Nightfall team did not lack for a genius girl, yet her parents undoubtedly longed for their daughter. The 008 team of Linang should not have perished. Jiang Er should not have met her demise. The 008 team must be saved, though not at this moment, for there was a matter of greater significance at hand. Suddenly, his expression grew stern as he produced the guest token he had never before utilized. Phoenix team, Spirit Medium team, Mass team, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Bai Li, Tuming, Wu Tong Xian, heed my command. Return with me to the Night Watch headquarters. A resounding affirmation echoed among the group. They all understood that these three specialized teams would soon plunge into the traps laid by the outer gods, signifying the presence of a traitor within the Night Watch hierarchy. Cheng Xiao was likely aware of the traitor's identity and intended to bring them back for confrontation. A moment of disorientation enveloped them, a whirl of sensations. And when their vision cleared, they found themselves no longer in the abstinence chamber, but rather at the Night Watch headquarters. Cheng Xiao's gaze fell upon the youth at the rear of the group, head bowed and glasses perched upon his nose. The key to the door had yet to awaken, and he was still in Xing Yu. As for the future, he would take it one step at a time. In Xing Yu, this matter pertains to internal affairs of the Night Watch, and your involvement is not appropriate. Please wait here. Once everything concludes, I will send Lin Xie to find you. Although Xing Yu would eventually become the vice captain of Nightfall, he had not yet joined the Night Watch. The pursuit of the traitor was, after all, an internal disgrace of the Night Watch. Cheng Xiao, possessing the status of guest, could navigate the situation, but bringing Xing Yu into it would alter its nature. All right, Xing Yu replied softly. After ensuring that Xing Yu was settled and leaving behind the balance and vortex of the mask to guard the entrance, Cheng Xiao, along with the three specialized teams and Lin Xie, advanced with palpable menace, the guest token in hand, paving their way unobstructed. The aura of menace did not emanate from Cheng Xiao himself, but rather from the members of the three specialized teams. The betrayal by the high-ranking official had nearly cost them their lives, and at this moment, they were filled with a fervent desire to exact revenge upon the traitor. Cheng Xiao, what is the meaning of this? The overwhelming presence naturally attracted the attention of all within the Night Watch headquarters, as Zhuqing, somewhat perplexed, halted their progress. Without wasting words, Cheng Xiao raised the token high. Zhuqing, deputy commander of the Great Xia Night Watch. I command you in my capacity as a guest of the Night Watch to assist us in apprehending the traitor Chen Lu. Upon hearing the name, Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. The traitor Cheng Xiao spoke of was, in fact, his mentor. The truth would soon reveal itself, and now, your cooperation is imperative. Cheng Xiao was well aware of the relationship between Zhuqing and Chen Lu, yet he harbored no doubts regarding Zhuqing's loyalty. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Zhuqing ultimately stepped aside, following closely behind Cheng Xiao as they made their way toward Chen Lu's office. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Chun Lu was in his office, resting with his eyes closed, patiently awaiting news from the fasting establishment. The sudden sound of knocking shattered his tranquil reverie. Chun Lu opened his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his expression, only to soon hear an irate voice resonating from outside. Chapter 54. The Wrong Path. Knock, knock. Knock, what a nuisance this is. Why bother being polite to a traitor like him? Step aside, I shall handle this myself. As she prepared to kick the door down, Simeng's furious outburst left Zhuo Qing feeling somewhat awkward. Had it been anyone else speaking to him in such a manner, he would have surely scowled. However, this was Simeng, a woman well known for her unruly nature. The military court had almost become her second home, visited at her whim. As for knocking on the door, that was merely a courtesy shown by a student to a teacher. Regardless of whether Chun Lu was a traitor, he had once been her instructor. Respecting one's elders and teachers is not just an empty phrase. Bang! The office door was forcefully kicked open. In the past, regardless of who entered, Chun Lu would have unleashed a tirade of reprimands. Yet, he had heard every word exchanged outside, particularly the term traitor, which resonated in his mind. Familiar with Simeng's voice, he realized that the plan had ultimately failed. Chun Lu had anticipated a horde rushing in to subdue him, but when he looked up, only 5 individuals entered: Cheng Xiao, Simeng, Li, Wang Mian, and Zhuo Qing. Zhuo Qing's final thread of hope shattered when he saw the calm and composed expression on Chun Lu's face. The teacher he had once revered was indeed the traitor. Guardian Chun Lu, you stand accused of colluding with external deities to harm 3 special squads. In the name of the deputy commander of the Great Xia Night Watch, I am placing you under detainment for investigation. Please cooperate, Zhuo Qing declared. With each word he uttered, it felt as though his heart was being sliced. Unable to accept that the hero who once led them an oath and was adorned with medals had fallen to this disgrace, Chun Lu appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this arrest all along. He merely smiled at Zhuo Qing and asked, "Are you disappointed in me?" Zhuo Qing nodded helplessly, a flicker of pain and conflict in his eyes. "I never thought it would be you. There is no room for surprise, for we have long since walked different paths." At that moment, outside the Night Watch headquarters, Yi Fan and his companions hurriedly returned. Their initial plan had been to visit the fasting site, but considering Cheng Xiao's presence there, they deemed it futile. Instead, it was more prudent to return to the Night Watch headquarters, where a more pressing matter awaited resolution. Upon witnessing the solemn silence enveloping the headquarters, Yi Fan felt a sudden pang of unease, prompting him to quicken his pace. It was only when he entered the main door and spotted Tian Ping and Xian was standing guard that his anxious heart began to settle. "Tian Ping, Xianhua, what are you 2 doing here?" "Commander Yi, the captains and others are upstairs." Tian Ping refrained from revealing the full truth. After all, having recently endured the ordeal at the fasting site, they could trust no one but their comrades who had shared the life and death experience, including the commander Yi Fan and the other 4 esteemed individuals. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "Cheng Xiao is also present." Yi Fan remained silent, not even nodding, but hastily ascended the stairs. The commotion stirred by Cheng Xiao and the leaders of the 3 special teams suggested something significant was afoot. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yi Fan nearly sprinted, eager to confront that individual and demand an explanation for his actions. "Old Cheng, why is it you?" As he dashed into Chun Lu's office, his heart felt as though it had been stabbed, akin to how Zhuo Qing must have felt. When he suspected a traitor among the upper echelons of the Night Watch, he had contemplated many possibilities, even doubting Zhuo Qing. "Old Chen, why have you done this? Why?" Chun Lu lifted his gaze to the lamp overhead. "In the past, I was like you, sacrificing everything to protect the Great Xia. But what was the outcome of my endeavors? A position of insignificance and a heap of worthless trinkets." As he spoke, Chun Lu retrieved a box from his drawer and casually discarded it onto the floor, where it opened to reveal a cascade of medals. Among them were the lowest tier spark medals and the highest tier star sea medals, 2 or 3 dozen in total. He surveyed the scattered medals with disdain and contempt. Merely a pile of worthless metal, yet you all tout them as supreme honors. How absurd. Witnessing the degradation of the metals they once held dear, the expressions of everyone present grew complicated. However, Chen Lu paid them no mind, continuing his narrative as if sharing a tale. Years ago, I achieved great merit for the Night Watch and received the first RC medal. Just as everyone believed I would be the next commander, Wang Qing suddenly emerged. I had no words to express my defeat. Yet I did not give up. I waited for over a decade. Just when I thought victory was in sight, Yi Fan, you became the commander of the Night Watch. Is it because you repeatedly missed the chance to hold the position of commander that you harbor resentment? Do you seek revenge against the Night Watch? Cheng Xiao's tone was calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. I never thought that way. I merely believed that from the very beginning, the Night Watch has taken a wrong path, engaging in constant conflict with the outer gods, positioning ourselves in opposition to them, will only lead the great Xia into an abyss of despair. I wish to alter this fate. If the special teams cease to exist, if the Night Watch ceases to exist, they will spare the great Xia, granting it a sliver of hope. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao scoffed derisively. The hope you speak of, is it akin to the realms of Takamagara or Olympus, allowing those outer gods to divide the great Xia, confining its citizens like livestock to serve as their sources of faith? But at least we would still be alive, would we not? Was the lesson of Tsangnan a decade ago not sufficient? We are but mortals, without any chance of resistance against the divine. This does not justify your collusion with the outer gods to betray the Night Watch. Suddenly, Chen Lu erupted into laughter, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. This was the reason. The masks, the mediums, the phoenix, and you must all perish. Only through your demise can the wrath of the divine be appeased. The Night Watchers must be entirely eradicated for them to spare to Xia and its people. At that moment, his gaze towards Cheng Xiao and Xia Simeng was filled with deep resentment. It is you who incessantly incites war, and you, Xia Simeng, are complicit in the wanton slaughter of the divine, irrevocably positioning the Xia in opposition to the gods. In this manner, you are sacrificing the lives of countless ordinary souls to pave the way for your ambitions. Chapter 55. Are you still willing to bet and accept defeat? Why? At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was profoundly complex. Although reason dictated that all of this was true, like Zui Qing, found it difficult to accept this reality. Chen Lu turned to gaze out the window. We were wrong from the very beginning. When the fog descended, the deities of our great Xia vanished overnight. Shortly thereafter, in response to the sudden emergence of mysterious creatures across the nation, the 139 Special Biological Response Team was restructured and expanded, giving rise to the Night Watchers. Initially, the Night Watchers were established to protect the citizens of Great Xia in the absence of deities. But what has been the outcome? Years have passed, and not only have the mysterious creatures not diminished, but they have also proliferated year by year. As for the Night Watchers, they have strayed further from their original purpose, their bloodlust intensifying. The first commander-in-chief, Nie Jinshan, sought the celestial weapon, the Star Blade, from the Queen Mother of the West at Kunlun. The second commander-in-chief, Li Qingxiang, became a vessel for developing the ghostly spirit catalyst, which unlocks human potential and enables instantaneous bursts of extraordinary combat power. The fourth commander-in-chief, Wang Qing, wove the cloaks of the Night Watchers, while the fifth commander-in-chief, Yi Fan, established several special teams, including the Mediums, Masks, Blue Rain, and Phoenix, based on the existing Night Watcher squads. Can you point out any of these endeavors that were not born of a desire for slaughter? Is this the role of the Night Watchers? You wish to end violence with violence, which is not inherently wrong. But the premise of doing so is possessing the ability to eliminate all obstacles. What has become of Great Xia? We no longer have deities. We could have survived with the protection of other gods, preserving hope and the spark of our legacy. But what have you done? You have relentlessly slain deities and turned against them. Can a handful of you truly represent Great Xia? Can you ensure its survival in the future? All you will achieve is to completely enrage the gods, leading to the utter annihilation of Great Xia and its millions of citizens in divine wrath. Observing the sorrowful expression on Chen Lu's face, Cheng Xiao inexplicably felt an urge to strike that old visage, to not resist, to not struggle, to allow external gods to dictate your fate, This is what you deem the right path? Would you dare to venture into those so-called circles of humanity and witness how they live? Is this what you call a path to survival? Answer me. Uh-huh. Chen Lu laughed uproariously, his madness intensifying. Resistance? With what will you resist? Do you know how many deities exist in this world? Are you aware of the even grander entities that lie beyond these gods? Can you vanquish them all? Will you leave no trace? Thus, you conclude that resisting those external gods will lead to the total destruction of Great Xia, and so you choose to become a traitor, offering the lives of all-night watchers as your pledge to the external gods, all for the power that you covet? I have said before, I do not seek power. I fight for Great Xia. Are you suggesting that this is a roundabout way of saving the nation? At this moment, a raging inferno of fury ignited within Cheng Xiao's heart. The current state of the Great Xia bore an uncanny resemblance to the humiliation he once endured in another place. And Chen Lu's recent actions mirrored those of a certain individual. If compromise could yield peace, then war would cease to exist. Suddenly, Chen Lu disdainfully cast a glance at Yi Fan, Zui Qing, Xia Simeng, and Cheng Xiao, proclaiming, ultimately, are you not also unable to relinquish the power you hold? What am I doing all this for? I strive so that the Great Xia does not vanish entirely from the annals of history. I am preserving its ember. Yet you continue to incite war and conflict, all while claiming to protect the Great Xia. What have you truly safeguarded? Under your so-called protection, the Great Xia has become isolated, akin to a solitary island. You speak nonsense. Suddenly, a crisp yet furious female voice resonated from behind Cheng Xiao and the others. Upon hearing that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice, Yi Fan's body stiffened, his expression shifting to one of turmoil and fear. The group turned to see a woman had appeared behind them, her long black hair cascading down, clad in a simple lambswool hoodie. If one overlooked the menacing long whip she held, she resembled a gentle, neighborly older sister, the initial white moonlight in the hearts of many young men. Wingxi. Sister. Under the woman's piercing gaze, the usually composed Yi Fan suddenly found himself flustered, hastily correcting himself. However, with his subordinates observing, his utterance of sister came out rather stammered. Hearing him call her sister, the woman finally smiled with satisfaction as she patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Little Yi Fan, you've done well. I did not misjudge you. Entrusting the night watchers to you was indeed a wise decision. She then turned her attention to Cheng Xiao, Xia Simeng, Bu Li, and Wang Mian, saying, children, you have all performed admirably. Cheng Xiao thought, this is not something one can casually say, jie jie, it frightens me. After that, her demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming from the gentle essence of sister to a temperament even more volatile than Xia Simeng's. Leaving Cheng Xiao to marvel at how swiftly Yi Fan's sister changed her expression. However, Chen Lu, Elder Chen, I am profoundly disappointed in you. As the most outstanding teacher among the former Night Watchers, Yi Fan, Zui Qing, Xiao Pinga, and Chen Mai, the current backbone of the Night Watchers, are all your students. Yet now you utter such words, groveling before the outer gods like a dog, and this repulses me. Heh, Wang Qing. Call me Commander Wang. Wang Qing, you are merely the former commander-in-chief, a soul long departed. Why do you have to flaunt your power before me? I have contributed no less to the Night Watchers than you, so what gives you the authority to judge me? And you, what right do you all possess? Wang Qing's appearance was the final straw that shattered Chen Lu's psychological defenses. He had repeatedly insisted that betraying the Night Watchers was not for power, but now, as his emotions spiraled out of control, all his prior justifications appeared futile and hollow. Observing the scene before him, Yi Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Take him away. Let him confess to all he has done. At this moment, Chen Lu's emotions gradually began to stabilize, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. I still remember, during my childhood, every morning when I was on my way to school, my mother would give me and my brother a dime. We would buy a fish cake for 2 cents from the stall at the village entrance, and then we would share it. Chen Lu recounted his past as if penning a memoir. However, as Cheng Xiao listened, an unsettling sensation arose within him. Why did this evoke such a sense of déjà vu? What was the last food that was mentioned in such a manner? No, this is absurd. What sort of nonsense is this? You, a mere trifle, are still willing to gamble and accept defeat? Chapter 56. The 5th Special Squad as Chun Lu was escorted away. The treacherous incident reluctantly reached a temporary conclusion. What lay ahead was a more rigorous process of scrutiny and purification within the Night Watch. As the current Supreme Commander of the Night Watch, Yi Fan bore the weight of responsibility for all his comrades. There could be no traitors, not a single one. He would not permit another Chun Lu to emerge. Observing Chun Lu's departure, Wang Qing's demeanor underwent a transformation, reverting to that of the amiable neighborly sister he had first encountered. With a warm smile, she extended her hand towards Cheng Xiao and the others. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wang Qing, the 4th Supreme Commander of the Great Xia Night Watch, the pinnacle of humanity. And I am Cheng Xiao, the head of the Tai Pingguan, as well as a guest commander of the Night Watch. Xia Simeng, captain of the Phoenix Squad of the Great Xia Night Watch. Yuli, captain of the Spirit Squad. Wang Mian, captain of the Mass Squad. Their hands clasped tightly together, marking a historic moment, a collision between the elder generation and the rising new generation, affirming one another's existence. You are all remarkable. I feel assured that Great Xia is in your capable hands. Gazing at the contented expression of Wang Qing, Cheng Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Among the Night Watch, the figures most worthy of admiration, aside from those who had sacrificed their lives to protect Great Xia, were the previous Supreme Commanders preceding Lin Xie. In the original narrative, the acting Supreme Commander, Zhui Qing, had exposed the traitor, remaining unmoved by the temptations of the deities of the K-series, and had sounded the horn for counteroffensive. The 5th Supreme Commander, Yi Fan, had exchanged his life for a mortal sword immortal capable of standing against the K-series' 3-pillar deities. In addition to them, there were the few who had merged their spirits with the fate of Great Xia, transforming into heroic souls to safeguard its destiny. Those legendary spirits of the Night Watch. They comprised the first 4 Supreme Commanders, Nie Jinshan, Li Kangxiang, Tang Yuxing, and Wang Qing, along with the predecessors of the Night Watch. The 1st and 2nd generation leaders of the Exorcism Division, Hua, Xubing, and Ganyangwan. Each had perished for the sake of Great Xia, their spirits immortalized, forged into vessels solely to protect its fate. Though your origins and strength are equally enigmatic, we are well aware of your deeds. Thank you for everything you have done for the Night Watch and Great Xia. Suddenly, a delicate hand appeared before Cheng Xiao, causing him to pause momentarily, a smile almost escaping him. It was fortunate he was not an undercover agent. Otherwise, he would have faced demise countless times. Commander Wang, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Cheng Xiao reciprocated with a smile, shaking Wang Qing's hand, then discreetly glanced at Xia Simeng's profile, silently adding, how could this place resemble the one where I grew up so closely? How could it harbor the person I cherish most? Sensing the gaze of the person beside her, Xia Simeng turned, their eyes meeting, 2 pairs of pure, clear eyes filled only with warmth and joy at that moment. What? Commander, are you serious? You want me to be the captain of the newly formed special squad? In the conference room, Lin Xie gazed in astonishment at the document handed to him by Yi Fan. Disbelief etched across his face. He had been at the entrance, animatedly conversing with Qing Yu and his old acquaintance Tian Ping, when suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Xia Simeng whisked him away like a chick. Observing the individuals seated within this room, the commander of the Night Watch, the vice commander, a guest elder, the leaders of 3 specialized squads, and 4 other exceptional humans, he questioned whether his current abilities warranted participation in such a high-level assembly. The others in the conference room remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of astonishment, except for Xia Simeng, whose gaze was laced with resentment, resembling a wronged woman gazing at a faithless lover as she looked at Yi Fan. Earlier, when she had gone to bring Lin Xie, her heart had fluttered with excitement, believing that Yi Fan had finally had a change of heart and was ready to allow Lin Xie to join the Phoenix Squad. Little did she know that her cherished little pup, whom she had nurtured for 2 years, had been so effortlessly taken away. Yi, just wait. I want to let you off easily. Yes, this is our latest decision, the establishment of the 5th Specialized Squad. Yi Fan's expression was grave. his eyes reflecting profound intensity, akin to a weasel awaiting its prey. However, Lin Xia harbored doubts about his own qualifications for such a role. Despite having acquired numerous divine abilities from the asylum, he still felt quite weak. In contrast, the three current leaders, Wang Mian, at the pinnacle of the infinite realm and merely a step away from Klein, Bu Li, also at Klein's zenith and hailed as the foremost below the ceiling, and Simeng, who had ascended to divinity, were formidable. Could he, with his frail limbs, truly establish a specialized squad alongside them? Yi Fan continued. A specialized squad prioritizes potential as much as strength. It is composed of individuals with the greatest growth potential in the Great Xia, each regarded as a genius or prodigy, possessing formidable forbidden powers and an alarming rate of strength augmentation. The leader of a specialized squad must be the most exceptional among exceptional, one who can command the entire squad, guide their growth, and lead from the front. And you, Lin Xia, are the most promising individual among the younger generation of the Great Xia Night Watch. Therefore, the captain of the 5th Specialized Squad must be you. Yet even if potential is crucial, my current strength is insufficient to safeguard that potential, thus Lin Xia hesitated. But Yi Fan seemed to have anticipated his response. All specialized squads develop from a preparatory team. Preparatory team? Lin Xia's starry eyes brimmed with curiosity. To become a specialized squad, numerous criteria must be met. First, the leader's strength must reach the pinnacle of the Sea Realm, and other members must also surpass the Sea Realm. Additionally, the squad must possess experience in slaying enemies of a higher tier. Moreover, the squad must have collectively achieved commendable feats, holding a collective medal of at least the rank of star. This medal must belong to the entire squad. Hence, the one you earned at the training camp does not count. Upon listening to the conditions articulated by Yi Fan, Lin Xia fell into silence. Each stipulation seemed more arduous than the last, raising the question of whether it was an intentional trial for him, Fat Tiger. However, a sudden epiphany struck Lin Xia. Could it be that by fulfilling these conditions, the preparatory team would ascend to the status of an official squad? If prior to this, they had already achieved the slaying of beings at the boundless realm, or even higher, would that count as satisfying the second condition? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lin Xia then inquired further. If every member of the team had each been awarded at least one medal of stellar rank or above, would that also be considered as meeting the final requirement? Chapter 57, isn't this correct? If each member of the team has at least received a star or higher medal, can that also satisfy the final condition? Lin Xia's question momentarily left Yi Fan in silence. He gradually realized that the mysterious creatures within the Great Xia realm seemed to have been thoroughly frightened away by Cheng Xiao's command, leaving them nearly extinct. Acquiring a collective star medal, indeed, posed a significant challenge. As for Lin Xia's suggestion that each team member's individual star medal could replace the collective star medal, while theoretically unfeasible, the principle was now in his hands. The primary mission of Lin Xia's unique team remained to explore the uncharted territories shrouded in mist. Thus, adjusting his principles and boundaries in accordance with the actual circumstances was not entirely out of the question. After all, the ultimate goal was to better safeguard the Great Xia. After a fierce internal struggle with his principles and limits, Yi Fan finally nodded in agreement. Very well, you will need to recruit your own team members. Here are the applications for your future teammates, your first mission, and some other documents. With a dossier thrust into his hands by Yi Fan, Lin Xia found himself at a loss for words. He suspected that the idea of him forming a special team had been conceived even before he entered the new recruit training camp. In the past, he might have resisted such an idea, but having witnessed the true power of the divine, his perspective had undergone a radical transformation. However, since I am to recruit my own members, I shall not hold back. The captain of the Phoenix team, Simeng, the captain of the Spirit team, Bu Li, and the captain of the Mask team, Wang Mian, along with Daoist Cheng Xiao, would make 4. He would quickly return to Chang'an to check if the captain had any star medals, and that would complete his team. As for the mission to slay the Boundless Realm adversaries, once this team was formed, the Boundless Realm would be of little concern. They had already slain several supreme deities. The thought of this made Lin Xie nearly burst into maniacal laughter. Suppressing his mirth, he pulled out 4 documents from the dossier and jogged over to place one in front of Xia Simeng, Bu Li, Wang Mian, and Daoist Cheng Xiao. Cool me. 3 captains and Daoist, please sign here. From this point forward, we shall be comrades. Upon seeing the document, Lin Xie handed over Xia Simeng, who was drinking water, couldn't help but spray it all out. The top of the document boldly proclaimed the words recruit application form. Everyone was astounded by Lin Xie's audacity. Could a special team be established in such a manner? Was he directly poaching members from other special teams? Xia Simeng suddenly realized that her previous perspective had been too limited, focusing solely on Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan. Today, Lin Xie's bold move had opened her eyes to new possibilities. If she could recruit several top-tier talents in her Phoenix team, they would surely soar to new heights. Could you also provide me with a copy of that application? It would help us reach full capacity. Yi Fan's face darkened with a fierce intensity akin to coal, as he realized that the inquiries posed by the young man had led to an unexpected situation. Lin Xie, upon hearing this, experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about the commander-in-chief and the deputy commander? However, they were, after all, his immediate superiors. Tentatively, Lin Xie inquired, Commander-in-chief. Who will command whom in the future? Wait, you really thought about that, didn't you? Yi Fan was taken aback by this unexpected maneuver. Lin Xie, I instructed you to recruit your own team, and this is how you go about it? Well, yes, Commander-in-Chief, you did tell me to recruit, and I'm doing just that. Lin Xie replied meekly. That doesn't give you the liberty to poach from other special teams, especially not their captain upon your arrival. Isn't that more convenient? Once we have enough people, we can directly promote them to the special team, saving a lot of hassle. Lin Xie mumbled under his breath. Yi Fan was rendered momentarily speechless by Lin Xie's audacity. This child had not behaved this way before. When he first arrived, he was quite the obedient lad. Who had transformed him into this? This precedent could not be allowed to stand, for he noticed that Xia Simeng's gaze towards him had shifted. It was one that suggested insubordination and rebellion. If he were to relent even slightly in front of Lin Xie, it was uncertain whether Lin Xie could successfully recruit those captains, but he was certain that within days, the quintet of humanity's elite would willingly join the Phoenix team. Members of the special team could only be selected from other Night Watchers and the awakened from the Forbidden Ruins who had not joined the Night Watchers. In short, this statement shattered Lin Xie's hopes entirely. Yet, it was fortunate that it prevented the future Nightfall team from veering completely off course. Lin Xie, come with me. After the meeting concluded, Cheng Xiao unexpectedly called out to Lin Xie, who was about to exit, and without further ado, led him into an empty office. Lin Xie felt a surge of confusion and unease. He could not quite comprehend why he always sensed a suffocating pressure emanating from this enigmatic Daoist. This pressure was not targeted at him specifically, but rather radiated invisibly, yet it was palpable to him. How is Brockie faring? Is his consciousness clear? Daoist you. Lin Xie was momentarily bewildered by Cheng Xiao's question. Brockie, the 3rd patient in the mental hospital, remained unknown to the outside world. When you were still in basic training, I mentioned that I know more than you can imagine. You asked me if I was aware of the other patients in the different wards, and I was not lying. I indeed knew, but could not disclose it for certain reasons. Lin Xie recalled that Cheng Xiao had indeed said this during his first visit to the mental hospital. At that time, he had thought Cheng Xiao was merely deceiving him, unaware of the truth. However, it appeared now that Cheng Xiao did possess knowledge beyond his expectations. Let's go. I have something important to discuss with Brockie. Oh, Lin Xie nodded with a hint of innocent bewilderment. Although he was uncertain of Cheng Xiao's intentions, he firmly believed that if he mentioned a matter, it must be of significance. The establishment of a new history and governance is essential for a realm's stability. The southern barbarians will not be deterred without extraordinary heroes. I have plotted and executed my plans, and this enmity I shall remember. To strike without flaw. To strike without flaw. To endure a moment's tranquility for the storm to pass. To strike. Observing the scene before him, Cheng Xiao momentarily questioned whether he had wandered into the wrong place. Nikas, Marlin, Braji, Li Fei, and Aju were engaged in a game of 3 kingdoms kill in a courtyard? Surely, this cannot be right. Had you all been present during those times, the Han Dynasty would have flourished long ago. Chapter 58. The believer, the games you play have indeed become increasingly elaborate, haven't they? With 3 players, it's Dodiju. With 4, Mahjong. And with 5, they even engage in a game of 3 kingdoms kill. Observing this scene, which starkly contrasts with the number of participants, Lin Xie couldn't help but voice his critique. Long time no see, Cheng Xiao Daozhang. Care to join us for a game? Li Fei Baramli Mbita, Cheng Xiao. Typically, Cheng Xiao would have surely extracted a victory from his pocket, ready to teach them a lesson in humility. However, today was different. He had other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. I am here to seek Bragi. Looking for me? Bragi said, his expression one of confusion as he pointed at himself. This unfamiliar Eastern face was one he had not encountered before, and the aura emanating from him was formidable, even surpassing that of his own father. Cheng Xiao nodded slightly. Indeed, I wish to gather some information regarding your father. Bragi's father was none other than Odin, the All-Father of Asgard in Norse mythology. This ruler of Asgard, a deity of the Aesir, seemed to be born for the sake of war. In comparison to Zeus of Olympus, Brahma of the Celestial Temple, and Amaterasu of Takamagura, Odin resembled a warrior more than a deity. In numerous mythological tales, Odin is often depicted as a figure of righteousness, brimming with wisdom. One might think that his singular I denotes malevolence. Yet in terms of character, the mythological Odin far surpasses Zeus in virtue. However, this world's Odin starkly contrasts with that image embodying greed, cunning, and cold-heartedness, almost aggregating all negative traits. My father. Bragi began to recall this once familiar figure, now faded from his memory. Since the death of his wife, he had allowed no one else into his heart. In my recollections, he was always an exceptional leader, wise and valiant. Yet one day, he seemed to transform into a different person, becoming dim-witted and brutal. Do you remember when this transformation occurred? Bragi shook his head. I do not recall. It seems like it happened a long time ago. Aside from him, did anyone else undergo a change? Yes, Uncle Loki, as well as my mother and brothers. More and more of our kin have become as greedy and ruthless as my father. Prior to this, did you notice any anomalies in Asgard? Anomalies, you say? There seems to have been one. Just before I noticed the drastic change in my father's demeanor, I felt an ominous and indescribable presence descend upon Asgard, and its source was located in my father's chamber. That presence lingered for quite some time, and then, Cheng Xiao did not rush him. Although this individual was a supreme deity, he was also a person of unstable mental state. Pressing him to recall the past abruptly could shatter his psyche completely. Cheng Xiao's purpose in seeking Bragi was merely to affirm a hypothesis, and it now appeared that his suspicion was entirely accurate. Previously, he speculated that the gods of Asgard might have, like Quetzalcoatl and Gabriel, been tainted by the malevolent deities, their souls corrupted, rendering them puppets under external control. However, after a brief skirmish, he discerned that this was not the case. Odin's condition was entirely distinct from that of Quetzalcoatl. The latter bore no semblance of autonomy, functioning merely as a robot executing commands without comprehension. In contrast, Odin exhibited independent thought, and the aura of Cthulhu surrounding him was far less pronounced than that of Quetzalcoatl. Hence, he surmised that Odin had likely embraced the malevolent deities alongside all of Asgard. Zeus, on the other hand, presented a different scenario. He exhibited no signs of Cthulhu's influence, implying that this old god's intention to conspire with Odin and Brahma to eliminate Simeng was entirely his own. Such behavior was not unexpected from Zeus, given the traditional virtues of arrogance, pride, brutality, and chaos that characterized Olympus. How is he faring now? Quite well, except for the loss of an arm. Merlin and Nyx simultaneously halted their actions, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Did you hear that? Odin has lost an arm? Whose subordinate possesses such audacity? After all, this was Odin, one of the few beings in this world with a battle prowess rated at T0. Nyx believed that, even in her prime, she would have struggled to overpower him. Lin Xie, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. He had previously observed that the sword energy from Cheng Xiao's second sword had divided into three, with one soaring into space while the other two ventured south and north. Could it be that one of those sword energies severed Odin's hand? Nix signaled to Lin Xie, who understood and departed with Li Yifei and Zhu, leaving the courtyard to these divine beings. Yes, it was my doing. He, along with Zeus and the world-destroying Brahma, sent numerous deities to attempt the assassination of my wife. Severing his hand serves as a lesson, Cheng Xiao stated nonchalantly, as if he had merely plucked a flower while strolling. Yet, his words were indeed factual. This was merely a reprimand for Zeus and Odin. His sword could slay Gyros, and thus dispatching Odin and Zeus was naturally within his capabilities. As for the world-destroying Brahma, that one was truly cunning. Upon Cheng Xiao's emergence, he had fled. However, while eliminating Odin and Zeus might be straightforward, the ensuing consequences of narrative corrections and power balance would pose significant challenges. This time, he had genuinely experienced the terror of power equilibrium. What had originally been a mere uprising instigated by the ancient god cult had escalated into a divine war, triggered by the deaths of a few gods in Sangnan a year prior. The demise of just one Tartaros had led to the emergence of two old ones and an outer god. If he were to eliminate Zeus and Odin, it was uncertain what other entities might arise. Thus, he resolved that neither Zeus nor Odin could be slain, at least not until he was certain he could triumph over Azathoth in single combat. Listening to Cheng Xiao's nonchalant remarks, Merlin found herself at a loss for words. Was it truly appropriate to mention having severed her husband's hand in front of their son? Not long ago, I sensed the emergence of energies that do not belong to this universe. Have those beings returned? Ultimately, it was Nyx who broke the awkward yet somewhat humorous atmosphere. It was indeed the group Nyx spoke of, and Cheng Xiao understood precisely whom she referred to. Who were they? Cthulhu, Hastur, and Gyros. Ah. Upon hearing these three names, Nyx couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, it was these elusive entities. She had initially thought they would remain hidden in some corner of the cosmos. Yet here they were, resurfacing sooner than expected. Chapter 59. Space and the World. Upon hearing Nyx's words, Cheng Xiao gazed at her in disbelief. It seemed that this goddess of the night possessed an unsettling amount of knowledge. Observing Cheng Xiao's somewhat dazed expression, Nyx chuckled softly, as you and Donatus have surmised. I know far more than you might anticipate. Alas, the boomerang that was once cast away has indeed returned, striking true at its origin. Before Cheng Xiao could regain his composure, Nyx continued, you should soon encounter that individual in your upcoming journey, correct? Do not attempt to deceive me. His essence has already marked you. You must have harbored suspicions about me for quite some time. Now, I can confirm your conjecture. This projection of mine in the lower dimensional realm carries a fragment of my true consciousness. What? Cheng Xiao exclaimed, lifting his head to meet Nyx's gaze, while his thoughts drifted back 2 years to when Lin Xie had just entered the rookie training camp. It was then that he first prepared to venture into the endless chaos sea, seeking Nyx's insights about that enigmatic place, ultimately obtaining Merlin's notebook. At that time, he had felt that Nyx's knowledge was far too extensive for a native deity of this world. If that were the case, then why did she seem so fearful of the strand of Fushi's consciousness at the heart of the endless chaos sea? Moreover, Merlin and Bragi were present. Could they overhear this conversation? I understand you have many questions. I shall address them one by one. Nyx remarked, glancing at Bragi, who was still lost in his own memories, and called out towards the building behind her, Donatus. Mother. Lin Xie swiftly emerged from the building, accompanied by Li Yifei and Zhu. Donatus, please escort Mr. Bragi back to his room. We have matters to discuss. Lin Xie opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of asking something, but a voice within urged him not to indulge his curiosity. Some truths were not meant for him to grasp at this moment. Very well, mother. Lin Xie ultimately suppressed his inquisitiveness and refrained from pursuing further inquiries. Watching Lin Xie's retreating figure, along with Nyx's affectionate smile, Cheng Xiao suddenly inquired, Goddess Nyx, you must already be aware, have you not? My children were slain by those wretches. The one who calls me mother is now my sole remaining child. Is this also the reason you have yet to leave the hospital? Yes, he still requires my presence. Cheng Xiao nodded in agreement with Nix's assertion, then turned his gaze towards Merlin, who had remained silent, clearly inquiring why Nix had not allowed Merlin to return to his room as well. Mr. Merlin is akin to me. Cheng Xiao felt a buzz in his head, but upon reflection, considering their subsequent actions, it became less perplexing. Perhaps it was precisely because they bore a trace of true consciousness, unlike other deities, that their seemingly odd, yet ultimately rational behaviors came to pass. Are there other deities akin to you, possessing their own consciousness? Nix slowly shook her head. I am uncertain, but as far as I know, only Mr. Merlin and I have inadvertently attained our own consciousness. Thus far, the only individuals who have entered that realm and emerged successfully, aside from Mr. Merlin and myself, is you. Attainment. Cheng Xiao seized upon the pivotal word in Nix's statement. She noted that it was attainment rather than birth. This implies that, initially, she and Merlin, like the other deities, were merely projections endowed with partial abilities of their true selves. Their consciousness emerged only later, through a series of fortunate coincidences. Coincidentally, both had ventured into the endless chaos sea, suggesting that their true consciousness was acquired therein. Observing the dawning realization on Cheng Xiao's face, Merlin smiled at her. Indeed, it is a remarkably mystical place. Is the endless chaos sea truly wondrous? Undoubtedly, Cheng Xiao must concede this point, setting aside the overlapping and intertwined spaces within. The opportunities it offers can only be fully appreciated through personal experience. Both Nix and Merlin returned with their consciousness, while Cheng Xiao herself ventured there, breaking through to the profound immortal level on her first visit and encountering Fuxi on her second. Although it was merely a wisp of divine consciousness, it nonetheless guided her to achieve a successful breakthrough to the golden immortal level. Yet, a new question arose, since they all possessed their respective consciousness. And whether it be Nix, Merlin, or Fuxi, they are all founding deities or supreme gods within their own mythologies. Nix should not harbor such fear of Fuxi that she refrains from uttering his name. Before addressing this question, allow me to pose two inquiries to you. What do you believe is the greatest and singular distinction between different dimensional worlds? And in your view, at what dimension should deities reside? Nix's question plunged Cheng Xiao into contemplation, not due to the peculiarity of these inquiries, but because upon departing the endless chaos sea, Fuxi had posed two similar questions, stating that should he discover the answers, he could return to the endless chaos sea to retrieve the 10 directions of annihilation. One of Fuxi's questions was, in fact, the first inquiry posed by Nix. What is the distinction between dimensions? Cheng Xiao had previously answered this based on his understanding of the essence of worlds when mastering the space within himself, asserting that the higher the dimension of a world, the more rules and characteristics it reveals. Unfortunately, Fuxi informed him that this answer was incorrect. Now, as Nix reiterated the question, Cheng Xiao retained his original response, only to find once more that Nix deemed it erroneous. Observing the sudden disillusionment in Cheng Xiao's expression, Merlin interjected, Your answer is not entirely flawed. Rather, you have conflated the concepts of space and world. Space and world? Cheng Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering whether these were not merely different appellations for the same entity. However, given the expressions of Merlin, Nix, and the Fuxi of that time, it was evident that they were not synonymous concepts. Perhaps he had indeed erred. Are you aware of what space is? Nix followed up with another question which, in comparison to the previous one, appeared to be considerably simpler. Cheng Xiao responded without hesitation. Space is the addition of a vertical dimension to a two-dimensional plane of length and width, creating height. The combination of the plane's extent and the newly introduced height forms a new medium capable of accommodating countless planes. This medium is space. Nix nodded in agreement, not disputing the response, for it was indeed accurate. However, Nix's subsequent question left him utterly astounded. Chapter 60. The key: do you perceive the world you inhabit as a mere plane? Cheng Xiao's mind seemed to stall, taking several minutes to grasp the question fully. Indeed, if a two-dimensional space is simply a plane, what then is the nature of his current existence? Is he truly living within a flat dimension? At that moment, he suddenly recalled Merlin's earlier words, realizing that he had conflated the concepts of space and world, instinctively equating two-dimensional space with a two-dimensional world. Yet, if two-dimensional space does not correspond to a two-dimensional world, then the world he currently occupies appears no markedly different from the three-dimensional realm he traversed before. Consequently, this inquiry finally found its course, and Cheng Xiao comprehended the misstep in his previous response. However, if no significant distinctions exist, why then delineate different dimensions? Observing the furrowing and then slightly relaxing of Cheng Xiao's brow, Nikes and Merlin exchanged knowing glances, both nodding in satisfaction. Master, do you believe this lad can discern the underlying patterns? Unbeknownst to Cheng Xiao, the attention he garnered extended far beyond Nikes and Merlin. In the boundless chaos of the abyss, within that small world where all was obliterated, an additional luminous screen materialized, displaying scenes from the psychiatric hospital, where Xiao Shi gazed at Cheng Xiao with eager anticipation. Beside Xiao Shi sat Fuxi, seated in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events on the luminous screen. When faced with Xiao Shi's inquiry, he merely uttered 3 words, "Trust him." Should Lin Xia witness this scene, he might begin to question the very fabric of his existence. What was supposed to be a psychiatric hospital accessible solely to him had seemingly become a place where Cheng Xiao visited as if on a casual errand, and worse still, it could be monitored at any time. However, Lin Xia remained oblivious to all of this as he busied himself administering medication to Bragi. The other principal, Cheng Xiao, was equally unaware, lost in the tempest of his thoughts. He endeavored to recall the most visceral sensations from his life before his journey and the experiences within that volcano, almost reconstructing them frame by frame, fearful of overlooking any detail. It seemed that regardless of whether the dimensions were 2, 3, or 4, the sensations across each world were remarkably similar. The singular distinction appeared to lie in the varying suppression of his powers across different realms. This sensation resembled gravity. As this realization dawned upon him, a spark ignited in Cheng Xiao's eyes. Indeed, that feeling was indistinguishable from gravity. The higher the world-S dimension, the greater the suppression. Or, to put it another way, the gravity experienced. Gravity arises from gravitational pull. If one were to perceive different dimensional worlds as various celestial bodies, then the larger the mass and volume of these bodies, the greater the gravity they exert. There exists but one world, yet countless spaces may unfold within it. It is the confluence of innumerable spaces that gives rise to a world. Regardless of how elevated the dimensional space may be, its essence ultimately comprises countless one-dimensional points, perpetually in motion and combination, thereby culminating in higher dimensional spaces. Regardless of the dimensionality of the world, its essence comprises countless one-dimensional points. If we perceive the suppression generated by different dimensions as gravity, then this dimension can be likened to a planet. The more one-dimensional points utilized for its composition, the greater the mass and volume of this world, thus elevating its dimensionality. I have come to understand that the distinction between worlds of varying dimensions lies in the diversity of one-dimensional points they encompass. The operation of energy and the underlying rules remain consistent across these dimensions. However, in higher dimensional realms, the abundance of one-dimensional points yields a more potent force or suppression, influencing the velocity and efficiency of energy flow while simultaneously ensuring greater stability during the exertion of force. This explains why higher dimensional beings cannot act recklessly upon entering lower dimensional worlds. Applause erupted as Nyx and Merlin could not contain their admiration for Cheng Xiao's performance, which had indeed met their expectations. In the boundless sea of chaos, upon hearing Cheng Xiao elucidate the distinctions between different dimensions, Fuxi suddenly opened his eyes wide, a deep sense of gratification illuminating his gaze. "How do you perceive him now?" This query seemed to echo within, directed both at himself and at Xiao Shi. His talent is remarkable. Following him might indeed prove to be a wise decision. "Xiao Shi, what do you think Nyx's next question will be? Perhaps akin to what the master has asked? I suspect she will pose a question none of us could anticipate. What could that question possibly be? Shall we place a wager?" Very well. Within the confines of the psychiatric hospital, Nyx regarded Cheng Xiao, who had already responded to the first inquiry, her face radiating uncontainable joy and appreciation. The absurd thought of why Cheng Xiao was not her own child even flickered in her mind. Just as she was poised to ask the second question, Cheng Xiao interjected unexpectedly. Goddess Nyx, I too have a query. The entity that devoured the primordial essence of a universe must be a one-dimensional point. If a world seeks to elevate its dimension, it can indeed expand by continually consuming one-dimensional points to achieve this elevation. Yet, for a being, such consumption appears to be futile. While it is true that the primordial essence of the universe cannot elevate a being's dimension as it does for a world, have you considered that a barrier exists between different dimensions to prevent spatial chaos? This barrier is akin to a door. To enter, one must either find a key or resort to force to break it down. Thus, the primordial essence of the universe serves as that tool capable of unlocking the door. By gathering sufficient primordial essence, one can breach this barrier and ascend to a higher dimension. Indeed, but why do you not perceive the primordial essence of the universe as the key to that door? Because there is only one key, which is the annihilation of all realms. In this moment, all prior understanding crystallized. It is no wonder that Azathoth relentlessly dispatched deities under his control into the endless sea of chaos in search of the annihilation of all realms. This artifact, in addition to its inherent extraordinary power, serves as a shortcut to enter other higher dimensional worlds. Nyx nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. Soon, her second question followed in quick succession. Where do you believe the deities you know reside? Deities? Where? If this had been in the past, Cheng Xiao would have answered without hesitation, referring to the fourth dimension or even higher realms, the fifth or sixth dimensions. However, he had since altered this perspective. This seemingly simple inquiry held depths of meaning that rivaled those of the first question. He was uncertain about how the gods abroad cultivated their powers. Yet he understood that in the traditional cultivation system, the quest for immortality and transcendence beyond the three realms was paramount. Wait, transcendence. A smile of realization graced Cheng Xiao's face. The essence of becoming an immortal was, in fact, to break free from the constraints and limitations imposed by one's world, achieving a state of complete independence from it. In the absence of worldly rules, one naturally attains transcendence and immortality. Chapter 61. The Divine Realm, where is God? Or rather, where exists the Divine Realm? In this moment, Cheng Xiao harbored a bolder hypothesis. The Divine Realm ought to be independent of all dimensions, a world unto itself. Indeed, you are correct. The Divine Realm is, in truth, a transcendent world existing beyond the confines of all dimensions. This realm is forged from the amalgamation of spaces created by numerous deities, free from the constraints of dimensional laws, existing entirely outside the realm of all dimensions. The responsibility of the deities is to maintain the stability of each dimensional world, preventing chaos from arising. At this juncture, everything became clear to Cheng Xiao, prompting him to recall a phrase. The culmination of science is theology, and the essence of theology is science. Yet, he still pondered a profound question. Given that the differences among various dimensional worlds are negligible, how were these seemingly virtual two-dimensional worlds conceived within three-dimensional space? Although this inquiry was intricate, it had become irrelevant for the moment, as he felt an intuitive certainty that once he resolved the matter of Azathoth, the opportunity to enter the divine realm would present itself, and the answers would inevitably unfold. Moreover, compared to this inquiry, he was far more intrigued by why Nyx harbored such fear of Fuxi. Goddess Nyx, you may now answer my question, I presume? Nyx, with a smile in her eyes, retorted, did you not already reveal the answer? Cheng Xiao blinked, suddenly experiencing a sense of enlightenment. Since all are manifestations of the original consciousness, one could disregard the varying suppressions of different worlds. Thus, strength remained inherently tied to one's own power. Though Nyx, one of the five primordial gods, is referred to as the creator god, she ultimately only created a portion of existence. In comparison to the truly supreme Fuxi, who delineated the heavens, established the seasons, governed the yin and yang, and brought forth all living beings, there remains a considerable gap. Nyx's reluctance to name him directly may not stem from fear, but rather from a profound respect and reverence for the powerful. This also served as a wake-up call for Cheng Xiao. Earlier, upon emerging from the boundless sea of chaos, he had felled 5 gods with 2 strikes. And at that moment, he felt a tinge of arrogance, believing he could easily dominate this world with his high-dimensional golden immortal strength. However, upon discerning the truth of this reality, he finally tucked away his underlying arrogance. Are the gods of this world weak? Indeed, they are weak, as they are merely projections of the original, possessing only a fraction of its capabilities. In contrast, the deities of the Clexi are indigenous to the 2-dimensional realm, and their original strength undoubtedly surpasses that of their projections. Furthermore, their physical characteristics allow for better assimilation within their world. A sudden wave of apprehension washed over Cheng Xiao. He felt fortunate that inspiration had struck him today to seek out Bragi. Otherwise, he might have spent his entire life perplexed by these matters, eventually succumbing to arrogance and recklessly challenging Azathoth. This is for you. Nyx suddenly presented Cheng Xiao with a stunning bracelet, adorned with numerous black gemstones that shimmered like stars in the night sky. You may use it for the protection of that young girl. Should you both venture into the divine realm in the future, it will guide you to me. Thank you. Cheng Xiao did not shy away from the task. On one hand, he was filled with curiosity about the unknown divine realm, and on the other, this world was far more complex than he had previously imagined. Although Simeng possessed an immortal body and was shielded by the 5-color divine light, an additional layer of assurance was always a source of comfort. Suddenly, he sensed something and reached behind him, unexpectedly grasping an object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a yellowish square ruler, reminiscent of the one that Xiao Shi had held in the boundless, chaotic sea. As he examined the ruler, Xiao Shi's voice echoed in his mind. This is a reward for uncovering your first question's answer. Once you unravel the next question, return, for your master has prepared a grand gift. Could it be that Fuxi and Xiao Shi had been watching over him all along? Cheng Xiao gazed up at the sky. If his memory served him right, he was still in Lin Chiye's psychiatric hospital. Indeed, the creator god was remarkable, possessing a strand of divine consciousness so overwhelmingly strong. After leaving the psychiatric hospital, Cheng Xiao walked quietly through the corridor of the Night Watcher's headquarters. The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive, especially after the recent betrayal by a high-ranking official, leading to a stringent internal scrutiny. Those with guilty consciences were understandably on edge. Cheng Xiao chose to disregard such matters. If Yi Fan could not manage even this, then his tenure as commander would surely come to an end. Exiting the Night Watcher's headquarters, he immediately spotted a graceful figure across the road, evoking a surreal sense of clarity after the storm. All feelings of oppression and distress dissipated upon witnessing her sweet and gentle smile, leaving only joy in their wake. What do you seek from Lin Chiye? Are you truly considering joining his reserve team? Simeng bounced over to Cheng Xiao like an exuberant young girl, instinctively taking his hand, oblivious to the astonished gazes of passers-by and other night watchers at the entrance. Cheng Xiao instinctively ruffled her hair, savoring the familiar sensation. No, I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Besides, what kind of team do you think could possibly keep me? Simeng did not resist, allowing his large hand to tousle her hair, nearly rubbing against him like a kitten. Have you broken through again? Yes. I encountered some fortuitous events in the boundless chaotic sea and made a breakthrough. I need you to help me with something. What is it? Help me bring Si Xiaonan over. She is about to become the new god of deceit. Would it be appropriate for her to join the Phoenix team? I don't care. I want her. Lin Chiye has already let her slip away. Whatever she says, she belongs to me. All right. She is yours. If one were to overlook the Daoist robe adorning Cheng Xiao, they appeared like a pair of young lovers, fingers intertwined, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them, delivering words Cheng Xiao least wished to hear. Friend, please wait. Simeng swiftly pressed down on the hilt of her unsheathed 7-star sword, casting a fierce glare at Cheng Xiao that conveyed a clear message. Look at the troublesome name you've chosen. Cheng Xiao turned around with a somewhat unfriendly gaze, eager to discern which unprincipled individual was behind him. Standing behind him was none other than the Yuan Shi Tianzun he had encountered earlier. accompanied by a white-haired elder whose imposing presence rivaled that of Yuan Shi Tianzun. It would be unjust to label them as lacking in morals, for they epitomized virtue itself. Esteemed friends, after 2 years apart, it is evident that your prowess has advanced remarkably. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is delineated into 3 stages: the ant realm, the peer realm, and the elder realm. Previously, when Cheng Xiao's strength was still feeble, he had only managed to attain the junior friend status through Zhang Jiao's influence. Now, having significantly improved his abilities, he had ascended to the peer realm. Moreover, he had come to a crucial realization. Yuan Shi Tianzun lacked a corporeal consciousness. Otherwise, would Simeng still aspire to be a peer? If it had not exchanged barbs, such as a creature clad in fur and armor, born in dampness, it would be a gesture of respect indeed. Chapter 62. Prosperity and the sword arrival. Upon encountering the 2 celestial lords, one must express gratitude for their timely intervention in halting Zeus and his companions on 2 occasions. Though devoid of corporeal consciousness, they are nonetheless projections of the 3 purities. During the divine conflict in Tsangnan and the sacred fast, it was their aid that thwarted Zeus and Odin. Hence, a modicum of courtesy is warranted. My friend jested. With your current prowess, even should Zeus and Odin unite, they would not stand a chance against you, remarked the primordial celestial lord. His words lay solely with admiration and reflection, revealing no hint of other emotions. Something felt amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of disquiet. Even without corporeal awareness, the primordial celestial lord is the supreme deity of the great Xia heavenly court, an undeniable pinnacle of combat strength, and it is implausible he harbors no trace of the arrogance typical of one in power. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often conceal deeper mysteries. Caution is advisable. Finally, after a round of polite exchanges, the primordial celestial lord and the celestial lord of morality conveyed their intent. Esteemed friends, the heavenly court is on the brink of reconstruction, and I humbly extend an invitation for you both to join us. Cheng Xiao and Simeng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of confusion and bewilderment. This was far more intricate than Cheng Xiao's prior agreement with Yi Fan to become a night watchman. In his recollection, the latter chapters of the original narrative seemed to showcase the heavenly court very little, devoid of any substantial schemes. By the end, only one artifact, the Eastern Emperor Bell, seemed to carry significance throughout the latter part of the tale. Was there perhaps a plan unknown to him, or one not articulated in the text? Nonetheless, he could not fathom why an invitation would be extended to him. He was certain that Simeng was merely a secondary consideration, a means to facilitate a favor for himself, while the true aim was to court him. At this moment, the celestial lord of morality presented 2 jade tablets. Esteemed friends, these are the divine positions established for you within the heavenly court. As the court is not yet fully reconstructed, you may take your time to consider this offer. The heavenly court will always welcome your presence. Cheng Xiao accepted the jade tablet from the celestial lord of morality and glanced at the inscription, Zifu Huanyuan deity. This one belonged to Simeng, and the title Huanyuan deity sounded as though it pertained to a celestial being of great merit. Quite commendable. Turning his gaze to the other tablet, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked up at the celestial lord of morality, who merely nodded with a subtle smile. The tablet bore the formidable inscription, Zhongji Huangtian Taiping Jie, celestial lord. And these words resonated within Cheng Xiao's mind like a thunderous bell. It is crucial to note that in the pantheon of Taoist mythology, the heavenly court boasts myriad deities, celestial lords, and heavenly kings. However, titles such as Yuan Sun, Dijuan, Dadi, and Tianzuan are not to be used lightly. Those who bear such titles are invariably sovereigns of great power, exemplified by figures like Duma Yuan Sun, Donghua Dijuan, Zhimu Dadi, and Zhongtian Beiji Zy Dadi, all of whom occupy extraordinary positions within the heavenly court. As for the title of Tianzuan, it is even more exalted, primarily associated with the 3 purities, the primordial celestial lord, the celestial lord of morality, and the Lingbao celestial lord, along with other illustrious figures such as the Taiji celestial lord and the Jiuqian Inyuan Thunder Sound Universal Celestial Lord, all belonging to that rarefied echelon at the pinnacle of the celestial hierarchy. The exalted positions of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Dao de Tianzun are undeniably prestigious, akin to their ascension within the celestial hierarchy. This resemblance resonates with my own experience as a guest guardian. Suddenly, a thought struck Cheng Xiao, prompting him to inquire, might the two venerable deities and my master, nearly 2 millennia ago, the esteemed Huang Jiao de Xian, unexpectedly graced the heavenly court with his presence for a time? Observing the retreating figures of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Dao de Tianzun, Cheng Xiao contemplated the jade tablet in his hand, lost in thought. He had just realized that if the deities of this realm are but projections of their true selves, could it be that the heavenly court is similarly linked to the divine realm? If this notion holds true, perhaps it is an opportunity granted by the master I have yet to meet. Fuxi once mentioned in the boundless sea of chaos that he embodies the void, capable of manifesting in any dimensional world, yet belonging to none. The transcendent realm of the divine world mirrors this sentiment, and Zhang Jiao's actions may be an effort to provide me with a sense of belonging. After all, from the moment I traversed into this existence, the true Cheng Xiao of the three-dimensional world has ceased to exist, rendering me a wanderer in every realm I enter. Having cultivated the Tai Ping Jing and inadvertently ascended to the golden immortal stage, perhaps the heavenly court of the divine realm is indeed my rightful sanctuary. Moreover, Yuan Shi Tianzun's respectful mention of Zhang Jiao as Huang Jiao de Xian leaves no doubt that Zhang Jiao is an embodiment, rather than a mere projection. As a representative or incarnation of the central yellow heaven, his true power likely rivals that of the three pure ones. My feelings toward this unseen benefactor are complex. While he seems to have adopted a hands-off approach after bringing me here, he has also been instrumental in resolving my predicaments at critical junctures. Shaking my head vigorously, I buried these chaotic thoughts deep within, securing the jade tablet for further contemplation. If the opportunity arises to revisit the boundless sea of chaos, I might consult Fuxi. Initially, I agreed to become a guest guardian for the sake of my own path, and now, joining the heavenly court presents both advantages and disadvantages, necessitating a careful consideration of the pros and cons before arriving at a decision. Hey, Simeng gently nudged Cheng Xiao, breaking his solemn reverie. Could you perhaps change the name of the 7-star sword upon your return? Honestly, anything would sound better than that dreadful name. Upon hearing Simeng's words, Cheng Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, his worries dissipating in an instant. Casting a glance at the golden-haired lady still holding his hand, his smile broadened. The world outside may deem her a fearsome, human-like tyrannosaurus, known for her temper and fierce demeanor, yet she appeared to him far less intimidating, embodying a charming innocence and gentleness that provided positive emotional support during his moments of turmoil. All right, I'll change it when we get back. And perhaps I'll adopt a dog too. What would you need a dog for? Simeng asked, her large eyes filled with confusion. To rename the sword Wang Kai. Well, let be Wang Kai. It is certainly more pleasant to the ear than the current name. Simeng felt a twinge of helplessness. Her little Taoist priest, despite his prominent brows and large eyes that exuded a sense of righteousness, seemed preoccupied with thoughts of mischief. You haven't yet explained your purpose in raising a dog. The dog is named Jianlai, and when the time comes for a brawl, I will call out Wang Kai. The opponent will likely assume I am summoning my dog, and while they lower their gaze to search for it, I shall deliver a swift strike. If I do not manage to incapacitate them as they attempt to flee, I will shout Jianlai once more. When they turn back to look for the sword, the dog will seize the opportunity to charge at them. Chapter 63. The wounded Zhao Kongcheng Sangnan. A year has elapsed since that unparalleled divine battle. Perhaps due to the overwhelming impact of that confrontation, Sangnan has remained eerily tranquil for the past year, so much so that not even a single enigmatic creature has made an appearance. The Night Watch's 136 Squad, stationed in Sangnan, has effectively transformed the peace office into its primary vocation. With high operational efficiency and commendable service, this once obscure establishment has gained considerable renown throughout Sangnan. However, today, Many who sought to conduct business found themselves faced with locked doors. The peace office, which had never closed its doors in 365 days, was inexplicably shut. The memories of the divine battle have been erased. No one recalls the events of that fateful day. They only feel as though they have awakened from slumber to discover that the world seems subtly altered, though they cannot quite articulate what has changed. Moreover, few are aware that this esteemed office, reputed for its exceptional capabilities, harbors a concealed identity. The reason for the closure today stemmed from a significant event occurring within their ranks. To avoid disturbance and prevent unnecessary complications, Cheng Xiao made the painful decision to close the office for a day. In the basement, aside from Lin Xie, who was preparing to form a reserve team, all members of the 136 squad were present, standing nervously against the wall, a mixture of tension and anticipation coursing through them as they gazed ahead. They were on the brink of witnessing a momentous occasion in history. Not far in front of them, Cheng Xiao was assisting Si Xiaonan in merging the other half of the deceptive law. As the dark green light gradually melded into Si Xiaonan's brow, her aura underwent a monumental transformation. The pressure emanating from her intensified, leaving Cheng Xiao and the others gasping for breath beneath the increasingly potent force. Observing this, Simeng unleashed a radiant multicolored light that enveloped them all. In the presence of this divine illumination, the overwhelming pressure from Si Xiaonan felt as inconsequential as that of a novice. With a thunderous roar, the laws fully integrated and a deep rumble echoed through the sky. At that moment, Si Xiaonan opened her eyes, unleashing an immense wave of pressure that swept across all of Cangnan. Her gaze remained clear, yet a mysterious glimmer flickered within, imbued with a sense of sanctity and authority. As she reveled in the unparalleled power coursing through her, Si Xiaonan playfully blinked. Am I becoming a deity? Yet, in the novels I've read, don't you have to undergo a tribulation before ascending to divinity? Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao's expression darkened. Despite her adorable demeanor, she seemed unexpectedly cunning, piercing straight into the heart of the matter. As the only one present who had endured a tribulation, Cheng Xiao felt justified in questioning the girl's nonchalance. He was bewildered as to why the deities in this realm did not face tribulations. If Si Xiaonan, a native being, could ascend to divinity without such trials, then why had Xia Simeng also bypassed this procedure, even breaking through 2 realms? Xia Simeng, I didn't undergo the lightning tribulation. I faced a death tribulation. If it weren't for the nirvana divine fire, you'd still be weeping by the monument. Come now, Xiaonan, sign this, and you shall henceforth be my sister. Before Si Xiaonan could fully recover from the joy of her ascension to divinity, Xia Simeng presented her with a pre-prepared application for joining the team. Huh, this, I not. Si Xiaonan reverted to her adorably dazed demeanor, her lips slightly parted as she gazed helplessly at Cheng Xiao, who stood not far away. However, Cheng Xiao merely handed over another document, causing Cheng Xiao to stifle several minutes' worth of words. You want me to go to the capital as the chief instructor for this year's new recruits? Indeed, it was written in black and white, complete with a seal. Yi Fan, that slacker, didn't want to make the trip, so he entrusted us with the task. Having served as a captain for over a decade, Cheng Xiao quickly regained his composure from the initial excitement. Then I'll take my leave, Team 136 and Cangnan. This has also been considered, given your abilities. Remaining in a small place like Cangnan would indeed be a waste of talent, Cheng Xiao remarked, producing several more documents similar to the previous ones. This one is for Wu Xiangnan, transferring you back to the headquarters in the capital for a top-secret mission. This is for Hong Ying, appointing you as the captain of the Night Watchers Team 136. And this one is for Wen Qima, promoting you to vice-captain. Zhao Kongcheng, didn't you forget something, Daozhong? Leng Xian, perhaps. Zhao Kongcheng, why are you so calm? We didn't get promoted, bro. Cheng Xiao approached Zhao Kongcheng, patting him on the shoulder, fully aware of his thoughts. Yet, the next statement shattered Zhao's resolve. Leng Xian, come with me. For now, you'll be by my side. And once your skills improve, I will allow you to join the Phoenix Squad. This was not merely Cheng Xiao's whimsy. After all, the pairing of Si Xiaonan and Leng Xian had its challenges in the original narrative. Nevertheless, regardless of their circumstances, neither had ever contemplated parting ways. As events unfolded, Cheng Xiao felt a twinge of nostalgia. Team 136 ultimately disbanded. Lin Qi had departed to form a new special team, while Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan were reassigned to the capital, and Si Xiaonan along with Lung Xian followed Cheng Xiao and Xia Simeng. The disintegration of Team 136 saw Hong Ying and Wen Qima continue as captain and vice-captain in Songnan. Everything seemed to revert to the original storyline, yet it was imbued with a much lighter spirit. In addition to Hong Ying and Wen Qima, Songnan now had a sorrowful Zhao Kongqin. The top-secret mission involving Wu Xiangnan might pertain to the high heavens, potentially allowing him to avenge Team Blue Rain in the future. Chun Mai returned to the capital, reuniting with the once great duo of the city, He and Bai Wuchang, possibly to weave a slightly different legend. Although Lung Xian lacked a forbidden realm, Cheng Xiao entertained the thought of taking him as a disciple, seizing this opportunity to promote the true ideals of Taiping Dao in this world. As for Si Xiaonan, that was merely a whimsical notion of Xia Simeng's. After departing Songnan, Cheng Xiao did not return to the capital as originally planned. Instead, he led Xia Simeng, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian westward, navigating upstream along the Yangtze River. The petite figure of Si Xiaonan trailed behind Cheng Xiao and Xia Simeng, resembling a young couple on an outing with their daughter, accompanied by an additional lively child with tousled yellow hair. Cheng Xiao led them onward without pause, heading straight for Mufa Mountain. What brings us here? Are we on a sightseeing trip? Xia Simeng could no longer contain her curiosity and finally posed a question that had been on her mind throughout the journey. Cheng Xiao, equally captivated by the majestic mountain range stretching before them, revealed a hint of joy on his face as he replied, "I am in search of a place." Chapter 64. Yunming's Mount Mufu is situated at the confluence of the Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi provinces, bordered to the north by the Yangtze River, to the east by Poyang Lake, and to the west by Dongting Lake. It is renowned as the 25th cave heaven in Taoism, believed to be the ancient eastern tomb of the legendary Fuxi. This sacred site was once bestowed the title of Tianyue by Emperor Shun, one of the 5 sovereigns, and it is said that the Great Yu ascended this mountain during his efforts to tame the waters. According to legend, the famed General Taisher Ci of Eastern Wu during the Three Kingdoms era camped here for military training, which is how Mount Mufu acquired its name. One of the 4 great masters of Taoism, Gohong, authored significant texts in this locale before attaining immortality, and El Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals, also practiced his cultivation here. The esteemed poet Chu Yuan once stood upon this very mount to compose his work Tianwen. Unbeknownst to him, Si Xiaonan had acquired a tablet, and at that moment, he resembled a tour guide, elaborating on the majestic mountain before them. Upon hearing that Fuxi's eastern tomb lay here, Xia Simeng cast a contemplative glance at Cheng Xiao. She vividly recalled Cheng Xiao mentioning an encounter with a fragment of Fuxi's divine consciousness amidst the endless chaotic sea. Could it be that he had come in search of Fuxi? Cheng Xiao, perceiving Xia Simeng's puzzled expression, instinctively understood that she must be thinking he was on a quest for Fuxi. However, the reality was quite different. He was indeed searching for someone, but not Fuxi, rather, another deity of equal renown. Without immediately responding to Xia Simeng, he activated his spatial insight, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glow as he transformed into a human radar, scanning the entirety of Mount Mufu with meticulous precision. Before long, he retracted his powers, a hint of an uncontrollable smile gracing his lips. For he had discovered an uncharted region deep within Mount Mufu, seemingly shrouded by an unseen barrier, rendering further exploration futile. This, in turn, validated Cheng Xiao's suspicions. The existence of the divine presence or consciousness of that great deity was indeed a reality. As Cheng Xiao guided the group deeper into the mountain, the atmosphere thickened with mist, accompanied by the occasional calls of birds and deer, creating an ethereal ambience that enveloped them in tranquility and relaxation like never before. The group meandered through the forest until they ultimately arrived at a vast lake. Could such a large lake exist within the mountains? Gazing at the expansive, mist-laden waters that stretched beyond sight, Simeng found herself doubting the knowledge she once held. Simultaneously, she questioned her earlier thoughts. This place clearly did not resemble a burial site. Was it possible that he was not in search of Fuxi after all? What if this was not within the mountains? At long last, the enigmatic Cheng Xiao felt compelled to speak, his gaze fixed upon the grand lake before them, knowing he had indeed arrived at the right place. Not within the mountains? Simeng and Xiaonan exchanged incredulous glances at Cheng Xiao, and even the previously silent Lung Xian could not help but look up in astonishment. Observing their bewilderment, Cheng Xiao smiled and nodded. Have you ever heard of Yunmings? In response, Xiaonan retrieved the tablet from his backpack, his fingers swiftly tapping the screen. Yunmings is a collective term for the ancient lakes of the Jianghan Plain. To the north lies Jingshan. To the south flows the Yangtze River. To the west reaches Wushan, and to the east begins the Dabi Mountain and Mufu Mountain. At this thought, Xiaonan suddenly halted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the colossal lake before her. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to utter, "But hasn't Yunmings already perished due to hydrological and anthropogenic reasons? How can it possibly be here? What if the Yunmings that had vanished was merely a name for a lake, and this truly is the authentic Yunmings?" Upon hearing Cheng Xiao's words, aside from the still bewildered Lung Xian, both Simeng and Xiaonan comprehended that the so-called Yunmings is, in fact, a divine realm akin to Olympus and Asgard. To their astonishment, not only does the Great Xia hold the heavenly court, but it also harbors another divine realm. With two divine realms, could it be that Great Xia is now invincible? Listening to their discourse, Cheng Xiao smiled enigmatically. Had Yunmings not reappeared, Great Xia would have known but one divine realm, the heavenly court. Yet, with the emergence of Yunmings, it signifies that Great Xia possesses more than just two divine realms. Other regions remain uncertain, but in the northwestern expanse of the Yellow River Basin, there may well exist another hidden divine realm akin to Yunmings, home to a goddess of creation on par with Taihao Fuxi. Thus, there must be at least one supreme deity among them. Who could it be? Xiao then inquired with intrigue. Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, his tone imbued with reverence and solemnity. The supreme deity worshipped by the people of Chu during the pre-Qin era, the god of creation, Dong Huang Tai Yi. Dong Huang Tai Yi, the highest deity and god of creation in Chu mythology, may not have initially been known by that name. Rather, his followers, seeking to emphasize his magnificence, combined the four most esteemed characters to form his appellation. This was the true purpose of Cheng Xiao's journey. Previously, when reflecting on the future movements of the heavenly court, he recalled the Dong Huang Bell, a divine artifact that intertwined with the latter part of the narrative, which led him to consider this supreme deity of Chu. Initially, he had approached it with a tentative mindset, hoping to validate his conjecture. Now, it appeared his hypothesis held no flaws, and he resolved to venture northwest again when the opportunity arose. Who are you, that you dare to utter the name of the god, Tai Yi, so freely? A melodic female voice emerged from the mist, crisp and resonant, imbued with youthful vivacity. A girl clad in animal skins, her skin pale, yet exuding a wild beauty, rode forth from the fog atop a fierce tiger adorned with a single sharp horn on its forehead. Despite the tiger's fierce countenance, it emanated an aura of gentle tranquility. The girl, holding a wooden staff, sat sideways on the tiger's back, her bare feet revealing a delicate calf as white as jade, her eyes as ethereal and clear as the lake waters. I am Cheng Xiao, the current head of the Taiping Dao. These are my fellow disciples and dear friends, here to pay respects to the divine being Dong Huang Tai Yi. May I inquire your name, goddess? I am called Shan Gui, the mountain goddess of Yunmings. By the way, what is this Taiping Dao you speak of? The mountain spirit tilted her head, quietly observing Cheng Xiao, her brows slightly furrowed in confusion. She could not quite comprehend what Cheng Xiao meant by the way of peace. Cheng Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recollected himself, realizing that the way of peace had only briefly flourished during the late Han dynasty. Given that the Yunmings had likely remained secluded for several millennia, it was not surprising that she had never heard of it. At that moment, The mist above the lake began to swiftly coalesce, gradually taking on a human form, ultimately materializing into a handsome young man with an amiable countenance. Upon the appearance of the young man, the mountain spirit's eyes sparkled, and a sweet smile illuminated her face as she exclaimed, "My lord of the clouds." Chapter 65. The origin of clouds and mist. The Lord of Clouds, a deity from the mythos of Chu, governs clouds, mist, winds, thunder, and rain, holding a position of significance second only to the supreme deity, Dong Huang Tai Yi. Cheng Xiao surveyed this enigmatic god with curiosity, noting the pale blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, alongside the silver-white markings at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead, which added an air of mystery. His casually tied white hair lent an austere touch to his stern visage, while his aura was as ethereal and gentle as the very clouds themselves. Descending from the heavens, the Lord of Clouds approached the mountain spirit, gently ruffling her hair like a benevolent elder. "Little mountain spirit, it has been a long time." His tone was warm, filled with the affection and concern of an elder for a younger kin. Although his countenance was stern, the gentle quality of his demeanor made the interaction feel entirely natural. "Lord of Clouds, were you not in seclusion? What brings you here unexpectedly?" Tai Yi mentioned that esteemed guests have arrived, and I was summoned to extend a welcome. Esteemed guests, indeed. The mountain spirit bit her finger, glancing at Cheng Xiao and his companions once more. She then leaped from the back of the tiger, scurrying over to Cheng Xiao to bow respectfully, saying, "The mountain spirit did not intend to offend the esteemed guests. I beg your forgiveness." At this moment, the Lord of Clouds stepped forward. "Esteemed guests, the Lord Tai Yi requests your presence." "Thank you, esteemed Lord of Clouds." Cheng Xiao was taken aback by the Lord of Clouds' demeanor towards him, judging by the overwhelming pressure he exuded. The Lord of Clouds had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of divine power in this realm, alongside the mysterious Dong Huang Tai Yi, whose strength likely matched that of the highest echelons of deities. It was precisely because of their formidable prowess that Cheng Xiao found their humility so astonishing. He did not believe he had attained a stature worthy of such attention from Dong Huang Tai Yi. "Lord of Clouds, has Yunming's truly remained isolated from the world?" "Isolated. To some extent. The external circumstances are intricate and convoluted. The Lord Tai Yi prefers not to involve himself in such matters. Thus, he has separated Yunming's from the mortal realm. Since then, the deities of Yunming's have resided here in seclusion, devoted to their cultivation, no longer concerning themselves with worldly affairs. About that significant upheaval a century ago, I possess some knowledge. The deities of the heavenly court forged a national deity monument from their own flesh and blood. Such profound righteousness is truly admirable. Then why does Yunming's continue to remain withdrawn? The rightful deities of the great Xia reside within the heavenly court." The Lord of Clouds' words trailed off, and Cheng Xiao could surmise the implications of what remained unspoken. It was not merely a matter of political intrigue. Yunming's and other hidden divine realms appeared to be the final bastion of the great Xia, standing as the last line of defense should the heavenly court ever face utter defeat. "Do you believe that the great Xia will triumph in this conflict? Will they triumph?" The Lord of Clouds did not respond immediately. Instead, he paused, turning to observe the three girls laughing and playing together in the background. The mountain spirit has not experienced such joy in a long time. Cheng Xiao also turned to look, seeing Xia Simeng, Si Xiaonan, and the mountain spirit engaged in playful antics, while the tiger, resembling a domesticated cat, frolicked around them. After uttering a remark that seemed utterly incongruous, Yin Zhongjuan continued, "Perhaps victory was once a formidable challenge, but now that you have arrived." With that, he shifted his attention to the quietly contemplative Lung Xian, who had been silent with his head bowed. "Is this your newly acquired disciple? He is but a novice, yet to be imparted with any teachings. His potential is commendable, indeed a promising talent. Fate has brought us together, and thus I present you with a gift." As Yin Zhongjuan spoke, he gracefully gestured towards the swirling mist in the air, which promptly coalesced in response to his touch, forming a pearlescent droplet of crystal. "Assist him in refining this essence of cloud and mist, and it shall spare him the arduous cultivation of the four realms of mortal existence." "Thank you, esteemed elder." "Thank you." This gesture left Cheng Xiao feeling profoundly unsettled, as Simeng, though she had utilized the essence of the phoenix to transcend 2 realms and ascend directly to the Xianxian level, had nonetheless endured the trials of refining essence into qi into spirit, and spirit into the void through her own efforts. As for Si Xiaonan, she had catapulted from a divine agent to a demigod, effortlessly embodying the new god of deception as casually as one might partake of a meal. Yet with Lung Xian, it was as if the act of performance was entirely absent. A mere essence of cloud and mist could propel him directly to the true immortal realm, thus alleviating him of considerable toil. Cheng Xiao resolved to keep the matter of his impending tribulation to himself. Such a revelation would be far too embarrassing. As they ambled along, they finally arrived before a grand and ancient palace. Upon nearing its entrance, Cheng Xiao was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of power, one that rivaled the pressure he had felt when first encountering Fushi's divine consciousness in the boundless sea of chaos. "Shangui, please escort them to rest," Yin Zhongjun instructed, then pushed open the palace doors, leading Cheng Xiao and Simeng inside. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian were guided by Shangui to another area. As they ventured deeper into the palace, the oppressive aura intensified, reminiscent of their earlier experience in the endless chaos. This pressure was not directed at any individual. Rather, it emanated as an instinctual, intangible force. Cheng Xiao lost track of time until they reached an extraordinarily spacious chamber, where Yin Zhongjuan finally halted. Upon entering the room, both Cheng Xiao and Simeng felt as though they had stepped into an infinite expanse of starlit skies. They appeared to witness the universe's genesis, marveling at the birth of countless stars. The quintessence within you. A sudden exclamation startled them back to reality, as an enigmatic figure had materialized on the cloud platform ahead, shrouded in a mysterious light that obscured its features and form. Junior pays respects to the Divine One Tai. Cheng Xiao and Simeng quickly bowed in reverence. "Do not be overly formal. Please take a seat." At that moment, 2 cushions materialized beneath them, and without hesitation, Cheng Xiao settled into a cross-legged position. Simultaneously, his suspicions were confirmed. The earlier aura was sufficient evidence that Dongwang Tai bore the consciousness of his true self, an entity imbued with the consciousness of the Creator God. He could scarcely fathom the strength this presence would wield in the outside world. However, what intrigued Cheng Xiao even more was the quintessence residing within his chest. What peculiarities could elicit such astonishment from a Creator God? "Might I inquire, esteemed Tai, if there is anything amiss with the quintessence within my chest that you just mentioned?" "It is nothing of grave concern, merely a marvel at your craftsmanship," the deity replied. "The quintessence you have gathered differs slightly from the commonplace variety." Though still puzzled, Cheng Xiao refrained from probing further. His quintessence had been condensed under the guidance of Fushi in the boundless sea of chaos. Perhaps the divergence stemmed from the varied methodologies employed. Chapter 66. The 5 Elements of Heaven and the Innate 5 Qi. It has been many days since returning from the boundless chaos sea. Yet Cheng Xiao has not discerned anything amiss within himself. If one were to insist, it would be his realization that his 5 Qi seem somewhat distinct from the ordinary 5 elemental energies, though he cannot articulate precisely how. "How did you come to know of my presence in this secluded realm of the Yunmengs?" As Cheng Xiao pondered the peculiarities of his gathered 5 Qi, the voice of Donghuang Tai interrupted his thoughts. Cheng Xiao had little to conceal in response. "I surmised it." "Surmised? How intriguing. Pray, tell me how you came to such a conclusion." It was indeed a sudden inspiration. Previously, the primordial and moral celestials of the heavenly court had extended an invitation to us. In that moment, I suddenly recalled a divine artifact of the heavenly court, the Donghuang Bell, and consequently associated it with the supreme god Tai. Earlier, in the boundless chaos sea, I encountered the great deity Fushi, along with the feathered serpent god from Maya mythology, as well as other deities from various mythologies. This led me to speculate whether gods from other mythological systems of the Great Xia might also manifest. Thus, when the opportunity arose with the Donghuang Bell, I thought of you and decided to visit to validate my conjecture. Cheng Xiao did not hold back, revealing everything he had witnessed in the Chaos Sea, including his encounter with Fushi's divine consciousness and the subsequent events. It was not that he lacked caution, but rather, before a supreme creator god possessing self-awareness. All secrets lay bora. Ah, the Donghuang bell, that artifact bears no relation to me. You would do well to peruse the texts of your Daoist tradition instead of treating novels as historical accounts. After this, Donghuang Tai Yi fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. He understood the implications of Donghuang Tai Yi's words. Indeed, the so-called ancient 10 divine artifacts were merely a compilation of various elements drawn from numerous accounts of gods and demons. It was understandable that Donghuang Tai Yi held little regard for such narratives, for it was intolerable for a grand creator god, revered as the supreme deity of national rituals, to be depicted in tales as a creature of scales and feathers, hatching from eggs. Seated on the platform, Donghuang Tai Yi appeared lost in thought, while Cheng Xiao and Simeng sat in silence, uncertain of the deity's contemplations and refrained from making any sudden movements, patiently awaiting his next action. At last, after a prolonged silence, Donghuang Tai Yi spoke. You mentioned that the heavenly courts sought to invite you to join them? Cheng Xiao, momentarily startled, as if awakening from a dream, nodded somewhat numbly. Donghuang Tai Yi continued to inquire, what positions did the heavenly court promise you? She was offered the position of the Purple Mansion Phoenix Yuan Spirit Monarch, while I was bestowed the title of the Central Extreme Yellow Heaven Peace and Resolution Celestial. The title of Celestial, how fascinating, indeed a commendable arrangement. As he listened to Donghuang Tai Yi's almost murmured reflections, Cheng Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that there might be aspects of this matter that eluded his understanding. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. This young lady is indeed deserving of the title of Celestial. Upon hearing this, both individuals could not help but gasp in astonishment. Cheng Xiao regarded Simeng with a hint of surprise, while her slightly parted crimson lips betrayed a look of dazed disbelief. The deity Tai Yi, was this celestial realm merely a reflection of the divine courts? Cheng Xiao resolved to reassess a notion that had previously seemed somewhat immature. Indeed, if one were to attain a divine position here, would that not imply a corresponding rank in the true celestial domain, should one venture there in the future? Contemplating this, Cheng Xiao felt his breath quicken. Had he, by mere chance, traversed realms and thus secured a formal position within the heavenly hierarchy? Perhaps even a high-ranking one? This was, of course, an opportunity not to be taken lightly. Many had orchestrated this for your benefit. As the Taoists say, heaven bestows not upon those unworthy. To do so invites calamity. If you believe your virtue does not match your station, it may be prudent to consider what lies behind you. Tai Yi's words were laden with profound significance. Behind him stood not only a master he had yet to meet, but also Fushi, with whom he had shared a mentor-student bond in the boundless sea of chaos. Though merely a fragment of divine consciousness, he was confident that the essence was aware of all that transpired here. Moreover, without the essence's consent, a mere shard of consciousness could not possess independent thought, nor would it deliver the unparalleled artifact known as the 10 Directions obliteration so willingly. Additionally, Zhang Jiao's identity was unlikely to be trivial. Perhaps, like the embodiment of the Eastern Celestial Sovereign, he was an incarnation of the central Yellow Heaven, or he himself was the Yellow Heaven. Standing behind him were Fushi and Zhang Jiao. One was the creator of all things, while the other was a supreme deity in his own right. Although his current strength might not suffice, he possessed formidable backing. Thus, the position of Celestial Sovereign was not beyond his reach. Upon realizing this, Cheng Xiao suddenly felt a surge of clarity, as if a heavy stone that had long pressed upon his heart was finally lifted. It seemed fate had brought him here today. He would bestow upon this young girl a fortuitous blessing. As Tai Yi spoke, he raised his hand, and with a swift motion, 5 rays of pure elemental essence erupted from his sleeve, transforming into 5 distinct objects that hovered before Simeng. These were the 5 spirits of creation, born from the primordial essence of the 5 elements at the dawn of time: Zhixiao Gongjin, Zhao Hua Qingmu, Yuan Cheng Shui, Dushan Huijin, and Xuan Wujingchen. By refining these, one could condense the innate 5 energies. Now, present what you have prepared, he urged, for I shall lend you my strength to assist this young girl in consolidating the energies within her. Simeng looked at Cheng Xiao with curiosity, her expression seemingly questioning what he had secretly prepared. Cheng Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Amid such mighty deities, he felt utterly exposed, for no secret could remain hidden from them. In an instant, a sphere of starlight appeared in his hand, radiating purity while concealing immense energy. This starlight was a manifestation from his battle with Jehilos, who had consumed stars throughout the cosmos and thus amassed a wealth of stellar essence within. As the purest form of energy in existence, stellar essence was the unrivaled choice for elevating one's cultivation. Originally, Cheng Xiao intended to wait until he gathered the materials to condense the 5 energies before utilizing the celestial origins to assist Xia Simeng. However, with the aid of Dong Huang Tai, it became possible to employ them ahead of time. With a gentle gesture from Dong Huang Tai, the 5 spirits of creation were instantaneously shattered, transforming into 5 pure manifestations of the 5 elemental energies, which then surged into Xia Simeng through the point between her brows, guided by the celestial origins. As the final wisp of celestial essence entered her being, the golden flame mark re-emerged on her forehead, emanating an aura of overwhelming pressure that radiated outward, continuously intensifying. Behind her, a shimmering, crimson-golden phoenix apparition unfurled its wings, poised to soar into the heavens. Chapter 67, I do not recall this segment. As time passed, Xia Simeng found herself enveloped in starlight, with 5 distinct colors of elemental energies swirling around her. Days drifted by in an instant, during which Cheng Xiao remained steadfastly at her side. The elemental energies surrounding Xia Simeng had been nearly exhausted, and the oppressive aura in the vicinity had reached a critical point. Cheng Xiao revitalized his spirit, gazing at Xia Simeng with eager anticipation, for she was on the verge of achieving a remarkable transformation, merging the 3 flowers atop the head and converging the 5 energies to ascend from the profound immortal realm to the golden immortal realm. Their training speed was extraordinary, having advanced from mortal flesh to golden immortal status within mere years, transcending the 3 realms and eluding the 5 elements. As for concerns regarding an unstable foundation or superficial realms due to their rapid breakthroughs, such notions were utterly unfounded. One must consider the illustrious beings who aided their ascension, Taihao Fuxi and Dongwang Tai, both paragons of their respective mythologies, creators of all existence, including the primordial deities. To them, crafting 2 small golden immortals was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Suddenly, the oppressive aura surrounding Xia Simeng dissipated, and a layer of multicolored radiance enveloped her, rendering her even more divine than before. A powerful new pressure erupted abruptly, sweeping through like a tempest, causing ripples to cascade across the water's surface outside the palace. Clang! Xia Simeng let out a resounding cry, transforming into a beam of 5-colored light that soared into the sky above the palace. When Cheng Xiao emerged, he felt as though the heavens above had been obscured by some formidable presence. Looking up, he beheld the true form of Xia Simeng as a phoenix, her size magnified exponentially compared to her previous form as a profound immortal. With wings unfurled, she obscured the sun and sky. The hues of her feathers shifted from crimson gold to a resplendent purple gold, the flames upon her plumage now absent, replaced by intricate and enigmatic golden patterns. 9 splendid tail feathers, entwined with the purest essence of the 5 elements, radiated around her, while her wings were saturated with the potent forces of wind and thunder. Her gaze was clear yet imbued with divinity and pride, and within her eyes, one could almost discern the swirling of a Taiji yin-yang symbol. In addition to the 5 elements, the presence of wind, thunder, and yin-yang seemed to be the additional benefits conferred by the innate 5 elemental energies. The innate 5 elemental energies, birthed during the genesis of the cosmos, symbolized boundless vitality and creation. The amalgamation of these energies with the 5-color divine light would undoubtedly amplify, her power exponentially. Coupled with the wind and thunder forces upon her wings and the yin-yang essence in her eyes, Simeng had perhaps reached a point where she could look down upon all others within the same realm. Sister Simeng, Sister Xiaonan, remember to come back and visit when you have the chance. I will miss you dearly. Of course, Mountain Spirit, we shall visit you often. Goodbye, Mountain Spirit. We will miss you too. Watching the camaraderie between Simeng, Si Xiaonan, and the Mountain Spirit blossom in a sisterhood, Cheng Xiao could not suppress a smile. They had spent less than a month together in the Yunmeng Marsh. Yet perhaps friendship possesses a remarkable magic of its own. If I am not mistaken, the Mountain Spirit must be several thousand years older than you. Did she just refer to you as sister? Simeng let out a soft huff. Well, you need not concern yourself. The Mountain Spirit appears to be merely a girl of 15 or 16. What harm is there in calling her sister? Unlike certain individuals who, despite years of acquaintance, stubbornly refuse to be called sister. Cheng Xiao's smile stiffened. It seemed she was directly addressing him. Though he could not fathom why Simeng insisted on having him call her sister, it had nearly become an obsession for her, a fervent fixation. After all, who isn't a young girl at heart? Sisi Xiaonan also made a playful face at Cheng Xiao and Lung Xian, joining hands with Simeng as they dashed ahead. Observing the two lovely figures gradually receding into the distance, Cheng Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Why does it feel like they are the true pair? Xiaonan had always been lively, and Captain Xia shared a similarly cheerful disposition, so it was quite natural for them to get along well. Perhaps, so let us move on. If we linger, those two will vanish from sight. Indeed, as they descended from Mount Mufu, Cheng Xiao turned back once more to gaze at the towering peak. Everything that transpired in Yunmeng's felt like a fleeting dream. He opened his palm, revealing a drop of crystal-clear water. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the essence of birth and destruction within that droplet. During this journey to Yunmeng's, the four of them had garnered considerable benefits. Under the guidance of Yun Zhongjuan, Lung Xian successfully refined the essence of the mist, transforming from a mere mortal into a being of cloud and fog, instantly elevating his cultivation to the level of a true immortal. Simeng, needless to say, received direct assistance from Dong Huang Tai Yi in condensing her 3 flowers and 5 energies, facilitating her ascent from the profound immortal realm to that of a golden immortal. When she next encounters Yuan Shi Tianzun, she will undoubtedly demand an increase in remuneration. As for Sisi Xiaonan, she attained invaluable insights from the grand deity of rebirth, who governs life and death, intertwining schemes and fate. Being a local deity, she astonishingly reached the threshold of a half-step to the supreme level. All 3 of them had indeed reaped significant rewards. Of course, Cheng Xiao did not leave empty-handed. The droplet of water in his palm was a gift bestowed upon him by Dong Huang Tai Yi. This was no ordinary water. It was the very first drop created by Dong Huang Tai Yi at the dawn of creation. Ancient texts describe, Tai Yi begets water, and water aids Tai Yi. Thus, heaven is formed. Heaven assists Tai Yi. Thus, earth is formed. Heaven and earth mutually support. Thus, deities are formed. Deities mutually support. Thus, yin and yang are formed. Yin and yang mutually support. Thus, the 4 seasons are formed. The 4 seasons mutually support. Thus, heat and cold are formed. Heat and cold mutually support. Thus, humidity and dryness are formed. Humidity and dryness mutually support. Thus, the years come to completion. It can be said that this droplet is the primordial essence from which all things spring forth, the foundational element of existence. Although he had yet to fully grasp the significance of this droplet for himself, an instinctive feeling told him that its purpose transcended mere enhancement of strength. Furthermore, after this encounter, Cheng Xiao sensed that his elusive yet advantageous master likely harbored grand designs, but regardless of his intentions, the outcome would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. He cast a glance towards the northwest, contemplating that perhaps during his next leisure moment, he might venture forth in search of the divine realm of the primordial goddess, where his master might be awaiting him with a delightful surprise. As he squinted at the sky in that direction, lost in thought, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of malice and resentment emanating from that quarter, its intensity suggesting it had lingered for quite some time. The joy in his heart was swiftly supplanted by a sense of tension and caution. Such a passage was not present in the original narrative. Although he had not perused the text extensively, he vaguely recalled that at this juncture, Lin Xie and his companions were engaged in their initial mission in the north, which involved exterminating a swarm of giant ants, inadvertently leading them to Fengdu, where they encountered the maiden possessing the immortal royal ruins. Yet, there had been no mention of any anomalies in the northwest. Could it be yet another consequence of the butterfly effect instigated by his actions? Chapter 68. Professional alignment to the untrained eye. The sky in the northwest appeared unremarkable, adorned with azure skies and fluffy white clouds. However, to the practitioners, the heavens were cloaked in a thick shroud of crimson mist, swirling with ominous black currents. Not only did Cheng Xiao perceive the anomaly, but the other three also discerned the peculiarities, faintly hearing the sounds of wailing, prayers, and fear. They exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. Simeng took to the air, her wings crackling with the power of wind and thunder, as she carried them away like a streak of light into the horizon. Given that this situation had not been foreshadowed in the original narrative, the circumstances remained unclear. Cheng Xiao refrained from recklessly employing the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch to reach their destination, opting instead for Simeng to lead them in flight, which would also facilitate reconnaissance. The forces of wind and thunder epitomized the swift currents of the world. Wherever Simeng, in her majestic phoenix form, traversed, storms erupted, and the skies roared. Yet, the inhabitants of this era understood that no matter how bizarre the climate may appear, it was not truly abnormal. For this world itself was inherently irrational. Longnan, a small city nestled deep in the northwest, had largely evaded the attention of foreign and ancient deities due to its remoteness from borders and the sea. Occasional sightings of enigmatic beings from the realms of light or pools were not uncommon, but the city had enjoyed a semblance of tranquility. However, this once peaceful haven had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The skies were enveloped in a thick, blood-red fog, casting an eerie and horrifying pall over the entire city. The air was saturated with a pungent metallic scent, reminiscent of blood, mixed with the grotesque odor of decaying flesh. The streets lay deserted, cloaked in an unsettling silence. As Simeng descended, the gusts she brought with her momentarily dispersed the sanguine mist, illuminating the city with a fleeting glimmer of light, only for the fog to swiftly coalesce again, swallowing the brief radiance. Upon stepping onto this land, Cheng Xiao and his companions were struck by an overwhelming heat. Although it was winter and the geographical location of Longnan did not rival the frigid extremes of the north, the temperature had plummeted below freezing. Yet to them, it felt akin to standing under the blazing sun at the peak of summer, with the air devoid of any trace of moisture. The greenery flanking the streets had long withered, resembling a landscape scorched by fire, leaving behind charred remnants and cracked soil devoid of life. Who are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating Longnan? Just as Cheng Xiao was about to invoke the technique of barrier insight to investigate further, a voice emerged from around a corner, shattering the city's eerie stillness. A young man clad in a dark crimson cloak, wielding a long blade, approached them swiftly, his starry knife drawn and his expression filled with vigilance. Are you one of the night watchers stationed in Longnan? The dark crimson cloak and the starry knife were indeed the standard attire of the night watchers. However, Cheng Xiao, exercising caution, sought confirmation. I am Ning Xiang, captain of the 163rd Squad of the Great Xian Night Watchers stationed in Longnan. Pray tell, who are you? Ning Xiang's expression grew increasingly grave, realizing that if the night watchmen were involved, then the four individuals before him were certainly not ordinary. The leader of the Daxia Night Watchmen's Phoenix team was Simeng. The former member of the Daxia Night Watchman stationed at Songnan's 136th Squad, now part of the Phoenix team, was Si Xiaonan. Another former member of the same squad was Long Xian. Finally, there was the guest official, Cheng Xiao. Ning Xiang cast a skeptical glance at Cheng Xiao and the other three, noting the dark boxes strapped to Si Xiaonan and Long Xian's backs. Indeed, those were the containers used by the night watchmen to hold the Starblade. Yet a mere box could not signify much. Night watchmen invariably don their cloaks while on duty, providing protection and certifying their identities, yet the four before him bore no such garments nor any trace of cloaks. Moreover, two of them claimed to hail from Tsangnan, which was over 2,000 kilometers away from Longnan. What could possibly compel them to travel such a distance without a transfer order? Additionally, the Phoenix team was well aware of the existing special squads, the Mast, the Medium, and the Phoenix. Each had distinct responsibilities. The Phoenix team specialized in eradicating mysterious creatures that infiltrated Daxia from beyond its borders, making their presence in the heart of Daxia exceedingly rare. Given that the incident in Longnan clearly fell outside the Phoenix team's jurisdiction, the sudden appearance of a woman claiming to be their leader was bound to raise suspicions. Can you substantiate your identities? If you're unable to do so, I must insist that you leave this city immediately. Ning Xiang's tone was still resolute, though it had softened considerably from the outset. This abrupt change was prompted by his renewed focus on the Daoist robe worn by Cheng Xiao. A year prior, a document had circulated among all night watchmen almost overnight, announcing the appointment of a guest official whose authority surpassed even that of the commander-in-chief. Accompanying this document was an image depicting the official's token, along with an additional directive that when this token was presented, all night watchmen were to unconditionally heed the holder's commands. Yet for an entire year, this token had not once come to light, and no one had laid eyes on the enigmatic guest official. Their appearance was a mystery, though rumors suggested that this official was a Daoist, with a remarkable connection to the leader of the Phoenix team. The convergence of these two significant elements, the Daoist and the leader of the Phoenix team, was not lost on Ning Xiang. Yet he understood that this was not the time for carelessness. Cheng Xiao, aware of his apprehensions, displayed no hesitation and promptly revealed her guest official token, a relic she had only utilized once before. The moment the token was recognized, everyone present could distinctly sense the tension in Ning Xiang ease considerably. My apologies to you all. The turmoil in Longnan has necessitated my caution. Ning Xiang bowed deeply to Cheng Xiao and her companions, conveying his sincere regret. Cheng Xiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, helping him to his feet, and in a gentle tone inquired, "What exactly has transpired in Longnan to bring about such a transformation?" "Zombies. Just a few days ago, zombies suddenly emerged in the mountains, and it is they who have transformed Longnan into its current state." Ning Xiang struggled to force out a few words from his throat, each syllable seemingly inflicting upon him an immense torment, as vivid images of the horrors he had witnessed over the past few days continued to haunt his mind. "Zombies." Simeng responded with a note of surprise, her gaze shifting thoughtfully towards Cheng Xiao. Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian exchanged knowing looks, their thoughts resonating in unison. Cheng Xiao, well aware of the musings of these individuals, found the situation somewhat amusing. One might wonder if this was indeed his area of expertise. Chapter 69. Has Wang Mian lost his mind? Though Longnan may not compare to the great metropolises of Beijing, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, nor does it boast a population greater than that of Tsangnan, it remains a city of considerable size. The presence of 4 zombies has rendered this city eerily silent, an occurrence that is quite astonishing. Moreover, based on Cheng Xiao's observations, Ning Xiang's spiritual power seems to hover around the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, placing him among the mainstay forces within the Night Watchers. The fact that even a Chuan realm Night Watcher finds this situation troublesome, approaching it with utmost caution, indicates that the matter at hand is far more complex than initially perceived. What realm are these 4 zombies from? Divine. Ning Xiang struggled to articulate a single word, his hands trembling slightly upon closer inspection. Divine? Cheng Xiao furrowed his brow. Zombies of the divine realm, appearing together in a group of 4, combined with the unusual temperature surrounding them. Could one of them be a Hanjia? Cheng Xiao Suten inquiri startlet Ning Qiang, his expression shifting to one of unprecedented gravity. The overwhelming malevolence, the desolation stretching across the land. These signs are eerily reminiscent of the scenarios that unfold when a Hanjia appears. If it truly is a Hanjia, then the identities of the other 3 zombies become glaringly apparent: Jiang Cheng, Ingo, and Ho Qing. Among them, the most destructive are undoubtedly the Hanjia and Jiang Cheng. The Hongwu leaves a barren wasteland in its wake, and even after its departure, the affected land remains lifeless, devoid of vitality. As the progenitor of blood-sucking zombies, Jiang Cheng must continually consume vital essence to maintain his corporeal form, leaving nothing but devastation in his path. Those drained of their essence become his puppets, retaining the ability to drain blood and create further puppets, spreading like a plague and transforming entire regions into realms of blood-sucking zombies. Beyond Hongwu and Jiangcheng, Ingo and Ho Qing are formidable in their own right. Although Ho Qing possesses the weakest power among them, his curse abilities are fearsome. Ingo, while perhaps the least powerful of the four progenitors, is characterized by his immortality. Nonetheless, it is clear that Longnan has been utterly ravaged by the torment inflicted by these four zombies. What is the current situation? Ning Xiang shook his head in pain. All rivers, reservoirs, and underground water sources in Longnan have run dry, and every plant has perished. The towns closest to the mountain have transformed into desolate zones, with a significant number of individuals assimilated into blood-sucking zombies. We attempted to organize a response, but the numbers were overwhelming. We cannot hold them back. Now, over half the population of Longnan has succumbed to zombification. And the survivors? They have been relocated to shelters, but the supplies within. Did you not report the situation promptly when you realized it was spiraling out of control? A hint of coldness crept into Cheng Xiao's tone. A city of this size, with a population of at least 1 million, and with half of them, tens of thousands, drained of their essence and turned into puppets of Jiangcheng, is an event that would cause national uproar in any era. If Ningxiang's arrogance led him to delay reporting in the beginning, resulting in the current utter chaos, then his life must be sacrificed to atone for the suffering he has caused others. Ningxiang is not worth mourning. Sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent from Cheng Xiao, Ningxiang felt a twinge of anxiety. I reported it immediately. The headquarters also dispatched the masked team. However, as the blood mist in the sky thickened, our communications were cut off. And it seems there is a barrier at the edge of Longnan that completely isolates us from the outside world. We are unable to escape. Moreover, this blood mist exerts a powerful suppression on our forbidden ground, akin to the Jinshu monument. He was not lying. The communications had indeed been severed. Simeng handed her phone to Cheng Xiao, the glaring no signal in the top right corner unmistakable. Cheng Xiao remained silent. If Ningxiang's statements held truth, then he could not be blamed for this calamity. Given the strength of these four zombies, even a mass team would likely struggle to contend with them. Once more, he invoked the barrier insight, his eyes instantly enveloped in golden light. He surveyed the area and discovered that there was indeed a barrier at the edge of Longnan, entirely separating it from the outside. As for the blood mist enveloping the skies above Longnan, it was composed of the bloodthirsty aura from Jiangshan and the heat emanating from Hongwu, essentially a layer of high-temperature mist that obstructs the transmission of electromagnetic waves. Observing the silent Cheng Xiao, Ningxiang felt a surge of urgency and unease. Although this was an unforeseen crisis, the casualties had been catastrophic. Should the higher-ups seek accountability, as the night watch captain stationed in Longnan, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. His life now hung precariously in the balance, contingent upon the whims of this guest Daoist. Just as he became increasingly apprehensive, eventually resigning himself to his fate, Cheng Xiao's inquiry delivered a jarring reversal. What's the status of your team? Huh? You mean you don't even know the condition of your own members? Noticing Ningxiang's lack of response, Cheng Xiao's tone grew increasingly grave. It was only then that Ningxiang, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly replied, Team 163 consists of 8 members, including myself. We have already lost 3. 1 is gravely injured, and the remaining members are tirelessly searching for and guiding the remaining survivors to safety. 3 dead and 1 wounded, a casualty rate exceeding 50%. This was a devastating blow for any team. What about the masked team? Captain Wang Mian is engaging Jiangshan and his puppet army in the south of the city. Deputy Captain Tianping is holding off Hongwu in the east. Yueguwei and Xuanwu are confronting Ho Qing in the north, and Xiangwei is restraining Ingo in the west. Upon hearing the deployment of the masked team, Cheng Xiao's first thought was that Wang Mian had lost his mind. Facing 4 divine-level zombies, he dared to split his forces? If it was merely a distraction, perhaps Wang Yin and Tianping could put up a fight, with one controlling time and the other manipulating gravity. Most astonishing was Cheng Wei. Was she truly so formidable as to challenge Ingo alone? Cheng Xiao no longer hesitated and promptly issued his orders. Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan. You shall assist the other members of the masked team. Huan Ba, Ingo, and Ho Qing will be entrusted to your care. This marks your inaugural battle since attaining divinity. Fight valiantly and uphold our honor. Yes, replied Ning Xiang, standing tall with renewed vigor. You and your team continue the search for the remaining survivors. Their safety is now in your hands. Cheng Xiao gently patted Ning Xiang's shoulder, gazing at him earnestly. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Cheng Xiao then turned his attention to Xia Simeng. Let us confront Jiang Chun and discern the true nature of his schemes. Chapter 70. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, a formidable hammer struck heavily against Ingo's face. Such an overwhelming force would have likely transformed an ordinary person into a mere pulp. Yet, Ingo appeared unfazed, only experiencing a momentary pause in his stride, without suffering any apparent effects. In stark contrast, the hammer's wielder, Rose, felt the tremendous backlash coursing through her hands as the hammer made contact. The sheer force sent her tumbling backward, the hammer slipping from her grasp as she was propelled through the air, rolling several times on the ground before managing to rise, albeit somewhat disheveled. At this moment, her cloak and mask were dusted with grime, indicating that such occurrences were not unfamiliar to her. Rose's face remained obscured by the mask, concealing her current expression, but the slight tremor in her hands and feet betrayed her limit. What manner of being was this, neither divine nor infernal, that could withstand such brutality? Struggling to grasp the hammer that had fallen beside her, she forced herself to stand, gazing at the figure before her, someone she had poured all her strength into attacking without even breaking the skin, her heart sinking into despair as both her physical and mental reserves were completely depleted. As she watched Ingo advancing toward the distant town, Rose retrieved her night watchman emblem, her fingers gently caressing the name inscribed beneath it, Zhao Weiwei. That was her name, or rather, the name she once bore. Since joining the masked squad, she had ceased to be Zhao Weiwei, becoming merely Rose of the masked squad. Holding the emblem in her hand, her thoughts drifted back to the day she had graduated from the rookie training camp, the oath ringing in her mind. I, Zhao Weiwei, pledge under the crimson banner of the great Xia. Should the dark night descend, I shall stand before millions, blade drawn against the abyss, my blood staining the heavens. She vividly recalled the moment her instructor had placed the emblem into her hands, declaring its singular purpose, mutual destruction. It was meant to offer her a final chance to fight for dignity when ensnared in dire straits. Lifting her gaze once more to Ingo, who was steadily approaching the town, Rose recognized that she could no longer hesitate. Could a mortal, wielding the power of gods and demons, slay a deity? She understood that she was facing a divine entity, one that had yet to reveal any capabilities, yet the divine pressure emanating from him was unmistakable. The demon god's guide could temporarily elevate the realm of its possessor, but throughout the history of the Night Watchman, only one had ever accomplished the feat of slaying a god, Xia Simeng. However, her expression shifted from confusion to unwavering resolve, for she knew that even with a mere 1% chance, she had to take this gamble. Just as Rose prepared to pierce the needle of the demon god's guide into her arm, she suddenly found her body unresponsive, her raised hand frozen in place, regardless of how fiercely she struggled against it. Simultaneously, she felt a delicate layer of gauzy fabric envelop her. At that instant, her previously exhausted mental and physical energies surged back to fullness. Even the inexplicably suppressed powers of the Forbidden Ruins were restored. She sensed a divine pressure looming behind her. Yet the suddenly appeared deity seemed to harbor no malice towards her. After regaining control of her body moments later, Rose turned to look back, only to find not the grand spectacle of a deity's arrival she had envisioned, but a petite girl with dual buns, clad in black-rimmed glasses and a standard night watchman's cloak. When did another divine being join the ranks of the Night Watch? This was the singular thought racing through Rose's mind as the pressure emanating from Si Xiao seemed even more formidable than that of Ingo. Who are you? I am Si Xiao, a new member of the Phoenix Squad. But you, Rose gestured towards her dark red cloak. I was originally a member of Team Sunan 136, recently recruited by the captain into the Phoenix Squad. Currently, I am on leave, yet to officially report. Captain Xia is here too? Rose's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The balance of power had finally shifted. Si Xiao nodded. Not just the captain, Daoist Cheng Xiao has also arrived. Compared to the guest, it seemed everyone preferred to address Cheng Xiao as Daoist, perhaps due to a sense of familiarity or perhaps because of his conspicuous yellow robe, which stood out wherever he went. Rose felt a surge of exhilaration. The prowess of Cheng Xiao and Xia Simeng as a couple was well acknowledged. Their presence signified hope for Longnan and the masked squad. First, let's deal with this fellow. Then we shall join the captain and the others. As Si Xiao spoke, delicate threads suddenly appeared between her fair fingers. One segment in her grasp, the other entangled around Ingo. Roar! Ingo's movements were constrained, and he awkwardly turned his head, letting out a furious roar towards Si Xiao. With a green face and sharp fangs, blood continued to drip from his razor-like claws. His grotesque appearance startling Si Xiao momentarily. Why are you roaring so loudly? Si Xiao shot him an annoyed glare, then with a gentle flick of her fingers, Ingo's body instantly transformed into a pile of foul-smelling blackened flesh before Rose's astonished eyes. As his heart and head were utterly crushed, the pile of flesh lost its previous menace, resembling a heap of decaying meat that had long been left unattended. Is he dead? Rose found herself questioning her own insignificance once more. Earlier, she had exerted every ounce of strength without even breaking Ingo's skin. And yet Si Xiao had dispatched him with a mere flick of her fingers, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. In the eastern part of Longnan City, get lost. Impossible. As long as I am alive, you shall not advance a single step. Kneel before me. The raspy roar emanated from behind the mask of Tianping, his hands moving in swift gestures akin to forming seals. Finally, he pressed down forcefully with palms facing the ground, exerting tenfold gravity once more upon the Hanjia. The Hanjia's knees buckled slightly under the weight, but within a second, she stood upright again. Beneath her feet, a pit over 1,000 meters in diameter had formed, its depths scorched black as if charred by fire. Just as she prepared to advance, her previously straightened back began to bend ever so slightly before swiftly returning to its upright position. The balance and the drought demon resembled two relentless machines, perpetually engaged in a struggle of suppression and liberation, with no respite in sight. Bang, 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 suddenly, 3 gunshots echoed from behind the balance, each bullet trailing a wisp of mist as it hurtled toward the drought demon. Upon impact, the bullets struck the demon as if a ladle of water had been poured over a glowing red-hot iron block, causing a vast cloud of vapor to rise. Thud, the drought demon collapsed in response, its form gradually disintegrating amidst the swirling mist, 2 small holes appearing in its chest and at its brow, aptly illustrating the adage, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even deities would find themselves in despair. Chapter 71. The bitter battle of Wang Mian Tianping gazed silently at the Hanjia lying at the bottom of the pit, its body gradually eroded by the encroaching mist, while his mind struggled to recollect the recent events. He seemed to have heard 3 gunshots, followed by the Hanjia being struck by 3 bullets. Had it perished? Was the technology of the great Xia already at such a level? That seemed implausible. If such advancements existed, what purpose would the Night Watchers serve? Shouldn't they simply unleash overwhelming firepower against any mysterious entities? Perhaps the bullets had been imbued with some unique effects, possibly derived from an unrecorded, forbidden realm, Tianping mused, resting his chin on his hand. Suddenly, he recalled that the gunfire had originated from behind him. With this thought, he whirled around. A young man clad in a dark red cloak was meticulously disassembling a sniper rifle behind him. Clearly, it was this young man who had fired those 3 shots. I do not recall such a master among the Night Watchers. Who are you? Tianping asked, his tone frigid. He sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from this newcomer. indicating that he was merely an ordinary individual. Yet, could an ordinary person wield a sniper rifle to slay a being imbued with divine authority? Lung Xian, former member of the Night Watcher Squad 136, the young man replied, his expression unwavering as he continued to focus on his task. Squad 136? Are you from Songnan? How did you come to be here? My teacher brought me. Once you have resolved this matter, I must assist your comrades. Lung Xian stated as he placed the disassembled sniper rifle into a black case meant for the starry blade, securing it upon his back before turning to leave. Teacher? Who is your teacher? Cheng Xiao Daoist. Lung Xian strode away, without pausing for even a second. As he had mentioned, this was his first battle since attaining divinity. He must not only match the prowess displayed by his teacher in Songnan, who had forced the outer gods into hiding for a year, but also carve out a name for himself. Wait, Tianping called after Lung Xian once more. Is there something else? Did the Daoist come as well? Yes, he and Captain Xia should be with your captain, Lung Xian replied, and, without further acknowledgement of Tianping, transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing from sight. As Lung Xian disappeared, he finally unleashed his divine power, leaving Tianping thoroughly awed and speechless. The pressure of divinity. Indeed, the Daoist was no ordinary individual. Tianping's reflections remained unvoiced, unknown to anyone but himself. Meanwhile, the object of his contemplation stood atop a tall building alongside Simeng, their expressions grave as they observed the battle below. With the demise of the Hanjia, the suffocating heat in the air dissipated, and the blood mist that had shrouded the sky transformed from crimson to black, heralding the onset of night. Beneath them, Wang Mian and Jiang Chen were locked in combat. The clash between Wang Mian's Yiyuan and Jiang Chen's claws sent sparks flying, each collision strikingly vivid against the encroaching darkness. Surrounding them were countless ordinary citizens, drained of their vitality and transformed into blood-sucking zombies, reduced to mere puppets of the general. Wang Mian not only had to confront the general, but also remained vigilant against the attacks of these zombies encircling him. Observing Wang Mian's incessant use of time reversal, Simeng suddenly inquired, how much longer do you believe Wang Mian can endure? If he continues this relentless pursuit of time, he won't last half an hour. Each instance of time reversal exacted a toll on his mental fortitude, requiring Wang Mian to expend his very life force as fuel. His hair had turned completely white, and the face obscured by his mask was etched with deep wrinkles, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. What if he employs the ghostly invocation? That would only hasten his demise. Cheng Xiao shook his head and continued, the ghostly invocation can only elevate his realm to that of a demigod. Yet the general strength is akin to that of a mid-tier supreme being. Such a disparity cannot be bridged by a mere forbidden object. So when shall we make our move? Let's wait a little longer. It should be soon. With that, Cheng Xiao closed his eyes, uncertain of what he was anticipating, yet a voice within him insisted that the events in Longnan were far from simple. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a scent of decay mingled with an ancient aura. Cheng Xiao's eyes snapped open. They're here, he exclaimed, raising his hand to cast a seal towards the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds parted, and the once pitch-black Longnan was once again bathed in light. He then concentrated a verdant radiance in his palm, turning his wrist to direct this light into the ground. A wave of green spread rapidly outward, revitalizing the cracked earth, and the vegetation, once withered by drought, sprang back to life at the touch of the green glow. Wherever the verdant light passed, the once mindless zombies began to regain their senses. Their emaciated forms grew plump and vibrant, ultimately returning to normalcy. This astonishing spectacle left Wang Mian and the general in stunned silence. Simeng looked up at three shadowy figures approaching from three different directions, casting a curious glance at Cheng Xiao but refraining from comment. Instead, she reached out, drawing Wang Mian closer to her side. Daoist, Captain Xia, you have finally arrived? Wang Mian's voice was now frail, and having stepped away from battle, his once erect stature began to hunch. Rest now. Take a sleep, and everything will come to an end. Seeing Wang Mian's aged appearance, Simeng felt a pang of compassion and gently patted his shoulder, infusing him with a breath of ethereal energy to aid in his gradual recovery. Meanwhile, the three shadowy figures that had flown in from the distance plunged directly into the general's body, causing his aura and pressure to surge dramatically. The ground began to tremble as a more sinister energy ascended into the air. Ha ha ha! The general let out a howl that echoed through the sky, his throat producing guttural sounds akin to a wild beast as cracks began to form on his skin, which continued to shed. Ultimately, under the relentless roars of the minister, his form began to swell, with two majestic antlers solidifying atop his head. His limbs became enshrouded in scales, and spines protruded from his back, cloaked in fiery tufts of fur. He transformed into a creature with antlers akin to a deer, a head resembling a camel, ears like those of a cat, eyes reminiscent of shrimp, lips akin to a donkey, fur resembling that of a lion, a neck akin to a serpent, a belly like a clam, scales reminiscent of a carp, forepaws resembling those of an eagle, and hind paws akin to a tiger, with a colossal beast within its abdomen, radiating flickers of light. As Simeng perceived the overwhelming pressure emanating from this giant creature, she felt a shiver of trepidation. What on earth is this? Cheng Xiao's expression was gravely serious, for it became evident that his earlier intuition was entirely correct. The appearance of this colossal beast and its entrance unmistakably revealed its identity. The legendary creature known in mythology as the progenitor of all beasts, the Hound of Heaven. Chapter 72. The true culprit behind the scenes, the creature known as Hound appears in various myths within the country. Yet the interpretations of its characteristics and moral alignment are profoundly divergent. Some narratives depict it as a guardian deity, while others characterize it as a ferocious beast. For instance, the account in the classic of Mountains and Seas, Western Mountains describes Hound as follows. Its fur resembles that of a boar, with a head akin to that of a dog. Its eyes are positioned on its head, while its mouth is on its back, and it feeds on sound. It is said to voraciously consume copper, feast upon iron, and possess a penchant for murder, feeding on human flesh. There are also legends suggesting that Hound is a transformation of Panga's skull, alongside Nuwa, Hao Yin, and Fuxi, collectively referred to as the four great ancient deities, and is considered the progenitor of zombies. During the fierce battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, Hound seized the opportunity to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, only to be sealed away by Fuxi and Nuwa. However, its soul fragmented into three parts and escaped, eventually merging with the remnants of NBA, Ingo, and Yuking, while its corporeal form fused with a divine tree branch to become Jiangshun, ultimately culminating in the formation of the four great ancestors of zombies. The Hound that now manifests is a convergence of the fragmented souls of Ingo, Yuking, and NBA, having rejoined with Jiangshun. In essence, this Hound embodies the ancestral version of the undead, unmistakably a monstrous entity. Furthermore, the divine energy emanating from it, coupled with its overwhelming presence, indicates that this is not its true form. Like other deities, it is merely a high-dimensional projection. Yet, its potency is not to be underestimated, reaching an exalted level of power that nearly rivals the likes of Zeus and Odin. This perplexity does not baffle Cheng Xiao. A mere exalted being is hardly a challenge. He muses that even Simeng could effortlessly dispel it with a wave of her hand. What occupies his thoughts are the reasons behind the appearance of these entities, as well as the nature of the barrier surrounding Longnan, which resembles a protective shield. Given Jiangshan's strength, he could have obliterated the entire region of Longnan at the moment of his arrival. Yet he chose not to. Instead, he advanced methodically, leaving desolation in his wake, as did the other three zombies, progressing slowly while transforming everything in their path into a wasteland. It seemed as if they were deliberately instilling fear and chaos, ensnaring the inhabitants in a realm of despair and terror, which is decidedly anomalous. The more one contemplates, the more apparent it becomes that this situation is not as straightforward as it appears. An unseen force seems to be orchestrating these events. While Cheng Xiao ponders the intricacies of the situation, Simeng has already taken action. She raises her hand, unleashing a stream of yin and yang energy that relentlessly disintegrates the Hound's form. Within mere seconds, this formidable beast vanishes without a trace. With another graceful gesture, the structures and streets ravaged by the hound return to their original state, as if awakening from a dream. Yet, the barrier enveloping Longnan remains intact. Could there be something lurking behind this phenomenon? At this moment, Simeng also senses an anomaly. Despite the complete eradication of the hound, the malevolent and sanguine energies in the atmosphere have dissipated, but the protective barrier surrounding Longnan remains unaffected. This may necessitate a thorough reevaluation, for wherever there is a hidden hand at play, traces of its interference are bound to be uncovered. Suddenly, 4 zombies emerge from the mountains to the northwest. Without any warning, within the confines of Team 163's base, Cheng Xiao was recounting the intricate details of this zombie incident, and the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat tense. Cheng Xiao approached the map, his finger tracing the vicinity of the mountain Cheng Xiao had mentioned, yet he ultimately shook his head in disappointment. His gestures were not random. He was employing the divination techniques of the Fushi to ascertain the mountain's orientation. After several calculations, the results remained consistent. It was an utterly unremarkable mountain, both in height and location. Were there any local legends associated with this mountain? Or perhaps some hidden treasures within, such as ancient tombs, caves, mass graves, or temples? After pondering for a moment, Cheng Xiao replied, "There used to be ancestral graves from nearby towns on that mountain, but they have all been relocated. As for temples, there's a land god shrine at the foot of the mountain, but it has fallen into disrepair over the years. To date, there have been no reports of any ancient tombs discovered atop the mountain. Lacking tombs and temples, this nameless mountain was remarkably ordinary." Yet Cheng Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Zombies do not simply appear without reason. Since the 4 progenitors of the zombies emerged from this mountain simultaneously, it undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced. An elder had once told him that about a century ago, a meteorite or something similar had struck the mountain, creating a profound pit. However, due to its dark and unfathomable depths, no one dared to venture inside. This aligned perfectly. Cheng Xiao was certain that the origin of this incident lay within the very pit Cheng Xiao had mentioned. Furthermore, the timing of the pit's emergence was particularly significant, coinciding with the fragmentation of the Great Xia celestial court, when the deities had just begun their reincarnation. At that time, with the deities newly reincarnated and the Night Watchers yet to be established, the only force capable of addressing supernatural occurrences within the Great Xia was the predecessor of the Night Watchers, the 139 Special Biological Response Team. This period represented the most vulnerable moment for the Great Xia's defensive capabilities. If this zombie incident were indeed a seed sown during that time, it would provide a coherent explanation. Determined to investigate the pit atop the mountain, Cheng Xiao resolved to uncover the truth. Perhaps delving deeper would yield unforeseen revelations. After a brief respite, Wang Mian and the mass team decided to remain behind, awaiting further instructions from headquarters, while Cheng Xiao and Simeng, accompanied by Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan, set off towards the unnamed mountain to explore the pit created by the impact. Following the route provided by Cheng Xiao, Cheng Xiao and his companions swiftly arrived at the site of the pit near the mountain's summit. The entrance was vertical and measured over 100 meters in width, shrouded in darkness that rendered visibility impossible. The area surrounding the entrance was barren, with rocks riddled with cracks, flaking off in layers like shedding skin. At first glance, it indeed appeared to be a deep pit carved out by some force. With keen eyes, Simeng discovered lingering malevolent energy at the cave entrance, identical to that emanating from Jiang Chun and his companions. This was sufficient evidence to confirm that these 4 individuals had indeed emerged from this cave. Cheng Xiao once again employed the technique of Gyuan cave insight, revealing the internal conditions of the cave, yet he was taken aback to find everything seemingly normal. Aside from some scattered stones, there were merely a few animal skeletons, as if they had fallen in by accident. However, it was precisely this unusual normalcy that raised suspicions. Given that no traces of malevolent energy were found at the entrance, why was the bottom devoid of any evidence of the zombie's presence? Chapter 73. The unexpected Cheng Xiao became increasingly convinced that this cave harbored significant issues. The hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows was likely concealed within. He was eager to discern the true nature of this being, one who so callously regarded the lives of millions as mere trifles, executing such ruthless maneuvers. Upon observation, Cheng Xiao estimated that the cave's depth was approximately 1,000 meters, while the mountain beneath their feet stood at a relative height of merely a few hundred meters. It could be said that they had pierced through the entire mountain, delving deep into the earth below. Such depth posed a formidable challenge for ordinary individuals. But for Cheng Xiao and his companions, 1,000 meters was hardly a concern. Their team boasted 2 golden immortals and 2 profound immortals, an assembly of power that would dominate in any realm. With a vigorous leap, they landed steadily. The cave was enveloped in darkness and silence, broken only by the sound of their own breaths and heartbeats. Snap! Simeng snapped her fingers, and a brilliant crimson flame ignited in her palm, instantly dispelling the darkness of the cave. Cheng Xiao was momentarily taken aback by this display. Was she truly so audacious as to use the divine fire of the celestial elements, one of the 5 elemental forces, merely for illumination? Noticing Cheng Xiao's astonishment, Simeng playfully wrinkled her nose at him, and with a gentle flick, the flame rose higher, resembling a small sun suspended above their heads, illuminating the previously pitch-black space as if it were daylight. With the newfound light, Cheng Xiao began to scrutinize the cave's layout more closely. From their vantage point, the cave appeared not to have been formed by any external force, as the ground was flat and the surrounding walls rugged, suggesting a natural formation. The 4 of them meticulously searched every corner, yet the result remained barren, with nothing to be found save for the few animal remains they had initially observed. Could it be that we were mistaken? Did the Zhuang Cheng merely linger near the cave's entrance during their passage? Or perhaps they deliberately crafted a fade to mislead us into believing this was the primary scene of events. Xiaonan voiced her doubts, having scoured every inch below without detecting a hint of malevolent energy. Simeng shook her head slightly in response. From a geographical standpoint, this mountain is not located on the outskirts of Longnan, and that individual's intent should be to transform the entirety of Longnan into a ghost city. If Zhuang Cheng had arrived from elsewhere, there would be no reason for them to endure until now before striking here. Furthermore, how did that individual know that someone would come looking for him? The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Xiaonan's reasoning held some merit, as did Simeng's assertions. Yet, what was the true nature of this situation? At that moment, the previously silent Long Xian suddenly spoke. Teacher, mistress, is it possible that the malevolent energy and traces within have been deliberately cleansed before our arrival? Deliberately cleansed. The notion seemed to awaken Cheng Xiao in an instant. From the outset, he had unconsciously assumed that the puppet master might have been constrained in action, thus overlooking the possibility that it could actively eradicate traces to conceal its own presence. After surveying the surroundings once more, no signs of life or traces of passage were discovered. Perhaps this was the brilliance of that individual. Although nothing was found, it did not necessarily invalidate Long Xian's conjectures. Cheng Xiao's eyes once again shimmered with golden light as he scrutinized every stone in the vicinity. Seizing this moment, Simeng quietly gave Long Xian a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as if to say, "You've got the hang of it." Her subtle gesture, however, could not escape the keen gaze of Cheng Xiao, who had already activated the barrier-seeing technique. Simeng may always exude an aura of decisiveness and fierce character in public, but in his presence, she transformed into a gentle, affectionate figure, akin to a delicate wife, capable of being playful, endearing, and, as was the case now, overjoyed by a word of affirmation from another. This unexpected interlude did not disrupt Cheng Xiao's train of thought. He meticulously re-examined the entire cave and was once again left in disappointment. Doubts began to creep into his mind. What if that person was not here after all? Perhaps, as Xiaonan suggested, this location was merely a ruse? Why else would he find no discrepancies despite multiple inspections? It seemed he was just one step away from digging into the ground anew, contemplating this. Cheng Xiao glanced down at the ground beneath his feet, realizing that during his earlier checks, he had neglected to investigate below, assuming it was merely layers of rock. He promptly set aside his musings and began to probe the ground. Soon, his expression shifted. It appeared that something lay encased underground. As his divine powers and consciousness could not penetrate the barrier, they were firmly obstructed. This was peculiar, far too peculiar. Previously, even when probing the Yunmeng Marsh with his divine abilities, he encountered no hindrance. Now, he could not even see through a single stone. At this moment, he was certain that the mastermind lurked beneath the earth. As for why he chose to hide there, perhaps only that individual could provide an answer. This revelation piqued Cheng Xiao's curiosity. He was eager to uncover what lay concealed below. With a sudden surge of determination, Cheng Xiao raised his hand and gently beckoned upwards. A bolt of lightning, like a flash, descended from the heavens, the purple currents resembling a thunderous dragon, crashing downwards and shattering the previously intact ground into fragments. Boom, 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 Cheng Xiao showed no signs of halting. Bolts of lightning continued to strike, each descent resonating with a sense of seismic destruction. Finally, after the sixth bolt struck, a nauseating stench began to permeate the cave. Amidst the acrid odor, he also detected a familiar essence, akin to that of the Cthulhu, Hastur, and Garrows that had perished beneath his blade. The presence of a Cthulhu deity, another entity of the same ilk. Cheng Xiao's mind resonated with a sudden buzz. This outcome was beyond his expectations. He had considered the possibility of some foreign god secretly meddling within the great Xia, and even entertained the notion of projections from other malevolent deities in the divine realm. Once again, a bolt of lightning struck, shattering the rocks beneath, revealing a writhing mass of dark, gel-like substance emerging from the fissures. A nauseating sound emanated from below, akin to a roar, yet resembling a wail, evoking a sense of queasiness in those who heard it. The ground began to tremble, and the surrounding rocks were relentlessly torn apart and fell away. Hurry! Cheng Xiao swiftly embraced Xia Simeng, pulling Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan along as they leaped away, reaching a distance of several thousand meters from the mountain. Chapter 74. Michael, what on earth have I been guarding? With a resounding boom, the unknown mountain erupted as if it had been detonated, sending fragments and dust spiraling into the sky. Centered around the mountain, the villages and forests within a radius of several dozen kilometers were obliterated, reduced to a cloud of debris, leaving behind a staggering, gaping chasm. Is this the detonation of a nuclear bomb? Si Xiaonan's voice trembled. In that fleeting moment, she had sensed the chilling breath of death. Had it not been for Cheng Xiao's timely intervention to whisk them away, she feared she would have met the same fate as that mountain. In contrast, Lung Xian maintained a semblance of calm. He gently clasped Si Xiaonan's hand, which had grown cold with fear. It should not be a nuclear weapon. No radioactive elements or the energy shock typical of an explosion have been detected. Something must be concealed beneath that mountain, and it was that very thing that caused this catastrophe. Listening to Lung Xian's assessment, Cheng Xiao nodded slightly. Undoubtedly, what lay hidden beneath the mountain was a manifestation of a Cthulhu deity, though he could not ascertain which one. However, judging by the destructive force just unleashed, it was likely more formidable than Jehelros. Gag, gag, gag. The nauseating sounds reverberated once more, echoing throughout the entirety of Longnan. At the bottom of the chasm, a mass of pitch-black, gelatinous substance surged forth, akin to oil, and in mere moments, it filled the vast pit. The air now rife with an indescribable stench. Gag! The source of the sound was identified. It emanated from that very mass of gelatin. The roar continued unabated, and soon the substance surged upward like a fountain, coalescing into a pair of sharp claws. Upon closer inspection, the gelatinous mass had transformed into a grotesque creature, covered in pustules and sporting a pair of menacing claws, resembling a fountain. It exuded the same unsettling aura as the two entities encountered previously at the Abstinence Temple. What on earth is this creature? Xia Simeng, too, felt a surge of anxiety as she beheld the bizarre being that had materialized. The battle against Hastur and Cthulhu at the Abstinence Temple had left an indelible mark on her psyche. Had she not possessed the formidable strength of her phoenix form, she likely would not have survived until Cheng Xiao's return. Yet, the entity that now stood before them was evidently more powerful than those encountered before. Even having ascended to the golden immortal realm, she could still sense a heart-stopping dread emanating from it. The black gelatinous substance, covered in pustules, could it possibly be Abhoth, one of the outer gods? At the moment Abhoth made its appearance, Michael, far away on the moon, also sensed its presence. He turned, regarding the seal behind him with a peculiar expression. Cthulhu, Hastur, Jehelrose, and now the newly emerged Abhoth, two great old ones and two outer gods had manifested thus far. At this moment, Michael began to question whether there was indeed anything sealed behind him. Could it be nothing more than a few lesser Karamis? Had he failed to capture a single powerful entity, while all the true threats had escaped? What, then, had he been guarding for over a century? Was it merely a facade of solitude? Yet, the harsh reality remains. Michael's words ring true. The three most formidable gods of the K-series have all fled. And beyond that, the cosmic and earthly mists conceal countless other K-series deities. Abuhos may very well be the fourth, but certainly not the last to emerge. In Longnan, as Abuhos took form, Cheng Xiao summoned heavenly thunder to relentlessly bombard him, yet the results were negligible. Under his full exertion, even a single bolt of heavenly thunder could obliterate the previously encountered hound, or indeed, even the likes of Odin and Zeus could not withstand such a strike. However, for Abuhos, those bolts merely tickled his form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Suddenly, a cacophony of bizarre laughter erupted from Abuhos as pustules on his body ruptured, releasing numerous grotesque chunks of flesh of peculiar shapes. Some were adorned with fins, others possessed limbs without torsos, and some were simply irregular masses of black flesh. Upon hitting the ground, these flesh chunks began voraciously devouring everything in sight, leaving nothing but emptiness around the deep pit. As they consumed wildly, they also desperately attempted to flee, but before they could escape, countless tendrils extended from Abuhos, drawing them back into his being. This action repeated itself time and again, and with each chunk devoured, Abuhos grew larger, soon reaching a size that blotted out the sun. This is bad. We must deal with this creature immediately, or he will soon consume all of Longnan, Simeng declared, as a fiery emblem on her forehead flickered, and the magnificent form of the phoenix soared into the sky. With radiant five-colored divine light, the dual energies of yin and yang, as well as the wind blades and tempest from her wings, all descended upon Abuhos, yet still, there was no effect. Cheng Xiao unleashed all his offensive capabilities in a desperate bid, but the results were akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Abuhos continued to swell, and it seemed that their assaults inflicted ever less damage. Ling Xuan, Xiaonan, hastened to the 163-team S-base and informed Wang Mian to evacuate the civilians immediately. Also, instruct him to tell Yi Fan that this battle is beyond their participation. All-night watchers must assist in the evacuation and retreat. Do not approach. Cheng Xiao commanded. Hesitation gripped Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan. One was their mentor, the other their captain. Were they truly to become deserters? Seeing their indecision, Cheng Xiao bellowed, I command you in the capacity of a night watcher guest elder. Depart at once. Understood. Though reluctant, they recognized the gravity of military orders and understood that remaining would only serve to hinder their allies. With gritted teeth and tears in their eyes, they could only leave. Clang! Cheng Xiao and Simeng employed their tried-and-true tactic once more, invoking the strategy that had once vanquished Tartarus a year prior. A colossal flame phoenix carved a deep gash into the ground before plunging into the body of Abuhos. With the resounding explosion and the emergence of a mushroom cloud, Abuhos' form was obliterated. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, the debris scattered across the ground instantaneously converged, and Abuhos re-emerged, even larger than before. This devastating blow had thoroughly incensed him. Suddenly, Abuhos' formidable claws extended, lunging towards Cheng Xiao and Simeng. Fellow cultivators, please hold. In a flash, Two sword lights cut through the air, severing the ever-lengthening claws, yet almost immediately, new talons sprouted from the severed ends. Chapter 75, The River of Destiny. Boom. Boom. As Cheng Xiao and Simeng continued to fend off the relentless claws, the sky rumbled with two bolts of thunder, exuding an aura of annihilation. One was white, the other blue, each possessing the formidable power to reduce the entire Great Xia to rubble. Although they failed to inflict any substantial harm on Abuhos, they momentarily hindered its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xiao and Simeng swiftly retreated, finally escaping the grasp of those tenacious hands. At this moment, Cheng Xiao noticed two new figures standing before the colossal form of Abuhos, the Primordial Supreme and the Moral Supreme, whom he had encountered previously. Recognizing that Cheng Xiao and his companion had freed themselves from Abuhos' clutches, the two supreme beings did not linger. After deftly casting aside the approaching tendrils, they teleported to Cheng Xiao's side. "Thank you, esteemed Supremes, for your assistance. There is no need for such formality, my friends. We fight for the sake of the Great Xia," they replied. Cheng Xiao nodded, refraining from further conversation, as his attention was entirely focused on the ever-expanding figure of Abuhos. Earlier, when he vanquished Jehelros, he had been under the illusion that the most powerful of the outer gods among the K-class deities was on par with the upper echelons of this world, even akin to the top-tier battle-type supremacy, such as Michael, who could effortlessly slay them. He believed that the three awe-inspiring pillars were merely slightly stronger than the upper-tier supremacy, and with his current golden immortal cultivation, he believed he could easily wreak havoc upon them. However, the emergence of Abuhos served as a harsh awakening, a reality check that struck him like a resounding slap. The combined might of two golden immortals, delivering their most potent strike, which could annihilate an upper-tier supremacy at the Xian immortal level, proved utterly ineffective against Abuhos. Furthermore, the renowned skills of the Primordial Supreme and the Moral Supreme, Yuqing Divine Thunder and Taiqing Divine Thunder, failed to breach its defenses. This compelled Cheng Xiao to reassess the combat prowess of these K-class deities. If Abuhos was not even the strongest among the outer gods and posed such a formidable challenge, what could be said of the three pillars and Azathoth? How immensely powerful must they be? He could not help but reflect on the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect. A mere slight alteration of inconsequential events had inadvertently set off a chain reaction. Previously, he had managed to contend with Tartarus, Cthulhu, and Hastur, yet now, with the plot still less than a quarter of the way through, a being as mighty as Abuhos had emerged. He dared not speculate on what other absurdly powerful entities might appear further along the narrative. Yet, it was now impossible to break through again within a few years. The Golden Immortal represented eternity and indestructibility, embodying the pinnacle of divine combat strength. As for the Great Luo, it was the highest tier among the Daoist five immortals, signifying the utmost realm. Attaining unity with the Tao, existing in harmony with it, and commanding the life and death of all things in an instant was a profound achievement. The transition from Golden Immortal to Great Luo was not merely an elevation in rank, but a transcendence to a higher level, a true ascension from immortal to celestial being. This endeavor demands not only a breakthrough in cultivation, but, more importantly, a profound understanding and integration of the Tao. Only by thoroughly comprehending one's own path can one attain the great Tao. Yet, it is evident that before the demise of Azathoth, my path has become impassable. Perhaps the moment I slay Azathoth will coincide with my own attainment of the great Tao. The avenue of enhancing my cultivation has proven fruitless. The sole recourse lies in harnessing external forces, deciphering the enigma posed by Fuxi, and expeditiously acquiring the 10 directions of annihilation, which is presently of utmost significance. However, these matters can be deliberated upon later. The immediate priority is to resolve the situation with Abhoth. Since its emergence, merely a few minutes have elapsed, yet its form has already enveloped half of Longnan. Should it continue to develop unchecked, the entirety of the Earth will soon be consumed. The notion of transporting it away from Earth to engage in battle within the cosmos had occurred to Cheng Xiao from the outset, Yet Abhoth appears firmly rooted, expanding incessantly without any sign of movement. It is imperative to halt its expansion. Only by restraining it can we devise a solution. Through meticulous observation, Cheng Xiao discerned a pattern. Each time Abhoth's size increased, it necessitated the consumption of the flesh that had escaped from its body. Those flesh pieces had already devoured a multitude of entities prior to being ingested. Perhaps the reason for Abhoth's growth lies therein. If we can prevent it from absorbing energy, we might curtail its expansion. With this revelation, Cheng Xiao hastily exclaimed, "Destroy those flesh pieces. As long as it cannot consume anything, its form should cease to enlarge." As he spoke, he gestured, scattering countless yellow beans like rain. With his cultivation now enhanced, the yellow-clad warriors summoned by his being transformation possessed the prowess of true immortals. Xia Simeng, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Dao Tianzuan, upon witnessing this, employed their own means, resulting in a fierce skirmish below. Indeed, as Cheng Xiao had anticipated, with waves of those flesh pieces being obliterated, Abhoth could no longer consume anything, and its size finally halted its growth. Yet, this was merely a temporary measure. The flesh produced by Abhoth was inexhaustible, and their destruction would not affect it in the least. Abhoth merely needed to remain idle, waiting until the few combatants were exhausted, at which point nothing could hinder it. Suddenly, Cheng Xiao felt a stirring within. He slowly spread his hands, and a ruler and a droplet materialized in his grasp. At the moment these items appeared, both Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan cast astonished glances at Cheng Xiao. "Tai True Water, the legendary source of creation. Have you discovered Yunmeng's?" Cheng Xiao nodded gently in affirmation and subsequently infused his own magical power into the items. He commanded, "Stabilize." With a flick of his fingers, the droplet shot forth rapidly, expanding with the wind, enveloping Abhoth's entire form. At that moment, Abhoth appeared immobilized, trapped within the curtain of water, and the incessantly escaping flesh pieces finally ceased their flight. Those present could sense a continuous stream of vitality emanating from within Abhoth, ultimately merging into the shimmering water barrier. Cheng Xiao grasped one end of the ruler with his right hand, and an inexplicable aura suddenly enveloped him, transforming into an enigmatic presence that was difficult to articulate. Ethereal, semi-transparent runes flickered in his eyes as the fingers of his left hand danced rhythmically, seemingly weaving intricate seals. Abruptly, he brought his left index and middle fingers together, while the other three fingers formed a fist, pointing towards the top of Abhoth's head with a swift motion, and then lightly swiping across the air, accompanied by a commanding utterance, "Open." In that instant, a wondrous river, radiating a spectrum of colors, gradually emerged above Abhoth's head. This was no ordinary water, but rather a cascade of countless images and an array of vibrant lines. Witnessing this spectacle, the two celestial lords widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "The River of Destiny." Chapter 76, The Anomaly of Tai True Water, the River of Destiny. The exclamations of Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan shattered the solemnity of the scene. Not only they, but everyone in Longnan bore witness to the resplendent river in the sky. Is this truly the genuine power of my master? Long Xian gazed at the River of Destiny in a daze, feeling an unparalleled pressure emanating from it. At that moment, his unrealistic fantasies were thoroughly shattered. He realized the vast chasm that existed between himself and his master. Cheng Xiao, oblivious to the commotion caused by the manifestation of the River of Destiny, was entirely immersed in his inner world, achieving a state of spontaneity. Once again, he formed a seal with his left hand, causing the River of Destiny to flow rapidly, until he extended his hand once more. The surging river suddenly transformed into tranquility. A small yet similar shadow to Abhoth's gradually emerged from the River of Destiny. It was now evident that three lines extended from the shadow, one end residing within the shadow, while the other directly connected to the corporeal form of Abhoth's. Cheng Xiao raised the ruler in his grasp, which unbeknownst to him had become enveloped in a faint yellow glow. Under this luminous aura, the once massive ruler began to emanate a sharp aura. With a casual swing of the ruler, a blade of light, akin to sword energy, shot forth from its edge, severing the connection between Abuhos's corporeal form and one of the lines within the shadow. Cheng Xiao swung the ruler twice more, severing all 3 lines, and the body of Abuhos, trapped within the water curtain, began to convulse violently, twisting and emitting that repugnant roar as if engulfed in suffering. Yet, Cheng Xiao paid no heed to this. He rain-fused his magical essence into the ruler, and the yellow glow blazed brilliantly at the moment of infusion. "Cut!" he uttered softly, devoid of any emotion, as if merely stating a commonplace phrase. Simultaneously, he raised the ruler once more, bringing it down with the weight of a blade, unleashing an even sharper beam of light that struck the shadow of Abuhos, pulled from the river of destiny. In that instant of contact, the shadow shattered, dispersing into countless specks of starlight that cascaded into the river. Gag! 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 As the shadow within the river of destiny was obliterated, Abuhos struggled with even greater fervor, its body twitching uncontrollably, causing the very earth to tremble. Cheng Xiao merely regarded it coldly, as the droplet of Tai true water transformed into a water curtain, continuously siphoning the vitality from within Abuhos's body that did not belong to him. It was not until the entire water curtain brimmed with vitality that Cheng Xiao took further action, stowing away the ruler and revealing an ancient parchment. This parchment was the coveted forbidden artifact, Shiva's grievance, that had stirred the Olympian gods to wage 2 divine wars in pursuit of its power. As before, he inscribed the 4 characters of Abuhos upon the parchment. Upon completing the final stroke, that long-forgotten sensation of exhaustion surged through every corner of his being once more. At the very moment Abuhos completed his final stroke, his form began to dissolve into countless specks of light, leaving behind only the immense vitality and energy within him, which was being incessantly absorbed by the water curtain. When he had obliterated the feathered serpent god in the realm of the profound immortal, it had only consumed a significant portion of his magical power. However, today, in vanquishing Abuhos, he had entirely drained every last drop of magical essence from within. Had it not been for the cosmos residing within him, tirelessly supplying energy, he likely would have perished on the spot. This realization led him to relinquish the notion he had harbored since encountering Shiva's grudge, the idea of inscribing the name of Azathoth upon it to ensure its complete eradication. He now comprehended that his magical power was utterly insufficient to eliminate Azathoth, and even exhausting himself might not be enough to vanquish one of the triad gods. The forbidden artifact from the family of his 3rd brother was indeed effective, its results immediate and without delay. Yet, its flaw lay in its exorbitant cost. Unless absolutely necessary, or when one possessed unwavering confidence in survival post-usage, it was prudent to refrain from employing such a tool. Once Abuhos had completely vanished, the water curtain, transformed from the true water of Tai, suddenly shattered, and a gentle rain enveloped the entire region of Longnan. However, this was no ordinary rainfall. It was a precipitation born from that single drop of true water, imbued with boundless vitality. The rain fell upon every inch of Longnan's soil, resurrecting towns previously consumed by Abuhos and his progeny, and the deep pit in the ground was once again replaced by leveled earth. The mountain that had vanished returned, and the traces of battle were entirely erased by this rain. When the people of Longnan awoke the next day, they would not recall that their city had once endured a cataclysmic disaster. As the rain ceased, snowflakes began to drift down, blanketing the earth in white, restoring everything to its former state. Cheng Xiao extended his hand to catch a droplet that fell from the sky. Gazing at the droplet resting quietly in his palm, he discerned an anomaly within it. When the celestial sovereign of the Eastern Emperor had first bestowed this droplet upon him, it had only conveyed the concepts of rebirth and destruction, an abstract sensation that was ineffable and could only be felt internally. Yet now, this droplet contained something distinctly different. Through the water, he could faintly perceive the birth of sky, earth, and all things in the world. Cheng Xiao found no surprise in this transformation, for the droplet had just undergone a process of creation, transitioning from nothingness to existence, from a single drop of water to the entirety of the world. In that moment, he felt a dawning clarity. Perhaps this droplet was the key to unraveling the enigma left to him by Fuxi. Fellow Daoist, the voice of the primordial celestial sovereign roused Cheng Xiao once more. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, responding, "Celestial sovereign, there is no need for formality, fellow Daoist. Since you have located the Yunming Marsh and encountered that supreme existence, is your next destination to seek out the goddess of creation?" Cheng Xiao shook his head. "The goddess of creation is certainly one I must meet, but not at this moment." Indeed, as Cheng Xiao departed from Yunming's, his foremost thought was to seek the divine realm of the primordial goddess, the Mother of Earth. However, during his exploration of the ethereal reflections within the Tai true water, a profound sensation enveloped him, leading him to conclude that the present moment was not opportune for such a quest. Consequently, he abruptly altered his original plans, deciding to return to Taiping, accompanied by Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan, though he could not fathom the origin of this notion. Having ascended to the realm of the golden immortal and begun to glimpse the fringes of the Tao, he understood that each stirring of the heart carried its own significance and reason. Thus, adhering to one's true feelings remains the wisest course of action. Chapter 77. Lung Xian. Do you desire your junior sister? The affairs in Longnan have finally reached a resolution. From the moment Abu Hose made his appearance, the entire sequence of events became remarkably clear. Jiang Chun and his companions were all orchestrated by this individual, with a straightforward aim to instill fear and despair. Despair, terror, prayer. These are the most nourishing sustenance for the deities of the K-series. Abu Hose's intention was likely to transform Longnan into a realm of ghosts, thereby providing an unceasing stream of despair to replenish his own strength. The only lingering question remains: how did Jiang Chun and his three companions come to be? Were they fortuitously discovered by Abu Hose, or were they, like Quetzalcoatl and others, under the control of the K-series deities from the very beginning? However, with the involved parties now absent, this question must remain buried in the depths of one's heart, perhaps to be unveiled when a similar situation arises in the future. The entire Great Xia seems to have once again fallen into a state of tranquility, so much so that even the formerly bustling special team has commenced their vacations. Nowadays, the Taiping Temple is considerably livelier than it was 2 or 3 years ago, with the addition of Xia Simeng and Lung Xian, infusing it with a newfound vitality. No longer as frosty as it once was. Our Taiping Tao has evolved to a point of dwindling numbers, with fewer regulations. Lighting incense for our ancestral master suffices as a form of initiation. Within the Huangtian Hall, Cheng Xiao is guiding Lung Xian through the initiation ceremony. Though referred to as a ceremony, Cheng Xiao is himself uncertain of the proper conduct, opting instead for simplicity. A mere gesture of intent suffices. Without hesitation, Lung Xian lights 3 incense sticks and places them in the incense burner, then kneels down to bow 3 deep bows. At this moment, Cheng Xiao cannot help but admire the sincerity of this child. The bows are devoid of technique, purely steeped in emotion. Upon Lung Xian rising, Cheng Xiao gently touches his forehead, a glimmer of light entering his brow. Patting Lung Xian on the shoulder, he declares, "All right, from this moment forth, you are the chief disciple of the 3rd generation of Taiping Tao. What I have just imparted to you is the authentic heart method of Taiping Tao, the Taiping Sutra, along with our treasured Tian Gang 36 techniques. Absorb these teachings well." Wait! Suddenly interjecting, Xia Simeng disrupts the tender exchange between master and disciple. If he is the chief disciple, then what about me? What is the matter? Cheng Xiao is taken aback by her unexpected question. Shouldn't I be your senior disciple? I entered the fold more than 2 years before Lung Xian. Xia Simeng pouts, looking somewhat indignantly at Cheng Xiao. Hearing this, Cheng Xiao glances at her helplessly. You are his martial aunt. And master aunt? Xia Simeng chuckles awkwardly. I thought Lung Xian would call me senior sister. You are essentially my disciple's junior sister. If I were your master, then what would you be? A rebellious disciple? To Cheng Xiao's surprise, upon hearing those 4 words, Xia Simeng's eyes suddenly sparkle, and she even licks her lips with a hint of lingering excitement. That sounds quite thrilling. Ouch, why did you hit me? Xia Simeng rubs her head, gazing at Cheng Xiao with a hint of grievance. Your master is still seated above. Act with some seriousness. Cheng Xiao's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Ever since their intimate encounter, Simeng seemed to have transformed, mirroring the hue of her hair, which left Cheng Xiao feeling both affection and exasperation. Lung Xian and Xiao then could not help but stifle their laughter, discovering that life here was far less mundane than they initially anticipated. The days that followed unfolded with a gentle warmth, punctuated occasionally by the playful antics of Simeng and the exasperated retorts of Cheng Xiao, infusing the once desolate temple with a hint of liveliness. Such tranquil and harmonious days rendered Cheng Xiao somewhat oblivious to the world around him, even nurturing the whimsical thought of retreating with Simeng to a secluded paradise, or perhaps creating a little world of their own to relish this idyllic existence. However, this day marked a disruption of their serenity, an invitation to the Bailey family's birthday banquet. As he contemplated the two invitations brought by Cao Sha, Cheng Xiao rested his chin in thought, shrouded in mystery. Indeed, 3 days hence was the birthday of Bailey Xian, the current head of the Bailey family. The Bailey family's banquet represented a significant turning point in the original narrative, where Yi Fan, leveraging the punishment of the 5th Reserve Team, dispatched them to Huaihai under Zhou Ping for special training. Subsequently, the Nightfall Team was officially formed, Zhou Ping bravely confronting the 9 Pillars God amidst the mists, followed by the Nightfall Team's entry into the fog, where Zhou Ping transformed and activated the Takamagara instance. An interlude occurred when Team 008 from Lintang was annihilated by the first seat of the ancient god church, with Qin Yu discovering his romantic partner amidst this chaos. Team 008, led by the formidable Li Hong of the Infinite Realm, boasted members predominantly of the Sea Realm, forming a group rivaling that of specialized teams. If memory serves, the Wind Pulse Earth Dragon was of the Klein Realm. Contemplating this, Cheng Xiao had already devised a plan. No banquet was worth a life, especially one that promised to be a farce. Moreover, as he had previously stated, the Nightfall Team did not lack for a 16-year-old genius from the Sea Realm, yet her parents had only this one daughter. Furthermore, while Nightfall was not in need, Taiping Dao was indeed lacking. Presently, Taiping Dao could scarcely be considered a prestigious sect, with only 4 members, including Si Xiaonan, Xia Simeng's registered disciple, which paled in comparison to the numbers of a typical Night Watch team. Given this, it would be rather presumptuous to present themselves as a formidable faction when questioned about their numbers. With this realization, Cheng Xiao tossed his invitation to Lung Xian, instructing, "You shall go in my stead." "What? Me?" Lung Xian pointed at himself, bewildered by Cheng Xiao's request. Bailey Xian, the head of the Bailey family, held a significant position among the Night Watch, and was his master not deserving of more respect? Cheng Xiao disregarded Lung Xian's astonishment and continued, "You have another task. Ensure the safety of the vice-captain of Team 010, Miao Su, and bring her back." Lung Xian replied, "You don't want her junior sister?" Upon hearing this, Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, Xia Simeng, and even Xiao Sha regarded him with expressions of shock. How can you consistently poach disciples from the Night Watch? Be cautious. Yi Fan may become irate with you. At this moment, Xia Simeng found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that this little Taoist had become quite addicted to poaching, now setting her sights on the vice-captain of another team. However, it appeared that she had inadvertently initiated this chain of events, having first targeted Si Xiaonan from Cangnan, and subsequently acquiring Lung Xian, inadvertently uncovering his hidden attributes. Cheng Xiao observed them with a hint of embarrassment. There was no choice, for if Taiping Dao wished to rejuvenate itself, it must recruit more disciples. Yet, those with exceptional talent were predominantly among the Night Watchers, making it imperative to engage in such endeavors. Chapter 78. The mandate of destiny. Cheng Xiao is now utterly consumed with the revival of the Taiping Dao. The sole means to rejuvenate a religious lineage is through the dissemination of doctrine or, alternatively, the extensive gathering of disciples. However, unlike the Tongtian sect master, who advocates for inclusivity regardless of background, he firmly believes in the principle of quality over quantity. To be accepted into the Taiping Dao, character is paramount, second only to aptitude. After all, he has no desire for his disciples to become traitorous ingrates, which would render him a laughingstock in the divine realm. Miao Su, the vice captain of Team 010 stationed in Guangshan, undoubtedly meets all the criteria. Despite her youth, she has ascended to the position of vice captain in a team with a prominent designation, a testament to her strength and talent. Most remarkably, her character shines. While the members of Team 010 succumbed to the allure of the Bailey family, she alone resisted temptation, becoming the last sentinel of that city. Following the farce, Miao Su succeeded as the captain of Team 010, ultimately perishing at the Morning South Pass. For Cheng Xiao, both emotionally and rationally, he feels compelled to save Miao Su and alter her fate. If he cannot even achieve this, what right does he have to govern the River of Destiny? Xiao Nan, I shall not attend. This time, you and Lung Xian will represent us. You two can look out for one another, Cheng Xiao declared. From Cheng Xiao's words, Xia Simeng sensed an underlying tension. It seemed that this banquet was far from simple. Cheng Xiao was not surprised by her reaction. Privately, Xia Simeng's clinginess could not be encapsulated by a mere acknowledgement of her prowess. Naturally, she would not venture to places he would not. In Lintang City, they had been searching for 2 days. What exactly are you looking for? Xia Simeng finally asked, unable to suppress the question that had been on her mind since yesterday. As they strolled hand in hand along the streets of Lintang, Cheng Xiao glanced around before leaning closer to Xia Simeng's ear and whispering a few words. Really? Had they truly lost their minds? Their gods are almost extinct, and they dare to stir up trouble? Xia Simeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The founders of the ancient divine church, Hades and Loki, had long perished. Now, only the severely injured destroyer of worlds and Hela remained, and she found it hard to believe that those followers would audaciously incite chaos in a city guarded by a top 10 designated sentinel team. Cheng Xiao regarded her with a hint of suspicion. How is your study of the 36 laws of Tiangang progressing? Xia Simeng's face flushed suddenly, and she lowered her head, speaking somewhat hesitantly. I am doing all right. While I've learned quite a bit, you haven't mastered the ability to foresee the future yet. Have you? Cheng Xiao observed her with a knowing smile. At this, Xia Simeng could no longer maintain her composure and buried her face in Cheng Xiao's embrace, falling silent. He chuckled helplessly, gently patting her back. When will you learn to temper that spirited nature of yours? While the 5-color divine light is powerful, it is not invincible. Kong Xian is indeed formidable, having earned the title of the strongest beneath the saints with the 5-color divine light. Yet in the end, he was still overcome by that saint of Huabei, losing everything in the process. Isn't that a novel? You dare to argue. Cheng Xiao raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head. Xia Simeng rubbed her head, pouting slightly, and looked at Cheng Xiao with a charming innocence. No wonder you dress like this. Are you planning to catch them unawares, like a fisherman lying in wait? Cheng Xiao was well aware that Xia Simeng was attempting to divert the conversation, but what could he do? After all, he had chosen a silly wife and had to indulge her. On this trip to Lintang, Cheng Xiao had deliberately changed out of his signature robe into a casual dark jacket, topped off with a hat that concealed his slightly long hair. Xia Simeng, on the other hand, wore a fitted sports outfit paired with knee-high white socks and sneakers, exuding a sense of youthful purity. As they strolled down the bustling streets of Lintang, they appeared to be a playful young couple without any sense of incongruity. Should we continue searching? Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. No need to search any longer. To lie in wait requires one to embody the role. Let's go directly to stakeout. The following day, in a remote development zone of Lintang, there stood a modest 2-story building nestled among numerous Sha County snack shops and Huangmin chicken rice stalls. With conspicuous red characters plastered on the exterior of the second-floor windows, Daylight Detective Agency. This detective agency appeared somewhat out of place among the array of eateries. Yet it didn't feel entirely discordant. At that moment, the roll-up door of the agency's first floor was slowly rising. Hey! A girl's light gasp emanated from behind the door, startling those upstairs. An aged voice, tinged with urgency, accompanied by hurried footsteps, echoed, "What's wrong, Xiao Jiang? What happened?" Hearing the footsteps ascending the stairs, The girl shyly stuck out her tongue. It's nothing, Captain. There's just a fortune-telling Taoist outside. It's my first time seeing one. It's a bit strange. A Taoist? A man in his 30s descended the stairs. Curiosity piqued as he approached the door for a glimpse. Well, indeed, a fortune-teller. Destiny, luck, romance, feng shui, auspicious days, astrology, dream interpretation. Naming, his services seem quite comprehensive, but his age makes him somewhat untrustworthy, I suppose. It appeared he was just an ordinary person, likely another one of those cosplayers from your generation who can't predict anything accurately. The man's dubious Taoist was none other than Cheng Xiao. With only a few days remaining until the annihilation of Team 008, Cheng Xiao couldn't afford to gamble on whether the ancient God Society would act prematurely. He was also reluctant to reveal himself too soon, as this presented a prime opportunity to eradicate the ancient God Society entirely, while also retrieving his undercover colleague who was about to infiltrate their upper echelons. Thus, Cheng Xiao and Simeng split up. Cheng Xiao would remain visible, positioned at the entrance to observe, while Simeng would operate in the shadows, monitoring any subtle changes in the vicinity. Additionally, Cheng Xiao had specifically instructed Simeng to pay close attention to any migrant workers walking their dogs nearby. Cheng Xiao has returned to his old profession, making a special trip back to the capital overnight, bringing along the various tools from his previous street vendor days. Ignoring his age, when he dons the robe and takes his seat, he indeed resembles someone of considerable stature. Perhaps, as that man suggested, Cheng Xiao appears too youthful, evoking a sense of unreliability. He sat there for an entire morning, attracting the gazes of several young women and girls passing by. Yet he failed to secure a single transaction. As time slipped by, noon approached, and Cheng Xiao was not surprised. During his initial days in the capital, he faced a similar predicament, as his overly youthful visage led to months of neglect. Chapter 79. My name is Jiang Air, with Jiang from the Yangtze River and Air from Eri Lake. Hey, Captain, do you think that little Taoist outside is real or fake? Come on, do you actually believe in such things? One must trust in science, do you understand? Science. My foot. In a world where even gods exist, you expect me to believe in science? Speaking of Taoists, I seem to recall that our guest at headquarters is also a Taoist. That master is indeed formidable. He has vanquished at least 10 foreign gods since emerging from seclusion. Indeed, I heard that during the last fasting event in space, he even slew one of them. By the way, you all know about the Phoenix Squad, right? Their captain is quite extraordinary as well. Their achievements seem nearly on par with that master. Listen, don't spread this around, but I've heard whispers that the captain of Phoenix is married to the master. Is that true? I suspect it is. I heard that during the battle in Sangnan, the Greek sun god, Apollo, shot an arrow straight through the captain's heart, and the master went berserk, delivering a brutal thrashing to those foreign gods. I've heard that too. The captain of Phoenix has quite the temper. Only someone as fearsome as the master, who treats slaying gods like child's play, could keep her in check. At that moment, it was lunchtime, and the 008 squad, disguised within the Daylight Detective Agency, was having their meal. Through the window, they could see the fortune-teller, Cheng Xiao, outside. However, their conversation had veered off course, oblivious to the fact that both subjects of their chatter were nearby. Jiang Ye, immersed in her own thoughts, paid no heed to her teammates' discussion. She gazed absent-mindedly out the window, finding little pleasure even in her meal. Noticing Jiang Ye's distraction, the captain, Li Hong, sensed something was amiss. It seemed that the girl had spent the entire morning preoccupied with the little Taoist outside. Jiang Ye, what's the matter? What are you looking at? The sudden voice startled Jiang Ye, and upon turning to find her captain, she exhaled deeply, placing a hand upon her chest. Captain, you scared me. Why do you walk so quietly? Li Hong ruffled her hair and chuckled. It's not that I walk quietly. It's that your thoughts have wandered outside. Are you perhaps experiencing a flutter of youthful affection? That won't do. You're still young and easily deceived. In a couple of years, when you're older, we'll help you find someone suitable. Li Hong's words caused Jiang Ye's face to flush crimson. And no, Captain, don't misunderstand. I'm just a bit worried about him being outside all alone without food or drink. Knowing our kind-hearted Jiang Ye, go on. That child doesn't seem very old. It's not easy for someone so young. As Li Hong spoke, she revealed a bowl of steaming food that had been hidden behind her back. Thank you, Captain. Diane expressed her gratitude, taking the bowl and darting towards the door. As they beheld this scene, not only Li Hong, but also the other team members erupted into laughter. Their mirth caused Jiang Er's face to flush an even deeper shade of red, prompting her steps to quicken somewhat. Slow down, watch your footing. Oh, wait a moment, I'll fetch him a bottle of water. Watching Jiang Er's retreating silhouette as she was about to exit, Li Hong couldn't help but chuckle once more. At that moment, Cheng Xiao, who was idly seated in front of a divination stall, also noticed the young girl emerging from the affairs office, along with the meal she was carrying. The girl was merely 16 or 17, her slightly cherubic face still radiating youthfulness, adorned in a flowing white dress, reminiscent of a freshly blossomed jasmine flower. Various traits indicated that this girl approaching him was none other than his future apprentice, Jiang Er. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but lament the harshness and sorrow of this era. At such a tender age, she was still a diligent student buried in her studies in a high school classroom. Yet due to those cursed Cthulhu deities, she was compelled to tread upon an uncertain path of life and death. As Cheng Xiao pondered these thoughts, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, faint yet reminiscent of a blend of laundry detergent and shampoo, intermingled with the aroma of food. Daoist, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Please have something to eat. I'm from the detective agency across the street. Rest assured, this is food we prepared ourselves, Jiang Er said, her eyes catching sight of a few pieces of meat. I'm so sorry, Daoist. We forgot you are a monk and cannot eat meat. Please wait a moment. I will get you a different portion. Seeing Jiang Er's slightly flustered demeanor due to her nervousness, a smile crept onto Cheng Xiao's face. Ah, and Cheng Yu, you are indeed fortunate. He rose and called out to Jiang Er, Thank you, my dear, but there is no need for you to trouble yourself. My sect does not abstain from meat. Jiang Er playfully stuck out her tongue upon hearing this. That is a relief. I was worried I might have inadvertently caused you to break your vows. You jest. My dear, an unintentional act does not constitute a breach of vows. Please, take your time to eat. If you find it insufficient, there is more inside. Jiang Er replied before turning to head back to the agency. Please wait. Is there something else, Daoist? Jiang Er blinked, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at Cheng Xiao. Our meeting is fated, and since you have shown me such kindness, may I offer you a divination? Upon hearing this, Jiang Er's interest piqued. She had always been curious about such matters since childhood, and with the opportunity before her, she certainly would not let it slip away. She readily seated herself on the stool in front of the divination stall, her face brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Cheng Xiao. Then I must trouble you, Daoist. Not at all. What would you like to inquire about? Could you help me divine my fortune? This took Cheng Xiao by surprise. Logically, she should be pondering matters of romantic fate, as her destined partner would soon appear. However, considering she was only 16, and her relationship with Cheng Yu was developing gradually, perhaps she had yet to contemplate such affairs of the heart. Daoist, is there anything I need to provide? Simply tell me your name. Regarding Jiang Er, Cheng Xiao could be said to be more familiar with her than with his own wife. However, to avoid raising any suspicions, he still needed to perform the necessary FAAD. Oh, Jiang Er nodded, introducing herself. I am Jiang Er, with Jiang from the Yangtze River and Er from Irai Lake. Jiang Er. Cheng Xiao pretended to calculate for a while, and this scene appeared quite professional to both Jiang Er and the members of the 008 team present in the room. In reality, Cheng Xiao was feeling quite flustered himself. The 20-something Daoist priest was hardly knowledgeable. Jiang Er's future had already unraveled by the time she brought out the meal. Unless he could summon the river of fate to reorganize things, he might only then glimpse the trajectory of her future. Nevertheless, this was a positive sign. It at least indicated that she wouldn't meet her demise. A future filled with uncertainty brings with it greater potential for transformation.